Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
They're coming. Lots of them. Everyone, please try to survive. Chuche's low voice came through the radio, heavier than ever. Silence answered on the other end of the radio. Chen Ye raised his alertness to the maximum. Although he'd faced anomalies several times already, he still couldn't help but feel tense every time he encountered them. Anomalies could fail countless times, but Chen Ye could not afford to fail even once. Thick smoke breath filled the vehicle, some of it slipping out through window gaps and swirling around the truck like unwilling shadows. The convoy accelerated again. Chen Ye could even hear the roar of the engines from Chuche's and the pink-haired girl's vehicles. Chen Ye wasn't about to fall behind. He slammed the gas pedal down. At that moment, Chen Ye no longer had time to worry about skidding or crashing. Fortunately, the studded snow tires were doing their job, allowing him to accelerate steadily. Only by getting back to the school quickly could they survive. Chen Ye glanced up and saw a humanoid creature crawling down the side of a residential building ahead. This humanoid hung head down, feet up, like a gecko, clinging to the exterior and descending step by step toward the convoy. This was a person. Long hair hung down. Judging by body shape and build, it was a woman. Even stranger, the woman was completely snow white from head to toe. Even her clothes were immaculate white. If not for superhumans having far better vision than normal people, it would be hard to spot this eerie silhouette so easily. And it wasn't alone. Not far away, there was another one. This one looked much more robust, like a 200-pound fat man, and it too was white through and through. It seemed to notice Chen Ye's gaze. The fat one lifted its head and roared toward Chen Ye, looking less like a human and more like a monster wearing human skin. There wasn't a trace of living spirit on its face. With a quick sweep of his eyes, Chen Ye spotted dozens of similar white figures converging from all directions. No, dozens were an understatement. There were hundreds. Those white, gecko-like figures on the building exteriors multiplied geometrically. They kept coming. Not only from the residential buildings. From underground sewers, the shops and supermarkets by the roadside, pharmacies, restaurants, hotels. Places where humans used to gather had become nests for these white crawlers at this moment. Those people, no, those monsters had one thing in common. White hair, white eyebrows, white clothes, even white pupils in their eyes. Everything was white. These creatures, these monsters, couldn't walk upright properly. Whether they clung to walls like geckos or had already reached the ground, they moved on all fours, crawling rapidly. They were thick like a tide, closing in on the convoy. The scene at that moment was identical to those zombie movies. These are crawlers. Followers of the death god said these people were all residents of Wrong City before. The pink-haired girl's voice trembled over the radio. All residents. Chen Ye's face fell. If they were all residents, then Wrong City's permanent population plus tourists would have long since exceeded 1 million. What on earth happened in Wrong City? Fuck, that would mean 1 million anomalies? Chen Ye's voice came out dry and hoarse. SHHHH. A static hiss came over the radio. Then the pink-haired girl's anxious voice. Chen Ye, everyone, please, please, do try to stay alive. No sooner had that plea been transmitted than Chen Ye turned the wheel and broke away from the convoy. The smoke breath in the truck bed formed a snow plow, and the flying snow behind him became a waterfall. The lead vehicle had been the pink-haired girl's. She watched, dumbfounded, as Chen Ye overtook her and took the lead. Chen Ye had to get back to the school before the crawlers fully surrounded them. As for the others, he really couldn't take care of them all. Damn it, that bastard. Little fish, hurry, pass him. Cousin. Before Little Fish could answer, the pink-haired girl felt the whole vehicle shudder, as if something had crawled onto the roof. Her brows flipped up in alarm. She formed a sword hand sign. Swift. A sword wrapped in sparks shot out through the window. By then Chen Ye had his foot pressed through the gas pedal. Yet he drove with astonishing control. In this moment he felt united with the vehicle. It was a strange sensation. He was so sensitive to every tiny movement that it felt like he had driven this truck for a century, knowing every screw and bolt. The apocalyptic pickup truck's trait manifested vividly. The studded snow tires gripped the ground firmly, even though a thin layer of ice covered the road. Each time the car began to slip, the pickup, under Chen Ye's control, narrowly corrected itself. Roar! A snow-white crawler dropped from above, targeting the apocalyptic pickup truck. Chen Ye seemed to sense it. He twisted the truck and dodged the 200-plus-pound fat crawler. The crawlers were increasing in number. Chen Ye could still use the pickup's trait to weave among them and avoid the crawling ambushes. If even one crawler latched onto the vehicle, it would take only 1 second. In that instant, countless crawlers would swarm in. Then it would be certain death. For now, Chen Ye could hold on. Those trailing behind him were worse off. Every crawler Chen Ye evaded collided with the pink-haired girl's modified off-road vehicle. A single crawler couldn't stop her from moving. But when 2, 3, or a dozen white figures swarmed her, they could force her modified off-roader to stop. Once the vehicle was stalled, life or death hung in the balance. The pink-haired girl watched Chen Ye's truck pull farther ahead. She grit her teeth and, as nimble as a fox, slipped through the open window and jumped out. Her figure was slender and graceful. She executed the move without a hitch. Little fish, stabilize the car. Chen, swift. Standing on the roof, the girl made the sword swirl around her. Red flames danced above and below her, lighting her like the heroine from a hot-blooded anime. She murmured incantations, and with each phrase the crimson flames along the sword swelled. Chen Ye gaped at the rearview mirror. The sword transformed into a fierce, dignified fire dragon. Even the dragon scales shimmered into view. The fire dragon lunged at the white crawlers surrounding the vehicle. When the dragon met those crawlers, it was like the sun meeting fresh snow. The modified off-roader burst out from the ring of crawlers. The fire dragon coiled around the roof as the vehicle broke the encirclement. What remained behind were charred bodies. A gust of wind scattered them into a heap of black ash. Chen Ye stared in disbelief. Holy, this woman, so young and hiding so much? But the crisis was far from over. The appearance of the fire dragon only temporarily alleviated the trouble. The white crawlers formed a white tide, rushing forward in waves. Endless. Just a single glance would make people feel despair. Every vehicle had trouble. The apocalyptic pickup truck's rapid driving broke through the encirclement formed by the crawlers. Countless crawlers surged forward one after another, trying to block Chen Ye. More and more crawlers kept swarming from both sides of the vehicle. The room for Chen Ye to maneuver was becoming increasingly limited. The road ahead was already blocked by crawlers. A puff of smoke breath exhaled. The smoke drifted through the car window to the outside, and 7 smoke wolves struggled out from the smoke, fiercely pouncing on the crawlers ahead. A smoke-formed wolf fiercely pinned a crawler to the ground. If an ordinary person faced that ferocious appearance, they would have likely been scared pissless long ago. But these crawlers had basically no consciousness and tore at the smoke wolves. Although the smoke-simulated wolves had some differences from real wolves, they could still inflict damage on the crawlers. At the same time, they served to draw fire. More crawlers charged forward. These crawlers climbed onto the smoke-simulated wolves and tore at them. The smoke wolves didn't even have time to howl before dissipating into smoke in the air. The crawlers paused briefly in confusion, then turned their attention back to the apocalyptic pickup truck. A few more smoke-simulated wolves struggled out from the smoke. Then they were quickly eliminated again. The terrifying aspect of smoke simulation lay in its immortality. As long as Chen Ye didn't die, as long as Chen Ye didn't exhaust his strength, as long as there was still smoke, Chen Ye could simulate thousands of wolves. Relying on the apocalyptic pickup truck's activated trait and the smoke simulation effect, they ultimately managed to open an escape route. But this escape route was rapidly closing, estimated to last less than 10 seconds. They had to pass through this escape route before the encirclement closed completely. The smoke gathered, churned, and twisted in the air. A massive entity carrying terrifying pressure finally appeared. The human-faced scorpion. That human-faced scorpion encountered in the desert was the anomaly Chen Ye had been closest to so far. Although the contact time wasn't long and the understanding wasn't sufficient, simulating it wasn't too much of a problem. The terrifying human face of the human-face scorpion swirled with smoke, collapsing and dissipating each time it was about to form the human face. Chen Ye had secretly attempted many times before, but never succeeded once. But at this moment, for dealing with these crawlers, the current stage human-face scorpion was sufficient. The human-face scorpion raised its massive pincers, snipping an incoming crawler into two segments. Its tail stinger twitched, directly skewering two crawlers behind it like candied haws on a stick. The appearance of the human-face scorpion instantly eased the battlefield pressure, temporarily clearing out the crawlers that had surrounded them. So treacherous, this old bastard hid so deep. The pink-haired girl stood on the car roof holding a long sword, her expression both contemptuous and shocked. The long sword in her hand burned with raging flames. Roar! Iron Lion opened the car door and jumped out. The crawlers weren't just causing trouble for Chen Ye and the pink-haired girl, they hadn't spared Iron Lion and Ding Dong's panel van either. In fact, even more crawlers were besieging them. After all, this panel van had a large volume and was easily targeted. The 4-meter-tall muscular giant didn't put pressure on those crawlers. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 crawlers attacked Iron Lion. Mad Lion's head, which had been dormant all along, opened its eyes, filled with murderous intent. Fuck you. A fist the size of a sandbag directly blasted a crawler into blood mist that scattered across the snowy ground, forming tragic yet beautiful plum blossom patterns. Our Nigeria Naira. Another crawler hid in the chaos, planning to attack Iron Lion's back. It had just leaped up when Iron Lion delivered a backward kick, directly blasting the crawler away like a cannonball. The two heads of the two-headed giant weren't just for show. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to sneak attack a two-headed giant. The 2 heads and 4 eyes had already taken in the entire battlefield from all directions. This could be considered a secondary ability gained from advancing to Sequence 2. Every punch and kick could blast crawlers away. The seemingly frenzied crawlers were no match for Iron Lion of the Titan Sequence 2. But the most terrifying aspect of crawlers wasn't their individual combat power. It was that endless tide. Mad Lion laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Awesome, awesome. Awesome. Not enough. More. This guy seemed to feel unsatisfied, directly charging with loud laughter toward the most densely packed area of crawlers. The Titan sequence didn't have many flashy skills and abilities, especially the two-headed giant branch sequence. Each sequence level advancement would greatly enhance physical body attributes. At this point, Iron Lion's muscle strength and physical defense had far surpassed ordinary people by too much. Ordinary sequence superpowers couldn't compare to the Titan sequence in pure physical strength. Iron Lion, don't fall behind. Ding Dong gripped the steering wheel while shouting loudly outside the vehicle. As for Chuche, using the pink-haired girl's words, this was another old bastard. Captain Chu had hidden his vehicle within the protective zone formed by Chen Ye, Ding Dong, and the pink-haired girl. Therefore, his vehicle received the least attacks and was currently relatively safe. Because Chen Ye and the others bore the heaviest firepower, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xue Nan also faced much less pressure. But they weren't completely pressure-free. 2 crawlers were on Zhou Xiaoxiao's car roof, frantically smashing the vehicle, trying to open a hole to crawl down. The roof had already been smashed full of dents and bumps. The situation with that other bus wasn't good either. Crawlers crawled into the vehicle, dragging the older brother of the 2 brothers out of the car. In just the blink of an eye, the older brother was surrounded by over a dozen crawlers tearing at him. The furious younger brother wanted to save his brother. 2 crawlers firmly bit his neck. The furious younger brother glared with wide eyes, blood dripping from his neck to the ground, ducked down from his down jacket torn everywhere. The convoy turned a corner, with the school gate less than 300 meters ahead. The school had been alerted by now. Many people stood in the corridors watching from here. A silent figure also stood by the window of the 4th-floor teacher's office. Seeing the gate of Rong City 2nd Elementary School, Chen Ye was overjoyed. But before the joy on his face could fully bloom, he saw a massive eyeball hovering right at the school entrance. It was the abyssal blood pupil. When Chen Ye saw this massive eyeball, he thought of the bloody eye sockets of the young man who had just died. Instantly, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Would it be feasible to install this eye in his left eye socket, replacing the damaged eye? Damn, what am I thinking about at a time like this? The convoy approached, but this eyeball seemed to have no intention of leaving at all. A dark red giant eye 3 meters in diameter, suspended above the ground, the spiderweb-like patterns around its pupil gently trembling. In the center of the pupil was a circle of constantly rotating black curse patterns, the whites of the eye covered with wriggling black nerve bundles. Chen Ye felt his own eyeballs beginning to tremble, as if his eyes had developed their own will and wanted to escape their sockets. His heart jolted in alarm. Chen Ye quickly manipulated smoke to cover the front windshield with a thick layer of smoke, blocking the dark red giant eye's line of sight. Feeling his eyeballs settle down somewhat, Chen Ye gritted his teeth. Having blocked the dark red eyeball's line of sight, he was now driving blind. In that case, then let's test the apocalyptic pickup truck's second skill, impact. The apocalyptic pickup truck sensed Chen Ye's command, and the entire vehicle body began glowing red. At this moment, the pickup truck was like an enraged bull, and the dark red eyeball stared motionlessly at this vehicle, seemingly not quite understanding what this metal lump intended to do. The news about Chen Ye and others planning to go out to gather supplies spread like wildfire throughout the camp. So much so that even Wu Jianshan learned about this matter. However, Wu Jianshan wasn't particularly worried about whether Chen Ye and the others intended to leave, because their arrival had broken the balance of the entire Changwang district. Even the anomalies throughout Rong City district were growing restless, with almost all anomalies in Rong City district catching the scent of over 100 living humans. Apart from the area within Second Elementary School, anomalies were everywhere else. Therefore, Wu Jianshan wasn't worried at all about whether they could escape. Of course, Wu Jianshan wasn't particularly concerned about these anomalies surrounding Second Elementary School either. As long as his plan was completed, these anomalies would eventually disperse. The danger would naturally dissolve by then. But there was one thing that made Wu Jianshan very uncomfortable. Previously, to get Chen Ye to persuade more people to join the Death God Church, he had even given Chen Ye 10 bottles of Death God blood tears. But so far, only a few people had shown interest in joining. And it was merely interest at that. This made Wu Jianshan very uncomfortable. Was I played? That shouldn't be the case. My current identity should be his closest person. He shouldn't be fooling me. Did he find out? Impossible. They're all just Sequence 1 and Sequence 2. There's no way they could have discovered it. According to Wu Jianshan's experience, he was now Chen Ye's closest brother, and as long as he didn't do anything too extreme, Chen Ye would agree to whatever he asked. And just having Chen Ye introduce a few people into the Death God Church shouldn't be too difficult. He had encountered Sequence superpowers users before. This situation had never occurred before. He had given the Death God blood tears too. All his behavioral logic perfectly matched the identity of Chen Ye's good brother. He would ask Chen Ye properly when he returned. Wu Jianshan had been very busy recently. To buy more time, Wu Jianshan would release some of the Death God's aura every day while praying before the Death God, intimidating the anomalies around the school, which was why the campus hadn't descended into chaos yet. A with circumflex. Without the Death God, there wouldn't be a single living person here. These past few days, every evening when Wu Jianshan stood by the window of the 4th floor teacher's office, he could see those pairs of greedy eyes. Madness, distortion, bloodlust, malice, and more. Just one glance at those peering eyes in the darkness was enough to give ordinary people nightmares for a full month. Because of this, Wu Jianshan strictly forbade survivors from going out at night. They even had to solve hygiene issues indoors. In the afternoon, Wu Jianshan suddenly sensed the anomalous aura around them fluctuating wildly. When Wu Jianshan came to the window, he saw creatures writhing and crawling with bizarre distortions throughout the university district. The crawlers of Rong City district. Individual crawlers weren't particularly powerful. What was most terrifying was the crawler tide. According to Wu Jianshan's estimation, there were nearly hundreds of thousands of crawlers in Rong City district. Once a crawler tide formed, even the 8-limbed human face and the abyssal blood pupil would have to avoid its edge, except for the Death God. The crawlers around them were gathering in increasing numbers. Not only that, Wu Jianshan even sensed many twisted, anomalous figures around the school. The giant eyeball at the school gate was staring unblinkingly at the school. That gaze seemed to be examining a delicacy from the human world. Wu Jianshan naturally recognized what this giant eyeball was. One of the three major anomalies of Changwon District, the abyssal blood pupil. Its abilities were the most mysterious and bizarre, even stronger than the eight-limbed human face, usually perched atop the Yangxing building in Changwon District. Most of the abyssal blood pupil's abilities were closely related to its form. The Death God also had pupil techniques, but if comparing only pupil techniques, even the Death Gods couldn't match the abyssal blood pupils. The abyssal blood pupil seemed to detect someone's gaze, its massive eyeballs slightly tilting upward to look at Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan's expression remained unchanged, staring motionlessly back at the abyssal blood pupil. The abyssal blood pupil's pupil trembled slightly, and blood tears streamed from Wu Jianshan's eyes. Separated by a glass window, the two had a brief confrontation. Wu Jianshan took out a tissue to wipe the blood tears from his eyes, then looked elsewhere. An octopus floated in the air, its 8 limbs slowly undulating in the air. The aged face seemed to recall their confrontation from days before, its expression extremely venomous as it looked at Wu Jianshan with a cold, sinister laugh. Wu Jianshan wasn't afraid at all. Not just the abyssal blood pupil and the 8-limbed human face. In a dark corner stood a snow-white figure, not very tall, roughly the height of a human woman. But this snow-white figure had hair that dragged along the ground. Seeing this figure, Wu Jianshan's pupils slightly contracted. He never expected she would come too. This time, the trouble was really getting serious. Soon, when I advance to sequence 4, all you freaks will die. Soon. The white crawlers would automatically choose to detour when approaching the school. The survivors were also alarmed, coming out of their classrooms to gather at the railings. The Death God Church followers turned pale with fear when they saw so many crawlers. In contrast, the survivors from the convoy looked slightly calmer. After all, during their migration, they had faced the constant threat of death from anomalies. The sound of an engine came from the distance. Wu Jianshan frowned slightly. Were they back? Sounds came from around the street corner. The abyssal blood pupil's pupil rotated, shifting its gaze behind it. And another pupil grew on its back, staring at Wu Jianshan. They're coming. Hee. Now we're not inside the school, that bastard Wu Jianshan can't control us. Abyssal blood pupil, all the eyes go to you this time, all the heads go to me, and as for the bodies, we'll give them all to the snow woman. How about that? The 8-limbed human face transmitted a venomous elderly voice. The abyssal blood pupil didn't respond, just watched the source of the disturbance. The snow-white figure standing under the tree also remained silent. A very beat-up vehicle appeared at the street corner, executing a drift worthy of movie stunt scenes before the eyes of all humans and anomalies. Countless crawlers were sent flying as it crashed through. Behind the windshield was a young man with a somewhat pale left eye. Just as the abyssal blood pupil activated its ability, the front windshield was covered by a layer of mist. Ability failed. This kid reacts pretty fast. The 8-limbed human face's middle-aged woman transmitted a malicious voice. The abyssal blood pupil didn't avoid the shabby vehicle despite its ability failing. Wu Jianshan also saw the scene, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He knew very well the abyssal blood pupil's strength. Not even a large truck would be useful against it, let alone this vehicle. Chen Ye, you idiot, you're seeking your own death. Wu Jianshan gritted his teeth and said hatefully. It wasn't that he was worried about Chen Ye being in danger, but rather that he was concerned Chen Ye's death would affect his plans. Boom. In Wu Jianshan's eyes, the beat-up pickup truck collided with the abyssal blood pupil. The expected scenario of the pickup turning into scrap metal didn't happen. Instead, the massive eyeball was sent flying like a struck golf ball, directly hit by the pickup truck. The direction was precisely toward the 4th-floor teacher's office. Wu Jianshan watched the increasingly large blood pupil approaching him, and his whole being felt unwell. How is this possible? Chen Ye, you bastard must have done this on purpose. This was Wu Jianshan's final thought. Chen Ye looked at the blood pupil. He had directly crashed toward the 4th floor, momentarily stunned. However, that location seemed to be Wu Jianshan's room. Old Wu, don't blame me, I didn't mean to. No one could have imagined Chen Ye's impact would have such tremendous power. Perhaps even the abyssal blood pupil itself hadn't anticipated it. The massive blood pupil directly shattered the outer wall of the 4th-floor teacher's office, taking the windows along with it. Wu Jianshan pressed his palms together and raised them high above his forehead, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, like clay sculptures or wooden carvings in a temple. Simultaneously, Wu Jianshan was murmuring incantations under his breath. In just an instant, a miraculous power began floating around Wu Jianshan's body. An extremely graceful figure, dressed in red clothing, appeared before Wu Jianshan. This graceful figure seemed as if she had always been there, never having left. The figure extended her slender left hand toward the blood pupil that was hurtling toward her like a cannonball. Her forever closed eyes showed no change in expression, like stubborn, unyielding ice. It was this slender, pale left hand that effortlessly caught the blood pupil, forcibly stopping its destruction of the teaching building. The scene formed an extremely discordant picture. Wu Jianshan hid behind the woman, while the woman in blood-red clothing single-handedly held the blood pupil that measured a full 3 meters in diameter. The blood pupil's pupil was flickering wildly at this moment. When Chen Ye saw this red figure appear, his intact right eye also trembled violently. This was the 3rd time he had seen the death god appear. It remained just as awe-inspiring. Because of the death god's appearance, all the white crawlers on the scene seemed to have encountered their natural enemy, retreating one after another. The apocalyptic pickup truck charged through the school gate, coming to an abrupt stop with a screeching brake. The several vehicles behind it were instantly liberated, rushing through the white tide and charging into the school entrance. Due to Boscow's panicked driving, the bus even scraped hard against the school gate, causing a large dent in the vehicle body, but fortunately it ultimately made it through the entrance. When Zhou Xiaoxiao's car rushed into the school, the entire vehicle was falling apart, with the front hood emitting thick white smoke. Apart from losing 2 survivors, this time everyone had narrowly escaped death. But when everyone saw the situation inside the school, they all closed their mouths and obediently hid far away. When the Death God followers saw that graceful and extremely seductive figure, fanaticism filled each of their eyes. The Death God. This was the very reason for the Death God Church's existence. As the old world sinks into ruin, we beg your merciful harvest, granting ultimate salvation. Absolve us of our heavy burdens. All the Death God followers put down their work, kneeling on both knees right where they stood, praying to that great figure. Wave after wave of prayers gathered together, forming a strange fluctuation in the air. As for the convoy's survivors, most looked at each other, somewhat at a loss for what to do. A few survivors, like the Death God followers, knelt devoutly on the ground and began reciting the Death God scripture along with them. The abyssal blood pupil had already detached from the teaching building's outer wall, floating once again above the school playground. The 4th-floor teacher's office had been struck by the abyssal blood pupil, leaving a concave spherical indentation, with a deep crack appearing on the teaching building's facade. Thailand body S. The Death God drifted lightly down from the 4th floor to the school playground, her feet suspended in the air without touching any dirt. The heavy snow continued falling from the sky, forming a curtain of snow across the entire school playground. Wu Jianshan emerged from the damaged teacher's office with a gloomy expression, then walked to the 3rd floor, then to the 2nd floor, then to the 1st floor. It must be said that Wu Jianshan's method of making an entrance seemed somewhat mismatched with the Death Gods. After all, he was the Archbishop of the Death God Church. Wu Jianshan didn't look at Chen Ye and the others, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on that massive blood-colored pupil. The abyssal blood pupil's pupil kept flickering, sometimes looking to the left, sometimes to the right, and even glancing at Chen Ye several times. Although the abyssal blood pupil couldn't speak like the 8-limbed human face, it was clearly a complex-minded big eyeball. Blood pupil, you've gone too far. Wu Jianshan stood beside the Death God, his eyes coldly fixed on the abyssal blood pupil. The abyssal blood pupil didn't speak, but instead the nearby 8-limbed human face spoke. Ha. Wu Jianshan, you have so many living people in your Death God Church. Can you really enjoy them all? Why not give us 100, and we'll leave right now? Otherwise, hee. It was the old woman among the 8-limbed human face who spoke. When the old woman spoke, it sounded like someone was pinching her throat, making it very uncomfortable to listen to. The Death God followers seemed completely unaware of these words. Instead, the survivors from the convoy turned pale upon hearing this. Zhou Xiaoxiao carefully limped over to behind Chen Ye and the others. Sulina quietly moved further away from those death god followers. 100, just 100, hee hee. Grandma, I want to eat him. The face of the 7 or 8-year-old girl among the 8-limbed human face spoke, using a tentacle to point at Chen Ye. Good grandson, we'll let you eat him, we'll let you eat him. The old woman's face quickly comforted her, as if Chen Ye had already been reserved by them, destined to be eaten by their family. Chen Ye glanced at this bratty child, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the pickup truck to smoke, completely ignoring the brat. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ye ran over to Iron Lion's school bus, climbed inside, and began rummaging for something. Grandma, he looks down on me. The little girl's face pouted discontentedly. Sister, sister, he looks down on you. The little boy's face beside her started stirring up trouble. Wu Jianshan's gaze turned cold. Old man Qian, have your injuries from that day healed yet? Wu Jianshan was referring to being cut in half by the death god scythe previously. Hearing these words, all 8 human faces turned gloomy and venomous. Wu Jianshan, with so many of us anomalies here this time, do you really think we're still afraid of you? This time, even the Snow Woman and other brothers have come. We just want to test your capabilities, hee hee. If the 8-limbed human face wasn't wrong, this time they indeed wanted to test the death god's strength. Once the death god showed any sign of weakness, what would follow would be the apocalypse for the death god church and everyone else. Right at this moment, Chen Ye had already found a fruit phone packaging box in the school bus. Chen Ye opened the packaging at the fastest speed, then powered it on and opened the camera function at top speed. Chen Ye had always wanted to simulate the death god, but opportunities were scarce. Since coming to the death god church, he had only seen it once before when watching Wu Jianshan lead the death god followers in a ritual. And the first time he encountered Wu Jianshan when he saw her take action. Mobile phones had long become useless bricks, neither edible nor drinkable, and couldn't be exchanged for withstand the cold supplies. Even when gathering supplies, seeing those phones worth over 10 or 20,000, no one would give them a second glance. When everyone was fleeing to carry more supplies, they had long abandoned their phones. Even if someone still had one kept, it would have long run out of battery and shut down. Only Iron Lion had some unopened phones here. Now with such a rare opportunity, Chen Ye certainly wouldn't let it pass. Recording the death god's combat footage, then studying it carefully afterward, he might actually be able to simulate the death god. At the very least, it could enhance the combat power of simulating the death god, right? Damn it, only thinking of this method now, his brain must have been fried. For so long, his mind had been filled with nothing but tense survival and escape. As if the peaceful life before was already something from a past lifetime. And so, in this highly tense situation, beside the playground, a young man smoking a cigarette aimed his camera at the center of the playground. Appearing somewhat out of place, Chen Ye stared unblinkingly at the 2 anomalies in the middle of the playground. One was a massive eye, the other a woman over 3 meters tall. His phone remained completely still in his hand. Chen Ye's hand served as the perfect phone stand as he planned to record every moment of their battle. A confrontation between anomalies of this level might not occur even once in a decade. Captain Chu, who do you think will win this time? Chen Ye asked Chu Che in a low voice. Chu Che shook his head. I don't know, but this attack should just be probing. Both Wu Jianshan and the anomaly will likely control the scope of this battle. However, after this, I expect the real war is coming. We need to prepare. Chu Che's expression was extremely serious. Chen Ye continued filming with his phone, inwardly agreeing with Chu Che's assessment. No matter how this fight turned out, the real confrontation was undoubtedly approaching. It seemed it was truly time to leave. The anomalies wouldn't abandon these 100+ people. As for Wu Jianshan, though Chen Ye didn't know his exact goals. From their earlier conversation, this former good brother had clearly taken a dark path. If they didn't leave, they might really end up being eaten by Wu Jianshan, just as the 8-limbed human face had warned. Thinking this, Chen Ye felt some of his guilt about what he might have to do in the future dissipate. The ensuing battle truly opened Chen Ye's eyes. The abyssal blood pupil seemed to possess some kind of mental control ability, commanding the school's numerous crawlers to charge into battle. Even survivors from the convoy and some death god followers were affected. Their minds remained clear, but their bodies moved against their will. Fortunately, the superhumans were less affected and quickly restrained these ordinary survivors. Countless crawlers might pose a threat to Chen Ye and the others, but they couldn't harm the death god in the slightest. Wu Jianshan didn't lift a finger throughout the fight, merely standing behind the death god, reciting the death god scripture. The death god single-handedly uprooted a basketball hoop from the playground to use as a weapon, sweeping aside countless crawlers with a casual swing. "Are with Rave, newbie." Without even moving from her spot, she shattered the incoming tide of crawlers into disarray. A sudden thought struck Chen Ye. The death god didn't seem like Wu Jianshan's deity, she seemed more like his enforcer. Wu Jianshan established the death god church to worship the death god, and the death god protected the followers of the witch god church. This worship god sequence had some interesting aspects. Then Chen Ye saw the massive eyeball grow even redder, a wave of scorching heat rushing forth that seemed to ignite the falling snowflakes. The death god appeared to sense something, her figure flickering as she dodged away. But in that instant, the spot where she had been standing suddenly erupted with flames, clusters of intensely hot orange-red fire bursting into existence. The basketball hoop merely brushed against the flames and instantly melted, red molten iron dripping to the ground and creating massive clouds of steam with the snow. The ground quickly melted into lava under the orange-red flames. Even Chen Ye and the others, dozens of meters from the battlefield, felt a wave of intense heat. Chen Ye recoiled in terror, stumbling backward repeatedly. Another change occurred on the battlefield. The death god discarded the basketball hoop, her hands now holding the blood-red scythe that had appeared from nowhere. The blood pupil looked toward her again. Another cluster of orange-red flames ignited out of thin air, and a death god follower who stood too close didn't even have time to scream before being burned to a handful of black ash in mere seconds. So powerful! Chen Ye quickly drove the apocalyptic pickup truck far away, only stopping when they reached the school's perimeter wall. Iron Lion and the others did the same. Even Boss Gao wisely drove the bus away from the center of the battle. Zhou Xiaoxiao originally intended to do the same. But as she approached her vehicle, it suddenly burst into flames. The vehicle that had accompanied the Zhou sisters for months turned to ash right before Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes. Zhou Xiaoxiao stood frozen in shock. The battle between the two anomalies continued. The abyssal blood pupil activated its ability again, and several survivors who couldn't dodge in time had their eyeballs tear free from their sockets, leaving only screaming survivors behind. Under the abyssal blood pupil's control, these eyeballs completely monitored the entire battlefield. The battlefield became incredibly bloody in an instant. Just when Chen Ye thought these eyeballs only served as surveillance cameras, another change occurred on the battlefield. As the death god approached these eyeballs, the still blood vessel-connected eyeballs began self-destructing one after another. The explosive shockwaves directly flipped over vehicles that hadn't been moved away in time. The playground surface instantly became pitted with craters. Chen Ye and the others watched with pale faces. Fortunately, it was the death god facing the blood pupil. If it were their group of superhumans, they'd probably be completely wiped out by now. Moreover, Chen Ye noticed the blood pupil seemed to have activated some ability several times. But these abilities appeared ineffective against the death god. Chen Ye guessed these might be other eye-related abilities of the blood eye, but the death god had kept her eyes closed from beginning to end. The blood pupil even attempted to use some strange ability against Wu Jianshan. But Wu Jianshan's eyes were also closed. The death god's close combat abilities were formidable, immense strength, incredible speed, sharp perception, and even brief levitation capability. Even when those subsidiary eyeballs exploded at close range, they couldn't harm her. Her defensive capabilities were clearly extraordinary. Especially that scythe. The blood eye seemed deeply fearful of that scythe, utterly unwilling to confront it directly. The entire battle lasted over 10 minutes. The blood eye seemed to realize it might not be the death god's match, and was about to flee when... Abyssal blood pupil, look at me. How do you like my eyes? At that moment, Wu Jianshan suddenly shouted loudly. The blood eye instinctively looked toward Wu Jianshan. And with that single glance, Wu Jianshan's eyes had opened, two streams of blood tears slowly dripping from their corners. These were eyes filled with compassion, like those of gods or Buddhas pitying all living beings. Even from this distance, Chen Ye saw those eyes clearly. Without any reason, those eyes seemed to open right before Chen Ye's own. The tiny bit of kindness remaining in his heart was instantly amplified 100-fold, 1,000-fold. All the immoral things he'd done in the past now brought him endless guilt upon remembering. Like not saving Zhou Lan's sister back then. If given another chance, Chen Ye would absolutely go back to save her. Why? Why was he so terrible? And back in Longevity Village, using that old woman as a human shield. He truly wasn't human, he was absolutely despicable. And, in that moment, Chen Ye felt he didn't want to do anything except apologize and repent for all the bad things he'd ever done. Captain Chu. Without realizing it, Chen Ye was already weeping, regretting everything he'd done in the past. Captain Chu, I've wronged you. When Wu Jianshan gave me 10 bottles of blood tears, I lied to you, I only told you about 4 bottles. I'm truly despicable. And Iron Lion, I always call you stupid. You're not quick-witted, and I still bully you. Cece, I just lust after your body, I'm a scumbag. I'm rotten, I deserve to die, woo-woo. Chen Ye was already crying uncontrollably, his face full of guilt and repentance. If this condition occurred on the battlefield, he probably wouldn't last 3 seconds. Unexpectedly, when Captain Chu turned his head, his appearance was even more pitiful, tears streaming freely down his face, snot sliding over his lips, forming long pendulous drops from his chin. It's okay, Yezi, I've wronged you too. I use the eavesdropping radio every night to listen to your little secrets. I'm truly not human. Ding dong, I know you're not good looking, but I've never looked down on you. CCU. I've also said behind your back that you look too feminine, definitely nobody would want you. I really shouldn't have, I'm a scumbag. And that business between you and Chen Ye, I was the one who spread it through the convoy. I'm such a big mouth, I shouldn't have. And you, Iron Lion. I shouldn't have said you have a dog's brain. I've wronged you, and I've wronged dogs too. Woo-woo. Compared to the dramatic emotional changes in Chen Ye and Chu Che, the others showed little emotional fluctuation. Perhaps the others simply hadn't committed as many wrongdoings. Like Iron Lion and Ding Dong, when they saw those blood-filled eyes, they only felt terror and strangeness, without any special sensations. But Sun Cece's forehead veins bulged prominently, clearly furious to the extreme. Ding Dong's face had turned as black as the bottom of a clay stove burned for 10 years. As for Iron Lion, hee. Chen Ye, Captain, it's okay. I'm not smart to begin with, don't cry. I'm when Chen Ye and Chu Che snapped out of their guilt-ridden state. The battlefield had already escalated to its peak intensity. The abyssal blood pupil wanted to flee, its enormous eyeball filled entirely with terror. The death god gripped the blood-red scythe, her figure transforming into afterimages as she chased directly after the abyssal blood pupil. Wu Jianshan, stop. The elderly face of the 8-limbed human face roared angrily, its 8 tentacles extending infinitely as if trying to intercept the death god's scythe. Countless white crawlers frantically rushed forward to block the attack. They were even willing to sacrifice their lives just to stop this single strike. But it was all too late. The blood blade swept across. A bloody gash appeared on the abyssal blood pupil's massive eye. The enormous eyeball hung motionless in the air, and in just an instant, it seemed to lose all its abilities. Countless smaller eyes struggled out from the bloody gash on the abyssal blood pupil, like liberated birds. Meanwhile, the abyssal blood pupil itself deflated like a punctured balloon, slowly shrinking. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the previously 3-meter diameter enormous eyeball eventually transformed into a normal human-sized eye that fell to the ground. When Chen Ye saw this eye, he felt a chill run down his spine. Typically, only particularly precious wonder materials could evoke such a feeling. Though he hadn't appraised it yet, Chen Ye was absolutely certain this was an even more valuable wonder material than the flayed ghost scalp. He wondered if this wonder material could serve as a replacement for an eye. As his power increased, the vision in his left eye was growing progressively weaker. Ugh. What was I thinking? Who would implant wonder material into their eye socket? Perhaps it was because his left eye's vision was deteriorating that made Chen Ye think about his increasingly blind left eye whenever he saw eyes. Before Chen Ye could activate system appraisal, Wu Jianshan had already snatched this seemingly extremely precious wonder material into his hand. Damn. This guy's hand speed was ridiculously fast. In that instant, Chen Ye's mind raced through over a dozen methods to acquire that eyeball from Wu Jianshan. Each one was shameless and utterly ruthless. The abyssal blood pupil was dead just like that. Silence fell over the scene. The 8-limbed human face quickly retracted its tentacles, turned around, and floated away rapidly. The remaining white crawlers still on the scene scattered from the school area like wild dogs spotting a tiger team. The white figure under the tree took a deep look at the death god standing in the field before turning to leave. Surrounded by countless white crawlers. So that white figure was actually the leader of these white crawlers. The abyssal blood pupil must have used its abilities to control those crawlers to fight for it earlier. The other anomalies hiding in dark corners with blurry figures also gradually departed after those two left. Squad leader Chu, do you think they'll come back? Chen Ye said quietly, his gaze fixed on Wu Jianshan's shirt pocket where the eyeball left by the abyssal blood pupil was stored. He wanted it desperately. He was practically itching to get it. Chen Ye had a feeling that advancing to Sequence 2 might significantly boost his power. But his vision would likely deteriorate further. It might even affect his right eye, eventually leading to complete blindness. Chen Ye had previously asked Chu Che about this possibility. Although Chu Che wasn't entirely clear about the specific costs of supernatural pathways either. Based on Chu Che's speculation, right eye blindness was also highly possible. Every Sequence superhuman had to pay a price, without exception. But the price each Sequence superhuman paid differed. According to the system's analysis, as the Smoke Apostle sequence advanced, there was over a 90% chance of both eyes going blind. Chen Ye hadn't told anyone about this result, because he wasn't willing to face the possibility of complete blindness. Chen Ye had also asked the system how many slaughter points it would cost to restore his left eye. The system gave him a number that made his scalp tingle. And this eyeball before him seemed to offer another solution. Chen Ye calmly assessed the feasibility of replacing his left eye with that blood pupil. The system immediately gave a definitive affirmative answer. This made Chen Ye's heart surge with excitement. But on the surface, he maintained complete composure as if nothing had happened. The phrase thunder in the chest, but calm like a placid lake, perfectly described Chen Ye at this moment. Only his slightly clenched fist revealed how truly excited he was inside. That eyeball, I must have it. Even if it means drawing blades against my once closest brother. There will definitely be a final outcome. Captain Chu Che's face also looked quite grave, completely unaware of Chen Ye's minor mental activities. Are you two done showing off? You two don't actually think we didn't hear what you said earlier, do you? No wonder there were so many rumors spreading in the convoy. I thought it was this bastard Chen Ye spreading them everywhere. Captain Chu, I never expected this. You like hearing gossip, fine, but did you have to grow such a big mouth too? A sinister voice sounded in their ears. It could only be Sun Cece. Without looking, both men knew exactly how unpleasant Sun Cece's expression must be right now. And you, Chen Ye, stop fucking flattering yourself. Let me say it again, it was me who played you. Even without men, I can still live freely and happily in this apocalypse. You think you're important to me? Bullshit, I'm the heartbreaker. You wanting to be a playboy? Not quite up to par. Whoosh! An angry flame dragon spiraled out from the pink-haired girl's waist. The enormous dragon head fixed its gaze on Chen Ye and Chu Che. It was that long sword. Chen Ye had seen this sword use this skill earlier when dealing with those white crawlers. But, unexpectedly, the pink-haired girl was clearly beyond furious this time. She was bringing out her ultimate techniques to deal with them. Even the usually calm Ding Dong now had murderous intent in her eyes. No girl could accept others saying she wasn't good-looking, absolutely none. Even if she really wasn't pretty, you still couldn't say it in front of others. But just now, Captain Chu Che had already confessed without being pressed. Captain Chu Che was now sweating on his forehead. Chen Ye was just about to make a run for it when he felt Captain Chu push him, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Chen Ye glared furiously at Captain Chu. Meanwhile, Chu Che was also about to flee when he felt something trip his legs, making him fall on his butt. Looking down, he saw a willow branch wrapped around his ankle. Chu Che glared furiously at Chen Ye. Iron Lion, help us out. Chen Ye didn't care about saving face anymore, if they really fought. He might not be a match for the pink-haired girl plus Ding Dong together. You all should stop fighting. Iron Lion panicked, not knowing what to do, so he spread his arms to block between them. Iron Lion, are you an idiot? They insulted you and you're still helping them. Hee. I think what they said was true. Speaking truth isn't wrong. You're getting dumber by the day. Titan sequence superhumans naturally paid some price in intelligence. The higher the sequence, the more simple-minded they became. Sequence 2 Iron Lion was even dumber than Sequence 1 Iron Lion. Of course, some called this a childlike heart. Being somewhat duller with fewer distracting thoughts allowed for greater focus on the sequence path. Others, however, called it stupidity. After this battle, Wu Jianshan and the Death God left a sufficiently deep impression on all survivors. Especially how the Death God had obliterated the Abyssal Blood Pupil, one of Changwang District's 3 major anomalies, in the blink of an eye. Previously, when Wu Jianshan said the Death God was the strongest among Changwang District's 3 major anomalies, Chen Ye had been somewhat skeptical back then. But now, of course, Chen Ye had sent Sulina to gather information. The Death God followers lived in Rong City's Changwang District, so they naturally understood the district's 3 anomalies better than Chen Ye's group. Sulina was quite pleased that Chen Ye had a use for her sometimes. Thanks to her perfect appearance and superb social skills, Sulina was doing quite well within the Death God Church. Even Chen Ye occasionally heard news about Sulina. For instance, 3 or 4 men among the Death God followers were competing for Sulina's affections, including 2 who were vice bishops. Therefore, if Sulina wanted to gather information, others might not know. But as the lapdogs of the vice bishops, the information they knew was naturally quite detailed. Soon enough, Chen Ye obtained the information he wanted from Sulina. Sulina delivered the information to Chen Ye, eagerly hoping he might say something nice. But Chen Ye just waved his hand dismissively, telling Sulina to leave. Though somewhat unwilling, Sulina didn't dare disobey Chen Ye's wishes and could only leave reluctantly. The goddess-like Sulina, who carried herself with such grace before others, seemed somewhat aggrieved in front of Chen Ye. Just as he had guessed, the Abyssal Blood Pupil was most skilled in pupil techniques, and it hadn't fully utilized some of its abilities. Mainly because the Death God and Wu Jianshan had kept their eyes closed the whole time, leaving the blood pupil powerless. This created a certain suppression against the Abyssal Blood Pupil. Even if the Abyssal Blood Pupil wasn't the Death God's match, it absolutely shouldn't have been unable to escape. And that moment when Wu Jianshan finally opened his eyes truly made Chen Ye quite wary. This ability to manipulate people's emotions was truly terrifying. But Chen Ye always felt there was something peculiar about that moment when Wu Jianshan finally opened his eyes. Somehow this ability felt more appropriate for the Death God. "Child, it's your mother. Come here, let Mom see you, Mom misses you." In the shadow of the snack stall by the school gate, a hunched old woman waved to a young man, her face kind and gentle. When the young man saw that figure, he froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. "Mom, you're still alive?" His voice trembled involuntarily. "You silly child, of course I'm alive. It's been so long since I last saw you. I miss you. Come here, let me see you." "Mom." Tears burst from the young man's face like a broken dam, flowing freely and soaking his collar as they dripped down his cheeks. "Mom. I miss you too." Slap. A heavy palm struck the young man's face. He flew backward over 2 meters and crashed to the ground, a visibly swollen bruise blossoming across his cheek. Chen Ye looked at the young man coldly and tossed out 2 words, "Idiot." Then he turned and walked away. The kindly figure beneath the tree outside the gate was already gone, leaving only a pair of eyes full of hatred, staring fixedly in this direction. The young man clutched his swollen face, terrified, staring at the woman who had just appeared so motherly but had now become something indescribable. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Chen Ye wasn't feeling charitable or trying to rescue the young man out of kindness. It was just a small effort. One more life was one more potential body to block a blade in the future. Even a fool would understand that right now, another living person might mean another person who could cover your back later. After the battle between the Death God and the Abyssal Blood Pupil, there really had been some deterrent effect. But that effect lasted only 2 days. 2 days later, the school's situation grew bleaker. Perhaps the Death God had shown an unintentional flaw while fighting the Abyssal Blood Pupil. Previously, anomalies only gathered around the school at night. Now, even during the day, those pairs of hateful eyes could be seen surrounding the campus. The situation grew tenser by the hour. It felt like at any second these anomalies would rush into the school and tear the 100+ people there apart for blood. Wu Jianshan had already ordered that all Death God followers were strictly forbidden from leaving. Old Bao had issued the same order, commanding all survivors not to go out. Even during the day, everyone should stay in their classrooms whenever possible. Survivors inside the school were far from calm. Some Death God followers blamed the convoy for bringing the anomalies, sparking several clashes. Fortunately, the suppression by Chen Ye and the other superhumans prevented things from getting out of hand. Wu Jianshan handled it fairly ruthlessly. He severely taught those troublemaker followers a lesson, and they quieted down considerably. That earned Wu Jianshan a lot of goodwill among the convoy survivors. On the last trip outside the school, the convoy had gotten a fair amount of gasoline. Gao Boss, Xuan'an, and Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had gone with the convoy, each received a good share. For a time, they became the envy of all survivors. Even if they didn't use the gasoline themselves, it was still a precious resource. Poor Zhou Xiaoxiao had worse luck. The small car that had trailed the sisters for a long time was affected by the abyssal blood pupil's power and burned to a pile of scrap metal. No one knew what tricks she used, but she somehow convinced fourth brother He to teach her skills. Chen Ye had even seen fourth brother He several times in the snow, practicing lessons around a car with Zhou Xiaoxiao. She was deadly serious. Naturally, many wanted fourth brother He as their teacher. But aside from the late Xiao Chao, only Zhou Xiaoxiao succeeded in learning. The irony was sharp. This woman who had been a rising star before the end of the world was now learning to steal. A pre-apocalypse thief had, in the post-apocalypse, become a notable figure among survivors. Even many former bigwigs and leaders wanted to learn the craft, only to be turned away by a thief. It was profoundly ironic. From the last battle, Chen Ye had received a total of 37,000 slaughter points at once. Some of that came from simulated kills of wild wolves and the human-faced scorpions, slaying crawlers. The final ram into the school gate also earned him quite a few points. In the end, the system balance read 37,000 slaughter points. Chen Ye wasn't particularly thrilled about the points. No matter how many slaughter points he had, they never felt like enough. He spent 10,000 slaughter points to refine 2 bottles of Death God blood tears to divine grade. Lately, whenever he trained on the roof of the academic building at night, he'd take a bottle beforehand. Whenever he was on the school roof, he'd always run into Ding Dong. That woman was even more disciplined than he was. She showed up on schedule every night. Most of the time they kept to a tacit, "You don't bother me, I won't bother you" arrangement. They had an unspoken understanding. His body was also growing increasingly tolerant to the refined Death God blood tears. The power boost from each dose was decreasing rapidly. Yet Chen Ye could still feel his strength rising fast. The speed of this growth surprised him. He could vaguely sense himself drawing closer and closer to Sequence 2. If nothing unexpected happened, and factoring in the body's growing resistance, he should be able to reach Sequence 2 before the Death God blood tears ran out. Whenever he had time after training, Chen Ye would flip through the new smartphone he had obtained. Chen Ye had already handed the phone supplies over to Oldly. The convoy's principle of fairness had always been observed. Chen Ye had watched the footage of the Death God and the abyssal blood pupils battle more than 50 times over the last 2 days. He could even picture the fight with his eyes closed. By now he could roughly simulate the Death God's form. Even so, among all the things he simulated, mimicking the Death God remained the most powerful. The abyssal blood pupil was also impressive. But the abyssal blood pupil no longer existed. The only thing left was that Chen Ye kept thinking about, now in Wu Jianshan's possession. Just by mastering smoke breath simulation alone, Chen Ye's power had already increased by 1 rank. His earlier smoke breath simulations had been scattered and messy, this or that without focus. When he'd simulated the wild wolves the feeder had raised, the result had been a mismatch, a creature of no clear form. After all, Chen Ye had only ever seen those wolves from afar. He'd never been close. That had been his first real encounter with wolves in his life. Against the human-faced scorpion the fight had been short, so he had only simulated parts of it. Later, stunned by the sky whale, Chen Ye tried to simulate it too. The sky whale, Wonder 009, had never fought before. Chen Ye didn't know its combat ability, so he could only replicate a rough shape. He never had long contact with any single target, and his understanding remained limited for each. It's better to specialize than to know a little about everything. Chen Ye decided to focus his smoke breath simulations mainly on the Death God. After all, it was the strongest anomaly he'd encountered and the most feasible target to simulate. So these days Chen Ye kept watching phone videos whenever he had nothing to do. He even asked Wu Jianshan if he could attend when they worshipped the death god, just to watch. He was mercilessly refused. These days, whenever Wu Jianshan saw Chen Ye, his only thought was, this kid is trouble. But Wu Jianshan had to act like a buddy for now, given his current role, otherwise it wouldn't fit his position in Chen Ye's eyes. Chen Ye was frantically improving his power. He had a feeling the peaceful days here wouldn't last much longer. Soon enough, perhaps one night when he had just gone to bed, the anomalies outside the school would rush in. Chen Ye had a premonition that the next big chaotic event would happen at night. So he modified the apocalyptic pickup truck again. To make nighttime escape easier, he added headlights and auxiliary lights to the front and front roof of the truck. Previously, to save slaughter points, Chen Ye had skimped on lights whenever possible. Of course, he couldn't let the system make a quick buck unnecessarily. He salvaged several headlights from the remaining cars of the Death God Church and installed them on the pickup. With the parts in place, the system only had to integrate and adapt them, costing very few slaughter points. It wasn't only Chen Ye who felt tense. The pink-haired girl felt it too. She hadn't bothered Chen Ye or Chu Che these past 2 days. Chen Ye often saw her standing in the snowy playground with her sword. No one knew exactly what she was doing, but Chen Ye could clearly sense a subtle change in her aura. At this moment Chen Ye stood at the doorway of class 4-1. The teacher's office on the 4th floor had been smashed. Wu Jianshan's room had been moved to class 4-1. Chen Ye had come to negotiate with Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan wanted everyone to join the Death God Church. Chen Ye wanted the Blood Eye. That meant there was something to discuss. Although Chen Ye had already traded 10 bottles of Death God blood tears for the condition, so what? He had no shame left. If he could profit and survive, what did shame matter? As his power increased, Chen Ye noticed his left eye's vision worsening. Reaching sequence 2 might mean his left eye would go blind. After that, his right eye might be affected too. If his eyesight deteriorated, his strength would definitely suffer. With a major crisis approaching, that would not be good. Wu Jianshan had been quite busy recently. Even the followers of the Death God Church didn't know what their archbishop was busy with. He was nowhere to be seen every morning, and even the vice-bishops couldn't find their archbishop. Therefore, Chen Ye came to the door of Wu Jianshan's classroom early this morning. After knocking, Wu Jianshan's voice came from inside. Come in. This was the first time seeing Wu Jianshan since the battle with the abyssal blood pupil. Chen Ye casually surveyed the classroom. Compared to the previous teacher's office, this classroom was clearly inferior. However, basic items like sofa, bed, and desk were still adequately equipped. When Wu Jianshan saw Chen Ye, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. What are you doing here? Chen Ye completely ignored Wu Jianshan's somewhat cold expression. Old Wu, long time no see, just checking what you've been up to lately. Wu Jianshan suppressed his anger, his face twitching slightly before speaking. Chen Ye, you took 10 bottles of Death God blood tears from me last time. What about what you promised me? Chen Ye chuckled. Since he came here, he naturally had some preparation. He reached into his chest and pulled out a piece of paper. The paper was densely covered with writing. What's this? Here, don't say I'm not being a good brother. This is an application form to join the Death God Church. Among our convoy members, half the survivors already want to join your Death God Church. How about that? Your buddy isn't taking your stuff for nothing. Chen Ye started spouting nonsense right from the start. Actually, there were many more survivors who wanted to join the Death God Church. The Death God Church had fixed territory and such powerful protection from the Death God. No matter how you looked at it, it was much better than wandering around with the convoy. Even though there were anomalies near the school, in this apocalypse, where weren't there anomalies? Moreover, that day when the Death God easily killed a powerful abyssal blood pupil had created a strong psychological suggestion in many people's minds. No matter what, the Death God Church was much stronger than the convoy. If Old Bao hadn't been stopping them, people would have probably joined the church long ago. When Wu Jianshan saw the densely packed names on the paper, the corners of his mouth finally revealed a trace of a smile. Old Wu, your brother here is pretty decent, right? When Wu Jianshan heard this, he felt veins bulging on his forehead. What do you want? Just say it directly. Since that's the case, then I'll be direct, brother. Shouldn't you return that thing you used to kill the abyssal blood pupil last time to me? Return? Wu Jianshan's eyes slowly widened. Chen Ye remained completely unashamed. Exactly. If it weren't for my collision last time, could you have gotten that thing? Could you have killed the abyssal blood pupil in front of so many people? Nui. No matter how you look at it, that thing should be considered mine, right? Wu Jianshan's face slowly turned red, and hot air even snorted from his nostrils. Chen Ye, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. If it weren't for you, would I have to move here to live now? If it weren't for you, the death god would never have fought the abyssal blood pupil. If it weren't for you. Wu Jianshan's voice grew louder as he spoke, even spraying saliva. Clearly, he was angered by Chen Ye's shamelessness. He unleashed a torrent of angry words at Chen Ye. Chen Ye took a tissue and wiped his face, still smiling cheerfully without feeling the slightest embarrassment. Old Wu, what are you saying? Let me ask you, do you want everyone else to join the Death God Church? If you want them all to join the Death God Church, you have to pay some price, don't you? This time Wu Jianshan truly felt Chen Ye was shameless, and the anger in his heart was rising. This transaction condition had already been agreed upon before. Yet Chen Ye was bringing it up for negotiation again. Was this even shameless? Wu Jianshan now just wanted the Death God to slash this shameless guy with one strike. Even though Wu Jianshan's face was flushed red, he still hadn't lost his rationality. He looked deeply at Chen Ye, pausing for a full 30 seconds before saying, "You want that eyeball? Fine. What will you exchange for it?" Exchange? Old Wu, tell me, what do you want? As long as I can get it, I can give it to you. Wu Jianshan snorted coldly. After a long pause, he said, I want information on all your team members, and you need to make them all join the Death God Church. In Wu Jianshan's view, Chen Ye had pretty good relationships with Chu Che and the others. Based on his understanding, these people had life and death bonds, so making Chen Ye betray them would definitely be difficult. Even with his close relationship with Chen Ye, this condition probably wouldn't be easy for Chen Ye to accept. As long as Chen Ye was a normal person, he couldn't agree to this condition. Who knew Chen Ye would agree without hesitation? Deal. Old Wu, our relationship is almost as close as real brothers. If you wanted to know their information, you should have said so earlier. Let me tell you, Chu Che is from the Pathfinder sequence. This sequence is most sensitive to anomalies. Sun Cece, your niece, you must know about her, right? Under Wu Jianshan's stunned expression, Chen Ye began thoroughly betraying his teammates. Of course, Chen Ye couldn't possibly tell the complete truth. The most important thing about lying is mixing 9 truths with 1 falsehood. Chen Ye understood this principle deeply. For example, Chen Ye didn't mention Chu Che's marking ability. At first, Wu Jianshan thought Chen Ye was just randomly spouting nonsense to deceive him. But the more he listened, the more shocked he became. Wu Jianshan wasn't an idiot. He naturally had his subordinates collect information about Chen Ye and the others. After cross-referencing what Chen Ye said with the information he collected, almost everything matched perfectly. All right, old Wu, I've told you everything. How about it? Shouldn't you give me the eyeball now? In the end, Chen Ye obtained the eyeball. After all, it was just wonder material. And just let him play with it for a few days. When they're all dead, this thing will still be mine. Facing this eyeball again, Chen Ye instinctively felt some physiological discomfort. This feeling was like holding a time bomb in your hand. Knowing it's dangerous, but you still have to hold it. When I was little, my cousin uncle often came to my house to play. Besides my dad, my cousin uncle was the person who treated me best. Before, when my cousin uncle came to my house, he always brought me toys. Later, when my dad and mom were very busy for a period, I was basically raised by my cousin uncle. Even when I had parent-teacher meetings, it was my cousin uncle who went. Ding dong, sister, you don't know. Back then our homeroom teacher thought my cousin uncle was actually my parent. Once after school, my dad came back and went to school to pick me up, but the teacher wouldn't let me go, hee. Talking about stories of her cousin uncle, Wu Jianshan. The rebellious look on the pink-haired girl's face faded considerably, replaced entirely by sweet smiles. Ding dong, you don't know, cousin uncle is now the closest person to me. The pink-haired girl's entire family had been eaten by that tree and turned into demon fruits. Therefore, her saying this wasn't exactly wrong. Ding dong frowned, feeling something wasn't quite right somewhere. By the way, Ding dong sister, how did you and my cousin uncle meet? Ding dong began recalling memories of Wu Jianshan. Uncle Wu used to be our neighbor. When I was little, our family was poor. My mom had to leave very early every morning, and I was often alone at home. Actually, I'm quite similar to you in this regard. In Ding Dong's narration, this uncle next door played a very important role in her growth. You could even say he accompanied her through her development. If not for an accident, perhaps Wu Jianshan might have become her stepfather. When Ding Dong was little, she was very thin, weak, and timid, often bullied by others, which made her want to learn martial arts to protect herself from bullying. But Ding Dong's mother had no money to enroll her in martial arts classes. So, Wu Jianshan personally taught her martial arts. You could say Wu Jianshan was both Ding Dong's master and half a father. Of course, if there were other people present, they would clearly notice the inconsistencies between these two stories. Even Ding Dong herself had previously noticed loopholes in the story. But after a while, Ding Dong forgot her previous suspicions and instead immersed herself in reminiscing about the past. Ding Dong's sister, by that calculation, we're practically relatives too, hehe. Yes, Uncle Wu is now the most important person to me. I think the same way. If anyone dares to hurt my cousin uncle, I absolutely won't let them get away with it. The pink-haired girl vowed solemnly. Moreover, with everything so chaotic here now, I've decided to stay and help my cousin uncle. Ding Dong's sister, what about you? Chen Ye had just stepped out of Wu Jianshan's office when he saw Chu Che approaching with a gloomy expression. Squad leader Chu Yu. Chu Che sneered coldly. Didn't you say earlier that squad leader Wu only gave you 4 bottles? Chen Ye scratched his head awkwardly, changing the subject. Are you planning to see old Wu too? Chu Che ignored Chen Ye and pushed open the door to classroom 1, grade 4 directly. When Chu Che emerged from the classroom, he let out a long sigh, as if trying to expel all the frustration pent up in his heart. At this moment, Chu Che was holding 3 bottles of Death God blood tears in his arms. He went to the 2nd floor. Most of the 2nd and 3rd floors were occupied by people from the convoy and the Death God Church. Pushing open a classroom door on the 2nd floor. There weren't many people in this classroom. Several beds were placed against the corners of the classroom walls, with a table in the middle that had a thermos flask on it. All the windows in the classroom were sealed shut with plastic sheets, bed sheets, and similar materials. This made the entire classroom appear quite dim. Cough, cough. As soon as he pushed the door open, Chu Che heard coughing sounds. Squad leader Chu, you're here. It was Xiao Wang, the convoy assistant, greeting him. Chu Che nodded and walked over to a bed against the wall. When the other survivors saw it was Chu Che, they all left the classroom one after another. Now, besides Xiao Wang, Chu Che, and old Bao lying sick on the bed, there was no one else in the classroom. "Hey, you've come." Old Bao lay on the bed, looking somewhat listless. His full head of grayish-white hair was scattered messily on the pillow. He seemed to want to sit up, but Chu Che pressed him back down. Who would have thought that this old Bao was only 50 years old? If Chu Che didn't know old Bao well, he would definitely think old Bao was at least in his 60s. Originally, old Bao also had a very happy family, and a 3-year-old grandson. In another 20 years, it wouldn't have been impossible for old Bao to have 4 generations living together. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse came, old Bao witnessed his family members dying one by one before his eyes. In an instant, he went from heaven to hell. Losing all his family members within just a few days caused old Bao to turn white-haired from excessive grief and develop a hunched back. With Raven Beta. His entire person also looked much older. Perhaps because this blow damaged old Bao's spirit. After coming to Rong City, the extremely cold temperatures further worsened old Bao's health condition. After the battle between the Death God and the Abyssal Blood Pupil, old Bao finally fell ill. They say illness strikes like a collapsing mountain, but recovery is like reeling silk from a cocoon. Old Bao, who had been full of energy just a few days ago, was now lying in bed. At first, Chu Che had given old Bao diluted Death God blood tears to drink. After drinking it, old Bao showed some improvement. But it only sustained him for 1 day before old Bao's body collapsed again. Seeing this situation, Chu Che went to find Wu Jianshan, and the two reached some kind of agreement, which was how he obtained the undiluted Death God blood tears from him. This was also why Chen Ye saw Chu Che at the entrance of classroom 1, grade 4. Chu Che had long understood that old Bao's spirit had already broken. Once he fell down, it was very likely he would never get up again. He hadn't expected this moment to come so soon. The deaths of all his family members had dealt too heavy a blow to Old Bao. Even the best medicine and the best doctors probably couldn't save Old Bao's life. The undiluted death god blood tears he obtained now would only extend his life by a few more days. Old Bao, just lie down, no need to get up. Here, this is the blood tears I got from Squad Leader Wu, the undiluted kind. It might help your condition. Chu Che waved the small bottle in front of Old Bao's eyes. A trace of guilt appeared on Old Bao's face. Did you promise Wu Jianshan something? No, Old Bao, you're overthinking it. Forget it. You're a superhuman, you must know what you're doing. I won't say more. Okay, Old Bao, rest well. When you recover, I'll take you away from here. Chu Che dripped a drop of the crimson blood tears into Old Bao's mouth. Old Bao's complexion looked much rosier, and after saying a few words, he fell into a deep sleep. The smile on Chu Che's face also disappeared. He understood very well that this drop of blood tears would only buy a little more time. Perhaps Old Bao himself didn't want to survive. The convoy assistant Xiao Wang, who had been watching all this from the side, remained silent, his eyes filled with sorrow. In the convoy, Xiao Wang was like Old Bao's apprentice. If not for Old Bao, Xiao Wang might have fallen behind and died long ago. Xiao Wang. Chu Che's voice snapped Xiao Wang out of his thoughts. Squad Leader Chu. Xiao Wang quickly responded. Go tell everyone that they can join the Death God Church. Xiao Wang abruptly looked up. Squad Leader Chu this. Don't say more, just do as I said. Xiao Wang lowered his head and said gloomily, okay, Squad Leader Chu. After getting the eyeball, Chen Ye was about to return to classroom 3, grade 4. But after thinking about it, he went directly to the rooftop of the teaching building. After all, classroom 3, grade 4 wasn't occupied by him alone. The rooftop of the teaching building was still covered in heavy snowfall. With a wave of his hand, a square box composed of smoke appeared, and Chen Ye directly walked into the box. Chen Ye didn't want anyone else to see what he was about to do next. He couldn't wait to take out the eyeball for appraisal. Appraisal requires consumption of 1,500 slaughter points. Confirm appraisal. Seeing the 1,500 slaughter points, Chen Ye was slightly stunned. After all, most of the previous appraisal quotes from the system hadn't exceeded 100 points. But now, suddenly there was a quote of 1,500 slaughter points. This made Chen Ye both pleasantly surprised and somewhat confused. 1,500 slaughter points system, did you miscalculate? According to the system's rules, wonder materials that can only craft wonders ranked beyond 2,000 are considered scrap materials. The system only symbolically charges a portion of slaughter points. But that doesn't mean appraisal fees are cheap. Materials that can craft wonders ranked within the top 2,000 are the precious materials worth serious treatment. Chen Ye, this works too? Although it was somewhat painful, Chen Ye still chose to confirm. But thinking that he could use this eyeball to replace his left eye, Chen Ye still felt some anticipation. The system quickly gave the result. Item name, Abyssal Blood Pupil's Eyeball. Origin, this object is an eye left behind by the Abyssal Blood Pupil, one of the 3 major anomalies in Changwang district of Rong City. This item retains some of the powerful abilities of the Abyssal Blood Pupil. If you find a high-level wonder craftsman, you can even maximize the power contained within this eye. When the Abyssal Blood Pupil was fighting the Death God, some of its abilities were even suppressed and not fully released. Even the Abyssal Blood Pupil at its peak couldn't oppose the Death God, but it definitely wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Suggestion: this wonder material is a rare and precious material. If used properly, it can even craft a wonder ranked within the top 1,000, or possibly even higher. Of course, it may also produce serious side effects. Please handle with caution. Comment: if someone wants to use it to replace their gradually failing left eye, they need to be extremely careful. Within the top 1,000? Chen Ye was ecstatic. So far, aside from the Sky Whale, Chen Ye hadn't heard of any wonders ranked within the top 1,000. Even wonder materials, he hadn't seen any. Compared to the Abyssal Blood Pupil's eyeball, the previous flayed ghost's scalp and human face scorpion's face skin could only be considered garbage materials. But how should this eyeball replace his left eye? Should he gouge out his left eye and then stuff the Abyssal Blood Pupil's eyeball in? Damn, isn't that too bloody? System: how should I use the Abyssal Blood Pupil's eyeball to replace my left eye? The familiar rotating circle appeared again. Option 1. Pay the system 500,000 to upgrade and modify the abyssal blood pupil's eyeball. After modification, the blood pupil will have automatic parasitic capabilities. 500,000? Seeing this astronomical figure, Chen Ye was momentarily dumbfounded. After calming down, Chen Ye tentatively asked, "Is there an option 2? Option 2. Find a suitable doctor to perform surgery, remove your left eye, and install the abyssal blood pupil's eyeball. Of course, you'll also need to make certain adaptations to your eyeball. You can use the observe blood moon breathing method to adjust the resonance frequency and stimulate supernatural power. If you need the second option instruction manual, please pay 1,000 slaughter points." Chen Ye. Damn it. This system is such a cliffhanger. Wonder who it learned this from. Although very reluctant, Chen Ye still paid the 1,000 slaughter points. Soon Chen Ye obtained all the detailed documentation for the second option provided by the system. To put it simply, find a doctor to perform surgery, remove the soon-to-fail left eye, and replace it with the blood eye. Of course, wanting to perform surgery in the current environment, even with all the detailed documentation provided by the system, remains quite challenging. Just the sterilization step alone is difficult to perform adequately. Fortunately, Chen Ye is a sequence superhuman, with physical constitution several times stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, even a deity couldn't perform this kind of surgery. This is only the first step, merely installing the blood pupil. The second step involves using supernatural power to adjust the resonance frequency to activate the blood pupil, allowing it to adapt with the body. After Chen Ye understood clearly, he gradually grasped the advantages and disadvantages of both options. Although option 1 consumes an astronomical amount of slaughter points, the good thing is that the entire process is safe without side effects, allowing same-day upgrade installation and same-day combat readiness. After installation is complete, most of the Blood Eye's abilities can be used immediately. This would safely and quickly elevate Chen Ye's strength to a quite considerable level. The convoy's top expert would likely have to change hands. Moreover, the 500,000 slaughter points would directly upgrade and transform the Blood Eye into a wonder. Simply put, Chen Ye would then become a wonder symbiont. This is the true second sequence. Previous things like the mechanic sequence, Chu Che and the others had long known it was just a facade. But everyone had their own secrets, so they didn't explicitly mention it. Option 2, in comparison, is much simpler and more crude, but the advantage is saving slaughter points. However, the installation process might be very painful, and after installation, breathing techniques are needed to adjust frequency, using supernatural power to stimulate the fusion and adaptation between the blood eye and the body. RS. Even if adaptation succeeds, according to the system's prediction, in the initial stage, only partial blood eye abilities can be used. Subsequent abilities can only be gradually activated after the blood eye completely fuses and adapts with the body. The benefit is that the final effect won't be worse than the first option. When the blood eye is completely accepted by the body, it will also become a wonder due to the infusion of supernatural power. The effect is the same as option 1. Chen Ye would then become a wonder symbiont. But everything needs to be done by oneself. This process will consume a very long time. But Chen Ye has no choice. He doesn't have 500,000 slaughter points. Even trying to get a loan from the system isn't possible. He still owes the system tens of thousands of slaughter points from before. Symbiosis sequence. Chu Che had previously explained the basic situation of the symbiosis sequence. The symbiosis sequence is divided into anomaly symbiosis branch and wonder symbiosis branch. One is like the old man driving the low-speed electric vehicle, symbiotically bonded with Longevity Village's hunchbacked old puppet. This is generally called anomaly symbiosis. With this kind of anomaly symbiosis, in the end, either the anomaly controls the person to become a more powerful anomaly, or the person controls the anomaly to become a more powerful superhuman. Moreover, each anomaly symbiont's abilities vary according to their symbiotic anomaly. Therefore, no two symbiosis sequence abilities are the same. Anomaly symbionts are also called the most dangerous, most mysterious, and most unpredictable sequence. How far an anomaly symbiont can ultimately reach is also determined by the anomaly they symbiotically bond with. The other type is wonder symbionts. These symbionts select wonders ranked relatively high and deeply bind with them symbiotically. Like anomaly symbiosis, How far a wonder symbiont ultimately goes is also determined by the wonder they symbiotically bond with. Of course, wonders also come in many types. For example, natural-born wonders. These are born as wonders from the start. Each one is a rare treasure. These wonders can continuously transform, and their rankings will continuously rise accordingly. All have the potential to rank within the top 10. This kind of transformation is not on the same level as Chen Ye's machete. Chen Ye suspects that the pink-haired girl's long sword is a natural-born wonder. Otherwise, how could it suddenly create a fire dragon last time? Never seen that sword have such ability before. After collecting gasoline and returning, Chen Ye had asked this pink-haired girl about it, but she was mysteriously secretive and wouldn't say. When Chen Ye saw this detailed option instruction manual, he felt somewhat uneasy. Finding a doctor is actually easy. Remember, there seemed to be a doctor among the Death God followers. This was mentioned casually by Su Lina during conversation. Reportedly, he was even a chief surgeon at some top-tier hospital. Whether he's an ophthalmologist or not doesn't matter. Just have him follow the step-by-step instructions provided by the system. Just need to find this person. Performing surgery to install the blood eye is only the first step. The subsequent use of supernatural power to stimulate activation for adaptation is the most difficult part. But Chen Ye is naturally suspicious and doesn't easily trust anyone. Now having a stranger operate on his eye, Chen Ye is extremely uneasy about it. You have to remember, this is the apocalypse. His usual attitude toward these ordinary people is quite cold. Moreover, the other party is from the Death God Church. Simply put, they're Wu Jianshan's people. What if during surgery, they give his head a stab? He's not from the Titan sequence. He doesn't have a second head. Not only that, there's another serious problem. The entire surgical process has no anesthesia. Even if there were anesthesia, Chen Ye wouldn't dare use it. Chen Ye fell into hesitation and internal conflict for a while. Continue cultivation in the evening. The previous slaughter points, due to recent spending, have reduced to around 20,000. But fortunately, the investment has returns. Chen Ye can clearly feel the growth of his supernatural power. Perhaps in another 2 days, he can advance to sequence 2. On the rooftop, Chen Ye and Ding Dong are no different from before. Chen Ye occupies one spot, Ding Dong occupies another. Under the heavy snowfall, neither disturbs the other, each cultivating separately, then returning to their own rooms to rest after finishing. Meanwhile, the Death God Church expanded throughout the entire campus in a very short time. Except for Chen Ye and Chu Che, almost everyone are Death God Church followers. Even Iron Lion, Sun Cece, and Ding Dong, these 3 are also Death God Church followers. Their joining process was exceptionally smooth. If not for Chen Ye and Chu Che, these 2 troublemakers causing obstacles, these 3 would have probably joined the Death God Church long ago. The 3 now hold positions as Death God Church vice bishops. 3 days from now, Wu Jianshan is holding a large-scale ritual in the school auditorium. Hearing this news, Chen Ye and Chu Che exchanged glances. Yeah, squad leader Chu Yezi, you 2 didn't receive notification? The pink-haired girl excitedly said to Chen Ye and Chu Che. She's now also a Death God Church vice bishop, so she feels obligated to notify the 2. No, Chen Ye and Chu Che said simultaneously, both seeing wariness and unease in each other's eyes. Squad leader Chu Yezi, we've all joined the Death God Church now, why don't you just join too? This ritual is very important. My cousin uncle said there will be Death God holy water bestowed, and then we can be like those Death God followers, not afraid of the cold anymore. As long as you join, you'll also be Death God Church vice bishops. Moreover, my cousin uncle also said, Chen Ye, Chu Che, you both previously agreed to join, you're not going back on your word, are you? These 2 guys, Chen Ye and Chu Che, had both used this reason to make deals with Wu Jianshan. Both had also scammed Wu Jianshan. But these 2 are the type who think others can join, but you want me to join? I won't do it. At least they should hesitate a bit, right? Cece, such a big matter, you should at least let us think it over properly, right? After sending the pink-haired girl away, Chen Ye and Chu Che looked at each other silently. After a few minutes, they both stood up and left without saying a single word. Both understood that Wu Jianshan might be about to make his move. Although they don't know what Wu Jianshan is plotting, it's definitely not something good. If this matter succeeds, there will definitely be no benefits for these 2. Each has their own cunning calculations in mind. Chen Ye directly went to find Sulina. When he arrived at the classroom where the survivors lived, although dangers abound outside the school, the classroom was quite lively. Many survivors were excitedly discussing joining the Death God Church. Hearing that Death God holy water would be bestowed, allowing them to shed these bulky cold weather clothes, many were very excited. When Sulina saw Chen Ye coming to find her, she was also very happy, specially dressing up, changing into a tight high-neck sweater under her down jacket, perfectly showcasing her attractive figure. Sulina believed that even if she joined the Death God Church, with a superhuman like Chen Ye protecting her, she would live better than ordinary people in the future. Regarding this, Sulina's attitude toward Chen Ye remained consistent as always. She's a very resilient woman, and also a very beautiful woman. Chen Ye, you're looking for me, Sulina said in her somewhat sweet, cloying voice. Chen Ye just glanced at this attractive woman, then said directly, "Is there a doctor in the Death God Church? Do you know if he has family members here?" Luo Tao, Dr. Luo, was 43 years old this year, originally a chief surgeon at a tertiary hospital in Rong City. Before the apocalypse, Dr. Luo was quite respected, having a very harmonious family. His wife was his university classmate and now worked as a teacher at a certain university. His career was smooth, his family harmonious. Additionally, over so many years, whether in medical ethics or personal character, Dr. Luo had no aspects worthy of criticism, thus he enjoyed a very good reputation within the hospital. Apart from being somewhat busy with work, his life was almost without any regrets. But the arrival of the apocalypse had changed many people's life trajectories, including this respected doctor. The city filled with various anomalies had made everyone panic. Dr. Luo fled Rong City with his wife. Relying on his identity as a doctor, Dr. Luo successfully joined a team planning to leave Rong City. But before they had gone far, Dr. Luo was brought to second elementary school. Coming to this elementary school, everything was fine. No need to worry about anomaly attacks, nor about food problems. As long as they moved within the range designated by the vice bishops, there generally wouldn't be any danger. Luo Tao had seen the death god of the church, a god that left a deep impression on him. The god protected their safety, and Luo Tao was truly grateful for her existence. The only pity was that his skills were no longer useful. The Death God Church had a miraculous potion. Drinking this potion would magically cure various illnesses and pains for ordinary people. Therefore, Dr. Luo's medical skills became useless. He was now just the most ordinary person among the survivors. The only thing that made Dr. Luo feel relaxed during the apocalypse was not having those endless surgeries. This actually gave Dr. Luo rare rest time. But when he returned today, his wife brought back a message. A sequence superhuman wanted to invite him to perform a surgery, with the reward being a 30-liter barrel of gasoline. Hearing this news, Dr. Luo was somewhat shocked. That was a whole barrel of gasoline. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could trade it with others for some good things. Hui, are you telling the truth? Would I lie to you? That vixen Sulina told me. Her. What? Just mentioning that slut, has your soul flown away? His wife was somewhat displeased. Since this Sulina arrived, it seemed like the souls of all the followers in the entire church had flown away. How many men wished their eyeballs could stick to that vixen every day? No, how could that be? Hui, don't talk nonsense. We've been together so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Iron Lion, right now the only one I can trust is you. If that doctor shows any sign of something wrong Chen Ye made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes fierce and sinister. Iron Lion hesitated and said in his simple-minded voice, Yezi, that can't be right. I know the person you're talking about. He's a very good person, Yes. Iron Lion, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Do you really want to watch your brother get hurt? As long as he performs the surgery properly for me and doesn't play tricks, I won't give him any trouble. I'm even giving him gasoline. I asked you here just to scare people a bit. To make sure he doesn't try any tricks. I really don't want to do anything. Really. Besides, brother, do I look like a bad person to you? Iron Lion looked seriously at Chen Ye, and after a long while said in a muffled voice yes. Chen Ye. After sending Sulina to invite the person, Chen Ye had Iron Lion come. There was no other way in this entire school. Chen Ye could only barely trust Iron Lion. Actually, Chen Ye didn't trust anyone. But Chen Ye had no better options. That's why he invited Iron Lion over. Chen Ye and Chu Che shared the same thought. In 3 days, Wu Jianshan would definitely make his move. Wu Jianshan, this once extremely close brother, was no longer the person he used to be. Within these 3 days, strengthening his own power by any means possible was the way to go. Even if he couldn't make the blood exert its full power, it would still provide some assistance. For this reason, Chen Ye had to hastily make this decision. Of course, Chen Ye would prefer to believe he guessed wrong. Iron Lion hesitated for a long time before saying, then, all right. Just after Iron Lion agreed, the classroom door was pushed open from outside. Sulina brought Dr. Luo and his wife. Although not quite understanding why he needed to bring his wife along, Dr. Luo didn't think too much about it and followed Sulina. This classroom was specifically cleared out by Chen Ye through Iron Lion. Now that Iron Lion was considered a vice bishop of the Death God Church, he had that much authority. Of course, Chen Ye didn't have Iron Lion tell anyone else about this matter. When Dr. Luo and his wife saw 2 people sitting under the dim classroom lights, they were momentarily stunned. Sulina smilingly introduced Chen Ye and Iron Lion to Dr. Luo. Iron Lion and the others hadn't joined the Death God Church for long, so naturally Dr. Luo didn't know about Iron Lion's new identity. Only a few key members within the church knew their identities. All of this would wait until after the sacrificial ceremony for Wu Jianshan to announce Iron Lion and the others' identities to all followers. Of course, that's what Wu Jianshan said. Seeing the situation in the classroom, Dr. Luo was somewhat bewildered. He thought the superhuman inviting him for surgery would have made thorough preparations. After all, since they were superhumans, they should easily be able to obtain necessary supplies and conditions from hospitals. But the scene was extremely crude. It was just a very ordinary classroom, with no surgical knives, no shadowless lamps, nothing at all. Only some tools placed in a basin nearby. This was simply, Dr. Luo, hello, I'm Chen Ye. I'm the one inviting you for the surgery. Mr. Chen, you plan to perform the surgery here? Given the current situation, it has to be this way. Dr. Luo repeatedly shook his head. Impossible, Mr. Chen. This place completely lacks the environment for surgery. I advise you to abandon this idea. Those plots in TV shows are all fabricated nonsense, completely impossible to realize. Dr. Luo thought Chen Ye intended to imitate those TV drama or movie plots, having him perform surgery in such conditions. It was simply a joke, ridiculous. Therefore, Dr. Luo didn't even ask what Chen Ye wanted him to do before starting to refuse. Indeed, many TV dramas and movies had similar scenarios. Chen Ye couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly gave Iron Lion a signal. Iron Lion hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the woman beside Dr. Luo. You? What are you doing? Mr. Wu, Mr. Chen, let go of my wife? What do you want to do? Both Dr. Luo and his wife panicked. But they were completely unable to resist Iron Lion. Iron Lion grabbing a woman was like an eagle grabbing a chick. Dr. Luo, don't be nervous. I have no bias toward any profession. I only have bias toward people's moral standards. But unfortunately, many people in this world lack morality. As long as you properly perform the surgery for me, follow my requirements, both you and your wife will be completely safe, and you'll even receive the reward I promised earlier. You. Dr. Luo became furious. Who would have thought they'd encounter such a situation? Mr. Chen, let go of my wife. I refuse the surgery, let us leave. Hee. Dr. Luo, think carefully. Chen Ye looked threateningly at Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo glared angrily at Chen Ye. Sulina stepped forward at this moment and said softly, Dr. Luo, this Mr. Chen always keeps his word. As long as you properly perform the surgery, there will only be benefits for you, no harm. Besides, you don't really have a choice now. Dr. Luo. Whether it was Sulina's soft persuasion that worked, or Chen Ye's increasingly dangerous gaze. Finally, Dr. Luo softened. All right then, I agree you. I hope you keep your promise. Of course. What do you need me to do? Chen Ye took out his eyeball. At this point, the eyeball had already been soaked in a glass bottle according to the system's guidance, the bottle filled with diluted blood tears. According to the system, doing this helped improve the eyeball's vitality. And now, this previously somewhat withered eyeball had grown several nerves, looking rather disgusting. Dr. Luo, I need you to After hearing what Chen Ye said, Dr. Luo felt cold sweat break out all over his body. This is absolutely impossible, this eye. Dr. Luo, you don't need your own opinions, just follow my requirements. Here are the operation instructions, take a look first. Chen Ye directly wrote out the detailed eye replacement operation instructions given by the system and handed them to Dr. Luo. Half an hour later, Dr. Luo looked up, both apprehensive and shocked. These eye replacement instructions weren't meant for ordinary people. Many contents within exceeded the scope of Dr. Luo's knowledge. This thing simply couldn't be used on ordinary people. If the other party was a superhuman. Dr. Luo didn't know what would happen either, but for now he could only proceed. The surgery began. Chen Ye lay on a bed made from several desks, a machete held by a willow branch dangling above Dr. Luo's head. Seeing the scene, Dr. Luo felt his legs trembling, with cold sweat breaking out on his back. He understood that if he did anything wrong, this machete would be the weapon that killed him. Chen Ye remembered seeing a scene in a TV drama once. A medical student, in an extreme situation, performed surgery on a patient using a paper cutter. Of course, there are plenty of such scenes in various movies and TV dramas. And now, Dr. Luo was holding a fruit knife in his hand, which was somewhat similar to that situation. The half-piece of wooden handle Chen Ye was biting in his mouth had been chewed to pieces. The entire process was excessively bloody. When the blood eye was taken out of the glass bottle, the blood-colored nerves on the eye wriggled like earthworms. The diluted death god blood tears completely activated the vitality of the blood eye. Su Lina was currently playing the role of an assistant, constantly wiping sweat from Dr. Luo's forehead, a handkerchief already soaked through. Chen Ye's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat, sticking wetly to his body. Su Lina couldn't bear to watch and turned her head away. When the blood eye was installed in the left eye socket, Chen Ye could clearly feel the nerves on the blood eye wriggling within the socket. This feeling was quite eerie. When Su Lina saw the scene, her face turned as pale as paper, and covering her mouth, she ran out of the classroom to vomit. Even Iron Lion's expression was quite unpleasant. The entire surgery lasted 5 hours. When Dr. Luo finished the surgery, he nearly collapsed to the ground. "Thank you, Dr. Luo," Chen Ye said in a hoarse voice. Dr. Luo didn't speak, just looked at Chen Ye with the expression of someone looking at a monster. Is this what sequence superpowers are like? It's simply inhuman. This was the only thought in Dr. Luo's mind at that moment. Iron Lion brought over an oil drum and shoved it into Dr. Luo's hand. Dr. Luo took a deep look at Chen Ye, then left the classroom with his wife. "Yezi, are you all right?" Chen Ye slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and said weakly, "You can survive having your head chopped off. This is nothing compared to that. I'm from the Titan sequence. You can't compare to me." Chen Ye was so angered by Iron Lion's words that he rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Water." Iron Lion quickly handed over the water nearby. Su Lina voluntarily took on the task of caring for Chen Ye. Su Lina herself was very willing to take this opportunity. For so long, Su Lina had been wanting to get closer to Chen Ye, but their relationship had always remained lukewarm. But this time, it was simply a perfect opportunity. Su Lina even prepared new dry clothes for Chen Ye. However, this opportunity didn't last long. After Chen Ye consumed the upgraded purified death god blood tears, the speed of his wound recovery exceeded imagination. Chen Ye sent Su Lina away. Only then did Chen Ye dare to use his supernatural power to stimulate and activate the blood eye. This process was even more dangerous than the previous eye replacement procedure. According to the system's instructions, the blood eye contained part of the anomalous energy of the abyssal blood pupil. It wasn't until late at night, after several hours of stimulation and contact, that Chen Ye finally showed a smile on his face. Opening his eyes. After several months, Chen Ye once again experienced vision in his left eye. His previous left eye had gradually whitened and gone blind. But now, Chen Ye's left eye was a blood-red eye, and just one glance at it gave people a soul-shaking power. This was probably caused by the residual power of the abyssal blood pupil. In comparison, the current blood-red left eye was more lively than the right eye, and its gaze was sharper. If ordinary people looked at this eye, they would probably be instantly scared to the point of collapsing to the ground. The recovery speed was much faster than Chen Ye had expected. This was also thanks to the upgraded purified death god blood tears, whose effects were astonishing. Of course, even though he had just undergone surgery. Chen Ye didn't give up his nighttime cultivation. But when Chen Ye appeared on the rooftop of the teaching building again, Ding Dong also appeared. Ding Dong just gave a surprised look at the sunglasses on Chen Ye's face. You. Just putting on airs, don't act like you've never seen the world before. Ding Dong. One day later, Chen Ye tried using his left eye to stare at a pack of tissues on the desk. In just an instant, the pack spontaneously combusted. This ability was a skill the blood eye had used against the death god before. But now, when Chen Ye mobilized this ability, it was far inferior to the power of the abyssal blood pupil from a few days ago. But Chen Ye was quite satisfied. After just one day, being able to achieve this level already made Chen Ye very happy. However, after using this ability, some bright red blood flowed from his left eye. The entire school was permeated with an eerie sense of excitement. Every follower of the Death God Church was excited. They all seemed happy and looking forward to the sacrificial ceremony on New Year's Eve. The 3 days mentioned earlier by the pink-haired girl happened to be New Year's Eve of 2030. After so long in the apocalypse, many people had almost forgotten about celebrating the new year. Whether Wu Jianshan did it intentionally or not, according to the Death God followers, there would be plenty of food and alcohol on New Year's Eve. The bishop would open up the material reserves then, letting everyone eat to their heart's content. The anomalies outside the school were increasing. At night, one could see countless indescribable shadows of anomalies wandering around the school, those pairs of greedy and peering eyes fixedly staring at the figures inside the school. With circumflex. The living aura of the survivors was the most delicious food in the eyes of these anomalies. The daytime situation was also deteriorating. Chu Che had said that as time passed, the anomalies would gradually adapt to the daytime environment. Chu Che had mentioned several reasons, but regardless of what caused it, Chu Che had guessed correctly. Chen Yu had already seen the 8-limbed human face appearing around the school during daytime several times. Those 8 pairs of resentful eyes would occasionally make eye contact with Chen Ye. Chen Ye even saw countless white crawlers. This time, the number was even more shocking than last time. But the survivors weren't particularly nervous. All corridors from the 1st to 5th floors were blocked with various objects. Most people couldn't see those pairs of greedy eyes and elusive shadows. Or rather, they simply didn't want to look. Gradually, the survivors actually began to adapt to this kind of life. It has to be said, people's adaptability is quite strong. But not everyone was so carefree. After her previous contact with Chen Ye and Chu Che, Choi Soon never had any further contact with them. As if that day's events were just a small interlude. Chen Ye and Chu Che didn't care about such an ordinary person either. Although this woman had quite an exotic charm. But Choi Soon was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Xuanan. A somewhat strange accent called out to Xuanan, who was looking outside through a gap in the corridor. Among the hundreds of survivors, only Xuanan dared to do this. Other survivors wished to stay as far away from the anomalies outside the school as possible. Who would dare look at them? Only Xuanan was different. He seemed quite interested in the anomalies outside the school. Turning his head, he saw Choi Soon's delicate face hidden beneath the black robe. He knew this woman. She was one of the Death God Church members. After all, a foreign woman was quite conspicuous here. Miss Choi, you're looking for me? Choi Soon looked around cautiously, then reached into her clothes and pulled out a black notebook. It was a very ordinary black soft-covered notebook. The notebook still had some dark red stains on it. Those who had experienced the apocalypse only needed one glance to understand what these were. Xuanan, remember, take this notebook to Mr. Chu and Mr. Chen. Be sure to remember. After saying this, Choi Soon turned and left quickly without stopping. Xuanan's expression remained unchanged as he quietly slipped the notebook into his clothes, cautiously looked around, and after confirming no one was nearby, he sauntered away. Xuanan, where are you going? A survivor who had just used the bathroom was shivering his way back to the classroom. While speaking, he gave a surprised look at the departing Choi Soon. This person was previously a member of the convoy. And now he was already a follower of the Death God Church, just waiting for the sacrificial ceremony to be able to wear those black robes symbolizing the Death God Church. For this guy was quite excited. Xuanan said nonchalantly, nothing, going to find Mr. Chen. The survivor's expression turned slightly strange, then he hesitated and said, Xuan, you should also persuade Mr. Chen and squad leader Chu. Everyone is part of the Death God Church now. Only they two aren't. There's no point in stubbornly holding out like this. Joining the Death God Church is actually quite good. Look, we don't lack food or drink now. When the Death God has free time, those dirty things outside the school will have to scram far away. Then our good days will come. You should persuade them. Smack. Xuan fiercely slapped the man, then kicked him in the stomach. Before the man could get up, Xuan stepped on the man's head, his ugly face becoming particularly ferocious. Who do you think you are? How dare you casually talk behind Mr. Chen and squad leader Chu's backs like that? If it weren't for them, you'd be dead long ago. Xuan, you. The man looked at Xuan in disbelief. Xuan said sinisterly, do you believe that if I report what you just said to Mr. Chen, I'll see how he deals with you? You. The man didn't dare to speak anymore. The name Chen Ye weighed on his heart like a 1,000-pound boulder. The commotion here attracted other survivors from the classroom. When they pushed open the classroom door and saw Xuan stepping on a man, someone wanted to intervene for justice, but upon hearing Xuan's words, they immediately shivered and retreated. Even an idiot would know that Xuan's actions probably had something to do with Chen Ye, and no one dared to interfere. Xuan spat on the man, then swaggered off toward the 4th floor. The man on the ground looked at Xuan with venomous eyes, wishing he could devour Xuan alive. But he remained completely motionless. This Xuan, really, we at least have some history together. How could he do this? Exactly, but I feel like Xuan is becoming more and more like Mr. Chen Ye. Hey, Xuan is just imitating Mr. Chen, isn't that obvious? The survivors guessed correctly, Xuan was indeed imitating Chen Ye. Learning Chen Ye's ruthlessness, coldness, and mercilessness. Perhaps only this way could make others wary and fearful of him. When he found his sister, Xuan felt he would be able to protect her. Xuan had secretly collected some chocolates and white rabbit milk candies. He even had a white down jacket. His sister had fair skin. She would look good in a white down jacket. Before the apocalypse, with Xuan's status as a mega-influencer with tens of millions of followers, obtaining these things would have been effortless. But now it was the apocalypse. Even Xuan had expended considerable effort to acquire them. Xuan brought the notebook to classroom 3, grade 4. Mr. Chen, squad leader Chu. Come in. Chu Che's voice came from inside the classroom. Fortunately, Chu Che hadn't gone out to do mysterious things, and Chen Ye was also there. Chen Ye had just finished consuming a bottle of upgraded purified Death God blood tears. He had a feeling that within the next couple of days, he was going to break through. Maybe in the next second, or maybe tomorrow morning. For this reason, Chen Ye didn't care at all about the consumption of slaughter points and Death God blood tears. In the dim room, Xuan immediately noticed the sunglasses on Chen Ye's face. But Xuan didn't say anything about it. Iron Lion was lying on the ground snoring loudly. Mr. Chen, squad leader Chu, this was entrusted to me by Choi Soon to give to you too. Xuan took out the notebook and respectfully handed it to Chen Ye. Chu Che beside him also became interested and quickly sat up. Chu Che casually asked a couple of questions about everyone's situation, then sent Xuan away. The two gathered around the only candle in the classroom. The entire school had no electricity, so things like candles had been brought back when people gathered supplies. Choi Soon gave this to us. They still had some impression of this woman. She seemed to know many secrets that others didn't. After opening the notebook, they discovered it was a diary. The first entry was written with the weather. October 17th, 2030. Weather, heavy snow. The two looked down, and when they saw the first sentence of the diary's main text, both of their bodies shuddered simultaneously. The sentence read, Xueqing is dead. Xueqing is dead, she's finally dead. Actually, I always knew Xueqing would die. Maybe I won't have long either. I, Xueqing, Wu Chang and many others, we all escaped to this school together. Compared to the others, we were so much luckier, but compared to the others, we were also so much more unfortunate. Because we had to endure far more fear than them before we would die. When we fled to the school, I saw a huge octopus floating outside. That octopus relied on its 8 faces. There were old people, children, young men, teenagers. I only glanced at it once. It noticed us. The 3 of us ran like crazy. Xueqing was shoved by Wu Chang, and then that octopus caught up and impaled her with a tentacle. It's ridiculous. Wu Chang had just shown favor toward Xueqing, but because their ages were so different, she would never agree. I swear Wu Chang did it on purpose. Just because Xueqing rejected him. He's a despicable, treacherous man. The reason I write this diary is to record Wu Chang's true face, so that people later can see him for who he really is. At this point, the first diary entry ended. Chen Ye and Chu Che looked at each other, both feeling that the Wu Chang mentioned in the diary sounded a lot like Wu Jianshan. Maybe they were the same person. Xuenan has been searching for his sister. Could this be that Xueqing? Should be, maybe, not sure. They continued reading. October 20th, 2030. Weather, heavy snow. Today, it's still the college. People keep dying inside the school. When we first fled here, every classroom had people, but now many classrooms are empty. I heard from others that the anomaly stormed into classrooms and dragged people away, and those people never came back. I also saw a woman entirely white as snow. That woman was an anomaly, and there were many around her, crawling on all fours, terrifying to behold. October 21st, 2030. Weather, heavy snow. More and more people are dying every day, every hour, every minute, every second people die. Some are swallowed whole by those anomalies, others are dragged away. As for where they go, no one knows. Maybe the next second will be me. What a pity, Xueqing was so beautiful, and she just died like that. I heard Xueqing had an older brother who's a big internet celebrity. Pity he had no phone, otherwise we could see what her brother looked like. If Xueqing hadn't died, how great it would be if she were my girlfriend. I'd treat her so well. Wu Chang, that idiot. One day I'll kill him. An older brother internet celebrity? Chen Ye felt a bad premonition in his chest. He had more contact with Xuenan and knew what Xuenan had given up to find his sister. Back then Mo Huiran had used that news to trick him. Chu Che's expression darkened as well. October 23rd, 2030. Weather, moderate snow. The snowfall was lighter today. I met Wu Chang. He's changed a lot, very thin, looks like he lost about 20 gene. Well, in an apocalypse like this with no food or drink, it's no wonder people get thin. There are fewer and fewer people. I chatted with Wu Chang for a bit. Today I found out Wu Chang actually graduated from one of the country's top universities. Keep in mind, our county only had one person make it in back then, my heavens. Wu Chang said he used to be the head of an internet company, once worth hundreds of millions, financially free. Later his partners robbed him of the company. The once high-ranking internet upstart lost everything overnight. Before escaping here, Wu Chang was penniless and had to survive by delivering takeout. But his delivery job often got bad reviews. In just a few days, he had so many negative reviews he couldn't keep doing it. Then the kid tried street vending, worked on construction sites, did odd jobs. Who would have thought Wu Chang's life was so varied? Of course, I also suspected he was bragging. But judging by how he spoke, it seemed genuine. Wu Chang said he was grateful for this apocalypse, because now everyone is equal. Whether you were a high official or worth millions, now we all have only one life. Wu Chang gave himself a new name, calling himself Wu Jianshan. From what he said, he felt he'd been muddling through his whole life, and only now had he truly seen the mountain. He asked me if I knew what the worship god sequence was. Damn, what the hell do I know? So Wu Chang was actually Wu Jianshan. This man had such a background. Finished reading? Chen Ye reached to turn the page but was stopped by Chu Che. Chu Che impatiently said, "Wait, I'll die otherwise, I haven't finished." After about half a minute, the diary turned to the next page. October 25th, 2030. Weather, moderate snow. Fuck, Wu Chang, no, Wu Jianshan is crazy. Damn it, he brought Xueqing back. What the hell? He put Xueqing's corpse in the next classroom, somehow obtained a bunch of incense and candles, and performed bows 3 times a day, 9 kowtows. This lunatic is insane. He treated Xueqing's corpse like a god and worshipped it. October 26th, 2030. Weather, moderate snow. My heavens, Xueqing was killed by that monster's tentacle, but now that wound has healed. I snuck in while Wu Jianshan wasn't around and saw it myself. My heavens. Everyone's gone mad. Also, I think Xueqing looks even prettier than when she was alive. No, Xueqing was always beautiful, it's just. I can't explain it. October 27th, 2030. Weather, light snow. Wu Jianshan formed the Death God Church and made us all join. He brought back a lot of supplies. I don't care what church it is, as long as there's food, we'll join. Now there are only 10 of us left. All of us join the Death God Church, and Wu Jianshan calls himself the Archbishop. He scribbles something messy on the floor of the school chapel that I can't understand. Wu Jianshan is going to hold a ceremony in 2 days as the initiation for joining the Death God Church. I don't care, as long as he feeds me, he can hold ceremonies every day. By the way, Wu Jianshan said he himself is a blind walker of Worship God Sequence 1. Who knows what a blind believer is? He's all mystical mumbo-jumbo. Wu Jianshan's brain is broken. He must be mad. He goes every day to Xueqing's room to chant sutras, all mystical and weird. And he forbids us from bothering him. Boss Zhao, relying on his size, refused to submit to Wu Jianshan. Yesterday morning he deliberately disrupted him while he was chanting. As a result, Boss Zhao was nearly beaten to death by Wu Jianshan. My heavens, Wu Jianshan can fight like that? I never knew. In front of him, Boss Zhao was like a child. Boss Zhao was beaten to death. Wu Jianshan is terrifying. October 28, 2030. Weather, heavy snow. Something happened today. Someone got sick and was about to die. Wu Jianshan gave that person a bottle of red potion to drink, and the person was healed. My heavens. If that potion existed before, it would have sold like crazy. A person on the verge of death was cured just like that. October 29, 2030. Weather, heavy snow. My heavens, I'm going to puke. I saw Wu Jianshan feed Xueqing, feed Boss Zhao's flesh to Xueqing, and Xueqing's eyes bled tears of blood. The color is exactly the same as that potion, identical. I absolutely won't be mistaken. What to do? Tomorrow is the ceremony day. Wu Jianshan definitely has something planned. I want to run. But it's snowing so heavily outside. When the diary reached this point, there was no next entry. Chen Ye and Chu Che both felt a chill run through them. The death god was actually Xue Nan's sister. Why didn't Xue Nan recognize her? Chu Che realized he'd said something stupid the moment the words left his mouth. Seeing Chen Ye's eyes brimming with derision, as if ready to mock, Chu Che hurriedly said, "Shut up, don't say anything, I get it." Who would have expected the death god to be a person? And with that 3-meter height and the aura so different from humans, there was no way anyone would associate her with being human. No wonder Xue Nan couldn't recognize her. Then they thought about the death god's blood tears. Chen Ye felt his stomach churn violently. Holy hell. So Wu Jianshan had fed the death god human flesh before, which made her shed blood tears. Because she had originally been human, and now someone had fed her human flesh. Ugh. Chen Ye staggered to the wall and vomited. Chu Che's face was blotched pale and green. He had fed old Bao so much. But seeing Chen Ye in such a sorry state, Chu Che felt a little gratified. Might as well taunt him a bit. Aren't you putting on an act? You never ate vegetables watered with human feces when you were a kid. Chen Ye was aghast, staring at Chu Che in shock. I never ate that. Chu Che. Chu Che lowered his head, unwilling to meet Chen Ye's stunned gaze. They noticed a letter on the ground that hadn't been there before. It must have been tucked in the book earlier. They were so absorbed by the diary that they hadn't noticed it. Chu Che brightened and quickly shifted focus. There's a letter here, do you want to read it? Chen Ye walked over, still looking pale and weak, but he kept a slight distance from Chu Che. Chu Che's face darkened, yet he still picked up the envelope and tore it open. The opening lines immediately grabbed both their attention. Stranger, by the time you read this letter, we may already be dead. Of course, if you got this letter, you might already know something, like those diary entries. The reason I left this letter is to stop anyone who follows us from being deceived. If you have a chance, run away as fast as you can. Get as far away as possible. Wu Jianshan is a demon. I'll tell you what happened after we arrived here. I will always remember that day, November 7th, 2030. Our convoy had 32 people in total, and we only had one captain who was in the Pathfinder sequence. It was the captain's miraculous ability that got us to this elementary school. This elementary school was empty, no, to be precise. One person was living here. We met Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan claimed to be a preacher of Worship God Sequence 2. And he had his god. Wu Jianshan declared himself the Archbishop of the Death God Church. He showed us the Death God. She was an incredibly, unbelievably beautiful girl, though her height was frightening. And she had an exquisitely beautiful pair of eyes. I had never seen eyes so beautiful. I even intended to devote myself to her and become her slave. More astonishingly, Wu Jianshan turned out to be the captain's biological brother, the deputy captain's maternal uncle, and the convoy supervisor's father. This is unimaginable. I never expected Wu Jianshan to have so many ties to our convoy. This is impossible, I felt stunned. When they read this, Chen Ye and Chu Che both broke out in cold sweat. This passage made them think of the convoy's current situation. How eerily similar it was to the letter. 5 people in the convoy turned out to be connected to Wu Jianshan. Chen Ye and Chu Che felt their heads grow dizzy at the same time. A force was blocking some kind of mental faculty in both of them, suppressing their suspicion of Wu Jianshan. Another face had briefly surfaced in their minds, a face quite different from Wu Jianshan's. But in an instant, that face realigned with Wu Jianshan's again. Chen Ye clutched his pounding head and gritted his teeth. Captain, something's not right. Chu Che shook his head violently. He rushed to the bedside, fighting the dizziness, snatched a piece of paper and scribbled a line quickly. Do not trust Wu Jianshan. He is a fake. After about 30 seconds, Chu Che stared blankly at the line he'd written, his eyes dazed. Like Chen Ye, another person had briefly risen in his mind, only to have that image merge back into Wu Jianshan's. Chen Ye ground his teeth. Damn it, even if he's a blood brother, so what? Chen Ye no longer cared whether Wu Jianshan was his brother. By now Chen Ye had made up his mind. Even if he were kin, if he wanted his life, they would have to fight for it. Chu Che's expression shifted from bewilderment to resolve. So, what if Wu Jianshan was the captain? They refused to dwell on Wu Jianshan's identity. The power of Wu Jianshan was frightening precisely because it leveraged identity. Through relationships he manipulated others so they acted according to his will. But if the target ignored that identity, the effect plummeted. Even lazy people have 3 helpers. This was the terrifying aspect of Wu Jianshan's ability. If an ordinary friend asks to borrow money, you'd bluntly refuse. But if it was someone you cared about, you might lend it. Yet Wu Jianshan hadn't expected there would be a stubborn fool like Chen Ye in the world. They continued reading the letter. What followed made them increasingly stunned. A few days later, that octopus anomaly, a giant eyeball, and a white-haired girl came to the school. There were also many white figures crawling on the ground. Wu Jianshan asked the death god to appear and drive them off. The death god should have been a newly born anomaly. Her existence was too recent. Although powerful, facing so many anomalies at once was a struggle. Then the death god activated some ability. With her star-like eyes she looked at those anomalies, and they lost their will to fight. This ability is strong. Anyone seen by those eyes will be overcome with guilt. All the regrettable actions they had done in the past surfaced one by one. Many in our convoy cried their eyes out. Reading this, the truth finally clicked for Chen Ye. Previously Wu Jianshan had used that ability too. And the death god's power had somehow been transferred to Wu Jianshan. Chen Ye thought of a word: deprivation. Worship God sequence doesn't worship others, it worships himself. What a terrifying sequence. Chu Che murmured in shock. By this point he had figured out a great deal. Having read through many _sequence profiles, he was extremely sensitive to sequence knowledge. Often, a single clue let him infer many other truths about a sequence. Chen Ye, did you ever see Wu Jianshan eat? Chen Ye recalled Wu Jianshan's eating dull as chewing wax. You mean Wu Jianshan used his sense of taste to exchange for the death god's ability? Chu Che nodded, his eyes flashing, his expression a little fearful. This sequence is twisted. He cultivates his own god. Then he gradually exchanges abilities from the god until he becomes the god himself. The stronger the god, the stronger he becomes. Worshipping God. Worshipping the future. Worshipping himself. Wu Jianshan is cunning. Chen Ye continued, counting us. This is Wu Jianshan's 3rd time. The first sacrifice, Wu Jianshan sacrificed or otherwise made disappear those who came with them initially, upgrading from sequence 1 to sequence 2. The second was this time. Chen Ye waved the paper in his hand, amusement in his expression. Another ceremony or sacrifice, and he'll reach sequence 3. There wasn't much on the back of the letter. But it still mentioned how Wu Jianshan recruited them into the Death God Church and the large sacrificial rites. After that it ended. Probably the writer realized they wouldn't live much longer. First time, fewer than 10. Second time, over 30. Third time, this time, over 100. If this one succeeds, Wu Jianshan becomes sequence 4. However, this ritual probably has limits. It only works on people inside the Death God Church. That's why Wu Jianshan kept pushing us to join the Death God Church. And the earlier 2 times were also rituals performed after people joined the Death God Church. Chu Che finished that last sentence. Aren't you, Chu Captain, the one with the eavesdropping radio? Why are you only now suddenly enlightened? Chen Ye asked in puzzlement. Having the eavesdropping radio, Chu Che shouldn't just now be grasping the truth. Have you ever seen a fool who, when alone, would tell all his plans out loud? Didn't he discuss things with his subordinates? Like the vice bishops and so on. Chen Ye didn't buy it and pressed further. Chu Che sneered, bullshit subordinates, those are all sacrifices. When you sweep the graves, do you talk to the offerings? Chu Che looked at Chen Ye as if he were an idiot. Chen Ye returned the stare. What use are you? You bastard, Chen Ye. Bang. At that moment, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. The pink-haired girl and Ding Dong walked in with faces ashen. Behind them followed several followers of the Death God Church, each looking at Chen Ye and Chu Che as if they were the vilest enemies. Captain Chu, Chen Ye, what are you two doing? The pink-haired girl's face flushed red, and even Ding Dong, who was usually very cold, looked extremely icy. Chen Ye's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He reached for the machete handle at his waist, slightly retreating behind Chu Che, adopting a posture of following Chu Che's lead. Chu Che watched the 2 women warily, fully aware of what he was about to face. Whether it was Sun Sisi or Ding Dong, he was no match for either of them. Both Sun Sisi and Ding Dong were powerful combatants in their team. As just a pathfinder, he had no chance of fighting them head-on. Even with some trump cards up his sleeve, he wasn't 100% confident. Sisi, Ding Dong, what brings you two here? Captain, wouldn't it be better if we all just peacefully get through this period? Why do you have to do this kind of thing? Is power really that important? Everyone just wants to survive. Why do you have to do this? What? Chu Che was somewhat confused. What are you holding in your hand? Only then did Chu Che realize that at some point, both the notebook and letter were in his hands. But this wasn't the time to complain about Chen Ye. Cece, haven't you considered whether your cousin-uncle is still your cousin-uncle? You. Chu Che wanted to reveal the contents of the notebook and letter. But he was directly interrupted by Sun Cece. Captain, don't say any more. Come with me to see cousin-uncle. I'll explain for you. Later. Sun Cece's expression showed extreme pain. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl who couldn't be as ruthless as Chen Ye. On one side was the captain who had gone through life and death situations with her. On the other was her closest relative. After her entire family died, meeting this only remaining relative again made Sun Cece value him greatly. If Sun Cece were still the same Sun Cece from before, with her parents and grandparents all still alive, perhaps Wu Jianshan wouldn't be so important. But precisely at this time, Wu Jianshan's significance became increasingly important. Only those who have lost something know the preciousness of regaining it. Earlier, her cousin-uncle had told her that Chu Che and Chen Ye were conspiring to seize the authority of the Death God Church's archbishop, which shocked the pink-haired girl greatly. No, yes. Wu Jianshan's original words were for the pink-haired girl to directly kill Chen Ye and Chu Che. But the pink-haired girl simply couldn't do it. As for Ding Dong, although she hadn't been with the team for long, they had still shared life-and-death experiences. Moreover, Chu Che was truly a good captain. She didn't want to attack Chu Che. So, Ding Dong turned her gaze toward Chen Ye. In comparison, this Chen Ye was much more dangerous. When Chen Ye saw Ding Dong's gaze directed at him, his heart tightened. The other side had both Sun Cece and Ding Dong. Not to mention Ding Dong, just Sun Cece alone was probably more than he could handle. Chu Che was a pathfinder, and his trump cards were likely useless in this situation. Therefore, today's scenario would most likely be Sun Cece and Ding Dong both fighting him alone. If you can't win, run. This was old Devil Han's principle for handling situations. But in the current circumstances, there was no way to escape. As for Iron Lion, this guy still hadn't woken up. Does he really sleep that well? Today's situation was already very clear. Most likely, Wu Jianshan had deceived Sun Sisi and Ding Dong, telling them that he and Chu Che were conspiring to rebel and seize power. At this point, explaining further would be useless. Chen Ye wasn't narcissistic enough to think that with just a few words from him and Chu Che, he could make these two believe two outsiders over their closest relatives, cousin uncle and Uncle Wu. Even if it were him, in such a situation, he would be more likely to believe whoever had a closer relationship first. As for slowly presenting facts and reasoning later, don't kid yourself, by then the grass on the grave would be 3 feet high. Anything said now would sound like excuses. Probably Wu Jianshan had already prepared them for this. Since that's the case, he might as well be shameless for once. It wasn't the first time anyway. Sorry, Captain. Better you suffer than me suffer. Chen Ye, you're the most selfish and cunning person. Do you really think your little tricks can fool everyone? And to think my cousin uncle treated you like a brother. Sun Sisi glared angrily at Chen Ye, with a trace of deep disappointment in her eyes. Chen Ye lightly shifted his feet, first moving away from Chu Che's side, then slowly positioning himself on Ding Dong and Sun Sisi's side under everyone's confused expressions. What do you want to do? Sun Sisi placed her hand on her sword hilt. Ding Dong's entire body tensed. Chu Che nervously swallowed. Chen Ye drew his machete and, under everyone's wary gazes, pointed the blade directly at Chu Che. Captain Chu, don't blame me for not being loyal, but what you're doing is truly immoral. We came here and received care from my brother Old Wu. He's not just your captain, but also my brother. He's Sun Sisi's cousin uncle, Iron Lion's second uncle, Ding Dong's Uncle Wu. Sisi, Ding Dong, fortunately you came, otherwise I would have been fooled by this guy. Actually, I've always been on your side. I report that Chu Che forged evidence, attempting to overthrow the Death God Church, establish his own Fairness Church, and make himself Archbishop. I'm the witness. The notebook and letter in his hand are the evidence. The group of Death God followers behind them looked completely confused, not quite understanding what had just changed. Sun Sisi. Ding Dong. Chu Che. The first to react was Captain Chu Che. Captain Chu's face slowly turned from pale to purplish red. Sun Sisi felt steam rising from the top of her head. As for Ding Dong, this woman didn't know what expression she should make at this moment. Chen Ye, where's your conscience? Don't you have one anymore? When the group left the classroom, Iron Lion was still sound asleep, even lightly snoring. Looking at this guy like this, Chen Ye was truly envious. They say the dumber a person is, the less they have on their mind, and the less likely they are to suffer from insomnia. It seems that's really true. Sun Sisi planned to take Chen Ye and Chu Che to see Wu Jianshan. Ding Dong took the lead, with Chen Ye and Chu Che in the middle, and Sun Sisi at the rear. Chen Ye's earlier declaration had made the Death God followers treat him much more kindly. After all, Chen Ye was a sequence superpower user. Although Chen Ye didn't care about the Death God followers' attitudes, both Sun Sisi and Ding Dong didn't know how to treat Chen Ye for the moment. Therefore, it looked like Chen Ye, Ding Dong, and Sun Sisi were escorting Captain Chu Che. Sun Sisi's expression wasn't good at this moment. This foolish woman usually appeared decisive in killing, but at times like this, she seemed somewhat troubled and conflicted. After all, she was only 18 years old. Sun Sisi was already planning in her heart to say more good words for the two of them in front of her cousin uncle later. As soon as Chen Ye stepped out of the classroom, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He saw a corpse hanging from the big tree in the school playground. Although Chen Ye was still wearing sunglasses, he recognized the corpse at a glance. That black robe, the black robe tightly clinging to the well-proportioned body. And that delicate little face. The nation's songstress, Choi Soon. Under the heavy snow, Choi Soon's corpse had accumulated many snowflakes. Many survivors stood in the corridor pointing at Choi Soon. This woman had always wanted to leave with the convoy. Unexpectedly, she died here. Outside the school, pairs of eerie crimson eyes watched everything happening inside the school, with twisted or evil figures lurking in the shadows. Tomorrow would be New Year's Eve. Wu Jianshan planned to launch the sacrificial ceremony precisely tomorrow. However, if everything went according to Wu Jianshan's wishes, wouldn't that be too boring? You're really not human. On the way to see Wu Jianshan, Chu Che said quietly. Chen Ye spread his hands. No, if you can't beat them, join them. Isn't that perfectly normal? Che gave Chen Ye a surprised look, then chose to remain silent because classroom 4-1 was quickly approaching. Chen Ye and Che saw Wu Jianshan again. The man looked even thinner than before, his entire face like a skeleton wrapped in skin. Sun Sisi and Ding Dong escorted the two men there before leaving. Sun Sisi seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by Wu Jianshan. Don't worry, they're also my friends. I won't do anything to them. With that, Sun Sisi could only leave. Wu Jianshan waved a hand toward Chen Ye and the other. Please sit. This classroom had now been converted by Wu Jianshan into his private office and bedroom. A desk was placed toward the back of the classroom, though there were no documents on it. Beside it stood a single bed. It looked quite simple and crude. In the middle was placed a tea table. 2 chairs had already been prepared opposite the tea table. I heard you really like drinking tea, Che. I wonder if you'll like today's tea. Wu Jianshan sat in the main seat and, regardless of how Chen Ye and Che might react, began brewing tea on his own. The two men exchanged glances before slowly sitting down. Chen Ye remained constantly vigilant in his heart. Che didn't speak, just watched quietly. Steam began to rise gently in the air, boiling hot water was poured into the teapot, and the tea leaves unfurled within. The brown-red tea liquor was soon poured into a transparent fairness cup, carrying rising steam that looked quite comforting on such a snowy day. Small teacups in front of the two men were also filled with some tea liquor. Due to squad leader Chu's stinginess, Chen Ye hadn't drunk tea in a long time. Chen Ye couldn't tell whether this tea was good or bad, but being able to drink tea at all was quite rare now. Anyway, this tea tasted like divine nectar in Chen Ye's mouth. When Che drank the hot tea, the expression on his face relaxed somewhat. Che, Chen Ye, you must have seen those notebooks and letters by now, right? Wu Jianshan suddenly said. Che tensed up, nearly spilling the tea in his hand. Chen Ye's expression, however, remained neutral. Actually, I've been looking for this thing all along. I just never expected it to be in Choi Soon's hands. Wu Jianshan tossed the notebook onto the table, a trace of helplessness flashing at the corner of his mouth. This notebook had passed from Choi Soon's hands to Xue Nan's hands, then to Sun Sisi's hands, and finally returned to Wu Jianshan's hands. Choi Soon used to be really popular domestically, and quite beautiful too. When she first arrived here, someone tried to take advantage of her, but I protected her, It was also me who provided her with food, letting her survive. One could say that if it weren't for me, over 90% of the people here wouldn't have survived. But alas, there are always people who don't know how to be grateful. Chen Ye, I killed Choi Soon. Do you think I was wrong? While saying these words, Wu Jianshan wasn't looking at Che, but rather at Chen Ye. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. If I were you, I'd do the same. Wu Jianshan gave Chen Ye an appreciative look. Then he looked at Che. Che didn't speak. You've read the diary, read the letters, so you should know what the God Worshipper sequence is really about now. God worshippers actually worship themselves. I don't even know how I awakened, how I became a God worshipper. At first, I was very happy because I had also become sequence supernatural. But this happiness only lasted a very short time. Early-stage God worshippers are really weak. God worshippers with no God to worship aren't much stronger than ordinary people. At that time, I thought of many methods, and only as a last resort did I find Xue Qing. Oh right, she's the sister of that ugly man in your convoy. When I first learned that worshipping gods required sacrifices, I was really conflicted too. I'm not a murderous maniac, but people always change. Without sacrifices, those anomalies would charge into the school and tear all of us to pieces bit by bit. What happened later, you probably guessed it too. Yes, I sacrificed them to the death god. You really have no idea. With the first sacrifice, I went from sequence 1 to sequence 2. The stronger the death god becomes, the more powerful things I can exchange from her. This feeling of growing stronger is truly too addictive. Look at my eyes. Yes, these eyes were previously on the death god herself. Compassionate mask. Even the 8-limbed human face and abyssal blood pupil cannot resist the death god's power. This is what I exchanged for my sense of taste. As long as I grow stronger and stronger, I will become the god, no longer needing to worship others. Wu Jianshan began chattering incessantly, like chatting with old friends. No hysterics, no mad roaring. But when he spoke of sacrifices, his whole demeanor became somewhat neurotic. Sure enough, All of Chu Che's guesses were correct. After the first time, there came the second time. Since you've guessed it, I won't hide it from you. But honestly, I don't think I did anything wrong. As long as I become powerful enough, I can drive away these anomalies. As long as I offer enough sacrifices, sequence 4, sequence 5, even sequence 9. None of it is particularly difficult. So, what if some ordinary people get sacrificed? Looking throughout world history, which great figure didn't have heaps of bones beneath their feet when rising to high positions? A general's achievement costs 10,000 lives. So, what if a few people die? Which dynasty, which civilization doesn't have deaths? I'm not wrong. When he spoke these last 3 words, Wu Jianshan's volume slightly increased, and his expression became agitated. Chen Ye, I know you and I are the same kind of people. You should understand me, right? Both of you are smart people too. Many matters should prioritize the greater good. Wu Jianshan concluded with prioritize the greater good. This statement wasn't meant for Chen Ye, but for Chu Che. Wu Jianshan had long had people investigate Chen Ye's affairs. Therefore, in Wu Jianshan's view, Chen Ye was the same as himself. Chen Ye, stared at by Wu Jianshan, had flickering, profound eyes. Children distinguish between right and wrong. Adults only distinguish between advantages and disadvantages. Chen Ye didn't judge whether Wu Jianshan's actions were right or wrong. But if you treat me as a sacrifice too, then that's your mistake. What greater good? Often when someone tells you to prioritize the greater good, you're not included in that greater good. Yezi, Ha, now I invite both of you to join the Death God Church. You help me, and after this time, I'll reach sequence 4. Once I become sequence 4, the Death God will grow stronger, and I will grow stronger too. By then, we can drive away all the anomalies in Rong City and rebuild humanity's home once again. Yezi, Ha, I need you. Wu Jianshan's eyes were incredibly sincere. Not only that, Wu Jianshan also pulled out from under the table a full case of tea leaves and a full 5 cartons of Huazi cigarettes. Just looking at the tea packaging showed it wasn't ordinary. Who knows where Wu Jianshan found it? Chu Che looked at this packaging, his eyes sharply contracting. Clearly, he recognized what kind of tea this was. And Chen Ye, looking at those 5 cartons of Huazi, also swallowed hard. His current cigarette reserves were running low. Cigarettes, for Chen Ye now, weren't just about nicotine addiction anymore, but also a combat method. Chen Ye finally showed a smile on his face. Bishop, please take care of me from now on. Wu Jianshan didn't expect Chen Ye to agree so quickly, asking, You agree just like that? Chen Ye chuckled. If you can't beat them, join them. I don't see any problem with that. The expression on Chu Che's face looked like he'd eaten something disgusting. Thus, Chen Ye and Chu Che became the Death God Church's new vice bishops. By the time the 2 men left Wu Jianshan's office, it was already evening. Ghostly shadows clustered around the school, and the entire campus had sunk into terrifying silence. Chu Che sighed and asked, Do you believe what Wu Jianshan said? Chen Ye spread his hands. What if I don't believe him? You think I was joking? Chu Che gave Chen Ye a suspicious look and chose to remain silent. Chen Ye snorted coldly in his heart. Believe? Only a ghost would believe his words. If Wu Jianshan really reached sequence 4, we'd probably die without even knowing how. As for whether what Wu Jianshan said was right or wrong, Chen Ye didn't care whether Wu Jianshan had some grand goal. But Chen Ye wasn't willing to sacrifice himself to achieve this so-called grand goal. Perhaps. No, this method is too inhumane. On the sports field, Choi Soon's body still hung under the tree, the heavy snow having completely covered it. There was no wind. Choi Soon's corpse looked like a sunny day doll beneath the large tree. Tomorrow is the final day. The sacrifice will be held in the evening. Even though ghostly shadows loom heavily outside the school, the survivors' excitement remains impossible to suppress. According to the bishop's words, as long as the sacrifice is held tomorrow, the death god will become even more powerful. By then, even if all those anomalies outside the school gates joined forces, they wouldn't be able to compare to the death god. Forget just one school, the entire Rong City district would be reclaimed. Not a single anomaly would remain throughout the entire Rong City district. By then, humans would return to their previous way of life. Chen Ye lay on the bed, his superhuman hearing still able to pick up the excited whispering from the next room. Lying on the adjacent bed was Chu Che. Both men had things on their minds. Chen Ye simply didn't believe a word of the nonsense Wu Jianshan had spoken. The cigarettes could be taken, but the words couldn't be listened to. Once Wu Jianshan reached sequence 4, combined with those two idiots Ding Dong and Sun Cece, he would become nothing more than fish on the chopping block. Chen Ye absolutely wouldn't allow such a situation to occur. Chu Che's thoughts at the moment were largely similar. That guy Iron Lion had returned after eating dinner in the evening. Now he was asleep again. After all, there was nothing else to do. What else could one do besides sleep? These were Iron Lion's exact words. Chen Ye had already seen Death God followers patrolling past the classroom door 3 times in a row. Each time they passed the classroom door, they would shine a flashlight through the window, seemingly checking whether Chen Ye and Chu Che were actually sleeping. Both men understood these were sentries dispatched by Wu Jianshan. "Captain, do you need to use the restroom?" "A bit. How about we go together?" "All right." Just as they finished speaking, when the Death God followers shone their flashlight through for the 4th time, Chen Ye and Chu Che simultaneously appeared at the window position. A with a cute OE. Meanwhile, their beds each had a lump under the covers, making it look like both men were sleeping soundly under their blankets. Squad leader Chu Yor. "Let's not speak of what we both understand. You mind your business, I'll mind mine." The two men exchanged a glance, and Chen Ye directly stepped onto steps formed by smoke breath and disappeared into the darkness. As for Chu Che, a rope had long been hanging down from the windowsill. A head poked out from the window below. It was none other than the convoy assistant Xiao Wang, along with Xuan Nan and Su Lina. In the shadows near the school gate, a figure completely wrapped in a black robe slowly appeared under the blood moon. This person's appearance instantly caused restless stirring among the surrounding anomalies. "I know you can understand human speech. Send someone who can make decisions." A snow-white figure appeared not far from the black-robed one. The snow-white figure was entirely white from head to toe, with snow-white hair reaching all the way to their heels. Under the faint illumination of the bloody moonlight, they revealed a somewhat cold, doll-like face. The snow-white figure stared at the black-robed one without speaking. Those snow-white eyes reflected the black-robed figure's image. Facing these anomalous auras, the black-robed figure remained completely still within their cloak. "Hee hee. Who is this, so mysterious? Could it be you're up to some shady business?" A massive octopus anomaly silently appeared on the other side of the black-robed figure, not disturbing a single snowflake. Huff huff. A huge wolf face appeared directly in front of the black-robed figure, less than 10 centimeters away. The foul, stinking breath sprayed onto the black-robed figure, who acted completely unaware. Living human fragrant. So fragrant. The black-robed figure remained motionless, as if the wolf face before them didn't exist. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Wu Jianshan will hold a sacrificial ritual. Do you know what this means?" As these words were spoken, the previously restless darkness instantly fell into silence. However, more eyes lit up within the darkness, some crimson red, some jade green, others dull yellow. Each pair of eyes represented an indescribable anomaly. The black-robed figure silently turned and left, their form disappearing into the darkness. A very cold voice came from within the darkness. "Sequence 4, huh? It's only level 4, yet Wu Jianshan is this arrogant." "Don't put it that way." Wu Jianshan previously had that woman consume a Pathfinder sequence superhuman, and that woman's power increased dramatically. Now there are a full 5 superhuman sequences. If that woman really consumes them all, we'll be in trouble by then. "When do we strike?" "Sooner rather than later, as quickly as possible." "Who is that person? Why would they tell us this?" "Don't know, but humans are truly complicated." "Complicated is good, hee hee." "In that case, why not strike tonight?" That person's aura feels somewhat familiar. In a deserted location, Chen Ye pulled out the last bottle of Death God blood tears from his chest. Calling it the last bottle might not be entirely accurate, because Chen Ye had poured all his remaining blood tears into this small bottle. The bottom of the small bottle was already covered with a shallow layer of blood tears. These blood tears seemed to have life of their own, rushing and struggling within the small bottle. At the same time, Chen Ye used all his slaughter points to maximally upgrade these blood tears. Maximal upgrading meant using all slaughter points for upgrading, leaving none behind. The upgrade countdown had just reached 0 moments ago. He was now only a hair's breadth away from sequence 2. It always felt like if he could just break through that thin barrier, he could enter the main hall. Whether he could succeed now depended entirely on tonight. After learning about the blood tears' background, Chen Ye still felt some resistance toward them. But now that they'd reached this critical moment, there was no choice. If he didn't enhance his strength, he might die tomorrow without even knowing how. Opening the glass bottle, Chen Ye poured all the remaining blood tears into his mouth. He immediately activated his breathing technique. The moment the blood tears entered his mouth, Chen Ye felt an unprecedented, powerful energy assault him. The barrier existing between Sequence 1 and Sequence 2 faintly emitted sounds of shattering. 2 hours later, Chen Ye returned to Classroom 3, Grade 4. He happened to encounter squad leader Chu Che, who had also returned early. The two men exchanged a knowing glance, neither mentioning what they had been doing outside. Just as Chen Ye was about to sleep, he saw Chu Che hand him a bag. Chen Ye was somewhat surprised. Above this bag floated two large characters, Chen Ye. These two characters were like those glowing signboard characters in front of shops, shining brightly before his eyes, even somewhat dazzling. This was the Pathfinder's marking ability. Remember to carry these stones with you. Drop one every so often, I'll be able to see them. The Pathfinder's marking ability could place marks on any object and could make these marks visible to anyone he wanted to see them. It could also prevent anyone he didn't want to see them from seeing them. Just like the grouping function when posting on social media. Chu Che's meaning was simple. He was placing a mark on Chen Ye. Squad leader Chu Yu. We both understand in our hearts. No need for pointless talk. This time, let's all escape separately, survive as many as we can. With these stones, at least I'll still be able to find you all. Remember, before I find you all, don't die. Chen Ye saw that Iron Lion's head also had two large glowing characters, Iron Lion. Clearly, Chu Che had prepared in advance. But just at that moment, both Chen Ye and Chu Che abruptly looked toward the school gate direction. There was a terrifying aura coming from there. Someone had entered the school. Even Iron Lion, who had been in the midst of dreaming, opened his eyes, with Mad Lion's eyes simultaneously opening as well. Not only that, but Sun Cece and Ding Dong, who had been resting on the third floor, immediately sat up from their beds, looking toward the school with tense expressions. Wu Jianshan in Classroom 1, Grade 4, who had originally been meditating, now also wore an extremely unpleasant expression. All the survivors were startled awake at this moment. A rotting foot stepped across the school gate threshold, leaving a deep imprint in the snow. The blood moon hid behind the clouds, unwilling to witness the human tragedy below. Only the white snow on the ground provided faint light, casting the world in a pale, deathly pallor. The incessant heavy snowfall had finally stopped. Around the school, no, throughout the entire Wrong City, the anomalies seemed to have received some kind of signal at this moment. Whether near the school or elsewhere, all those bizarre, misshapen existences simultaneously raised their heads to look toward Wrong City Second Elementary School. Some hid in residential buildings, others in deserted hotels, and still others in government office buildings. Some humanoid, some bestial, they all began moving toward the second elementary school. If viewed from above, one could see that the second elementary school was already surrounded by a dense ring of anomalies. Countless anomalies were converging from all directions. For a moment, other areas of Wrong City actually formed a brief vacuum safety zone. Chu Che sensed these abnormal movements among the anomalies, and for the first time, this usually composed captain turned pale. Yezi this time. I'm afraid we're finished. Yezi. Chu Che turned his head, only to discover that Chen Ye had already vanished. Damn it. Captain. Don't worry, even if I die, I'll die before you. Just as Chu Che was panicking, a strong figure stepped in front of him. Iron Lion, or rather, the Mad Lion personality, had awakened. The massive physique and ferocious aura gave Chu Che some sense of security. Mad Lion, you're the one I can count on. That bastard Chen Ye. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Mad Lion's large face twist into a ferocious grin. Hee hee. This time, I can finally have some real fun. Whoa, here I come. As soon as these words were spoken, Mad Lion charged toward the classroom door like a tank, creating a hurricane-like gust. The classroom door was completely smashed off its hinges by this brute. Along with the cardboard and plastic sheets sealing the balcony, everything was torn open by the massive body. Cold wind instantly poured in, leaving Chu Che standing bewildered in the icy blast. Damn you, didn't you say you were going to protect me? Grandsons, your granddaddy is here. Mad Lion leaped directly from the 4th floor, descending like an iron tower from the sky, stirring up a cloud of snow upon impact and smashing a large crater into the hardened ground. Are Nigeria Nairobi? The campus was now filled with countless white crawlers, spreading toward the teaching building. Iron Lion laughed heartily, punching one grotesque face after another, sending them flying. But in the next second, countless more grotesque faces swarmed over him. You fucking. Chuche had just managed to curse 3 words when he saw the convoy assistant Xiao Wang appear anxiously at the classroom door. Not just Xiao Wang alone, but also Xue Nan, Su Lina, Zhou Xiao. Captain, there are anomalies, so many anomalies. What should we do? What else can we do? Grab old Bao and run. Did you prepare the things I told you to get ready earlier? Yes, Captain. Chuche's thinking aligned with Chen Ye's. Fighting the anomalies now would be the stupidest move. Forget about the anomalies' superhuman vitality, just their numbers alone made them impossible to eliminate completely. These crawlers in the school were merely the lowest combat force among Rong City's anomalies. Those terrifying auras hadn't even appeared yet. Even though Chen Ye had now reached Sequence 2 Mist Barrier Master, he still didn't consider himself a match for so many anomalies. Moreover, the surrounding anomalies would only keep increasing. At this moment, Chen Ye stood in the shadows of the teaching building, his smoke breath having completely filled this corner, burying his own form within it. This smoke mist was quite different from previous versions. This was the ability of Smoke Apostle Sequence 2 Mist Barrier Master, an absolute aura concealment upgraded from the basic smoke mist. Previous smoke mists could only block the vision of anomalies or people. Anomalies came in countless varieties, and against some with keen perception abilities, the smoke mist might not be very effective. Or against anomalies with superhuman smell or hearing, the smoke mist would seem somewhat weak. After advancing to Mist Barrier Master, the concealing ability of the smoke mist had been enhanced. Whether vision, smell, hearing, or perception, as long as within the smoke mist's range, all would be blocked. Anyone entering the smoke mist area would experience blindness, deafness, loss of smell, and perceptual confusion. Unless it was Chen Ye himself. Otherwise, no one could locate Chen Ye's position under the current absolute aura concealment. Several crawlers had just passed by the smoke mist area but completely failed to detect the living person hidden in the darkness nearby. Of course, no ability was perfect. This ability had both advantages and disadvantages, the drawback being it couldn't move with him. Otherwise, this ability would definitely surpass Captain Chuche's concealment barrier. Chen Ye's current position happened to be the closest to the apocalyptic pickup truck. Chen Ye had already decided that as soon as an opportunity appeared, he would dash toward the apocalyptic pickup truck without hesitation. However, what made Chen Ye extremely wary were the several massive aura presences standing around the school's perimeter. Among them were clearly the octopus anomaly floating in the air, the snow-white snow woman, and several other bizarre-shaped shadows. One massive figure with a wolf head kept sniffing the air with its nose. Before Chen Ye had time to deploy his absolute aura barrier mist, this giant wolf had been sniffing in this direction for quite a while. Fortunately, Chen Ye reacted quickly, rapidly covering his own aura with the absolute aura barrier mist. Each of these shadows made Chen Ye feel deeply apprehensive. Even though confident in his absolute aura barrier mist, Chen Ye still didn't dare move recklessly. Who knew what abilities these anomalies possessed? While Chen Ye was slacking off in his corner of the battlefield, the crawlers had already approached the teaching building. The teaching building's stairways were packed with white crawlers. Some crawlers were even climbing up the building's exterior walls, using hands and feet to search for signs of living beings. Screams began emerging from within the teaching building, and some could even see crawlers violently smashing classroom windows. It's anomalies. There are anomalies, quickly informed the bishop. Superhumans, we need superhumans. Only they can deal with anomalies. Oh my God. Blood tears of compassion, bones paving the divine path. Our Lord above, witness the end times. Instantly, the entire second elementary school teaching building descended into complete chaos. Suddenly, brilliant flames erupted from the 3rd floor. A fire dragon surged out from a classroom, accompanied by dragon-like roars. The plastic sheets and cardboard sealing the third-floor corridor instantly caught fire, with sparks spreading to the ceiling materials on the second and fourth floors, beginning to blaze fiercely. As soon as the fire dragon appeared, it coiled around the entire teaching building, and the crawlers that had just climbed up turned into puffs of black ash before they could even scream. A young girl stood on the third-floor corridor railing, her pink hair flying in the night wind. She wore a white down jacket on top, while below showed long, pale, slender, straight legs, with high-top sneakers on her feet. If an ordinary person dressed like this in such freezing temperatures, they'd probably be called insane. But on this girl, it didn't seem strange at all. Especially in this environment. The fire dragon coiled around the girl, accentuating her current appearance, making her resemble a goddess. The survivors who saw her all had starlight shining in their eyes. The girl's current image formed a stark contrast with Chen Ye's slacking-off demeanor. This time when the anomalies surrounded the school, if they had still formed a single convoy like before and fled to one specific location, given the nature of the anomalies, it was highly likely that no one would escape. Moreover, Sun Cece, Ding Dong, and Iron Lion might not necessarily abandon Wu Jianshan. Although Chu Che also felt some sadness, after all, squad leader Wu had treated him well before, and if not for him, Chu Che would have died long ago in that apocalyptic catastrophe. After reading those diaries and letters, Chu Che had already decided to break with squad leader Wu. As for Chen Ye, this guy didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Even now, with the anomalies attacking the school, Chen Ye had simply chosen to hide in a small corner and slack off, with no intention of contributing any effort. Wouldn't it be better to save his strength to escape later? Chen Ye saw Sun Cece standing by the third-floor railing and thought this woman looked absolutely dashing at this moment. If he could take out his phone and capture the scene, it would be wallpaper material. Phone? Chen Ye stealthily slipped his hand into his pants pocket, planning to take out his phone so he could properly record the death god when she appeared later, making it easier to simulate in the future. But just then, Chen Ye suddenly sensed an overwhelming feeling of danger rushing toward him. In an instant, a cold sweat droplet appeared on Chen Ye's forehead. He slowly turned his head. A snow-white figure was walking toward him step by step. The snow-white figure had hair that reached all the way to her ankles, and as she moved, her hair flowed as if stirred by an unfelt wind. Then there were those icy white eyes. Just one glance made one feel frozen to the bone. Each time the white figure took a step forward, the surrounding crawlers would crouch low, displaying extremely respectful postures. Even the falling snow on the ground seemed to submit before this white figure. So powerful. This was the only thought in Chen Ye's mind. Closer. The white figure was getting closer and closer. Chen Ye gripped the handle of his machete, his palm sweat already dampening the willow branch wrapped around the handle. The white figure's gaze was scattered and unfocused, making Chen Ye unable to determine whether he had already been discovered. Even though he knew his absolute aura concealment ability could block all traces of living human presence from his body, Chen Ye still couldn't stop his heart from racing. But just then, the white figure suddenly stopped less than 3 meters from the darkness where Chen Ye was hiding. Chen Ye felt his heart leap into his throat. Damn it, of all the places you could stand, why right in front of me? However, Chen Ye felt slightly relieved. The white figure wasn't looking toward his hiding spot, but rather toward the third floor. Sun Cece, standing by the railing on the third floor, had also noticed this white figure. A fire dragon coiled around her body, roaring at the white figure. New beta. Roar. Even from this distance, Chen Ye could feel a wave of heat rushing toward him. Sun Cece's expression was more serious than ever before, her pink hair flying wildly around her, her delicate face tightly drawn. The white figure completely ignored the fire dragon's provocation, simply extending a nearly transparent index finger and gently pointing towards Sun Cece. Whoa! Countless white crawlers surged forward like a tidal wave, madly rushing toward her. Sun Cece muttered incantations under her breath, and the fire dragon roared before similarly charging toward the crawler tide. When the two sides met, countless nauseating smells of scorched flesh filled the air. The white figure paid no attention to the crawlers being burnt to charcoal by the fire dragon, instead gently pointing toward Iron Lion. The crawler tide charged directly toward Mad Lion. Mad Lion was instantly submerged by countless crawlers, and soon, the crawlers piled up into a small mountain over him, completely obscuring the big fool's figure. Get lost. But just then, the crawler mountain exploded violently, revealing a nearly 4-meter-tall muscular devil man standing among the crawlers. The muscular devil man's hands transformed into flesh and blood battle axes, and countless crawlers were cleaved in two beneath those axes. Yet even so, the crawlers continued to madly surge forward. An agile figure darted through the crawler tide. It was Ding Dong. This woman moved like a fish in water, nimbly utilizing every improbable gap as she charged directly toward the white figure. By the time Chen Ye spotted Ding Dong, the woman was already executing a high kick that came crashing down hard toward the white figure. A swirling blizzard rapidly formed around the white figure, blocking Ding Dong's downward kick. Before Ding Dong could react, the girl's transparent finger gently pointed toward Ding Dong through the air. Boom! Countless snowflakes swarmed together like a speeding locomotive, slamming hard into the woman. The wall where Ding Dong hit developed spiderweb-like cracks. Chen Ye gasped. This anomaly was so powerful. Good thing I'm well hidden. Gah! Ding Dong spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning deathly pale. Chen Ye was well aware of this woman's combat capabilities, yet she couldn't even withstand a single attack from this white anomaly. Roar! The fire dragon broke through the crawler's encirclement and charged directly toward the snow woman. The snow woman pointed toward the fire dragon again, and countless snowflakes formed a massive white snow dragon. The two collided violently in midair. Countless white steam filled the entire school. Sun Cece was breathing heavily, her sweat having soaked through her hair and clothes. The fire dragon consumed an enormous amount of her energy. Yet even this full-power attack had been easily neutralized by her opponent. Sun Cece felt her heart turn to ice. The fire dragon transformed into a long sword that floated beside Sun Cece, the blade trembling and emitting sword chimes as if warning her that a powerful enemy was approaching and she should flee quickly. Ding Dong was already injured, and Mad Lion was being besieged by endless crawlers. Captain Chu was out of the question. Pathfinders weren't skilled in combat. As for the other anomalies, they hadn't even made their move yet. Just this single white figure had reduced their group to such a pathetic state. And Chen Ye, right, Chen Ye? Where had he gone? Chen Ye, come out quickly, we can't hold on any longer. Sun Cece gritted her teeth and shouted loudly. Chen Ye. Sun Cece called Chen Ye's name while scanning her surroundings. Little did she know that Chen Ye was hiding less than 3 meters away from the white-clothed woman. Chen Ye heard Sun Cece's calls, but remained completely motionless, as if he wasn't the person named Chen Ye. Damn, you want me to come out now? Do you think I'm stupid? If you can't defeat her, how could I possibly win? Calling my name is less reliable than asking Wu Jianshan for help. Cough, cough. Ding Dong stood up from the ground, her eyes also scanning the surroundings as if trying to locate Chen Ye. In Ding Dong's mind, Chen Ye was mysterious, his true strength unknown. Though he was cunning and treacherous, he would make an excellent scapegoat right now. But no matter how Sun Cece called, Chen Ye pretended not to hear. If you're going to slack off, you need to have the awareness to slack off properly. Hee hee. Humans, you're truly weak. We haven't even made our move yet and you're already crumbling. What about that companion of yours? Why hasn't he shown up yet? And Wu Jianshan, could it be that he's scared? Hee hee. The octopus anomaly floated in the air, its 8 tentacles undulating like waves. One of its tentacles snatched up a terrified young man who had wet himself and stuffed him into the mouth with the old woman's face. Stop calling, he won't come out. A low sigh sounded. Wu Jianshan emerged from the stairwell. At the same time, the door to the teacher's office on the 5th floor opened, and that stunning red figure appeared. When they saw this figure, the previously panicked Death God followers immediately knelt to the ground, reciting the Death God scripture from memory. It was the Death God had arrived. The appearance of the Death God meant the battle had escalated. It also meant an opportunity to escape would appear soon. If even the slightest chance presented itself, Chen Ye would not hesitate to drive away immediately. As for the others, well, forget about them. They could each trust to fate. Chen Ye stared intently at the 3-meter-tall alluring figure. He had to admit, even after seeing the Death God so many times, he still found this woman astonishingly beautiful. Her perfectly proportioned figure, those blood-red lips, and the eyes that remained perpetually closed. Every part of her was exquisite. Her bare feet lightly touched the snow, not collecting even a speck of dust. And that red dress she wore looked like she was a bride who had fled from a wedding celebration. If not for her 3-meter height, no one would suspect she was an anomaly. The death god's appearance made the other anomalies on the scene show expressions of wariness. Even the snow woman, who had earlier made Sun Cece and Ding Dong utterly miserable with just a slight movement of her finger, was now staring intently at the death god. You finally appeared. The voice was dry, tinged with slight tension. It was the voice of the 8-limbed human face. The one speaking was the old man's face. The death god didn't speak, merely holding her blood-red scythe and standing firmly in the center of the field. It was as if these terrifying anomalies surrounding her were nothing but a group of ants, unworthy of her response. The crawlers whimpered as they retreated backward. Only then did Sun Cece, Ding Dong, and Iron Lion manage to return to the death god's side in disarray. Iron Lion was now covered in blood, looking like he had been drenched in a bloodbath, but judging by the expression on his face, he was still quite excited. Chen Ye could see the 2 massive glowing characters above Iron Lion's head. But to others, those 2 characters didn't exist at all. Looking to the side, he discovered that Captain Chuche had somehow brought people over, moving stealthily. Clearly, Chuche had the same intention as Chen Ye. Cousin uncle, be careful. Second uncle. Uncle Wu. I'll handle what comes next. Wu Jianshan interrupted the 3 of them, speaking calmly, not even giving their injuries a second glance. Wu Jianshan took a light step forward. Wu Jianshan, what do you want to do? The old woman's face among the 8-limbed human face said nervously. But as soon as these words were spoken, the snow woman beside her pointed lightly at Wu Jianshan. Countless crawlers that had been whimpering and retreating moments before swarmed forward. And countless blizzards, centered around the snow woman, charged directly toward the death god. When the blizzard that had previously rendered Sun Cece and Ding Dong helpless attacked the death god, she merely raised her hand slightly and completely suppressed the blizzard. A withering above. As for the attacking crawlers, the death god just lightly swung her scythe, and swaths of crawlers fell in pools of blood. The death god seemed to merely wave her hand, rendering the snow woman's attacks utterly useless. Attack! The young man's face among the 8-limbed human face gritted his teeth and shouted. 8 tentacles surged forward simultaneously. The anomaly with the wolf head flickered, its figure appearing behind the death god with several afterimages. And other vaguely discernible figures hidden in the darkness all launched attacks against the death god simultaneously. A major battle was about to erupt. In that moment, not counting the crawlers, dozens of anomalies attacked the death god together. Besides the 8-limbed human face, snow woman, and the wolf-headed anomaly, Chen Ye had never seen the other anomalies before. Each and every one of them defied accurate description. Some were even just shadowy masses. Chen Ye took out his phone and turned on the recording function. Such excellent material couldn't be missed. Next, Chen Ye finally understood why the death god was so feared by so many anomalies. Why she could remain at second elementary school without other anomalies daring to cross the boundary. This bewitching, demon-like god. Her defense was invincible. When the snow woman's blizzard landed on the death god's body, it only made her pause slightly. The wolf-headed anomaly clearly followed a close combat approach, its claws slashing at the death god's back. The blood-red dress was torn open, leaving only some scratches on the snow-white skin without causing significant damage. As for the 8-limbed human face's tentacles, when they finally found an opportunity to whip the death god didn't even pause her movements. Her speed was invincible. One moment, a rat-faced anomaly was gloating about having attacked the death god's main body. The next moment, its head was already in the death god's hand. The death god's speed wasn't used for evasion, but for swift execution. Her power was invincible. The wolf-headed anomaly roared as it uprooted a large tree from the edge of the playground and slammed it hard against the death god. The sunny day doll, hanging on the tree, was pulled along with it. The death god merely raised a hand to block the wolf-headed anomaly's attack, then with a slight exertion, turned the tree into her own weapon, sweeping the wolf-headed anomaly away. And then there was the most terrifying blood-red blade. Anomalies couldn't be killed by human firearms, and even sequence superpowers found it difficult to kill an anomaly. The more powerful the anomaly, the more tenacious its vitality. Earlier, when everyone was dealing with that 8-limbed human face, they had clearly inflicted fatal damage on it. But the 8-limbed human face had healed in the blink of an eye. Now, however, facing this death god scythe, the severed tentacles thrashed about in the snow, unable to regenerate or heal no matter what. The 8-limbed human face's 8 tentacles were successively severed by the death god scythe, leaving the whole thing floating in the air like an egg. The snow woman also had one of her arms severed, white liquid flowing from the wound. The wolf-headed one had its eyes slashed by the blood-red scythe, blood streaming from them, now forced to fight relying only on its perception of auras. The corpses of crawlers had piled up into a small mountain. Chen Ye had been thinking earlier that an opportunity might come when both sides were mutually exhausted. But now, the numerous allied anomalies were being completely suppressed by the death god. At this moment, Chen Ye finally understood why the death god could remain at second elementary school. Why so many anomalies didn't dare approach. This was the extent of the death god's power. Currently, the death god held the advantage. But for Chen Ye, this wasn't good news. If the anomalies were defeated, he would have to face Wu Jianshan. That guy definitely wasn't planning anything good. No, this couldn't continue. Everyone, hold them off while I deal with Wu Jianshan. Once Wu Jianshan is gone, the death god won't last long. A venomous voice suddenly sounded from a corner. Hearing this, Wu Jianshan's face visibly darkened, his poisonous eyes scanning around as if searching for the source of the voice. Chen Ye, where are you? Come out. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you're disguising your voice. Get out here. Wu Jianshan felt unusually furious at this moment. The death god was strong, but he wasn't necessarily. He hadn't become a god yet. Therefore, he had been trying to keep a low profile earlier. With the death god putting so much pressure on the numerous anomalies, no one had paid attention to him. But with Chen Ye's voice reminding them, numerous twisted, cruel, and venomous gazes turned toward Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan couldn't understand even if he tried why, when he had clearly activated his intimate relationship ability, and judging by Chen Ye's behavior, his ability hadn't failed. Why would Chen Ye try to kill him? Normally, since he was the person closest to Chen Ye should be protecting him desperately, just like Sun Cici and the others. The previous 2 sacrificial rituals had been the same, once he activated the intimate relationship ability. Everything he wanted to do proceeded smoothly. Why was Chen Ye so ruthless and merciless? Aren't I your best brother? Wu Jianshan's eyes scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Chen Ye. Chen Ye quickly covered his mouth. Damn it. He had tried to imitate the 8-limbed human face's voice, but he'd been recognized. With this voice reminder, many anomalies turned their malevolent gazes toward Wu Jianshan. The snow woman pointed lightly at Wu Jianshan, and countless crawlers charged toward him. Sun Cici was also gnashing her teeth at Chen Ye. If not for Chen Ye's reminder, the numerous anomalies shifted their target. This time, in less than a minute, both the death god and Wu Jianshan were covered in wounds. Sometimes, even when she could have launched a fatal attack against an anomaly. Because she needed to protect Wu Jianshan, the death god had to abandon the attack and instead shield Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan was strong. If fighting other superhumans one-on-one, he could easily kill most superhumans using the abilities he obtained from the death god. Even facing a single anomaly, Wu Jianshan had a high probability of gaining the upper hand. After all, Compassionate Mask was an ability derived from the death god. But Wu Jianshan was facing endless anomalies. Even with the death god's protection, Wu Jianshan was in constant danger. Both sides had reached a stalemate. Even Sun Cici, Ding Dong, and Iron Lion weren't faring well. Fortunately, the numerous anomalies weren't targeting the 3 of them. Perhaps in their view, these 3 superhumans were just ants. Once they dealt with Wu Jianshan and the death god, the 3 would be like fish on a chopping block. Wu Jianshan and the death god fought while retreating. The opportunity had arrived. Chen Ye dashed out in a flash, rushing directly toward the apocalyptic pickup truck. Get in, shift gears. He executed the movements smoothly. Before anyone could react, the apocalyptic pickup truck's tires burned fiercely, kicking up white smoke as it charged directly toward the school gate. Cece, ding dong, stop Chen Ye. Don't let him escape. Wu Jianshan's hate-filled voice rang out. Today, anyone could live except Chen Ye. He must die. Wu Jianshan's shout instantly drew everyone's attention to Chen Ye. At that moment, a sharp command came from the corner. Go. Several figures darted out from the darkness, rushing straight toward Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle. Su Lina glanced at Chen Ye and asked hesitantly, Captain, what about Chen Ye? He'll outlive you. Go now. Hearing Wu Jianshan's command, the pink-haired girl hesitated slightly, her movements slowing just a bit, while Ding Dong reacted much faster. She pushed off with her legs and shot forward without the slightest hesitation. When she reappeared, the woman was already blocking the school gate entrance, legs planted firmly in a horse stance, her expression calm and detached. With fists clenched at her sides, she stared calmly at the approaching apocalyptic pickup truck. But the aura radiating from her entire body was rapidly intensifying. The school gate was completely blocked by this woman, making escape nearly impossible even if he tried to avoid her. Moreover, she wasn't some inanimate object. Just a slight adjustment of her position could seal off the entire entrance. Chen Ye held a cigarette between his lips, the cockpit filled with thick smoke, but he felt no anger in his heart. He understood Ding Dong's decision perfectly well, because his own actions that would follow would be equally ruthless. After all, their relationship was the shallowest in the entire convoy. Their previous cooperation to take down that demon sequence had been just that, cooperation. He hadn't been with the convoy for long either, and sometimes they wouldn't exchange more than a few words in a whole day. In contrast, Wu Jianshan seemed to hold special significance for her. But this was fine, it meant he wouldn't feel guilty when he struck. Chen Ye slammed the gas pedal to the floor, the apocalyptic pickup truck shuddering slightly before charging violently toward Ding Dong. If this were any ordinary vehicle, it wouldn't have been able to achieve such acceleration from a standstill. But the apocalyptic pickup truck was different. Every wonder and every sequence superpower possessed its own incredible qualities. This time, Chen Ye had no intention of holding back. If he had to run this woman over to escape, Chen Ye would show absolutely no mercy. No one could stand in the way of his escape. Sister Ding Dong, Chen Ye. Sun Cece could only shout anxiously at the scene, not knowing what else to say. Both Chu Che and Mad Lion saw this, and their pupils contracted slightly. Mad Lion was unwilling to help Chen Ye deal with Wu Jianshan, but equally unwilling to help Wu Jianshan deal with Chen Ye. Though they had two heads, their feelings were interconnected. Therefore, Wu Jianshan hadn't ordered Mad Lion to intercept Chen Ye. Though Mad Lion seemed slightly smarter than Iron Lion, he still didn't know what to do. Ding Dong's entire body tensed like a drawn bowstring. Watching the approaching bullbar, white steam began rising from her head. Huh. She exhaled sharply with a shout, eyes wide and body fully tensed, her right fist bursting with massive white energy as she threw a powerful punch. This punch was incredibly strong. Chen Ye had the gas pedal floored, the entire vehicle body beginning to glow faintly red. At this moment, the apocalyptic pickup truck had gained a soul. A with diuresis new empty set. Bang! Ding Dong was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed directly into the horde of anomalies gathered at the school entrance. The anomalies hadn't expected such good fortune, howling as they swarmed over, piling onto Ding Dong until she was buried under a small mountain of creatures. As for the apocalyptic pickup truck, Ding Dong's punch had caused it to stall, leaving it motionless on the spot. Black smoke billowed from the engine. Chen Ye. Sun Cece's eyes turned bloodshot. Swinging her long sword, she charged toward where Ding Dong had landed. As she passed Chen Ye, her crimson eyes held immense sorrow. As the two girls in the convoy, their relationship was naturally much closer than Chen Ye's with either of them. Even here, they shared a classroom to sleep in. As for Chen Ye's relationship with Sun Cece, that was even simpler. Those who understood, understood. Faced with this situation, Sun Cece simply didn't know what to do. She was only 18 years old. How many 18-year-olds were still coddled in their parents' arms? Yesterday, when Chen Ye and Chu Che were captured, Wu Jianshan had ordered Sun Cece to kill Chen Ye, but she couldn't bring herself to do it then. She couldn't do it now either. Seeking death. Wu Jianshan watched everything as the severely injured Ding Dong fell into the crowd. Seeing Chen Ye about to start the vehicle and escape again, Wu Jianshan narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly, "Death God descends." As soon as these 4 words were spoken, the death god who had been blocking attacks for him suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. Red mist swirled around her body, churning violently before suddenly condensing into an even more noble, more inviolable crimson evening gown draped over the woman's form. The long red train trailed on the ground like flowing flames. The blood-red scythe in her hands burst into roaring flames, and one could even hear the weeping and wailing of wraiths circling the blade. Holy shit! The scene looked like something straight out of an anime or video game. But witnessing it with one's own eyes was clearly far more shocking than anything seen on a screen. The death god, who had appeared somewhat disheveled earlier, now moved her blood-red scythe with phantom-like speed, slicing the 8-limbed human face, which had been reduced to egg size, but was still trying to absorb life force to regenerate, into several segments. The 8-limbed human face seemed not to have processed what happened, floating dumbly in the air. Parts of its body began slowly turning to ash that drifted upward. Only a severed tentacle remained on the ground, writhing frantically. This was wonder material, and clearly of high quality. But no one dared to retrieve it now. Seeing this, the snow woman turned to flee without hesitation. But she had barely moved a meter when she felt her entire body lifting into the air. Her indifferent head, along with its long white hair, was severed with a single slash, flying up in a parabolic arc before landing on the ground. Her body had already begun dissolving into ash, leaving a sparkling diamond on the ground. Yet another piece of wonder material. The anomaly with the wolf head was terrified out of its wits. It had just created an afterimage when its body collapsed to the ground, its head flying far away. A wolf fang glowed with red light on the snowy ground. An extremely precious wonder material. The other anomalies simultaneously sensed the overwhelmingly powerful pressure emanating from the death god. This was the aura of an apex predator. Whether it was the lowest level crawlers or those indescribable shadows, they all scattered in panic like mice encountering their natural enemy. Chen Ye saw all of this too, and every cell in his body was screaming warnings. Danger! Run! The apocalyptic pickup truck seemed to sense Chen Ye's desperation, shaking violently as it completely ignored the fact that the engine was already operating beyond its limits. Escape! He absolutely had to escape far away. The tires screeched against the ground, producing thick white smoke and the smell of burning rubber. Chen Ye saw in the rearview mirror that the breathtakingly beautiful figure had already appeared behind the apocalyptic pickup truck, her scythe raised high. So fast! In the next second, it would be his head getting chopped off. What he needed most right now was time, even just 1 extra second. But the death god moved too quickly. 1 second was enough for her to sever several of Chen Ye's heads. Just then, the white smoke produced by the tire scraping against the ground churned violently, and an equally graceful, somewhat blurry figure emerged from it. This was the simulated death god. Chen Ye had been watching the previously recorded video clips day and night. He had gained some proficiency in simulating the death god. The real death god seemed to sense something, her blood-red scythe flickering slightly as she slashed at the smoke-formed death god. The opposing death god mirrored the movement. Clang! Amid the metallic clash, the smoke-simulated death god was forced back by the real death god's single strike. The smoke death god struggled briefly before dissipating into drifting smoke. Being able to exchange a single blow with the empowered death god already indicated that Chen Ye's simulation had reached a basic level of competence. But Chen Ye felt no satisfaction at this moment. Just as the vehicle began to move, the roof trembled slightly. In the next instant, the tip of a blood-red blade pierced through the roof, and before Chen Ye could react, the blade tip had already pinned him to the seat inside the vehicle. Chen Ye stared dumbly at this section of blood-red blade tip, momentarily unable to believe what was happening. The apocalyptic pickup truck shook violently, the entire body beginning to sway like an enraged bull. A section of chain wildly lashed toward the figure on the roof. But the delicate hand effortlessly caught it, giving a light tug that snapped the chain. The change in the scene happened too quickly, so fast that people simply couldn't react in time. Chuche watched as the blood-red scythe pierced into the vehicle, pinning Chen Ye's body to the car seat, and he froze completely in place. Chuche had always believed that if anyone in the convoy could survive until the end, it would definitely be Chen Ye. He just never expected that Chen Ye would actually be the first to die. Captain Chu had been about to jump into the vehicle, but now he just stood there dumbfounded, momentarily unsure of what he should do. Grief? Perhaps there was some, but right now he was more in a state of shock. Sulina was right behind Captain Chu, and when she saw the scene, her knees went weak and she directly knelt in the snow. Her pupils reflected that beat-up pickup truck, and through the car window she could clearly see the man inside, along with the massive scythe blade in his chest. Crimson blood flowed from his chest, completely dyeing the clothes on his front red. Sulina's pupils were shaking violently. She simply couldn't believe Chen Ye could die. How could such an iron-hearted man possibly die? Was it grief? Perhaps some relief? That might be possible too. Sulina truly didn't know what emotion she was feeling inside. She and Chen Ye had never been in a romantic relationship, and she wasn't his woman. If it were before the apocalypse, even if Chen Ye was somewhat good-looking, she would never have given him a second glance. After the apocalypse, the tables had turned. Even though she was still beautiful, she never saw Chen Ye give her an extra look. She had originally thought that constant dripping wears away stone, and sincere determination can pierce metal and stone, that one day she would be able to sit in the passenger seat of that pickup truck. But none of her actions had ever moved this man. Sulina even began to doubt whether her charm had declined. Coming to this elementary school and encountering other survivors, those men who desperately fawned over her had restored Sulina's confidence. Who would have thought this man would just die like this? Sulina's lips trembled, her voice shaking. He died. How could he possibly die? They always say disasters live for 1,000 years. A scourge like him should definitely survive until the end. This, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xuanan also had complicated feelings. Watching Chen Ye die like this, Xuanan might have been the only one who was truly grieving. In Xuanan's view, Chen Ye was the only truly special person in the entire convoy. From the first moment he met Chen Ye, Xuanan had sensed Chen Ye's indifference. Even after his face was disfigured, what Xuanan felt was still Chen Ye's indifference. From beginning to end, the only person whose attitude toward him never changed was Chen Ye. Sun Sisi had just used her sword to disperse the surrounding anomalies and crawlers, and had just helped Ding Dong up. When she saw the scene, Sun Sisi froze completely. Supporting Ding Dong, her eyes only saw the scene of Chen Ye being killed, as if the world had stopped. He died. How could he just die like that? Seeing this, Sun Sisi felt as if she were in a dream, everything around her feeling unreal. Even the barely conscious Ding Dong was frozen in place at this moment. Her right hand was fractured, she had multiple injuries all over her body, and she could barely stand. The blood on her body had completely dyed all her clothes red. If Sun Sisi hadn't arrived in time, she would likely have been torn apart and eaten by the crawlers and other anomalies. She had followed Wu Jianshan's orders, wanting to keep Chen Ye there. But fundamentally, she and Chen Ye had no personal grudge. They were just on different sides. She had simply chosen to stand on Uncle Wu's side. As for being seriously injured by Chen Ye, Ding Dong didn't hold much resentment. She knew what kind of personality Chen Ye had, and she had been prepared to break with him. She just never expected Chen Ye would be so heavy-handed. If not for the apocalypse, what this woman wanted most was to find a quiet place, grow flowers, plant vegetables, and practice martial arts every day. This was a woman with a calm disposition. Back in the camel train, if Mo Huiren and the others hadn't gone too far, Ding Dong would never have teamed up with Chen Ye. But now Chen Ye was dead. Even though Chen Ye hadn't held back against her earlier, she hadn't wanted Chen Ye to die. In her view, the two sides just had different perspectives, each with their own ideas. As for Mad Lion, this guy was holding a crawler in each hand while looking over here, his entire body like a sculpture. He exerted force in his hands, directly crushing the crawlers' heads. Wu Jianshan watched as the death god's scythe pierced Chen Ye's body. The corner of his mouth finally curled into a slight arc. Chen Ye's death brought him immense pleasure. No one who betrayed him could remain alive. But why did his neck feel cold? Just as he reached to touch his neck, Wu Jianshan felt his perspective getting higher and higher, drawing a parabola in the air. Then someone grabbed his hair. Wu Jianshan saw a familiar face. It was Chen Ye. How was this possible? Wu Jianshan glanced toward the death god. The Chen Ye in the vehicle was now turning into smoke and dissipating. There was no corpse in that vehicle anymore, no Chen Ye at all. Then, endless darkness surged over. People have a few seconds of consciousness after being beheaded. This was the last scene Wu Jianshan saw. Of course, Wu Jianshan also saw the death god getting out of the vehicle, apparently planning to rush over and save him. But for some reason, the death god's steps gradually became hesitant, paused, and her eyes began to look confused, like a computer infected with a virus. Rangoi. The scene fell completely silent. Chu Che, Iron Lion, Sun Cece, Sulina, Xuannan, and everyone else witnessed with their own eyes as Chen Ye's corpse turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Then Chen Ye walked out from the darkness beside Wu Jianshan and cut off Wu Jianshan's head with one stroke. The entire process sounds slow in description, but it developed extremely quickly, leaving no time for anyone to react further. Even Wu Jianshan never expected that a dead person could come back to life. Wu Jianshan was dead, and the death god completely stopped in her tracks, standing bewildered between Chen Ye and the apocalyptic pickup truck. Holding the blood-red scythe in one hand and covering her head with the other, clearly her thoughts were extremely chaotic right now. An extremely shrill scream came from her mouth, making everyone's eardrums ache. The death god's current behavior was exactly like that of a mentally deranged patient. Damn, not leaving yet. Chen Ye couldn't care about anything else at this point, quickly rushing toward his apocalyptic pickup truck. A shackle in Chu Che's mind was instantly broken. An image that had always existed in his mind was excavated. This person was extremely familiar to Chu Che. This person was his true captain. As for Wu Jianshan, he didn't know him at all. Captain Chu Che only felt his entire body turn ice cold. Not only did Chu Che's mind instantly clear, Sun Cece, Iron Lion, and Ding Dong all instantly regained clarity. Wu Jianshan's death caused his ability to completely disappear. Ding Dong's face flushed with embarrassment as she forced out a sentence. What a powerful ability. Everyone, escaping is most important now. Remember to take your respective markings. This time, let's split up and escape. Please do your best to survive. Until I come find you. After speaking, Chu Che quickly jumped into his vehicle. Although there were still many things he didn't understand, the most important thing right now was to escape. There were still many anomalies watching covetously around them. Just the number of crawlers alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. These anomalies had just been intimidated by the death god's sudden burst of aura. That didn't mean these anomalies were pushovers. The pink-haired girl gritted her teeth and helped Ding Dong quickly jump into her vehicle. The convoy's survivors were all extremely familiar with this current scene. Even Mad Lion reacted, quickly rushing toward his school bus. Captain Chu's off-road vehicle was already full. Sulina, Xuannan, and others could only look for other vehicles. At this moment, Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck was the closest. But after running a few steps, the two seemed to realize something and turned to run toward other vehicles. Some convoy survivors were so desperate they would try anything. When they saw they had actually gotten into Chen Ye's vehicle, they were immediately scared into a cold sweat, directly jumping out of the vehicle and running toward other cars. Some Death God followers who were following along looked confused. Damn it, what kind of time is this, and you're still being picky? Several Death God followers climbed onto the back of Chen Ye's pickup truck regardless. Chen Ye's pickup truck had already started up, rushing toward the school gate. The school instantly became filled with cries and shouts, various pleas for help and curses ringing out incessantly. Countless anomalies followed behind the vehicles, running frantically, clearly planning to chase the vehicles relentlessly with no intention of giving up. Iron Lion, cover the rear. Chen Ye shouted loudly. Okay, Yezi, leave it to me. Iron Lion's simple-minded voice came through. Idiot, still fucking covering the rear? Do you want to die? Mad Lion's furious roar followed. Just as the apocalyptic pickup truck was about to burst through the school gate, a willow branch extended over, swiftly coiled up the still-writhing tentacle on the ground, and quickly retracted. The apocalyptic pickup truck roared as it charged into the darkness of night. A survivor on the truck bed couldn't hold on properly and directly fell off the vehicle. Save me. Stop for a moment. Save. The anomalies chasing behind the vehicle swarmed over. The survivor screamed and then fell silent. Because of this survivor's sacrifice, the tail chasing behind the apocalyptic pickup truck diminished significantly. Compared to the tragic scene behind the apocalyptic pickup truck, the school at this moment had already become a scene of human tragedy. Wu Jianshan's death clearly left many people unable to react immediately. Some people were still kneeling on the ground, devoutly kowtowing, murmuring prayers under their breath, when they were already pounced on by anomalies before they could react. Others wanted to rush onto vehicles to escape, but were firmly blocked at the doors by those who had already gotten on. Some couldn't get on vehicles, so they simply stood in front of the cars, glaring at the people inside with bloodshot eyes. Their attitude clearly said, "If I can't get on, none of you will leave." Unfortunately, the people inside the vehicles also had bloodshot eyes, and their feet never loosened on the gas pedal even a bit. One side thought, "I don't believe you dare hit me." The other side thought, "I don't believe you won't move." Some people simply sat on the ground numbly, waiting for death. Facing death at this moment, everyone made their own choices. Countless anomalies swarmed in, and the survivors in the school became like a gecko's tail, attracting large numbers of anomalies. "Wait for me, wait for me." When fourth brother he rushed out from the crowd of death god followers, it was already too late. Because fourth brother, he had the skill of stealing vehicles, he was quite popular among the survivors and was highly valued by several vice bishops of the death god followers. Therefore, after Chen Ye opened up recruitment, fourth brother, he immediately joined the death god church and was even entrusted with important responsibilities. RMT said yes. Boscow drove that large passenger coach that originally belonged to him, roaring out of the campus. Fourth brother, he cursed bitterly, but it was completely useless. Seeing more and more anomalies around him, fourth brother, he quickly ran toward the teaching building. As for the death god, this extremely powerful anomaly still appeared confused and insane at this moment. Wherever she went, anomalies scattered and made way. Chen Ye only had time to glance in the rearview mirror. His face showed no change in expression. He had seen too many situations like this. With the apocalypse arrived, everyone had to live for themselves. There had never been any savior. As for whether Chen Ye would regret today's events, if Wu Jianshan hadn't died, probably everyone today, including himself, wouldn't have survived. Chen Ye didn't feel he had done anything wrong. Just like Wu Jianshan, until the moment of death, Wu Jianshan believed what he was doing was right. Sacrifice some people to obtain powerful strength, then liberate all humanity. But some people thought, if I'm gone myself, what does liberating all humanity have to do with me? Chen Ye wouldn't actively kill people to earn slaughter points. But he also wouldn't act beyond his capabilities, doing things outside his ability range. If one day truly came when Chen Ye had enough slaughter points and sufficient ability to protect himself, Chen Ye would exchange for countless sequence serums, giving everyone a share, slaughtering all the anomalies, returning the world to its original state. But that time wasn't now. As long as news that Chen Ye could mass-produce sequence serums spread out, even Chen would be tempted. At that time, Chen would do what he believed was right. Chen Ye didn't hate Ding Dong. From Ding Dong's perspective, she had her reasons for doing that. His actions against Ding Dong also had his own rationale. There was no right or wrong, only different interests. Mad Lion was currently running frantically in front of the vehicle. Any anomalies that pounced were all sent flying with one punch from him, the blood energy on his body surging endlessly like ocean waves. In his haste, Mad Lion glanced toward the school's direction. This time, at least nearly 100 people remained in the school. Some had given up on themselves, some hadn't managed to get on vehicles, and others simply hadn't reacted in time. Countless anomalies swarmed over. A flicker of compassion passed through Mad Lion's eyes. He really wanted to save everyone. But he simply couldn't do it. Rushing back now would accomplish nothing except sacrificing his own life. The fire dragon roared, burning the surrounding crawlers that charged forward to ashes. Pink hair clung tightly to her scalp, and in such cold weather, the pink-haired girl was already drenched in sweat. She was now completely exhausted. For a moment, several vehicles rushed out from the school gate, charging into the darkness. Squad leader Chen took out a lighter, gently blew a breath toward the orange-red flame, and a fireball over 10 meters in size shot out carrying scorching high temperatures. Although the fireball wasn't as powerful as the pink-haired girl's fire dragon, it could still melt the snow on the ground and ignite the crawlers. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their special prowess. The apocalyptic pickup truck raced along, its front forming a snow plow made of smoke breath, splitting the accumulated snow on the ground in half. After upgrading to Sequence 2, Chen Ye's control over smoke breath was clearly far superior to before. The journey from the school hadn't been very easy either. Chen Ye didn't actively throw survivors down to attract the anomaly's attention, but he could still hear screams coming from the survivors in the truck bed. Facing anomalies blocking the path, Chen Ye directly floored the gas pedal, ramming into them with the vehicle's front. Being able to knock away even the abyssal blood pupil, dealing with these small fries wasn't troublesome. Fortunately, most anomalies were attracted to Wrong City's second elementary school, and for the moment hadn't returned to their respective territories. After breaking out a certain distance from the school, the anomalies on the road gradually became much fewer. This made Chen Ye breathe a huge sigh of relief. Only then did Chen Ye take out a stone, the stone flashing with the two large characters Chen Ye. This was the marking Chu Che had given Chen Ye. Every certain period, he would drop a stone marked with Chen Ye. This way, it would be convenient for Chu Che to find team members. Chen Ye only now discovered that only one trembling survivor remained in the truck bed. He couldn't clearly see this survivor's face, and Chen Ye had no interest in inviting them into the driver's cabin. The vehicle returned to its previous speed, beginning to move leisurely forward on the road. No phone, no map, not even Chu Che. Chen Ye had absolutely no idea where this road led. At regular intervals, Chen Ye would take a stone from the bag Chu Che had given him and throw it on the road. Seen from afar, the glowing marking was particularly conspicuous in the darkness. He believed that as long as Chu Che or other team members saw it, they would gather here. But continuing like this wasn't a solution either. Running like this, they would inevitably encounter anomalies sooner or later. He was only Sequence 2 after all. There were far too many anomalies more powerful than him. Might as well find a place to wait. Chu Che would definitely stop eventually. After thinking about it, Chen Ye found a secluded place to park the vehicle, lit a Huazi cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke breath. The smoke breath spread to cover an area of nearly 100 meters in radius. Previously, one puff of smoke breath from Chen Ye could only cover a diameter of over 10 meters, or even several dozen meters. After rising to Sequence 2, covering a 100-meter range with one puff of smoke breath had become very easy. Moreover, the current smoke breath mist was far from its previous power level. Absolute aura concealment could completely block all living human auras. This ability was simply perfect for use at a time like this. "Hey, go cook," Chen Ye said with a cigarette in his mouth, kicking the man who was trembling in the truck bed. This man didn't look familiar and was wearing a black robe of the Death God followers. Clearly, he was one of the Death God followers. There had been 7 or 8 people in the truck bed earlier, all dead except this one. You had to admit this man's luck was really good. The man raised his eyes but saw only white smoke. Apart from these words, he couldn't hear any other sounds, and his nose couldn't smell anything either. If not for the solid feeling under his feet, the man might have thought he was in another dimension. The absolute aura concealment could block vision, hearing, smell, taste, and perception. Except for Chen Ye, anyone entering the smoke mist area would become like a blind and deaf person. Even anomalies couldn't avoid this effect. Superhumans would experience strong discomfort in such an environment, let alone ordinary people. Ordinary people simply couldn't stay in such conditions for long periods. The absolute aura concealment was absolutely not a suitable environment for human survival. This was also why the smoke mist couldn't replace Chu Che's concealment barrier. Therefore, this ability was highly practical. Not only could it evade anomalies, but it could also be used for offense at critical moments. Before the man could panic, the smoke dissipated, revealing Chen Ye standing before him. The man certainly recognized Chen Ye. Back at the second elementary school, the few Sequence superpowers had been the focus of attention, and no one didn't know them. If you want to live, you need to prove your worth. Do you want me to throw you out, or do you want to go cook? Don't throw me out, don't throw me out. I'll cook, the man quickly said in panic. After speaking, the man hastily jumped down from the vehicle and began working frantically. Up until now, Chen Ye had barely eaten anything and his stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. Of course, Chen Ye could use canned food or other things as substitutes. But hey, since there was someone he could order around, Why bother suffering himself? After advancing to Sequence 2, his resistance to extreme cold had improved significantly, but there was still quite a gap compared to Iron Lion's completely unaffected physique. In this weather, being able to eat something hot would be pure luxury. He had saved this man, so having him prove his worth, Chen Ye didn't see anything wrong with that. When he got in the vehicle earlier, Chen Ye had noticed supplies in the back seat of the cabin out of the corner of his eye. Previously, when they went to search for gasoline to be able to carry more fuel, all the supplies on the vehicle had been unloaded. Then last night, after returning from Wu Jianshan's office, Chu Che had mentioned to Chen Ye that there were supplies on the vehicle. At that time, Chen Ye's mind was completely occupied with the impending crisis, and he hadn't paid attention. He never expected there would be so much. No wonder Chu Che had been mysteriously going out those few nights. Probably Captain Chu Che had secretly prepared these with a few survivors. Seeing these supplies, Chen Ye couldn't help but admire Chu Che. As the captain, he had made all preparations long ago. When Chen Ye was going out to train and asked Chu Che what he was going out for, the guy wouldn't say anything. Probably the other vehicles also had supplies that Chu Che had secretly prepared. This captain was really something. He would never say, "What use are you?" again. The man climbed down from the vehicle. The smoke once again covered the vehicle and Chen Ye's entire body. Without a pathfinder nearby, exposing living aura in an unknown environment was very dangerous. The man scrambled down from the vehicle and began searching the surroundings for dry branches or other things that could be used to start a fire for cooking. A with circumflex B. The apocalypse had been going on for a long time, and there were no longer people who acted recklessly based on their pre-apocalypse status. Everyone clearly understood that the apocalypse had arrived, social order had been broken, and returning to the previous civilized world would be very difficult. In this current society, danger was everywhere, and the strong ruled. Therefore, the man didn't dare hesitate even slightly regarding Chen Ye's command. Seeing the smoke mist restore again, a flash of envy appeared in the man's eyes. Then he let out a long sigh. Before the apocalypse, this kind of small fry would have had difficulty even meeting him, but now he didn't dare breathe heavily in front of him. Although the heavy snow had stopped, walking in such snowy conditions was still somewhat difficult. But fortunately, snowy ground was different from the desert. Finding kindling in the desert was difficult, but around snowy areas, vegetation was quite lush. It just required more effort to find these things. However, while searching for kindling, the man kept constantly looking around, as if afraid of seeing those anomaly figures. He wasn't an idiot. He knew exactly how dangerous the wilderness was during the apocalypse. If not for Chen Ye's threat, he would never have been willing to come out. As for Chen Ye, after scanning the surroundings once, he didn't detect any dangerous situations emerging. With the absolute aura concealment mist, his safety was somewhat guaranteed. But the man who went out to gather firewood might be in danger. However, the living aura of one person probably wouldn't attract the attention of anomalies. Only then did Chen Ye relax slightly. Thinking about this trip to Wrong City, especially the god worshipper Wu Jianshan, left an extremely deep impression on Chen Ye. After Wu Jianshan's death, Chen Ye's memories had recovered. He did indeed have a very close brother. But this brother wasn't as tall as Wu Jianshan, nor as thin, and definitely didn't look like Wu Jianshan. This was probably some ability of Wu Jianshan's, merging someone from his memories with himself. Actually, he had noticed clues several times. But he had been constantly influenced by some inexplicable energy. Probably that was Wu Jianshan's ability. You had to admit, Wu Jianshan's ability was truly terrifying. Just look at Sun Cece, Ding Dong, and Iron Lion, the three of them proved it. A complete stranger, because of some special ability, becomes the person you trust most, and you're completely unguarded against him. Just thinking about it was frightening. But fortunately, this ability seemed basically ineffective against him. He had even managed to get quite a lot of benefits from Wu Jianshan because of this identity. It didn't seem very effective against Chu Che either. This guy looked honest with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he actually had plenty of cunning. However, the god worshipper was just too overpoweringly strong. Even when Chen Ye advanced to Sequence 3, he probably wouldn't be a match for that 8-limbed human face. But the god worshipper could handle it, and even dominate it. It was enough to make you die of envy. Still, Wu Jianshan had died by his hand. The Smoke Apostle Sequence 1 had been unremarkable, only starting to show its power at Sequence 2. The Sequence 2 ability hadn't disappointed him. If not for his Sequence 2 ability, the Smoke clone, being too bizarre, they probably would have been wiped out this time. 3 Days 1 Chi Return to Smoke was the Mist Barrier Master's second exclusive ability at Sequence 2. This ability wasn't just as simple as having an extra life. The person killed by the Death God was Chen Ye himself, not some substitute or anything. It was just that after being killed, this ability was triggered. His body was replaced by smoke, forming smoke that dissipated. Chen Ye returned to his position and state from 1 minute earlier. This was the terrifying aspect of this ability. 1 minute earlier, Chen Ye had been hiding in that dark corner, right where Wu Jianshan happened to be nearby. At that time, the smoke mist there hadn't dissipated yet, and after upgrading, it also had the effect of absolute aura concealment. Therefore, even someone as perceptive as the Death God couldn't detect it. Wu Jianshan certainly didn't detect it either. This led to Chen Ye's unexpected strike. 3 Days 1 Chi meant it took 3 days to condense one instance. Chi referred to the clone. Return to Smoke meant the clone transformed into smoke and dissipated. The character return also represented returning to the previous position and state. Chen Ye used these two skills in coordination to kill Wu Jianshan. The main gains from this time were slaughter points and that still constantly lively octopus tentacle. Even up to now, this octopus tentacle has maintained considerable vitality. When Chen Ye reached out and grabbed the octopus tentacle, he could still feel the powerful suction from the suckers on the tentacle. It was simply outrageous. Moreover, this kind of feeling that made one's hair stand on end, even without an appraisal yet, Chen Ye could confirm this octopus tentacle was absolutely not simple wonder material. It was just a pity that back then, there was also a transparent crystal dropped by the Snow Woman and the wolf vying from the wolf-headed anomaly. At that time, it was too rushed and urgent, simply not allowing him to take more things. If there was an opportunity. Actually, what Chen Ye wanted most was that blood-red sickle in the Death God's hands. The 8-limbed human face, the wolf-headed anomaly, and that Snow Woman, anyone thrown out could wipe out their entire team. Yet under that blood-red sickle, they were cut down like chopping vegetables. Another gain was the slaughter points. The previous slaughter points had been completely exhausted, only then raising his strength to Sequence 2. Due to slacking off in the previous battlefield, he hadn't gained many slaughter points. The main slaughter points came from killing Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan was a Sequence 3 god worshipper. The rest came from running over many crawlers while escaping, and that collision with Ding Dong also earned him quite a few slaughter points. Now Chen Ye's slaughter points balance had broken through 40,000, reaching over 43,000. 40,000 slaughter points wasn't really that much. The Abyssal Blood Pupil and 8-limbed human face were both among the 3 major anomalies of Changwang District, so presumably this tentacle's value should be similar to the blood eye left by the Abyssal Blood Pupil. System Appraise. Appraisal fee requires 3,000 slaughter points. Does host confirm payment? 3,000 slaughter points? Hearing this appraisal cost, Chen Ye was stunned for a moment. Why so expensive? But then he immediately became excited. Such an expensive appraisal fee meant this tentacle wasn't simple. Chen Ye gritted his teeth and directly confirmed the appraisal. The system quickly gave a response. Item name: 8-limbed human face's tentacle. Origin: this object is a tentacle from the 8-limbed human face, one of the 3 major anomalies of Rong City's Changwang District, possessing powerful vitality and retaining some abilities of the 8-limbed human face. Suggestion: if this object finds a suitable craftsman to make into a wonder, it will yield a wonder ranked within the top 1,000, certainly not the bottom tier. Remember, the higher a wonder's ranking, the more unacceptable its side effects become. Comment: if this tentacle is used to upgrade someone's apocalyptic pickup truck, it will advance the apocalyptic pickup truck to within the top 1,000 rankings, with high probability of upgrading into a monster pickup truck, while perfectly avoiding the side effects it would produce. As for why there are no side effects? Because you're Chen Ye. When he saw the final comment, the red light in Chen Ye's blood eye hidden behind his sunglasses flickered slightly. 3,000 slaughter points were indeed super worth it. Especially that final comment. When he previously appraised the blood eye, the comment read, if someone wants to use it to replace their gradually failing left eye, They need to be extremely careful. When he saw that sentence back then, he knew the plan to replace his right eye with the blood eye was feasible. It just required careful handling. And now, these 3,000 slaughter points undoubtedly provided an upgrade direction from the system. Although he didn't know what a monster pickup truck was. But a wonder ranked within the top 1,000, and without side effects at that. Damn, even if someone offered him a top 100 wonder in exchange, Chen Ye wouldn't take it. You should know, the higher a wonder's ranking, the greater its power, but also the greater its side effects. Previously, the apocalyptic pickup truck had no side effects, and after upgrading it still wouldn't have side effects. This was clearly awesome. Now this pickup truck wasn't just a vehicle anymore, at critical moments it was also a weapon. System. How many slaughter points are needed to upgrade to monster pickup truck? Chen Ye had already guessed in his heart that the required slaughter points might be high, after all it was a ranking within the top 1,000. But not knowing always left him unsatisfied. To upgrade to monster pickup truck, host needs to pay 200,000 slaughter points, confirm payment. Chen Ye. Damn. He knew it would be expensive, but not this expensive. Wait, previously upgrading and installing the blood eye required 500,000 slaughter points, but now upgrading to monster pickup truck only needs 200,000? Monster pickup truck's ranking should be higher than the blood eyes, so why is it cheaper instead? Chen Ye voiced the question in his heart. Upgrading the blood eye aims to replace the left eye while maximizing retention of the blood eye's abilities, belonging to customized upgrade and completely upgraded by the system to avoid side effects. Upgrading to monster pickup truck is a conventional upgrade. Side effect avoidance is just inheritance of the apocalyptic pickup truck's characteristics, not requiring the system to specially optimize for avoidance. 200,000 slaughter points. Chen Ye definitely couldn't afford that right now. He could only sigh and put away the constantly writhing tentacle. Then Chen Ye thought of another item. The flayed ghost scalp. This red leather had been with Chen Ye for quite some time. Its appraisal fee was 100, and the appraisal result from Shidong was that it could make a wonder ranked within 2,000. According to the system's rules, wonder materials that could make wonders within 2,000 were the truly precious ones. And the flayed ghost scalp being so cheap could only mean one possibility. Wonders made from the flayed ghost scalp probably just barely crossed the threshold of 2,000 ranking. Otherwise, given the system's nature, it shouldn't be this cheap. Previously wanting to use it to upgrade the machete required 30,000 slaughter points, 86 hours, meaning 3.5 days. Before he didn't have enough slaughter points. Now he actually did. Chen Ye retrieved that blood-red leather from the vehicle, along with the blood resentment machete that had been hanging at his waist all along. This red leather belonged to precious items. Compared to that blood-red sickle in the death god's hands, the blood resentment machete was simply not worth mentioning. Although the blood resentment machete's ranking was only 4,880 no. Chen Ye rubbed his eyes, seeing the blood resentment machete's ranking had actually dropped. Before it had only dropped by 1 rank, but he didn't expect the drop to be this fast. Damn. Now the blood resentment machete's ranking had fallen to 4,903 in such a short time. Wonders with higher rankings than the blood resentment machete had already appeared. This is just... Xu Che had said that wonder rankings weren't set in stone. Whenever new wonders appeared, the rankings of wonders below that wonder would change. He just didn't expect it to change this fast. Although the blood resentment machete had the trait of absorbing resentment to improve its ranking, this ability was very slow, somewhat appearing useless. And Chen Ye wasn't the type to take the machete out every day to fight people or anomalies desperately. If possible, he would prefer to never take action, living a safe and happy life. Sighing slightly, Chen Ye directly clicked to confirm upgrading the blood resentment machete. The just obtained 43,000 slaughter points instantly became 10,000 again. And the vehicle's air conditioning still wasn't installed. Only the countdown floating above the machete gave Chen Ye some comfort. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. Chen Ye lifted his head to look in the direction the sound came from, but it was pitch black, nothing there. The person he had sent to gather firewood was still huffing and puffing busy, clearly having heard nothing. But Chen Ye didn't think he had misheard. Could it be that Xu Che had found them? Even though he suspected it might be Xu Che, Chen Ye didn't recklessly step out from the mist, instead remaining vigilant as he watched the direction the sound came from. Chen Ye suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and when the hairs on the back of his hand stood up, he realized things might not be as he imagined. Whenever he had this kind of premonition, there was a high probability that an anomaly was nearby. He'd previously considered that he might encounter anomalies, but he never expected it would happen this quickly. Chen Ye gently exhaled a puff of smoke breath. A slender figure appeared around Chen Ye, simulating the death god. Even with only 2 or 3% of the real death god's power, it could still deal with ordinary anomalies. Chen Ye gripped the machete handle, slowly retreating until he sat inside the vehicle. If the situation turned bad, Chen Ye would immediately step on the gas pedal and leave this place. As for that man, Chen Ye didn't even know his name and wouldn't care about his survival. In fact, Chen Ye even planned to use this man as a gecko's tail. No matter what anomaly he encountered, this tactic would always prove useful. President Wang was gathering firewood, planning to return and start cooking after collecting these last pieces. President Wang was that sole surviving man. Before the apocalypse, President Wang had been a prominent local figure. Everyone called him President Wang, and gradually even he had somewhat forgotten his real name. Back then, someone like Chen Ye wouldn't have had much chance to meet him. But now, just because of Chen Ye's words, President Wang could only gather firewood and cook in the freezing snow. Fortunately, the substances he'd consumed in the Death God Church had altered his body somewhat, increasing his resistance to extreme cold weather. As he gathered firewood, President Wang contemplated his current situation. Mr. Chen should still have plenty of supplies. I wonder what ingredients Mr. Chen will provide today? He heard from those survivors that they previously stored lots of camel jerky. Although it didn't taste great, it had a unique flavor. It would be wonderful if he could have some jerky. 7 or 8 living people all dead. Now only he remained. This man was truly ruthless. Previously, when a survivor failed to hold on properly and fell from the vehicle, begging him to stop, this man showed no intention of stopping at all. Beta. President Wang had witnessed with his own eyes how those who fell from the vehicle were swarmed by anomalies. Remembering his pre-apocalypse life and comparing it to his current existence, President Wang felt overwhelming sorrow. Suddenly, President Wang felt his entire body shiver, a trembling sensation rising from the depths of his heart. President Wang froze completely, realizing something bad might be happening. He looked up at the pitch-black surroundings. Without a second thought, President Wang turned and began running back. The firewood he'd just gathered scattered on the ground, which he didn't bother to retrieve. Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen! President Wang shouted loudly as he ran back, his face displaying extreme terror. Chen Ye remained motionless, sitting in the vehicle, watching through the windshield and the thick white mist at the man desperately calling for help. He looked at him as if he were a complete stranger. President Wang felt his heartbeat accelerating, his fear amplifying, like a grassland rabbit encountering its natural predator. He could even hear his own heartbeat. President Wang didn't dare stop, running madly toward the mist area. He didn't know what that mist was, but he knew that if he could reach it, he might be saved. He continued shouting loudly, "Mr. Chen, I beg you, save me." What President Wang most wanted to see now was that unfamiliar figure. If he could save him, he would definitely repay him later. When the apocalypse ended and he made his comeback, he would properly repay him then. "Mr. Chen, save me." Suddenly, President Wang stumbled, his foot stepping into empty space. Before he could struggle to get up, he saw a goat head looking at him face to face. President Wang could even feel the cold sensation from the goat's nose tip. His panicked face was reflected in the goat's eyes with their rectangular pupils. It felt like dozing off on the grassland and waking up to find a goat eating grass right above your head. It was utterly absurd. How could there be a goat in the middle of the night? Why was this goat here? Before President Wang could react, he saw the goat open its mouth wide and engulf his entire head. President Wang was horrified, desperately pushing against the goat's face with his hands. He tried to pull his head out from the goat's mouth, but then felt his body lighten, his mind growing increasingly foggy, until his entire being sank into endless darkness. Throughout the entire process, Chen Ye sat in the vehicle watching everything through the windshield and the mist. Chen Ye witnessed the man's death from beginning to end. The anomaly was indeed a goat. An utterly ordinary mountain goat, its short tail constantly wagging, its black fur appearing glossy and sleek under the blood moon. The goat's appearance was quite horrifying. This goat walked on two legs, moving like a human, seemingly having just learned to walk, and still somewhat unsteady. When this goat emerged from the mountain forest, Chen Ye's internal alarm screamed. In just an instant, the goat reached the fallen man's front. Just like eating grass, it directly enveloped the man's head in its mouth and bit it off. The goat chewed in its mouth, droplets of blood overflowing from the corners of its lips. The goat twitched its nose, seemingly sniffing for something in the air. The goat stood up again, staggering toward the mist direction like a human. It seemed curious about why a mass of mist would so abruptly appear in this place. The mist could block all signs of living beings, but it couldn't provide invisibility. Squad leader Chu Che had said that every anomaly was different. Some anomalies, like the 8-limbed human face, possessed intelligence and cunning not inferior to humans. Some anomalies could even speak like humans. Other anomalies could only act on instinct. Facing this goat, Chen Ye had no understanding of its capabilities. Sitting in the vehicle, he only felt cold sweat breaking out layer by layer on his back. Even as a Sequence 2 Mist Barrier Master, even though he could gain slaughter points, Chen Ye didn't want to confront this goat. Once combat began, even if this goat anomaly was easy to deal with, he would have to face other anomalies attracted by the commotion. Then it would become endless entanglement. The goat anomaly staggered closer to the mist on two legs, like an elderly person nearing death. Simultaneously, it sniffed vigorously at the edge of the mist. Seemingly unable to detect any other sense, the goat anomaly appeared somewhat unwilling. It moved its two short legs as it walked into the mist while continuously chewing in its mouth. Occasionally, a drop of bright red blood would fall on its belly. Even the crunch-crunch chewing sounds penetrated through the mist into Chen Ye's ears. Chen Ye didn't dare be careless, watching the goat anomaly intently throughout. The goat anomaly stepped into the mist step by step, seemingly puzzled about what this place was. It occasionally shook its head and sniffed with its nose. The absolute aura concealment ability must have caused the goat to lose its hearing and smell, even its perception. The goat anomaly looked around in confusion, seeing nothing but a vast expanse of mist. But actually, Chen Ye was less than 10 meters from this anomaly. If not for the smoke breath mist's aura-blocking function, the goat anomaly would definitely have detected him. The goat anomaly walked several circles within the mist, constantly raising its head to sniff for something, its large ears constantly twitching. It seemed to want to disperse the mist. Several times, Chen Ye and the goat anomaly came within 1 meter of each other, forcing Chen Ye to carefully move the apocalyptic pickup truck away. This allowed him to avoid direct confrontation with the goat anomaly. The goat anomaly remained completely unaware, eventually retreating from the mist. The absolute aura barrier could only block auras, it didn't have ghost wall functionality. The goat anomaly exited the mist, returning to the man's corpse front, where it leisurely lowered its head to chew. However you looked at it, it resembled an ordinary goat grazing. After more than an hour, the corpse was completely consumed. Even the black robe the man wore wasn't left behind, all cleanly eaten by the goat anomaly. Even the bloodstains on the ground were licked clean by the goat anomaly. The snow stained with blood was also swallowed by the goat anomaly. Only then did the goat anomaly leisurely depart. Chen Ye finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Damn, this must be the real world without a pathfinder to guide the way, just as Chen Ye was considering whether to leave this place. Soon Chen Ye saw another 2 or 3 goats passing by this area. These goats sniffed around the spot where the man had died earlier for a long time. Then they tilted their heads and looked at the thick fog around Chen Ye, as if wondering where this fog came from. They stared for a full half-hour, and just when Chen Ye thought these goats might have discovered him, the goats finally leisurely left. This made Chen Ye sense some danger. When surviving in the wild, even the most powerful superhumans must remember one principle: try to avoid conflicts with anomalies. No matter how weak an anomaly might seem, you can never predict what abilities it might possess. Once you engage with an anomaly, it's highly likely to attract a large group of anomalies. Even high-level superhumans cannot withstand wave after wave of attacking anomalies. This is experience and lessons paid for with countless human lives. Originally planning to wait here for Chu Che, it seemed this plan was no longer feasible. This place was no longer safe. those goats had already noticed the appearance of the mist. Chen Ye started the vehicle. To minimize noise that might attract other anomalies' attention, Chen Ye activated the apocalyptic pickup truck's electric mode. He didn't even turn on the headlights. Before leaving, Chen Ye manipulated the smoke to simulate a human hand, picking up the marked stone he had thrown down earlier. This was also to avoid Chuche actually finding this place. If he encountered these strange goats, it would likely be very dangerous. His left eye's night vision was actually quite good. Though not as good as daytime, he could barely see the road ahead by the weak blood-red light. As for his right eye, under such conditions, it was completely blind, with visibility not exceeding 3 meters. Since the anomalies broke into the second elementary school, the continuously falling heavy snow had stopped. During the time at the second elementary school, the snow had almost never ceased. The only difference was sometimes it was heavy snowfall like goose feathers, sometimes light flurries. Chen Ye noticed the snow accumulation on the ground seemed to have thinned considerably. Dispersing the smoke-simulated snowplow, the apocalyptic pickup truck could now drive normally. Only occasionally did the studded snow tires make crushing sounds against small stones on the ground. Chen Ye looked around. This place was about 10 kilometers from where he encountered the goats earlier. Chen Ye. Suddenly, a weak yet somewhat familiar voice sounded behind Chen Ye. It sounded somewhat like Chuche's voice, yet also somewhat like Sun Cece's voice. Chen Ye was overjoyed. Damn. Finally found you. Good thing I. Just as he was about to turn around, suddenly his whole body shuddered. Chen Ye's left eye saw the hairs on the back of his hand standing up. Chen Ye stopped his turning motion, stiffly slowly returning his body to face forward. The apocalyptic pickup truck resumed maintaining its previous speed. Chen Ye, wait for me. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Chen Ye, I'm exhausted. I finally found you. Wait for me to get in the car. You bastard, open the car door. The voice resembling Chuche's, yet also like Sun Cece's, seemed to be jogging closely behind his vehicle. The sound of footsteps stepping on the shallow snow and dry branches reached Chen Ye's ears. Chen Ye acted as if he didn't hear anything, the vehicle maintaining a steady straight course without hurry. Chen Ye, you're so heartless. Are you really going to abandon me here alone? Chen Ye didn't answer. The voice began to sound somewhat venomous. Chen Ye, have you forgotten the days we spent together before? Chen Ye, I beg you, save me. I don't want to be alone here. Chen Ye, it's so cold here, I don't even have anyone to talk to. As long as you stop and wait for me, I'll do anything you want. Chen Ye only felt a chill run through his entire body, wanting to press the gas pedal to leave, but he restrained himself. As the vehicle maintained constant speed, the voice in his ears alternated between pleading, complaining, and venomous tones. Chen Ye had a premonition that if he stopped the vehicle, some unknown anomaly would get in. The unknown anomaly seemed to realize this method wasn't effective against Chen Ye. Gradually, the voice faded away. Wah wah wah. Suddenly, bursts of loud crying sounds entered Chen Ye's ears. Chen Ye's left eye pupil instantly contracted to needlepoint size. By the roadside ahead stood a 4- or 5-year-old little girl. The little girl was dressed in rags, standing under a large tree, continuously crying loudly, her bright eyes just watching the slowly approaching apocalyptic pickup truck. Abi Epsilon. Wah wah. Uncle, I'm lost. Wah wah. Uncle. I can't find my mom. Could you take me to find my mom? Wah wah. Bean-sized tears slid down the child's face, shimmering with faint red light under the blood moon's glow. Even someone like Chen Ye would feel his heart soften seeing this moment. Chen Ye still didn't stop the vehicle, not even changing the speed, completely not stopping when passing by the little girl. Late at night, in such an environment, a little girl standing under a tree, only a ghost would believe there was no problem. Having always followed behind Chuche before, he had almost forgotten how dangerous nights in the wild could be. Anomalies come in endless strange varieties. Anomalies are indescribable, undefinable, and cannot be directly confronted. Some anomalies are like Rome City's crawlers, where just a slight gesture from the snow woman would send countless crawlers swarming forward. Or like the 8-limbed human face, twisted and venomous. Or again like the headless sand snake in the desert, massive and terrifying. While some anomalies require triggering certain conditions before they attack. Like the paper-crying child encountered initially in Xinghua Town. Back then the paper-crying child grabbed Chen Ye, Chen Ye gave the paper-crying child a candy, and although unwilling, the paper-crying child released Chen Ye and chose the candy. Often these anomalies are more difficult to deal with than previous ones, but also rarer. Human civilization collapsed too quickly. Before more detailed research could be done on these anomalies, civilization had already crumbled. The anomalies kept trying to lure Chen Ye into opening the car door, but never launched an attack against Chen Ye. Clearly certain conditions were required. Although Chen Ye wasn't sure what trigger conditions prevented this unknown anomaly from attacking him. But the conditions for attack definitely hadn't been fully met yet. So Chen Ye maintained his current state, continuously driving forward. Not even the vehicle's speed changed. "Little brother, could you please stop? I want to go to the village ahead. Could you give me a ride?" Another seductively figured woman wearing a bodycon dress stood by the roadside. Under the blood moon's light, this woman's figure appeared extremely tempting, practically comparable to those AI-generated beauties. If you ignored the environment and just looked at the woman's figure, starting a live stream would instantly attract tens of thousands of thirsty viewers flooding into the broadcast room. As the vehicle passed by the woman, Chen Ye even felt the woman place her hand on the car door, wanting to pull it open and get in, but seemed to give up for some reason. For a moment, Chen Ye was so frightened that cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Like this, Chen Ye encountered countless people wanting rides along the way. These people included elderly, children, women, and even familiar people. And pairs of twisted, mad eyes staring at him. Chen Ye remained nerve-wracked the entire journey, with thick smoke breath already filling the vehicle interior. Fortunately, Chen Ye wasn't attacked. These anomalies seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, Chen Ye didn't respond to any of their calls, until he found a place he considered relatively safe. Chen Ye exhaled several mouthfuls of smoke, directly enveloping the several hundred-meter radius area with smoke breath. Only then did he heave a huge sigh of relief. Glancing at the electronic watch on his wrist, it was already 5:40 in the morning. The sky was beginning to brighten faintly at the horizon. Chuche said anomalies would gradually become more accustomed to daytime. But this was also a gradual process. Daytime always gives people a sufficient sense of security. Chen Ye finally breathed a huge sigh of relief, taking off his down jacket and throwing it on the back seat. Wait, the temperature seemed to have risen quite a bit. Seemed not as cold anymore. Chen Ye looked at the surrounding environment, noticing the white snow was gone from both the treetops and ground. Although the smoke could block others' vision, it couldn't block Chen Ye's sight. In the faintly brightening light at the horizon, a layer of mist seemed to be rising. From the driver's cabin's back seat, I found a can of cola, a sausage, and a Snickers bar. I originally wanted to eat a hot meal, but that tool person earlier got eaten by the goat. Having me go out to find food now really isn't realistic. I'll just have to make do with something simple. The cola's expiration date was 9 months, and looking at the production date, it had just a few days left before expiring. As for the sausage and Snickers bar, they were both already expired. In the past, this kind of stuff definitely couldn't be eaten. To protect my health and wallet, Chen Ye would choose to throw it directly in the trash. But now, these were all hard currency. Even an expired sausage was enough to make many people fight over it. I solved the eating problem in a few minutes. Chen Ye looked around. Morning fog was gradually rising, and even the red sun at the horizon had developed a fuzzy edge, looking hazy and indistinct. Quite lovely. The sun was out. This made Chen Ye very excited. Ever since entering that heavy snow area, he hadn't seen the sun at all. Even the surrounding temperature seemed to have risen considerably. It was just that there was too much fog around, making everything blurry and unclear. He glanced at the machete's upgrade countdown, still over 70 hours remaining. Achoo. Chen Ye sneezed, checked that the car doors were locked, and then planned to lie down on the back seat to sleep for a while. The previous high-intensity combat, plus encountering anomalies along the way, had kept Chen Ye's nerves in a state of high tension. Even though he was a superhuman with exceptional stamina, he was starting to feel overwhelmed at this point. Placing the machete within reach, he found a comfortable position in the back seat, and as soon as he closed his eyes, Chen Ye fell into a deep sleep. However, after Chen Ye fell asleep, the morning fog that Chen Ye had assumed would dissipate didn't fade away. As time passed, the morning fog grew thicker. The hazy red sun he'd glimpsed earlier was gradually being obscured. The surrounding visibility was visibly decreasing. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ye. Chen Ye, are you in there? Just as he was sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the car door. Chen Ye jolted awake from his dreams. He immediately grabbed the machete in his hand, looking warily out the car window. A very familiar face stood outside the car window looking at him, but the eyes had no focus. Waking up to see a face right outside the car, anyone who's experienced this kind of scare knows how terrifying it feels. The scene was like something straight out of a horror movie. Although the face was familiar, it was still frightening. Chen Ye felt all his hairs stand on end and was just about to raise the machete to strike. Yezi, you bastard really have nerves of steel, able to sleep in a situation like this? Chu Che's voice came through. Only then did Chen Ye realize, rubbing his eyes and looking carefully, those eyes, those eyebrows, that expression of righteousness, mixed with a bit of sleaziness. Nobs. It really was squad leader Chu Che. Chen Ye quickly waved his hand to disperse the surrounding mist. Holy crap, squad leader Chu, you bastard finally came. If you'd been any later, I'd be dead. It was then that Chen Ye noticed Chu Che had a rope tied around his waist. Probably because when Chu Che entered this mist, he lost all his senses, effectively becoming blind, so he tied the rope around his waist as a safety measure. With Chen Ye dispersing the mist, squad leader Chu could finally see clearly that it was indeed Chen Ye's vehicle in front of him, with a familiar person inside. Earlier, Chu Che had followed the marking to this location and noticed that this particular mist was different from the surrounding fog. Chu Che was naturally very familiar with this kind of mist, so he decided to enter and search. But as soon as he stepped in, he found that aside from a vast expanse of white mist, he couldn't see anything, and even the white noise in his ears had disappeared, leaving an eerie silence. Chu Che guessed this might be Chen Ye's ability. To avoid shouting and attracting other anomalies, Chu Che decided to enter the mist to search. That's why he made the decision to tie a rope around his waist. After groping around for a while, he finally touched a somewhat familiar metal lump. But the mist in front of him was just too thick. Chu Che could only make out the rough outline of the vehicle and couldn't see what was inside at all. That's how Chu Che ended up pounding on the car door and calling Chen Ye's name. This was also why when Chen Ye opened his eyes, he saw Chu Che's face outside the window with no focus in his eyes. The interior of the car was also covered by the mist. Chu Che simply couldn't see inside. In fact, after Chu Che called out, even he could barely hear his own voice. Unexpectedly, after just a few shouts, his vision cleared and his hearing returned to normal. Chen Ye dispersed the mist, and only then could Chu Che clearly see the person in front of him. It really was Chen Ye. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Che's face showed great joy. Holy crap, it really is you. This mist of yours is truly. Chu Che didn't know how to describe Chen Ye's ability, but he felt very excited inside. Chen Ye was also very happy, opening the car door and getting out, giving Chu Che a punch on the chest. I knew it, squad leader Chu, you're so cunning and shrewd, you'd definitely find me. Damn, we're two of a kind. I knew you definitely wouldn't die. Both of them had thought that when they separated to escape, the ones most likely to survive would be each other and themselves. One was cunning and shrewd, with how many trump cards he still had remaining unclear. The other was treacherous and ruthless, willing to do anything to survive. Just you alone? Only me, plus Old Bao and Xiao Wang. Haven't found the others yet. When he said this, a deep shadow of sorrow flashed in Chu Che's eyes. Don't worry, Iron Lion is so strong that ordinary anomalies can't do anything to him. That little girl Sun Cece is plenty clever, and as for Ding Dong, she's with Sun Cece, so they should be fine too. Chu Che sighed and said, I'm not really worried about Sun Cece and Ding Dong, it's Iron Lion, that guy is a bit stupid. Chen Ye. Chen Ye nodded deeply in agreement, very much approving of squad leader Chu Che's concern. Iron Lion was probably the most naive superhuman in the convoy. The reason he let so many people onto his school bus was because he wanted to save more people and help them survive. His decision to have unified management of supplies on the school bus was for the same reason. Probably during this scattered escape, either Iron Lion would have the most survivors with him, or none at all would survive. When they escaped from the second elementary school earlier, Chen Ye had glanced around and seen that the most survivors had gone with Iron Lion. The two exchanged a few casual words. Chen Ye also dispersed the smoke breath mist around him. After all, if Chuche could be here, it at least guaranteed temporary safety. Otherwise, the first thing he'd say upon seeing him would definitely be run. The familiar modified off-road vehicle appeared before Chen Ye. The roof was still loaded with plenty of supplies, and aside from some battle damage on the vehicle's surface, there weren't any other major changes. It looked much more spirited than his own apocalyptic pickup truck. Had to admit this modified off-road vehicle was really good over these past few months. He'd never seen this vehicle have any major problems. Xiao Wang stood anxiously waiting by the vehicle, and when he saw Chen Ye appear, he quickly came over to greet him, the expression on his face much more relaxed. Before Chen Ye could ask where old Bao was, he noticed something off about the surrounding situation. When he fell asleep earlier, although there was some fog around, it wasn't this thick. How come after one sleep, the fog density had reached this level? This fog, isn't it a bit too thick? After we left the wrong city area, the snow lightened up a lot, but this fog, it wasn't this thick before. First it was the desert, then heavy snow, and now this thick fog. Does the apocalypse not have any normal weather? Normal weather wouldn't be called the apocalypse. Yezi, your ability is smoke control, right? Try it, see if you can control this fog. A flash of anticipation appeared on Chuche's face. If Chen Ye could control this fog, life would definitely be much easier in the days to come. Chen Ye attempted to control the thick fog surrounding him, then shook his head. His smoke breath mist was essentially a form of supernatural power. But this dense fog was clearly just an abnormal weather phenomenon. The two briefly exchanged updates about their situations since escaping from the second elementary school. Squad leader Chu, who should we rescue first now? There were still other team members who hadn't returned, so they naturally couldn't just abandon them. A trace of gravity appeared on Chuche's face. We'll rescue Iron Lion first, he's the closest to us. Chen Ye had no objections to Chuche's decision. Compared to Sun Cece, Iron Lion was clearly more concerning. That guy was getting dumber by the day, often reacting too slowly to sudden situations. Earlier when Chen Ye had told Iron Lion to cover their retreat, the guy had actually done exactly that. Although he had another head, that head was only slightly smarter. Being stupid was one thing, but the guy also had an unfortunately kind heart. If it weren't for the convoy keeping an eye on him, he probably wouldn't have survived this long. In normal times, kindness might be a virtue. But in the apocalypse, while kindness remained a virtue, it brought no benefits and could even get you killed. Suddenly realizing that Chuche didn't seem worried about finding Iron Lion at all, Chen Ye asked curiously, Squad leader Chu, you never mentioned before that your marking ability could track people? Chuche had previously explained the basic functions of his marking ability. It could mark goods and inanimate objects. But he'd never said it could track people. It seemed he'd been holding back. Ahem. I didn't mention that? Must have forgotten. Chuche coughed awkwardly twice. Seeing Chen Ye staring at him, Chuche knew he couldn't hide it anymore and explained, any item I've marked, I can sense within a certain range. But for people, I can mark no more than 10 at most. That ability is pretty impressive. So you're basically a human radar. You could say that. Do we all have marks above our heads? Ahem. Yes. Chen Ye. Wait, if you have this ability, then why did you still give us stones? Chen Ye waved the stone in his hand as he asked. Chuche shook his head. This ability has a marking range. Once you go beyond that range, I can't sense you anymore. Now Chen Ye understood. TSK. Captain Chu, impressive. You're even guarding against your own teammates. You really are a sneaky old fox. Chuche grew somewhat flustered and angry at Chen Ye's teasing, retorting, and you have the nerve to say that about me? When we killed Wu Jianshan, what was that about your doppelganger? And your smoke mist is completely different from before. You never mentioned that either. If I didn't have my marking ability, I probably wouldn't have found you today. And you have the nerve to call me a sneaky old fox. Chen Ye, who would have thought someone who looks as honest as you would do such things and learn to keep tricks up your sleeve? Now it was Chen Ye's turn to feel awkward. Anyone would feel somewhat embarrassed when exposed to their face. I didn't intentionally keep it from you. It's just that Wu Jianshan's abilities forced me to be cautious. Plus, there wasn't enough time to explain. But Chuche wasn't about to let Chen Ye off the hook, continuing, from what I understand, each sequence advancement grants 1 to 4 abilities. You've revealed 2 so far. As he said this, Chuche looked Chen Ye up and down. Based on my speculation, for the supernatural path of smoke apostle sequence, you should have one more ability. Hearing Chuche's analysis made Chen Ye's face turn somewhat green. Everyone needed to keep some trump cards hidden. If this continued, Chuche would expose all his secrets. Who knew what this guy did before? He seemed quite knowledgeable about sequence superpowers. Stop right there. Let's consider this matter closed, Chen Ye said quickly. Fine, agreed. Both men saw their own reflections in each other's eyes. Chen Ye casually discarded all the stones. The marks on the stones also disappeared before Chen Ye's eyes. Clearly, Chuche had revoked the markings. Ahem. Squad leader Chu, if we're going to find Iron Lion, we should probably hurry. Chen Ye changed the subject. Chuche nodded. According to my sensing, Iron Lion is already over 100 kilometers away from us. That far? Yes. The guy probably didn't want to use his tail, so he's been chased by anomalies all this time. That's why we need to move quickly. Chen Ye's expression also turned more serious. Before the apocalypse, 100 kilometers would only take a few hours. But now 100 kilometers meant numerous dangers and uncertainties. Unexpectedly, Chuche's next words made Chen Ye's face turn several shades paler. So, if we want to get there quickly, our best option is to pass through Fog City. It's the fastest route. Pass through Fog City. Chen Ye felt his tongue getting tangled. Don't screw around passing through an entire city? Just thinking about their recent experience in Wrong City made Chen Ye uncomfortable. And now they actually had to pass through an entire city. This was absolutely insane. Chuche sighed. It's the fastest method. If we detour, it would take at least an extra week, and that's the minimum. If we only find Iron Lion after a week, do you think we'd find him alive? Wait, Captain, can your marking ability create some kind of group? Share locations in real time? Let everyone move closer on their own. Chuche shook his head. No, at least not now. But, Yezi, you don't need to worry too much. Counting you, there are only 4 of us now. Anomaly third law. The more people there are, the more attractive they are to anomalies. Conversely, the fewer people there are, the harder it is for anomalies to detect them. Squad leader Chu's explanation provided Chen Ye with some comfort. This anomaly law of yours, why haven't I heard you mention it before? I just came up with it. Chen Ye. All right then, shall we set off now? Wait a moment. Old Bao needs to rest. Anyway, it's been this long already. A few more minutes won't matter. Old Bao? That's right, I haven't seen Old Bao yet. Old Bao is sick. When Chen Ye saw Old Bao lying in the car, the man had already withered to skin and bones, comparable to Wu Jianshan. When Old Bao saw Chen Ye, he could barely even open his eyes. Who would have thought that this once authoritative chief manager of the convoy could deteriorate so drastically in just a few days? Xiao Wang had already started boiling water, planning to cook something warm for Old Bao to eat. If not for Old Bao's condition, Chuche probably wouldn't have stopped the vehicle. I don't know if Old Bao can pull through. Chuche's voice carried sorrow. Chen Ye remained silent, saying nothing. Forget it. Everyone has their own destiny. For Old Bao to have such an ending in times like these, not being eaten by anomalies, is already quite good. Sooner or later, this kind of thing will happen to all of us. Maybe the next ones will be you or me. Chuche's words were brutally frank, yet every word was true. Perhaps this journey through Fog City would become their burial ground. Compared to concerns about Old Bao's health, Chen Ye was more worried about passing through Fog City. This kind of thing was absolutely insane. Here. Chuche picked up a notebook and tossed it to Chen Ye. Chen Ye was startled. What is this? I wrote it. Haven't named it yet. Take a look, it might be useful to you. This, a wonder? Chen Ye was overjoyed, facing Chen Ye's money-grubbing expression. Captain Chu just rolled his eyes at him. Do you think wonders are like cabbages? That they're everywhere on the streets. Chen Ye wasn't embarrassed either, chuckling as he took the book and walked aside, grabbing some snacks from the back seat of the cockpit to munch on. Opening the book, Chen Ye finally understood what it contained. Along their journey, Captain Chu had recorded all the anomalies they encountered. From the white-dress scissor woman they met in Xinghua Town, to the binding resentment willow in Longevity Village, and the god worshipper at Rong City Second Elementary School. Reading this, Chen Ye realized just how precious this book was. The apocalypse had started too suddenly, leaving people with extremely limited research on anomalies. When most people encountered anomalies, their first reaction was to flee, and if they couldn't escape, they waited for death. This was the first time Chen Ye had seen something like specialized research targeting anomalies. He never expected squad leader Chu to quietly be doing this kind of work. Chu Che had even summarized several laws about anomalies in the book. Chen Ye slowly flipped through the pages. First, anomalies cannot be described, cannot be comprehended, cannot be categorized, and have no fixed nature. If you already think you have sufficient experience dealing with anomalies, believe me, you're not far from death. When dealing with anomalies, empiricism is unacceptable. Second, anomalies and humans cannot coexist. Either humans completely eliminate all anomalies, or anomalies eliminate all humans. Third, only sequence superpowers can deal with anomalies. Fourth, the more people there are, the greater the attraction to anomalies and the easier it is to be discovered by anomalies. Conversely, the fewer people, the safer. Humans are like sparks to anomalies. A single spark illuminates a limited area, but a group of people together is like a bonfire that will attract anomalies from far away to come find you. Fifth, the longer you stay in one place, the greater the attraction to anomalies and the easier it is to be discovered by anomalies. This is also an important reason why humans now survive through migration. Chen Ye slowly flipped through, noticing many places where Captain Chu Che had deleted and rewritten and deleted. Chen Ye even saw Captain Chu's classification of anomalies. Captain Chu temporarily divided anomalies into two categories. One was ordinary anomalies, which were the most common. The other was rule-based anomalies, like the unknown anomaly they encountered yesterday, and the paper-crying child they previously encountered in Xinghua Town. Nigerian Ira Omicron Thailand Bot Epsilon. Captain Chu had even recorded several rule-based anomalies that Chen Ye hadn't seen before. According to Captain Chu's records, rule-based anomalies were rarer, more powerful, and more despair-inducing than ordinary anomalies. Even among superhumans, none had been heard of defeating rule-based anomalies. As he read, Chen Ye became completely absorbed. Chen Ye realized this book's value was immeasurable. If they encountered other convoys, this book could definitely be traded for many good things. Any convoy or individual who obtained this book could significantly improve their survival chances when encountering these anomalies in the future. Hey, stop reading, time to hit the road. Just as he was absorbed in reading, he heard Chu Che's voice. Tui, Tui, Tui. What do you mean hit the road? We're departing. Departing. I'm saying, Squad Leader Chu, don't you have any better phrases in your mouth? Chen Ye was currently most averse to similar phrases. Chu Che laughed carelessly, reaching out to snatch the notebook back. Wait, I haven't finished reading it yet. That's enough. You've experienced everything that comes after. Reading it doesn't matter. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't make it in time. Before getting in the car, Chen Ye glanced at the machete that was upgrading. Only a few hours had passed. If possible, Chen Ye would rather wait for the machete to finish upgrading before passing through Fog City. Unfortunately, that guy Iron Lion probably couldn't wait that long. If not for Old Bao, Chu Che would have likely departed long ago. Just as Chen Ye was about to get in the car, he suddenly heard about a violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Turning around, he saw the convoy assistant Xiao Wang coughing as if he was about to cough his lungs out, his whole body already crouched on the ground from coughing. Xiao Wang, are you okay? Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. Squad Leader Chu. After a long while, Xiao Wang finally stood up from the ground, his face completely red, looking as if he had gained an additional layer of lethargy. Chen Ye looked at Xiao Wang, then at the thick fog around them. Squad Leader Chu, don't you think the fog is thicker now than before? Chu Che also looked at the thick fog around them. Previously, the thick fog had visibility of over 10 meters, but now it was only about 10 meters. Squad Leader Chu, do you have any masks? Chen Ye, who valued his life, first thought of getting a mask to wear. This fog seemed somewhat problematic. Regardless, better to get a mask first. Having one is better than having none. Yes, we took quite a few from the church earlier. The convoy assistant Xiao Wang quickly rummaged through the car and handed Chen Ye a pack of masks. Chu Che thought for a moment, then also took a mask and put it on. This thick fog always made people feel somewhat uneasy. Xiao Wang also put on a mask. But obviously, Thinking of wearing a mask only now seemed a bit late for Xiao Wang, as he kept coughing even while putting on the mask. This made Chen Ye quietly move further away from this guy. Although superhuman's physical fitness was much stronger than ordinary people's. But still, just in case. The convoy set off, with Chen Ye's vehicle driving in front and Captain Chu's vehicle following behind. There was no helping it. Captain Chu had no combat ability whatsoever. The only combatant in the convoy was Chen Ye himself. This made Chen Ye quite reluctant. But reluctance didn't change anything. He still needed Captain Chu to guide the way. Hey, hey, hey. Chen Ye, respond if you receive. Chu Che's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Squad leader Chu, there's only 2 of us. Is this formal communication really necessary? Remember to maintain contact at all times, and also, don't drive your vehicle too fast. Turn on your fog lights so I can see you. This fog is getting more and more strange. Cough. The final cough wasn't from squad leader Chu, but from convoy assistant Xiao Wang beside him. It sounded even more serious. Squad leader Chu, my vehicle doesn't have any damn fog lights, just the 2 front headlights. Just follow closely, that's all. You must have hazard lights at least. When have you ever seen my vehicle use hazard lights? If this were before the apocalypse, Chen Ye's vehicle definitely wouldn't be roadworthy. The walkie-talkie fell silent. Chen Ye glanced in the rearview mirror. He could still see Captain Chu's vehicle. The 2 fog lights on the front of the vehicle had quite strong penetration power in such conditions. In such environments, the role of fog lights became very apparent. Chen Ye also turned on his 2 front headlights. Again, better than nothing. The moon in the sky was completely invisible now. Completely covered by the thick fog, not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate through. The snow on the ground was almost invisible, the temperature had risen considerably, and Chen Ye had already taken off his down jacket and thrown it in the back seat, even taking off the snow boots he had been wearing on his feet. The humidity in the air had risen dramatically. Chen Ye could even feel his whole body becoming damp. Southerners might barely adapt to this weather, but Northerners would find it very uncomfortable. In this kind of humid weather, underwear hung outside would take a month to dry. The visibility in the thick fog was still decreasing. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, the visible range would be halved again. Chen Ye tried to see if his blood eye could see further. But it only improved slightly. The blood eye's main ability wasn't vision penetration, so its performance in thick fog was just average. With low visibility, Chen Ye drove very slowly. The walkie-talkie occasionally transmitted Chu Che's directions. Sometimes it was forward, sometimes it was to stop completely, then suddenly drive a short distance to the left. They had encountered this situation countless times during previous migrations, and everyone was quite accustomed to it. Chen Ye didn't complain about this. He knew Chu Che was sensing anomaly positions to avoid them. Sometimes while driving, when things became clear, a large tree or a wall would suddenly appear ahead. There was no helping it, Captain Chu couldn't sense whether there were obstacles ahead. This kind of driving was quite frustrating. Fortunately, after the vehicle returned to the highway, this situation gradually improved. Returning to the highway also meant Fog City was approaching. Comparatively, Fog City was a larger and more prosperous city than Wrong City, and definitely more dangerous than Wrong City. Fortunately, the convoy now had exactly 3.5 people at most. Old Bao only had half a life left anyway, counting him as half a person wasn't excessive. Captain Chu, Iron Lion can't wait much longer. Chen Ye didn't want to cause trouble. This city was clearly abnormal. If there were still living people here, he wouldn't believe everything was fine even if beaten to death. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting wood. If there are survivors here, we can ask them for information. Perhaps we can find a faster route out of the city. All right, you're the captain, you call the shots. Chen Ye shrugged, not intending to argue with Chu Che. Maybe Chu Che had a point. Having a few extra followers could be useful when encountering danger. He identified the source of the sound. It didn't seem far. The vehicle stopped on the spot. Chen Ye got out, gripping his machete's handle, a cigarette dangling from his lips, with smoke mist already swirling around him. Chu Che also stepped out of the vehicle. As for Xiao Wang, he was completely unable to drive now and had been placed in the passenger seat to rest by Chu Che. The sound should be coming from here. Seems like it's from this barbershop. Moving closer, they saw the shop's signboard that read Aiming Barbershop. The glass door of the shop had clearly been shattered by external force, but the lock was still hanging on it. Save me. Is someone there? I'm on the second floor, save me. I'll repay you. The person upstairs had obviously heard the vehicle sound, making their voice sound more excited and urgent. Chen Ye glanced at Chuche as if asking, Captain, are you sure it's not an anomaly? Chuche naturally understood what Chen Ye meant. He nodded affirmatively. Pathfinders were extremely sensitive to anomaly auras. Either they couldn't sense the anomaly's presence at all like before, or if they could sense it, distinguishing between human and anomaly auras was quite simple. Only then did Chen Ye feel slightly reassured. With a wave of his hand, smoke surged out, directly shattering the entire glass door without making any sound in the process. This was a new application of absolute aura concealment. Captain Chu, wait downstairs. I'll go check upstairs first. Chuche had no objections to this, holding a lighter while vigilantly scanning the surroundings, his expression seeming to say, hurry back quickly. Chen Ye didn't hesitate and strode upstairs. This barbershop wasn't large. The first floor was only about 30 square meters, with the staircase located at the back of the shop. After Chen Ye climbed the stairs to the second floor, even though there was still considerable smoke in the room, he immediately spotted a man wearing a mask lying in the corner. Are you human or a ghost? The man's voice sounded panicked. You asked me to come here, isn't it a bit late to ask that now? Chen Ye approached and finally got a clear look at the man's appearance. He was a man around 40 years old. He had a somewhat gaunt build and wore a mask over his face, with weathered eyes that showed much hardship. In this apocalypse, Chen Ye hadn't seen a fat person in a long time. Most people were quite thin. During the apocalypse, gaining weight had become a difficult feat. The man's legs were twisted unnaturally, clearly fractured, and his complexion was very pale. If Chen Ye and his group hadn't appeared here, the man probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Just you alone? I'm the only one here. We have more people at the convenience supermarket on Renmin Road ahead. Could you take me there? I'll repay you. After speaking, the man looked at Chen Ye with hopeful eyes. I'm not the one who decided to save you. As for where to take you, that's not for me to decide. Chen Ye snapped his fingers lightly, and countless smoke tendrils swarmed toward the man, directly lifting him up while surrounding him. The man's eyes showed surprise. You're a superhuman? Superhuman? You know about superhumans too? Yes, we used to have superhumans too. After saying this, the man's expression darkened again. Chen Ye didn't engage with the man further, directly using the smoke to carry him downstairs. After bringing the man downstairs, he handed him over to Captain Chuche. As the captain, handling this kind of situation was something he excelled at. Chuche casually cast a concealment barrier. Through Chuche's questioning, Chen Ye also understood the situation. This man belonged to a survivor group, their small group located in a convenience supermarket on Renmin Road ahead. There were quite a few people in the supermarket. According to the man's account, there were 17 people remaining in the supermarket. 17 people? This number startled Chen Ye. After all, in the cities they had passed through before, except for Rong City District, almost all had become uninhabited zones. It was almost impossible for any living people to exist. Yet in Fog City, there were actually 17 people. This man had been injured after falling from a height while searching for supplies. The reason he hid in this barbershop was simply because he had frequently visited it before and was very familiar with the place. Gentlemen, please take me to the convenience supermarket on Renmin Road ahead. Just take me there, and someone will receive you. Chen Ye said directly, we can take you there, but we need a guide for Fog City to help us leave quickly. Can you arrange that? The man nodded repeatedly. No problem, I'll have someone serve as your guide. If my legs weren't injured, I could guide you myself without any issues. We're all locals of Fog City and very familiar with the area. The deal was struck. Chuche withdrew the concealment barrier, and the man looked at Chuche with astonishment. You're also a superhuman. Unconsciously, the man began showing considerable respect toward both Chen Ye and Chuche. Chen Ye placed the man in his passenger seat. There was no other choice. Chuche's vehicle was already full, with Old Bao lying across the back seat and Xiao Wang constantly coughing in the other passenger seat. Seeing Xiao Wang's continuous coughing, the man's expression also changed slightly. Following the man's directions, Chen Ye and Chu Che drove for only about 10 minutes before reaching Renmin Road. Actually, Chen Ye and Chu Che still had many questions to ask, but given the man's poor condition, they could only take him to their small base first before discussing further. With someone familiar with the roads, their driving speed increased significantly. It seemed that if things went as Chu Che had said, finding a familiar guide could indeed save considerable time. The convenience supermarket appeared to be a medium-sized supermarket that didn't look very large, except that its rolling shutter was tightly closed. From outside the supermarket, one would never guess that it served as a survivor group space. "Is this the place?" The man nodded, his voice coming from beneath the mask. "This is it. Just knock and someone will open it." Chen Ye got out directly and knocked on the rolling shutter, creating a clattering sound. "Who is it?" A pleasant female voice came from inside. "It's me, Xiaohua. I'm back." The rolling shutter door made a clattering sound as a grimy young woman appeared, looking to be around 20 years old. When she saw Chen Ye and Chu Che, her initial reaction wasn't caution or fear, but rather a wolf-like greedy expression. This process was brief. The expression only appeared on her face for about 0.1 seconds before quickly being concealed. The lower half of her face was also covered by a simple mask, making her features unclear. Chen Ye's brow furrowed slightly. This expression felt a bit off. This small gathering place gave off an overall strange feeling. But Chen Ye didn't say anything, just glanced at Chu Che. Though Chu Che's expression remained unchanged, Chen Ye knew this guy had also noticed the girl's earlier expression. "Uncle Jing, you're back. And these two are." At this moment, Chen Ye's car was parked sideways facing the rolling shutter door, so the girl could see the person in the passenger seat. "Xiaohua, these are Mr. Chen and Mr. Chu superhumans." Hearing the words superhumans, the girl's pupils slightly contracted. The previous greed was hidden even deeper, and only then did a trace of caution appear in her eyes. The girl especially looked at Chen Ye's face a few more times because his eyes looked quite strange at the moment. Left eye blood red, right eye slightly pale. If someone said these two eyes didn't have something special about them, no one would believe it even if beaten to death. Coupled with Chen Ye's identity as a superhuman, it made people even more curious. "My leg is injured. Have Xiaolong and Ahao come out to help me." The man's hoarse voice came from beneath the mask again. Only then did the girl snap out of it and hurriedly shouted inside, "Xiaolong, Ahao, Uncle Zheng is injured. Come out quickly." "Coming? What's all the shouting about?" "So he's injured, big deal. Do we have to carry him or something?" Two young men with red and blue dyed hair swayed as they walked out from inside, both wearing the same style of bean shoes and skinny pants. They looked to be around 20 years old. Though they wore masks on their faces, their walking posture was quite arrogant. As they walked over, their heads swayed back and forth, looking like a pair of comic relief characters. However, both of them also wore simple masks on their faces. When they saw Chen Ye and Chu Che, their eyes lit up. "Yo-ho, new goods arrived? Those eyes, pretty cool." Xiaohua's expression changed, and she said coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? These two are superhumans. Can you afford to mess with them?" It seemed these two energetic young men were quite wary of Xiaohua, as their expressions became slightly more restrained when they approached. Hearing the words superhumans, these two acted like they'd been electrocuted, instantly becoming countless times more obedient. They didn't even dare to look at Chen Ye's eyes anymore. The two quickly and obediently carried this Uncle Zheng down from the vehicle and walked inside through the rolling shutter door. But before entering through the rolling shutter door, they kept looking back. Their eyes showed both caution and greed, especially toward Chen Ye's eyes and the two vehicles parked at the entrance. Squad leader Chu Che's vehicle in particular clearly contained quite a lot of supplies. Xiaohua showed a very friendly smile and said, "You two, why not come in and sit for a while? You saved Uncle Zheng and we haven't properly thanked you yet." "No, we have other matters to attend to. When we saved that Uncle Zheng earlier, he promised that you would provide a guide to lead us away from here. I wonder if you have the authority to make that decision." Seeing that Chu Che wasn't speaking, Chen Ye directly stated his purpose. Although he still had many doubts and curiosities about this small group. Now wasn't the time to delay. The girl smiled faintly. "I can't make that decision. Why don't you two come in with me and sit for a bit? I need to discuss this matter with others." Seeing that Chen Ye and Chu Che were still hesitant, the girl added, "Don't worry, it won't take much time, 20 minutes at most." Chu Che seemed somewhat hesitant, but Chen Ye frowned and surveyed the entrance of this convenience supermarket. Not only was the supermarket entrance completely chaotic, but the ground near the neighboring shops had some dark stains that looked like blood that had blackened over time. Wasn't this exactly like those horror movie plots? In those horror movie plots, when the main characters encounter an ancient mansion that obviously looks suspicious and go inside, they all end up dead. Every time Chen Ye saw this kind of plot before, he would watch while cursing, asking if these people were idiots. It obviously looks suspicious, yet they still go in? He never expected that one day this kind of brain-dead plot would happen to him. Chen Ye grabbed Chu Che, who was about to agree, and directly said, "We're in a hurry. It seems like you're also a local here, so why don't you come with me instead?" This girl called Xiaohua spoke with a similar accent to the rescued Uncle Zheng. Therefore, Chen Ye guessed she might be a local of Fog City. The young girl didn't expect Chen Ye to be so domineering and difficult to deal with. Her expression changed, and she hesitated before saying, "This, sir, it's not that I don't want to go with you, but my parents are still here. If I leave, it would be somewhat inappropriate." Chen Ye couldn't be bothered with more talk, his gaze turning unfriendly. "I don't care about all that, you're coming with me right now." The girl's face began to pale, her previous composure slowly disappearing. Perhaps because she was young, she had never encountered such a domineering person before. But before the girl could say anything, a group of people rushed out from the rolling shutter door. These people all looked sallow and emaciated, their clothes slovenly and dirty. Each wore a simply made mask on their face, but their eyes were all extremely fierce. They held various weapons in their hands: steel pipes, fire axes, kitchen knives, and even 4 or 5 guns. These were guns. Thanks to Xia country's policies, many people's understanding of guns was limited to television, movies, or certain short videos. Even during military training, some places didn't even bring out guns. This was the first time encountering guns since the apocalypse began. While guns were useless against anomalies, they were still quite effective against people. Chen Ye definitely didn't have Iron Lion's formidable physical attributes. Chen Ye reacted extremely quickly, his body instantly transforming into a wisp of blue smoke as he swept backward, light as nothing. Chen Ye's reaction directly stunned the people who had just rushed out, leaving them standing frozen in place, momentarily unsure what to do. Who would have thought that squad leader Chu Che beside him had already taken cover behind the modified off-road vehicle? This guy had prepared when he noticed something was wrong. But Chen Ye's reaction completely shocked squad leader Chu Che. "Well done, Chen Ye. You bastard actually had another trick up your sleeve. If not for today's situation, how long were you planning to hide this?" But now wasn't the time for arguments. Chen Ye's eyes turned fierce, and he felt killing intent toward these people. Damn it, transforming into blue smoke was his trump card ability that even Chu Che didn't know about, yet now he was forced to reveal it because of these people. Chen Ye's blood eye slightly reddened. Clearly, he was going to use the Blood Eyes ability this time. Before Chen Ye could react, the red-haired guy among these people started shouting, "Brothers, don't be afraid, they're just superhumans. It's not like we haven't dealt with them before. They definitely have lots of supplies. 2 fat-faced guys, if we slaughter them, we could eat for a long time." Fat-faced? Eat for a long time? Hearing these words, even the good-tempered squad leader Chu became furious. "You call this fat-faced? This is well-proportioned." Damn it, unacceptable. Calling Chen Ye and Chu Che fat-headed and big-eared was truly somewhat insulting. Chen Ye wasn't fat at all, by pre-apocalypse standards, with his height over 180 centimeters and weight around 70 kilograms. He couldn't be considered fat and was actually somewhat lean. As for Captain Chu Che, well, calling him well-proportioned wouldn't be inaccurate, but he definitely wasn't fat. It was just that compared to these emaciated people before them, the two of them did appear somewhat plump. The red-haired guy running at the front was slightly shorter than Chen Ye, and his entire body looked like skin and bones, with barely any meat on him. Then there was Xiaohua beside him, constantly backing away. This woman definitely weighed less than 40 kilograms. These people appeared severely malnourished, and they seemed to have some mental issues as well. Chen Ye was furious. These people had no martial virtue, they'd even gotten their hands on guns. The crimson glow in his left blood eye blazed intensely, like a demon from hell peering into the human world. Chen Ye had 100 ways to eliminate every single person before him. Given how things had developed to this point, the fault clearly didn't lie with him. He suspected these people had done this kind of thing many times before. On one hand, Chen Ye wanted to extract some information from these people. On the other hand, Chen Ye also wanted to test the Blood Eye's power. The blood eye obtained from the abyssal blood pupil had inherited some of its abilities. He still hadn't tested how powerful the blood eye actually was. Back at second elementary school, due to the intense battle conditions and the blood eye having just been transplanted, many abilities hadn't been fully adapted to yet. This was the perfect opportunity to test it on these people. The red-haired guy running at the front suddenly felt extremely hot for some reason. Fog City didn't have extremely cold temperatures. It was roughly between 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. But the red-haired guy felt like he was in the middle of a scorching summer. Just as he felt surprised, he saw what appeared to be orange-red flames before his eyes. Alpha. The red-haired guy was shocked. Though he didn't understand why flames had suddenly appeared before him, he felt panicked, as if something terrifying was about to happen, and quickly tried to evade. But it was already too late. He could already smell roasted meat from the tip of his nose. The orange-red flames ignited the surrounding air. Even his own skin caught fire. An unpleasant smell of burning flesh filled the air. What the hell? It hurts. It hurts so much. Save me. The scene instantly terrified everyone around, causing them to scatter wherever the red-haired guy ran. A perfectly normal person, while running, suddenly burst into scorching flames and spontaneously combusted. No matter who witnessed this scene, they all felt cold sweat running down their backs. The red-haired young man was like a shark in water. Wherever he went, people scrambled to get out of his way. What's happening to me? Save me, save me. Save me. The burning sensation on his skin made the red-haired guy scream continuously. Wherever he went, people and ghosts alike avoided him, everyone looking like they couldn't get away fast enough. The red-haired guy screamed as he charged into the thick fog, disappearing from sight in an instant. The other survivors looked horrified, wanting to stop him but not daring to approach. "It's you're behind this?" Xiao Hua stared fixedly at Chen Ye's crimson left eye, the red pupil faintly flickering as if flames danced within. Chen Ye ignored the woman's intense stare, instead hiding his body behind the vehicle. Several survivors holding guns had already aimed their weapons in this direction. Even though Chen Ye could kill all the survivors present, he didn't want to get shot. He was somewhat disappointed with the power he'd just demonstrated. It seemed the Blood Eye's power still hadn't been fully developed. After all, it had only been a few days since the transplant. At the same time, Chen Ye also felt a slight stinging pain in his left eye, probably because the Blood Eye hadn't fully healed yet. He had to admit that superhumans were truly remarkable in this aspect. If a normal person had undergone such surgery, they couldn't possibly have recovered to this extent in such a short time. If it had been Sun Cece, her fire dragon ability would have been enough to reduce that red-haired guy to ashes. He wouldn't have had the chance to run around like that. Still, Chen Ye's display had intimidated the others. A superhuman? Is this a superhuman? How could he be this strong? Wait, this superhuman isn't right. Why was Xiaobo so weak before? How is this one so strong? The survivors looked at each other, seeing fear in each other's eyes. It seemed Chen Ye's strength had exceeded their expectations. "You've killed superhumans before?" Chu Che's voice came from behind the vehicle. The survivors held their guns, staring intently at Chen Ye's position, ready to send him a peanut if he showed his head. What exactly are your intentions?" This time, Xiao Hua's voice became exceptionally serious, even carrying a hint of panic. Chen Ye guessed that this woman must hold a relatively high position among these survivors. The woman called Xiao Hua didn't answer Chen Ye's question. Chen Ye saw Captain Chu Che hiding tightly behind the vehicle. He was being as cautious as humanly possible. Chen Ye had to give Captain Chu a big thumbs up. This was true apocalypse survival habit. Even though he knew Captain Chu couldn't die and had countless hidden cards up his sleeve, the guy still maintained this cowardly, cautious appearance. He was truly a model for our generation. No wonder so many people had died while Captain Chu was still alive. Just then, they suddenly heard the sound of triggers being pulled. Click, click. Hearing the sound, Chen Ye was slightly stunned. This The guns had no bullets? This sound also angered the other survivors. Idiot, who told you to pull the trigger? Damn it, Xiaolong, are you crazy shooting at me? I didn't. It wasn't me. My finger moved on its own. Bullshit. Chen Ye's face slowly rose from behind the vehicle, but his expression was extremely grim. The faintly glowing crimson eye looked terrifying and horrifying, especially since there was a hidden rune in the center of the blood eye's pupil that was now slowly rotating and flickering, making it appear even more eerie. Just now, Chen Ye had used the blood eye's second ability. Back at second elementary school, the abyssal blood pupil had used this ability during its fight with the death god. At that time, countless crawlers under the abyssal blood pupil's control swarmed toward the death god. Although it didn't cause any damage to the death god, this ability had left an extremely deep psychological impression on Chen Ye. Chen Ye had carefully observed at the time that these crawlers seemed to be controlled by some force, making their movements somewhat stiff. And now, after transplanting the blood eye, Chen Ye could also activate part of this ability. The abyssal blood pupil's unique ability, which Chen Ye's left eye had now partially inherited, abyssal control. Anyone who made eye contact with the blood eye would have a seed planted within them. The blood eye could then use this seed to achieve control over the target. Chen Ye's blood eye was too conspicuous. Any normal person who saw it for the first time would instinctively take a second look. Just a moment ago, Chen Ye had made eye contact with at least 2 people, planting seeds within them. One of them was this spirited young man called Xiaolong. It was Chen Ye who controlled Xiaolong, making him use his gun to pull the trigger on his companion. He hadn't expected the gun to have no bullets. Your gun has no bullets? Chen Ye's expression was truly frighteningly dark. His earlier behavior of hiding behind the vehicle was somewhat embarrassing. What was even more embarrassing was that Chu Che had witnessed it. With Chu Che's big mouth, soon the entire convoy would know. Chen Ye had no intention of going easy on these people. Especially after that comment earlier. These 2 fat-headed ones, if we slaughter them, we could eat for a long time. Just based on that statement alone, one could imagine what these people had done. Chen Ye considered that so far, everything he'd done was for survival. But he had never crossed the bottom line of humanity. But these people before him seemed to have done unforgivable things. You, who exactly are you? This time, Xiao Hua was truly panicked. They had previously had a superhuman in their small group. But that superhuman compared to Chen Ye was like heaven and earth. Thud. Just then, a survivor holding a kitchen knife beside them swung and chopped into Xiaolong's neck, blood splattering across his face. The survivor looked bewildered, as if he hadn't yet processed what he had done. The survivor looked utterly terrified. It wasn't me, I didn't want to, I couldn't control myself. Sorry, I didn't want to. Xiao Hua stared at Chen Ye in horror, her pupils shaking violently. It's you're a devil. You're a devil. No, you're the demons. Chu Che patted Chen Ye on the shoulder, acting like a commander. Well done, but some parts were too rough. Pay attention next time. Chen Ye. He'd completely forgotten how the guy had been hiding behind the vehicle earlier, After Chen Ye revealed that trick, nobody on the scene dared to act reckless anymore. Chen Ye's ability was simply terrifying. One person spontaneously combusted, another went berserk and lost control of his own body. Even an idiot would know these 2 had problems. Especially the one with the blood-red left eye, who clearly looked like trouble. Everyone stood quietly in place, cowering as they watched Chen Ye and Chu Che, like they were staring at 2 devils. The cleanup afterward was exactly Chu Che, the squad leader's specialty. Normally Uncle Bao or Xiao Wang would handle this, but both of them were too ill now. It had to be Chu Che. What's with the masks? Chu Che asked that first. Xiao Wang's condition was getting worse. Xiao Hua ground her teeth and glared at Chen Ye before saying, the fog is poisonous. Any medicine? Xiao Hua shook her head. No. Once the coughing starts, there's no saving them. Then how did you survive it? We didn't know at first. A lot of people died. A single sentence representing countless living souls. Chu Che glanced anxiously toward the vehicles. Xiao Wang lay on the passenger seat with a mask, nearly collapsed, his face ashen, coughing at intervals. Chen Ye snorted coldly, red light flashing in his eyes. Xiao Hua's expression changed dramatically. Her right hand raised a knife slowly toward her throat. That knife had been hidden in her sleeve. No one expected she'd try to kill herself now. But looking at her expression, it didn't seem genuine. Xiaohua's left hand clamped hard on her right, still resisting the blade moving closer. Only her two eyes were visible, swollen and bloodshot. Chu Che watched this and sighed inwardly. This kid has so many tricks. I wonder, if Cici ever faced him, who would win? Chen Ye's left eye continued to flicker red, runes in his pupil beginning to turn. His voice was bone-chilling cold. Are you really telling me a simple mask can block poisonous fog? The girl's left hand gripped the right one so tight her neck strained backward. Please, spare me. I beg you. The girl began to plead. When she saw Xiaolong's neck get cut earlier, she'd only felt horror and strangeness. But now she truly understood it was a feeling of utter despair. Like her right hand suddenly having a will of its own. Worse, she had no idea when she'd been affected. It was completely unavoidable. Terrifying. Seeing no change in Chen Ye's expression, the girl struggled and finally said, I don't know either, but if you use a mask to block the fog, it guarantees that at the start, you won't cough. After that, it's not such a big problem. A with ring above beta upsilon. The blade was right at her pale throat. Though the girl looked dirty overall, her neck was clean, clearly someone who cared about hygiene. A drop of crimson blood appeared on her throat. Let go of Sister Xiaohua. A young man went berserk and tried to rush forward. A survivor who had killed Xiaolong grabbed him, and the two instantly wrestled. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. I can't control myself. Everyone watching felt their guts wrench. What kind of sequence was this person? It was far too terrifying. Chen Ye sighed slightly and withdrew the abyss control from the blood eye. Xiaohua and the two grappling people instantly froze. The girl gulped in fresh air, feeling like she'd just crawled out of hell. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from her forehead onto the ground. This man was just too terrifying. This man was like those monsters on the divine elephant. Chen Ye sighed. Xiao Wang was an honest kid. Whenever there was something in the convoy, a single shout and this kid would sort it all out. Not talkative, but Chu Che trusted him. With Uncle Bao down, this kid probably wouldn't make it. He must have inhaled a lot of fog toxin when the thick mist rose. By the time he realized and put on a mask, it was too late. As for Chen Ye and Chu Che, both were superhumans. Their physiques were far stronger than ordinary people. Chen Ye looked at Xiao Wang with pity. What a shame for the kid. The cleanup after that was straightforward. Chu Che checked the convenience supermarket, and when he came out his face looked extremely grim. He must have seen things he shouldn't have. The girl's expression was also off, but she maintained her composure. Chu Che asked a few survivors some questions. They glanced at Chen Ye and answered in broken sentences. Because they were a bit of a distance away, Chen Ye couldn't hear clearly. He could only see through the mist that Chu Che had approached a few survivors. But Chu Che's face grew increasingly ugly, even his clenched fist trembling slightly. Chen Ye glanced at his wristwatch. From encountering the man with the broken leg until now, 40 minutes had passed. Squad leader Chu, it's about time. Chu Che came before Chen Ye, his face muscles twitching. All of these people deserve to die. Keep a few, at least to guide us. You don't know what they did. Damn it, I've survived through the apocalypse for so long. This is the first time I've seen this. You. Chen Ye quickly said, cut it out. Don't tell me one disgusting person is enough. Don't pass that to me. Chu Che. Squad leader Chu, it's getting late. We should depart. A few minutes later. Two people were loaded into Chu Che's truck bed, the uncle with the broken leg, Uncle Zheng, and the other was the young man named Xiao Yan. The youth kept staring at Chen Ye with demon-like eyes, muttering to himself. As for the others, demons had no need to remain among humans. Xiaohua sat in the passenger seat. She trembled with fear, no thought of resisting the man in front of her. She'd never forget what she had just seen. Those scythe demons struggling out of the smoke had only swung their sides a few times. So many people, not one escaped. From now on, cooperate. If you do as we say until we reach the destination, you'll live. Understand? Without hearing the girl's reply, Chen Ye looked back at her. She was so startled by his indifferent gaze her whole body shook. Okay. She began nodding crazily, looking pitiful. I haven't eaten anyone, please, don't kill me. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Chen Ye coldly replied with 2 words, "I don't believe you." At those words the girl collapsed and began wailing loudly in the car. Chen Ye was annoyed and drew the machete, pressing it to the girl's throat. Her crying stopped immediately. "Pretending? Are you pretending to me? Earlier she'd acted so clever. Now she played the weak girl? You're the boss of this little group, aren't you?" With the girl guiding them, although the fog over Fog City hadn't dissipated, their pace picked up considerably. They soon reached the main road. Once they crossed the Mist River, it wouldn't be long before they were out of Fog City. The 40 minutes of delay was clearly worth it. This trip was proceeding too smoothly. The vehicles kept moving, Chuche trailing behind Chen Ye's car. Visibility was worrying, but fortunately the whole city was empty. They simply rammed through cars blocking the road. Driving by the road's painted lines, they avoided hitting roadside flower beds. With one local, Chuche's directional sense, and the map in hand, the speed steadily increased. With the map, Chuche didn't worry about the girl playing tricks. "Are you from the Divine Elephant?" Suddenly the girl asked that in the seat beside him. Hearing those words, Chen Ye remembered what Mo Wyron once said. Mo Wyron had said he'd seen an enormous elephant with a fortress on its back. Could the Divine Elephant be referring to that? Divine Elephant? Uh-huh, a very big elephant. On its back is a village. You're from the Divine Elephant, right? When the girl said Divine Elephant, Chen Ye immediately thought of the sky whale. What he had seen in the desert left an impression on him he could not shake. Could this so-called Divine Elephant also be a wonder? Tell me everything you know about the Divine Elephant. Chen Ye's voice was icy. The girl hesitated for a moment, then said, "Actually, I only heard about it from other people by chance." "Tell me." She glanced at Chen Ye, then slowly began to relay what she knew about the Divine Elephant. The Divine Elephant is an extremely huge elephant. They say it's near Fog City, but none of us have actually seen it. The girl gradually told him the information she had heard. According to her, the Divine Elephant had recently been drifting near Great Wu Village. It was unimaginably vast, unlike any creature of this world. Its 4 legs were like pillars, easily hundreds of meters tall. On its back was a village where people lived. Those living on the Divine Elephant's back were spared the harassment of anomalies and had returned to pre-apocalypse lifestyles. It was a sanctuary everyone yearned for. The Divine Elephant wandered around and did not stay in one place. Many were trying to learn news about it. As long as someone could live on the elephant's back, they could escape the daily danger of anomalies. But so far, no one had heard of anyone actually getting up onto the Divine Elephant. Or perhaps those who went up to live there simply never wished to come down again. The girl and her group had been asking around for a long time about the Divine Elephant. Even the earlier small group they were part of had clung to the hope of living up there. Unfortunately, they ran into Chen Ye's group. What she said now was more detailed than the information Mo Wyron had given before. Mo Wyron had said there was a castle on the Divine Elephant's back with people living inside. The two accounts were roughly similar, possibly the result of rumor spreading. Only by actually seeing the Divine Elephant would one know the truth. If you could avoid anomaly attacks, living on the Divine Elephant would probably be pretty good. Was there a sequence superhuman in your little group before? Chen Ye asked. Earlier he had heard that the small group with the broken-legged man might have a superhuman, but the details had not been explained. At mention of a superhuman, the girl's expression tightened. "It's not my fault. It was Xiaolong and Ahau who did it. I didn't do anything." "Cut the nonsense. I ask, you answer," Chen Ye snapped. The girl looked at Chen Ye in terror. She wanted to lie to him, but didn't know exactly what he already knew, so she reluctantly told the truth about their group's superhuman. With Tilden. Everything about Xiaobo had nothing to do with me. It was all Xiaolong and Ahau's doing. She began to explain about that superhuman. The superhuman was named Xiaobo, and he was a mechanic sequence superhuman. According to her, when he first joined the small group he was popular, and he even used his supernatural power to make some firearms that could deal with anomalies. Chen Ye's mind stirred when he heard that. Could those be the guns he'd just seen? Those guns seemed to have been thrown into Captain Chu's trunk. To prevent these survivors from causing trouble, the guns and people had been separated. He hadn't expected that a mechanic sequence would have crafted modified items here. This news could not be allowed to reach Chuche. He needed to find an opportunity to take a look. He would have to act as if nothing was going on. Right, Chen Ye intended to monopolize those items for himself. He only didn't know whether his conversation had been overheard by Captain Chu. Xiao Wang couldn't drive, so Captain Chu was driving personally and probably didn't have time to mess with his busted radio right now. Even if the mechanic sequence's creations weren't true wonders, anything that could counter anomalies would be formidable. Chen Ye tucked that fact away in his mind. He had to be careful. If that crafty old fox Chu Che found out, he would demand a share, or even take everything himself. Chen Ye had no hope for Captain Chu's character or moral line. The mechanic superhuman probably hadn't produced many finished products, at most 1 or 2 items. Chen Ye's thoughts raced, but he didn't interrupt the girl. Because of Xiaobo the mechanic, those survivors had managed to live in Fog City. So Xiaobo's prestige among mechanics was at its peak, everyone respected him. But that also bred resentment. The red and blue-haired troublemakers whom Chen Ye had burned and cut down had been small-time thugs before the apocalypse. They had tried several times to cause trouble but were blocked by Xiaobo. So those two hated him. In the apocalypse, scarcity of supplies was a problem everyone faced. Xiaobo had demanded meals be reduced from 2 a day to 1 a day. That sparked a lot of dissatisfaction, and with the two thugs stirring things up, the survivors took the opportunity while Xiaobo wasn't paying attention to rebel. From what Chen Ye had just seen, he could tell clearly the woman had played an important role in that uprising. She hadn't said, and Chen Ye hadn't asked. He already guessed the rest. Mechanic is not a particularly powerful combat sequence. Its strength lies in modifying weapons and all things mechanical. It can grant machines astonishing abilities and make weapons lethal to anomalies. That was easy for them. But without weapons, their combat ability was probably only comparable to Captain Chu's. So when many survivors attacked together, even if a sequence had enhanced body strength, they still wouldn't be able to handle so many people. Moreover, the survivors had surely planned ahead. The mechanic superhuman probably didn't notice and was killed. What happened after that, Chen Ye did not want to know. He had seen too much of the apocalypse's darkness. He preferred to keep a little light in his heart. The girl's following words hid several key details, but they matched what Chen Ye had guessed. Your guns. Before Chen Ye could finish, the girl understood. Those guns were just to scare you. They would never have been used against you. Besides, most of them have no bullets. 2 of them were modified by Xiaobo. We couldn't use them at all. She explained anxiously, hands fluttering like castanets. Whether Chen Ye believed her or not was for him alone to know. He continued, after that mechanic sequence superhuman died, how did you survive in Fog City? This was an important question. Since the apocalypse, this small group was the only survivor team Chen Ye had seen continue to live in the city. The girl hesitated, then said, it was the Fog Slaves. Fog Slaves. He had never heard that name before. Fear flitted across the girl's eyes. Yes, Fog Slaves. They're terrifying. Once someone dies, they become a Fog Slave. The Fog Slaves come back and pull us into the mist again, turning us into new Fog Slaves. We were over 100 before. Now only 3 of us are left. Actually, even if you hadn't come, we would have all turned into Fog Slaves soon. Chen Ye frowned slightly, a faint red light flashing in his eyes. At that moment the girl lifted her right hand and brought the knife down, slashing hard across the thumb of her left hand. Her scream tore through the street. She clamped her right hand over her mouth. The scream was choked off, caught in her throat. She tried to pry her right hand away, but she had no strength. Blood soaked her hands, staining her and leaving a large red patch on the seat. Her left and right hands wrestled against each other. And at that moment, the blood seemed to have provoked something. The girl felt the seat she was sitting in suddenly clamp down and imprison her. Her back, thighs, and butt were all tightly wrapped by the seat. It felt as if the chair were trying to devour her whole. She wanted to scream and beg for mercy, but her mouth was pressed shut by her own hand. No sound could be made. She could only look at Chen Ye with pleading eyes. Chen Ye understood. The blood had triggered the apocalyptic pickup truck's taboo, activating its devouring ability. It wasn't that the seat had some special power on its own. The apocalyptic pickup truck's second taboo read, there must be no smell of blood inside the vehicle. No injuries allowed, or there is a risk of being devoured by the vehicle. If he didn't stop it, the girl would be devoured by the vehicle completely. Chen Ye wouldn't mind watching the apocalyptic pickup truck devour a living person. But the girl in front of him still had a use. She couldn't die yet. He waved his hand and the pickup truck's devouring ability stopped abruptly, returning to normal. For others, stopping an already triggered taboo would be nearly impossible or extremely difficult. But he was Chen Ye, and this apocalyptic pickup truck was the vehicle he had upgraded from his 28-inch bicycle all the way up. He could drive this pickup however he wanted, ignore taboos and costs. He could even completely control the vehicle. The girl broke free and tried to stand, but there was barely any space inside the cab. She could only press her hand to her mouth and try to move her body as far from the eerie seat as possible. At that moment, both the vehicle and the man before her were the most terrifying devils in the world in her eyes. The two survivors in the truck bed went pale, panic-stricken. From behind the truck, Captain Chu muttered, "This kid, what's he acting crazy about again? You madman, you absolute madman." The young woman clutched her thumb, her face filled with venomous hatred. All traces of her previous obedience and caution completely vanished. But deep inside, the young woman felt deeply confused. From beginning to end, every word she had spoken had been carefully considered. Moreover, about 90% of what she said was truth, with only some key parts omitted. Could he have discovered something? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possibly detect the flaws in my words? One more unnecessary word, and I'll make you cut out your own tongue. I imagine you've never experienced that feeling before, have you? The young woman wisely chose to remain silent, but the venom in her eyes remained impossible to conceal. Chen Ye didn't even bother acknowledging the young woman's emotions toward him. You just said that because of the fog slaves, your group of over 100 people was reduced to only 17? The young woman gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly in pain. Chen Ye gripped the steering wheel, deliberately ramming into a parked car before leisurely saying, "Impossible. Even if you were 1,000 people, if you encountered an anomaly, you'd be lucky to have 10 escape. If 100 people encounter an anomaly, there's only one outcome." Chen Ye turned his head to glance at the young woman's venomous expression. The young woman didn't expect Chen Ye to suddenly turn around and quickly hid the hatred in her eyes, lowering her head in silence. Chen Ye continued, "None of them would survive. Therefore, you must be withholding some information. You killed one superhuman before, but that doesn't mean all superhumans are like him. If you want to lie to a superhuman, you should first check if your acting skills are up to par." Chen Ye's words were as cold as midnight ice, making people shiver. The young woman's body began trembling slightly, immense fear rising in her heart. She had indeed underestimated Chen Ye and underestimated superhumans. In her understanding, superhumans should be like Xiaobo, just possessing powerful and incredible abilities. In other aspects, they should be the same as normal people. But this person before her, whether in cunning or cruelty, exceeded her imagination. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention something. The fog slaves are very powerful. We once tried to kill them, but without Xiaobo, we're no match for the fog slaves at all. Those weapons, we can't use them either. Even wonders with the lowest ranking numbers couldn't be used by ordinary people. Chen Ye naturally knew why they couldn't use them, but didn't say anything. In our attempts to kill the fog slaves, many of us died, but none of our methods had any effect on them. Originally, none of us should have survived. But the fog slaves only appear for 3 minutes each time. After 3 minutes, they disappear into the mist. 3 minutes? Why? Hearing about this 3-minute limitation, Chen Ye's expression didn't improve. He thought of a very unpleasant term. The young woman shook her head, her face pale. "I don't know, I'm not lying to you. I really don't know, it's always 3 minutes every time. It's because of this that we managed to survive." Seeing that Chen Ye seemed unconvinced, the young woman grew increasingly uneasy, causing more blood to spurt from the wound on her hand. "Wrap your wound, don't dirty my car." The young woman hurriedly picked up the knife in panic, cut off a strip of cloth from her clothing, wrapped it around the thumb wound on her left hand, and picked up the severed thumb to hide in her jacket pocket. With circumflex nu beta. The young woman smiled bitterly. She had imagined there would be a day of reckoning for her actions. She just never expected to encounter someone like this. Thinking about the things she had done, she felt she might deserve this punishment. Chen Ye coldly spoke one sentence, but felt even more certain in his heart. "This should be ZZZZT. Hey, squad leader Chu. Chen Ye picked up the walkie-talkie and relayed what this young woman named Xiaohua had said to Chu Che. After hearing it, Chu Che's mood also became extremely heavy. ZZZZT. Yezi, this should be a rule anomaly. You've read my notes. Rule anomalies are even more terrifying than regular anomalies. Once you trigger a rule anomaly's rules, for people at our current level, rule anomalies are unbeatable. Even with all squad members combined, defeating a rule anomaly is nearly impossible. Chu Che's words were calm and logically analyzed. Chen Ye listened, his mouth twitching. With all squad members combined? Our little squad has only managed to kill one anomaly, that human-faced scorpion in the desert before. As for the later 8-limbed human face and abyssal blood pupil, either one of them was beyond what our squad could handle. Of course, except for those cannon fodder crawlers. The power of anomalies in the face of the fair convoy is practically invincible. Just reach sequence 2, feeling confident enough to face some lower-level anomalies. Then immediately encounter even more powerful anomalies. It's just never-ending. Squad Leader Chu, how much longer until we arrive? At our current speed, at least 2 days. Chen Ye glanced at the countdown on his machete, still over 60 hours remaining. 2 days, that's less than 50 hours. This upgrade is taking quite a long time. Silence fell over the walkie-talkie. Clearly both Chen Ye and Chu Che were feeling heavy-hearted. Even with a guide like the young woman Xiaohua, plus Chu Che's talent and the map, the two vehicles were moving considerably faster. But the journey remained difficult. Sometimes when they could clearly take a straight road, Squad Leader Chu's voice would come through the walkie-talkie, telling them to turn into a side alley. A 10-minute journey sometimes took 2 full hours. Although Xiaohua and the other survivors didn't fully understand, they remained quiet. Chen Ye had already thrown this woman Xiaohua into the back truck bed, letting the previously injured Uncle Zheng with broken legs guide them instead. Before leaving, the woman endured her wound to briefly clean the passenger seat. The middle-aged man got in the car again, showing obvious fear and respect toward Chen Ye. Chen Ye had no intention of speaking much with him. He didn't even ask why he had been in that barbershop's second floor. He just mechanically had him give directions at critical moments. After realizing Chen Ye's aloofness, the middle-aged man relaxed somewhat. The vehicle continued winding through the old city district of Fog City. Clearly, a main road could have taken them directly to Mist River Bridge, taking at most 1 or 2 hours. But Chen Ye and Chu Che somehow managed to drive for over 10 hours. Fortunately, both vehicles still had ample gasoline reserves. To save time, the two vehicles only stopped to rest for 5 minutes. Chu Che boiled some hot water for Xiao Wang and Old Bao. Old Bao was now breathing more out than in. As for Xiao Wang, Chen Ye wanted to find an opportunity to check on Old Bao in the vehicle and quietly search through the trunk for that gun left by the mechanic. But for some reason, every time Chen Ye tried to act stealthily, Chu Che would somehow, intentionally or unintentionally, thwart his plans, making Chen Ye wonder if this guy was doing it deliberately or on purpose. Chen Ye carefully looked around but didn't see any trace of that broken radio. This gave Chen Ye some relief. Deciding to endure a bit longer, impatience could ruin great plans. The vehicles continued on their way. After 2 hours of driving, they finally reached the entrance to Mist River Bridge. Looking at the Mist River Bridge stretching straight into the deep thick fog ahead, it was impossible not to feel fear. ZZZZT. Chen Ye. Squad Leader Chu's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. I have some rather bad news for you. Hearing this, Chen Ye felt his scalp tingle. Come on, Squad Leader Chu, can't you just say everything at once? Yezi, I sense there's a big guy beneath the Mist River Bridge ahead. Squad Leader Chu's voice sounded somewhat tense through the walkie-talkie. How big? Don't know, very big. Chen Ye also grew tense, swallowing hard before speaking into the walkie-talkie with a dry voice. Then let's wait for that big guy to leave before we cross. I'm afraid that's not possible. From Chu Che's tone, you could tell Squad Leader Chu was probably feeling restless too. Why? There are anomalies catching up to us from behind. We need to cross Mist River Bridge as quickly as possible. 2 vehicles nervously made their way onto the bridge. Chen Ye could even hear his own heart pounding wildly in his chest. It felt like it might leap out at any moment, grow legs, and run away. Due to the heavy fog, the apocalyptic pickup truck's electrical system had long stopped working, and the remaining power was simply insufficient. Otherwise, Chen Ye would definitely have activated the electric drive mode. After all, the electric drive mode produced much less noise. Captain Chu Che's vehicle was right beside them, and with just a slight turn of his head, Chen Ye could see Captain Chu's pale face and the cold sweat at his temples. As for Xiao Wang, he was lying in the passenger seat, his face already as pale as paper. Their speed wasn't much faster than walking pace, with the two vehicle fronts gently pushing through the thick fog ahead, creating a foggy exhaust trail behind them. Even with the headlights on, they couldn't illuminate very far. Chen Ye glanced at the digital watch on his wrist. It was already past 5 p.m. Winter days typically got dark earlier. He estimated that before long, it would be completely dark and visibility would certainly be even more affected. Chen Ye wanted to suggest stopping and waiting until daylight tomorrow to continue, but Chu Che clearly wouldn't agree, so Chen Ye couldn't be bothered to waste the effort. "Squad leader Chu, has that big guy arrived yet?" Chen Ye whispered to Chu Che. Chu Che immediately raised a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture toward Chen Ye, his expression extremely tense. Chen Ye quickly shut his mouth. Chu Che's gesture indicated that the big guy might already be nearby. Chu Che then pointed downward toward Chen Ye. Chen Ye understood and felt even more panicked. The visibility in the thick fog was too poor to possibly see the big guy Captain Chu mentioned. Chen Ye had no intention of getting out and leaning over the bridge railing to look down either. His curiosity wasn't that strong. But it was precisely this feeling of not being able to see anything that made people's nerves stretch to the breaking point. As for the three ordinary survivors, they were also pale with fear. The middle-aged man in the passenger seat had lips turning white, his body occasionally twitching nervously. Chen Ye was quite worried the man might wet himself from fright. As the vehicle slowly moved forward, Chen Ye noticed the hairs on his hand gripping the steering wheel standing up one by one, a chill running from the soles of his feet up his calves, then to his thighs, buttocks, waist, back, all the way to the tips of his hair. Nigerian Iro. Chen Ye gripped the steering wheel with one hand and the machete's handle with the other. Although he knew perfectly well the machete's upgrade wasn't finished yet, Chen Ye still glanced at its countdown timer. Seeing there were still dozens of hours left, Chen Ye cursed angrily under his breath. A wonder numbered in the 4,000s, nearly 5,000, definitely couldn't stand against such a big guy. But Chen Ye still wanted to hold on to it, if only for some psychological comfort. Inside the vehicle, smoke breath churned and swirled. At the slightest sign of trouble, Chen Ye would summon the death god. As for the middle-aged uncle in the passenger seat, he was now trembling all over like a sieve. The two people in the truck bed weren't much better off. This was the oppressive feeling that high-level anomalies exerted on humans, like an eagle looming over a little rabbit. Even though it hadn't appeared yet, it already had people stretched to their limits. As for Captain Chu Che, his expression wasn't much better either. This kind of trembling fear before him was the most severe Chu Che had encountered since the apocalypse began. What Chu Che didn't notice was that the two people in the passenger seat and back seat were already at death's door. Old Bao in the back seat suddenly stopped trembling, his eyes wide open staring at the roof, his chest slowly sinking inward. The light in Xiao Wang's eyes in the passenger seat also gradually lost focus. These two had only been hanging on by a thread anyway. Under such powerful anomaly pressure, they would never wake up again. As the thick fog churned, their bodies slowly disappeared, as if they had never been there at all. And at this moment, Captain Chu Che hadn't even noticed their disappearance. At the entrance of the Mist River Bridge they had just passed, several blurry figures appeared, but these figures hesitated uneasily at the bridgehead, not daring to set foot on the bridge. Chen Ye could hear the splashing water sounds beneath the bridge. Chen Ye was certain this wasn't the sound of river water flowing normally. It sounded more like a huge fish swimming through water, creating currents. Just from hearing the water sounds, one could imagine how massive the big guy under the bridge must be. In that moment, Chen Ye desperately wanted to stomp on the gas pedal and get as far away as possible. But he couldn't do that. Never mind the roaring sound the engine would make. The various cars and trucks scattered haphazardly across the bridge would be enough to block their path. The two continued driving forward, maintaining their previous speed. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, teeth-chattering sounds rang in their ears. Chen Ye frowned deeply. The middle-aged uncle in the passenger seat was so frightened his teeth were chattering uncontrollably, creating the sound. Chen Ye felt a surge of anger. Damn it, I'm being so careful here. What the hell are you doing? As smoke breath churned, the car door slowly opened. The middle-aged uncle was moved out of the vehicle, supported by the smoke breath. Chen Ye could already see a puddle of foul-smelling liquid on the seat. Chen Ye wanted to curse, but didn't dare make a sound now. The middle-aged uncle was thrown onto the middle of the bridge by the smoke breath. Seeing the uncle being thrown out of the vehicle, the two people in the truck bed didn't dare say a word either. The uncle clearly realized what was happening and tried to struggle back to the vehicle, but his body was no longer under his control, completely powerless. Suddenly, Chen Ye felt the thick fog directly above them churning, as if something was about to descend. Chen Ye quickly slammed on the brakes, directly turning off the engine and shutting down everything that could be turned off. Captain Chu beside him did the same, and in an instant, the vehicles fell into complete silence. Chen Ye exhaled a mouthful of smoke breath, which quickly churned and formed a small area of thick fog, directly covering both Chen Ye's and Chu Che's vehicles. Chu Che wasn't idle either. With a flip of his hand, a transparent dome directly covered both their vehicles. Chen Ye's absolute aura concealment mist combined with squad leader Chu's concealment barrier. At this point, the two had achieved the strongest evasion state possible, with not a trace of living aura leaking out. Chu Che and the two survivors in the truck bed couldn't see or hear anything now, but neither said anything, obediently lying there motionless. But Chen Ye could see through the two aura barriers. As the thick fog churned, an enormous snake head descended from the sky. It literally descended from the sky. Due to visibility limitations, Chen Ye couldn't see the entire snake head, but just the portion he could see was enough to make him feel utterly powerless. The giant snake's eyeball was comparable in size to a small car, and the entire snake head was as large as a 4-bedroom, 3-living-room luxury apartment. In that moment, Chen Ye deeply understood his own insignificance. The small bit of pride he had felt from reaching Sequence 2 completely vanished in that instant. What rule anomalies, what sequence superpowers, before such a being that defied common sense, something that could be classified as a mythical creature from legends, they were all worthless. Chen Ye even stopped breathing, gripping the knife handle, his body already beginning to show signs of turning into smoke. If the snake head attacked him, he would immediately transform into a wisp of blue smoke and escape. What apocalyptic pickup truck, what Captain Chu Che. He couldn't care about any of them. Even in such a moment, Chen Ye hadn't abandoned his determination to survive. 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 Chen Ye gripped the knife handle tightly, biting his lip until it bled, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth down his chin onto his body. Chen Ye's entire body was tense like a drawn bow. As for Captain Chu Che, well, Chen Ye simply couldn't spare any attention to check on his condition. Captain Chu had his vision blocked and couldn't see anything. He could only feel the powerful pressure breaking through the blockade of Chen Ye's absolute aura concealment barrier, descending upon him. Captain Chu was pressed down against the steering wheel, his hand reaching into his chest. The giant snake slowly lowered its head, its massive forked tongue constantly flicking in and out, as if sensing something. Suddenly, the snake head tilted slightly and looked toward Chen Ye and Chu Che's direction, as if it had discovered something. Before Chen Ye and Chu Che could react, the snake head stirred up countless fog currents and charged straight toward Chen Ye and Chu Che. We're finished. The massive snake head completely filled Chen Ye's entire field of vision. Aside from the terrifying serpentine visage, there was nothing else before his eyes. The willow branch was tightly coiled around Chen Ye's arm. Thick smoke billowed from Chen Ye's mouth and nose. Within the red pupil of the blood eye in his left eye, runes were spinning frantically. Forcibly pushing the blood eye's power had caused Chen Ye's left eye to begin swelling uncomfortably, even faintly seeping blood. Even though Captain Chu couldn't see the enormous snake head, he could feel this intense, overwhelming fear and oppressive pressure. Chen Ye's absolute aura concealment should, in principle, absolutely conceal auras and sensory perception. But the problem was, Chen Ye was only Sequence 2. The oppressive might of this legendary giant serpent before them was far too powerful, directly breaching the concealment of the supernatural path Sequence 2 mist barrier master. It spread the pressure directly across this stretch of land. Unable to see or hear, the pressure and terror Chuche endured became even more horrifying. Chuche's hand was moving from inside his coat, pulling out the trump card he kept hidden there. It was a method he had never revealed in front of outsiders before. Back when they were surrounded by anomalies at the second elementary school, he hadn't even been willing to bring it out then. He had once thought he would never use it in this lifetime. He just hadn't expected it to be so soon. It was just a pity about Iron Lion. Without him going to rescue him, he probably wouldn't last much longer. As for Chen Ye, he should still have a backup plan, right? Even if all of us died, he should be the one to survive to the end. But right at that moment, the colossal snake head stirred up a violent disturbance in the smoke and mist, directly passing over the roofs of their two vehicles. The smoke and mist barrier was also torn open by the massive air current churned up by the giant serpent. Only then did Chuche clearly see the underside of a giant snake through the front windshield. This was actually a snake. Such a huge snake. Just one glance, and the smoke and mist churned again, immediately blocking squad leader Chuche's line of sight and also sealing off the aura of living beings completely. The giant serpent passed over the two off-road vehicles. Between the flicking of its massive forked tongue, it coiled around the middle-aged man Chen Ye had thrown on the ground earlier and swallowed him into its maw. The middle-aged man stared wide-eyed, mouth agape. He was completely paralyzed by terror, unable to even struggle, watching helplessly as the snake's tongue dragged him into the dark serpentine mouth. Only at this moment did the man seem to break through some kind of blockade, letting out a meaningless scream from within the snake's mouth. The giant serpent swallowed the man and seemed to sense a trace of strange living aura. Chen Ye's eyes widened in shock, not daring to exhale even a single breath. It was probably because the air current stirred up by the giant serpent earlier tore an opening, leaking some living aura. But luckily, he had noticed it quickly enough. This thing shouldn't have discovered them, right? Squad leader Chuche was also holding his breath at this moment. The enormous serpentine eyes scanned the surroundings, but found nothing, only then slowly beginning to retract. The giant serpent pulled back, the splashing water directly drenching the bridge deck. Only then did Chen Ye and Chuche slowly, cautiously exhale the stale air from their lungs. Even now, these two didn't dare to breathe heavily. The two vehicles remained parked on the bridge, not daring to move at all. The sky gradually darkened. Coupled with the surrounding thick fog, Chen Ye and Chuche both felt as if they were in some kind of utterly silent space. Especially for Chuche. The surrounding mist barrier isolated hearing, sight, and smell. It was only now that Chuche truly understood just how terrifying Chen Ye's absolute aura concealment was. If Chen Ye hadn't intentionally made some small sounds to remind Chuche didn't know what might happen to him after prolonged exposure to such an environment. A.B. Chen Ye's ears pricked up, listening as the sound of splashing water gradually faded into the distance. Only then did he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Absolute aura concealment had the effect of blocking hearing for everyone except himself, but he could move freely within it. However, Chen Ye still couldn't release Chuche's hearing, vision, etc. within the absolute aura concealment. Perhaps that would be possible at a higher sequence. A full 30 minutes passed before Chen Ye cautiously withdrew the mist. As the smoke dispersed, his ears began receiving external sounds again, and his eyes saw a blanket of fog once more. Even his nose began to smell the damp, rotting odor in the air. Captain Chu felt the beauty of returning to the world of the living for the first time. Even in the apocalypse, it made one feel a sliver of relief. Chuche closed his eyes and carefully felt his surroundings for a moment before nodding and saying, "It's gone." Chen Ye finally let out a huge sigh of relief. As for the two ordinary people in the truck bed, they had already passed out. The pressure just now had exceeded what an ordinary person could withstand. Now, with the sky growing dark and the thick fog environment, visibility became even lower. Even with Captain Chuche turning on the vehicle's headlights, it still couldn't increase visibility one bit. Fortunately, the Mist River Bridge had only one road. They just had to drive straight along the bridge. There were many cars on the bridge. Sometimes while driving, they'd feel the vehicle jolt. It turned out they'd bumped into a car body on the bridge. When the disaster struck, the Mist River Bridge was probably still open to traffic. Chen Ye really wanted to go to those cars now to scavenge some spare parts for his own vehicle. But the timing really wasn't appropriate right now. He'd have to wait until they found a place to rest. The young woman in the truck bed woke up. Chen Ye had her return to the passenger seat to maintain contact with Captain Chu and communicate the route at any time. The young woman sat in the passenger seat, wrinkling her nose and shifting uncomfortably on the seat, her expression quite unpleasant. That middle-aged uncle from earlier had wet his pants. And the seats in Chen Ye's vehicle weren't leather but fabric, so the uncle's urine had been completely absorbed. Chen Ye really wanted to just throw these seats out. He just hadn't had the chance yet. The young woman didn't dare complain, so she sat there, feeling uncomfortable all over. ZZZZT. Yezi, Xiao Wang and Old Bao are gone. A panicked voice came from the walkie-talkie. The modified off-road vehicle that had been driving alongside them suddenly slammed on the brakes. Gone. Yeah, I saw them get out. Besides, Old Bao was in that condition, and Xiao Wang was coughing so badly. How could they have gotten out on their own? Yezi, did you see them get out of the vehicle? Captain Chu's voice over the walkie-talkie was full of panic. Chen Ye was also a bit shocked. How could two living adults just suddenly disappear? From the beginning until now, aside from him opening his door twice, he hadn't seen Chu Che's car door open. Cough, cough. Captain, my condolences. Old Bao and Xiao Wang are probably already dead. The young woman beside him spoke up. Her address for Chu Che had also changed to Captain. What do you mean? Chu Che didn't fly into a rage because of the taboo in the young woman's words. We've encountered this situation before. Here, anyone who dies turns into a fog slave. Fog slave. Chu Che's low voice came through the walkie-talkie, then fell silent. Chen Ye initially thought something was off, then his eyelids started twitching violently. Damn it. This guy was definitely eavesdropping. The term fog slave was something this woman had just told him. Judging by Chu Che's tone while sad, he wasn't surprised. Damn it. So when I wanted to see the guns in his trunk earlier, he kept interrupting. Chen Ye wanted to curse out Chu Che and demand the guns. But right now, Captain Chu Che had just lost two important people, so Chen Ye had to suppress his thoughts and hold back for now. Captain Chu Che's vehicle remained parked in place for a full 3 minutes. Only then did it start up again. 2 lives, 3 minutes. The apocalypse only gave 3 minutes for mourning. The vehicles continued forward. A few sentences of communication between Chu Che and the young woman occasionally came through the walkie-talkie. They were clearly planning the route after getting off the bridge. Chu Che sensed that Iron Lion's marking was still there and felt a slight sense of relief. Suppressing the grief in his heart, he gripped the steering wheel tightly, following closely behind Chen Ye's vehicle. The young woman sat in Chen Ye's passenger seat, the intermittent smell of urine making her very uncomfortable, but there was nothing to be done about it now. As for Chen Ye, the mask covering his face concealed most of his expression. The young woman suddenly said quietly, "After you all leave Fog City, it'll be my turn to die, won't it?" Chen Ye found this young woman quite interesting. When he first saw Chen Ye, she appeared to be the leader of this survivor base. Though amiable, she always put on an air of authority. The other survivors were also extremely deferential to her. Later, after Chen Ye displayed his power and brutality, the young woman began feigning pitifulness, even attempting to awaken the scant bit of conscience Chen Ye might possess, hoping to escape with her life. And now, the young woman seemed to have calmed down, given up. She displayed considerable indifference, as if she could face everything with detachment, utterly unafraid of death. It had to be said, the young woman really had a lot of drama in her. No wonder she became the leader in that previous small group. Chen Ye did not answer the young woman's question. The young woman started rambling, somewhat neurotic. Before meeting you, I thought all superhumans were like Xiaobo. Clearly possessing powerful abilities, yet in the end, they were easily defeated by us ordinary people. Xiaobo was a good person. If not for him, I would have died long ago. That morning, I hadn't eaten for 3 days. I was so hungry I had no strength left. Xiaobo gave me his last piece of bread. You should know, he was just like me, also hadn't eaten for 3 days. If it were before the apocalypse, I would have married him. But it's a pity, he was too kind. The people he saved, there were at least over a dozen. We searched everywhere around us where we could possibly find supplies, but the supplies still weren't enough. When Xiaobo said we could only eat 1 meal a day, many people were dissatisfied, but everyone understood, supplies were running out. But even so, with just a little provocation, these people all became red-eyed. Those people rushed into Xiaobo's room and beat him to death right there. None of the people he had saved spoke up to help him. What happened later? You can probably guess. Actually, I was also involved at the time. Someone said eating a superhuman's flesh could grant you supernatural power. Ha ha, that liar. The young woman spat out words that sent chills down one's spine. Chen Ye, cigarette in mouth, drove the car, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black darkness ahead. Captain Chu Che insisted on traveling through the night, which left Chen Ye feeling somewhat sleepy now. Listening to a story wasn't bad. It's just that this story was rather dark. In the apocalypse, such stories were everywhere. Chen Ye had long grown accustomed to it. The young woman continued, "Actually, you and I are the same. You kill people to survive, and what I did was also to survive. There's no difference between us." Chen Ye gently exhaled a puff of smoke breath and said, "There is a difference. I do it to survive. You probably don't. Moreover, I have a bottom line. Even if it's relatively low, it's still a bottom line, Beta Epsilon. Besides, the things you did, I would never do." The young woman sneered, "Haha, you've killed so many people and you say you have a bottom line? Are you trying to make me die laughing?" Chen Ye nodded very seriously, "Yes, those people all deserve to die. Even if it were before the apocalypse, those people probably wouldn't escape the death penalty." The young woman suddenly became agitated. "Then why do you think you can decide our life and death? Why? Who do you think you are? A law enforcer? Or a savior? I was just trying to survive. I did nothing wrong. Why?" The young woman screamed at Chen Ye, even somewhat hysterically. She looked like a rebellious teenage girl. Chen Ye turned his head and blew smoke breath into the young woman's face, making her cough and shrink back repeatedly. Chen Ye said indifferently, "Because my fist is bigger than yours. Is that reason enough?" The young woman was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected this guy Chen Ye to be so utterly unreasonable. The reason she said so much was precisely to argue Chen Ye down, to make him feel his justifications were untenable, and then let her go. Some young people fresh out into society sometimes get bound hand and foot by seemingly reasonable theories, becoming full of reservations when doing things. It had to be said, the young woman had already exhausted every possibility to survive. But this guy Chen Ye could be quite domineering at times. Once he decided on something, there was simply no room for negotiation. "All right, cut the crap. Keep babbling and you know the consequences. Yan, be quiet, don't disturb me driving." The young woman lay pale-faced in the seat. She had already conditioned herself to ignore the foul smell at her nose. So far, she had used every method at her disposal, feigning pitifulness, reasoning. But against this man, it was still completely useless. If there weren't only 2 survivors left, and the other young man called Xiao Yan didn't seem very sharp, Chen Ye wouldn't have used this woman. This woman simply had too many tricks up her sleeve. Fortunately, she encountered him. If it were someone brainless like Iron Lion, he'd probably be played like a dog by her. The car jolted slightly, as if it had hit something again. The smoke breath formed a large hand that directly pushed aside the car blocking the way, clearing a path so the vehicle could continue forward. Wait, the car blocking the way ahead seemed to be a delivery van. A van full of packages was scattered all over the ground around it. "Hey, Captain, this one ahead is a delivery van. Don't mess around, Iron Lion is still waiting for us. Don't waste time." Chu Che's reminder came again. After such a long delay, Chu Che was truly worried Iron Lion couldn't hold on. Chen Ye looked at the packages scattered on the ground, his mind stirring. The large hand formed by smoke breath directly grabbed at the scattered packages. A large handful of package boxes were grabbed by the smoke hand and then tossed into the truck bed. Several handfuls in a row, and all the package boxes were thrown onto the truck. The survivor called Xiao Yan on the truck had already woken up, awakened by the packages hitting him. The young woman beside him, seeing Chen Ye's miraculous method, hid the fear in her eyes even deeper. A bridge that should have been crossed quickly took nearly 4 hours. The giant snake alone delayed them for over an hour. Plus, along the way, they frequently encountered cars blocking the road. Fortunately, the machete's countdown was also ticking down simultaneously. The car finally got off the bridge. The sky was already pitch black. ZZZZT. Yezi, go straight for 2 kilometers then turn left. We're getting closer and closer to Iron Lion. I sense Iron Lion's position is moving rapidly, as if something happened. Chuche's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Wait, 2 kilometers? How am I supposed to know where 2 kilometers is? Captain, tell me when we get there. The car was about to move forward when Chuche's voice came again. Wait, ahead, there's a problem ahead. Chen Ye slammed on the brakes. ZZZT, ahead, there are too many anomalies too active. We should rest for a while. Over the walkie-talkie, Captain Chuche's voice was filled with reluctance. Chen Ye also understood that if it weren't truly impassable, Chuche wouldn't make this decision. Chuche directly erected a barrier on the spot. Planning to rest right there. Oh, right, Yezi, why don't you also deploy a mist barrier? It might also block living human presence. Chuche seemed to think of something and said directly. Chen Ye shook his head. No, I've tried that plan. Doing that makes the shielding effect much worse. Chuche frowned slightly, seemingly considering why it wouldn't work. Squad leader Chu, those guns from before. Yezi, do you think if Old Bao and Xiao Wang turned into fog slaves, what would they be like? Would they come back to see us? Would they still have their consciousness from when they were alive? Chen Ye. The 2 survivors also obediently got out of the car, found a spot, and rested. This rest lasted at least 5 hours. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten slightly at dawn that Chuche announced they were setting off again. The morning was still filled with impenetrable thick fog, visibility only about 8 or 9 meters. They drove for over 10 hours straight. Although the fog was heavy, with Captain Chuche constantly giving directions, the journey was relatively smooth. ZZZZT. Yezi, we're less than a kilometer from Iron Lion. Speed up, maybe Iron Lion is waiting for our rescue right now. Captain Chu's delighted voice came from the walkie-talkie, making Chen Ye feel much better. Just 1 kilometer left before he could see that big fool. Probably that big fool was also quite seriously injured. The young woman in the passenger seat suddenly changed expression, her face becoming extremely terrified. Her right hand gripping a knife, her left hand pushed open the car door, and she actually jumped directly out of the moving vehicle. The young man called Xiaoyan in the truck bed also wore an expression of utter terror. He jumped down from the back of the truck. The 2 rolled on the ground, then stood up and looked at each other. No, don't. Sister Xiaohua, no, I don't want to die. Xiaoyan, you, run. I can't control myself. The young woman raised the knife in her hand. One stab after another. Throughout the whole process, Chen Ye didn't even turn his head to take a second look. He was about to see Iron Lion. Nothing was more joyous than seeing that fool. When escaping from Rong City Second Elementary School, Iron Lion's vehicle had the most people. Everyone in the convoy knew this big fool had a kind heart and the best attitude towards ordinary people. The chance of surviving by following him was the greatest. Following Chen Ye, on the other hand, offered almost no possibility of survival. Anyone who wasn't a fool knew which choice to make. Iron Lion also lived up to the hopes of the many survivors. After escaping the second elementary school, this fool never got back in the vehicle. Because there were simply too many survivors on the vehicle. So many that this big fool couldn't even get on. So, Iron Lion simply decided not to get in the vehicle. With his physical constitution, even running alongside the vehicle for 10 days and 10 nights wasn't a problem. Right after leaving the second elementary school, the vehicle was targeted by countless anomalies. Iron Lion, with his fists alone, carved a bloody path through the endless horde of crawlers. Only 2 survivors were dragged out of the vehicle by the crawlers. This mortality rate would probably make Chen Ye ashamed. Iron Lion's 2 heads weren't just for show either. Any crawler trying to launch a sneak attack was ultimately pulverized by iron fists. 2 heads, 2 pairs of eyes, allowed for round-the-clock surveillance of all directions. A successful sneak attack was almost impossible. Of course, Iron Lion wasn't completely unscathed. His arms, legs, back, even his head bore wounds of varying severity. Blood would flow from the wounds only to freeze into icicles. Fortunately, none were life-threatening. Wounds of this degree would probably cost an ordinary person half their life. But for Iron Lion, it was as if he didn't feel them at all. The Titan Sequence 2, Two-Headed Giant, followed a path of pure, overwhelming force to defeat 10 skills. Therefore, aside from enhanced physical constitution, its abilities were pitifully few. Only the flesh and blood armament was barely usable. Thus, as a Sequence 2, Iron Lion's physical strength and speed had received massive enhancements, not to mention. Even the defensive power of his skin had received a shocking boost. Ordinary attacks were basically useless against him. Those crawlers pouncing and biting his arm were like trying to bite a piece of steel, only leaving shallow tooth marks. This was also why he was completely fine after being buried by crawlers earlier. And later, he could protect the school bus full of survivors and fight his way out from among the crawlers. As for the wounds on his body, most were left by other anomalies mixed in among the crawlers. The only thing worth celebrating was that after breaking out of the second elementary school's vicinity, the number of anomalies noticeably decreased. The strongest few anomalies in the Rong City district were all besieging the Death God at the time, so they paid no attention to Iron Lion and the others at all. Beta. This also increased their chances of escape by a tiny bit. But the situation that followed wasn't ideal. Without a pathfinder, surviving in the apocalypse was undoubtedly a very difficult task. The school bus loaded with survivors swayed and rattled as it charged through the apocalypse. Iron Lion's hands transformed into oversized snow shovels, clearing a path in front of the school bus. The fearsome flesh and blood armament was used by Iron Lion to shovel snow. He single-handedly shoveled a drivable snow path through the over 60-centimeter-high snow accumulation. Iron Lion was like a robot that never rested, his shovels constantly swinging. The snow in front of the vehicle flew up like heavenly maidens scattering flowers, dispersing into white mist in the air. Some survivors wanted to get off and help Iron Lion, but their combined work efficiency couldn't match even 1/10 of this muscular demon man's. Slowly, the vehicle drove out of the Rong City area. The heavy snow actually began to lessen, and the ground's snow accumulation rapidly thinned. The temperature was also rising, which thrilled the survivors. After all, no one wanted to live in extremely cold weather for too long. Under Iron Lion's protection, this group of survivors genuinely enjoyed half a day of comfort. After leaving the heavy snow zone, Iron Lion found an abandoned farmhouse resort. He let the survivors rest properly for half a day. Iron Lion then left one of the stones Chu-Che had given him when they parted as a marker. The huge glowing characters made Iron Lion feel a bit dizzy. This big fool was starting to miss Chen Ye, Chu-Che, Sun Sisi, and Ding Dong. If he saw Chen Ye again, the first thing Iron Lion wanted to do was apologize to him. Back when Wu Jianshan targeted Chen Ye, he thought Wu Jianshan was his second uncle, so his brain kind of short-circuited, and he didn't stand by Chen Ye's side immediately. Iron Lion wanted to apologize to Chen Ye. As long as Chen Ye wasn't angry, Iron Lion felt he could do anything. Iron Lion never doubted that Chen Ye and Chu-Che wouldn't come looking for him. It was only a matter of time. He was their teammate, just like he would never abandon them. If Chen Ye knew Iron Lion's thoughts, he'd definitely mock him for getting dumber. If what happened next hadn't occurred, Iron Lion might have waited at this farmhouse resort for Chen Ye and Chu-Che to find him. But what happened next was truly chilling. While taking a head count, Oldley discovered they were actually missing a survivor. This instantly put Iron Lion on high alert. After a brief inquiry, he learned that a survivor had seen a small hot spring pool at this resort and decided to go take a bath. Oldley had repeatedly emphasized that everyone must report any other activities to him. But this survivor had only told a friend and sneaked off. It was only after half an hour with no return that the friend panicked. By the time Iron Lion led the survivors to that hot spring pool, they saw the survivor sitting in the pool, giggling, having aged by at least 50 years. You have to understand, this survivor was originally a girl around 20 years old. Now she had become an old woman in her 70s or 80s. The old woman waved at Iron Lion, greeting him with a bizarre smile on her face. "Come on, come join the hot spring. It's so comfortable. Oldley, take everyone and leave now." Oldley turned and left without hesitation. The school bus departed in haste, leaving only Iron Lion to fight the old woman. No one knew where this old woman came from or why that 20-year-old girl had turned into this. For this battle, Iron Lion directly activated his transformation ability, smashing that farmhouse resort with the hot spring pool to pieces. When Iron Lion found the school bus again, both his arms hung limply at his sides. Fortunately, the Titan sequence's physical constitution and recovery were astonishing. Even with such severe injuries, after 2 hours, Iron Lion's arms had mostly recovered. Soon, Iron Lion received a report from Oldley. Someone among the survivors was actually pregnant. Hearing this news, Iron Lion was completely stunned. This was the apocalypse. A pessimistic, despairing, withering apocalypse. A child was about to be born into this soil of despair. Hearing this news, Iron Lion wasn't ecstatic. It wasn't his child, after all. But he still felt some comfort in his heart. Yet he also felt somewhat pessimistic. Even he understood now that this child's timing was terrible. It was very likely this child wouldn't even make it into this world. Next, the convoy encountered another anomaly with an indistinct form. This time, Iron Lion lost his left arm. The convoy lost 3 survivors. For this, Iron Lion blamed himself deeply. The second time, a man standing under a street lamp on a rural path lured away 3 survivors. Mad Lion lost half his head before breaking free from this anomaly's strange influence. Mad Lion, missing half his head, looked terrifyingly ferocious, scaring many survivors to tears. The third time. Because there were too many survivors on the school bus, it attracted many anomalies. Every time, Iron Lion wanted to protect everyone, but he simply couldn't. After losing over a dozen survivors, the convoy entered the fog. When the first person coughed, a doctor surnamed Luo, out of caution, suggested everyone wear masks. Dr. Luo, the one who helped Chen Ye transplant the blood eye. Chuche had prepared some supplies for each vehicle and masks were among them. From their previous interaction, this Dr. Luo also knew Iron Lion was a good person. Last time, Chen Ye had Iron Lion restrain his wife as a hostage, but throughout the process, Iron Lion didn't do anything excessive. Therefore, Dr. Luo considered Iron Lion a very good person. When escaping, Dr. Luo brought his wife onto Iron Lion's vehicle. Aside from 2 survivors whose symptoms were similar to Xiao Wang's, dying along the way, the other survivors all managed to survive. The pitiful visibility within the thick fog made all the survivors somewhat uneasy. And now Iron Lion realized he might be facing the most severe crisis he had ever encountered. The anomaly before him was something he had never faced before. Each anomaly possessed incomprehensibly powerful strength. Even if he faced any one of them alone, he didn't have much confidence. But right now, there was a whole group of them. These entities had vague, wavering humanoid outlines, seemingly composed of condensed, lingering gray-white thick fog. Their body boundaries constantly merged and separated with the surrounding fog, lacking clear edges. Their heads had no distinct facial features, only a denser, thicker, constantly churning mass of fog that occasionally split open into a silent, screaming mouth fissure. Or a few hollow, flickering emerald green or dark red eyes would surface. Their movements were stiff, as if walking the boundary between reality and illusion. And he himself, missing one arm and half his head. Even Mad Lion had fallen into slumber. Iron Lion told Oldly to take the other survivors and leave. The vehicle had just started moving into the fog when Iron Lion realized the pregnant woman hadn't gotten on. Now Iron Lion stood shielding the pregnant woman, a bitter taste in his mouth. Those vague, indistinct humanoid anomalies slowly closed in around them. But just then, a familiar voice rang in Iron Lion's ear. "Holy shit, you big fool. Have you completely lost your damn mind?" Chen Ye never expected to see Iron Lion in such a situation. Iron Lion was shielding a woman with his body, while before him stood a dense, packed crowd of blurry, twisted figures. Every single figure looked extremely troublesome, exerting immense pressure on Chen Ye, making the hairs on the back of his hands stand completely on end. These should be the fog slaves that woman mentioned earlier? A rule anomaly? Damn it. No matter how much you guard against it, you never expect to encounter it here. And Iron Lion wasn't in great shape either. Not only was one of his arms broken, but even Mad Lion's head was half gone, currently still in a deep sleep. Iron Lion also had numerous wounds, large and small, all over his body. Some wounds had healed almost completely, while others looked as fresh as if they were just inflicted. Chen Ye's first reaction was run. His second reaction was that he'd been screwed over by that bastard Chuche again. As the Pathfinder, it was impossible for him not to know about the presence of these anomalies. Yet he still came here. This really pissed Chen Ye off. Counting this time, he'd been screwed over by this bastard twice in this short period. It's fine, there'll always be a chance to settle the score later. The dynamic between Chen Ye and Chuche was like the east wind prevailing over the west wind, or the west wind prevailing over the east wind. Sometimes Chen Ye took a small loss. Sometimes Captain Chu took a small loss. Of course, now is definitely not the time to cause trouble for Chuche. Wait, why is there no reaction from my body despite so many anomalies? Could this be a rule anomaly, or is it just a characteristic of the fog slaves? Damn it, you big idiot. Have you lost your damn mind? Run. As for the woman shielded behind Iron Lion, Chen Ye saw her, but didn't pay her any mind. No one's life is more important than his own. Yezi, you're not dead. Iron Lion didn't need to turn around to know who this person was. Who else could it be but Chen Ye? The expression on Iron Lion's face instantly relaxed, as if he had encountered a reliable backer. If Chuche could hear Iron Lion's inner thoughts, he would definitely think Iron Lion had become foolish again. Hearing such an inauspicious remark, Chen Ye just felt utterly exasperated. But he still gritted his teeth and cursed. You idiot, what's with the reunion chat? Hurry up and... Who knew Iron Lion would stand firm, unmoving, stubbornly shielding the woman? No, she's pregnant. When saying this, Iron Lion was incredibly resolute. Pregnant? Chen Ye glanced at the woman's slightly swollen belly, and for a moment, his mind turned to mush. This is the apocalypse, and there are still people who, heedless of death, want to bring new life into this world. It's like a small flower of hope blooming in a barren desert. Isn't that too cruel? Pregnant? Chen Ye didn't like bratty children, but that didn't mean he wouldn't offer his seat to a pregnant woman on the subway. Bratty children are incredibly annoying, even detestable creatures. But some children, when they see Chen Ye, would sweetly call out, "Hello, big brother." Some little kids are also very cute. You smile at them, and they smile back at you, truly able to remind you of many beautiful things. They are completely different species from bratty children. To save or not to save? For the first time, Chen Ye felt his brain was in complete chaos. A small black, evil figure in his mind spoke with extreme selfishness. You can't even save yourself, and you still want to save others. Are you an idiot? Another small white figure then said, there aren't many of us left anymore, and there's a new life in her belly. That's a brand new life. Damn it, you two idiots. Iron Lion, come with me, Yezi, you cover the rear. Right at that moment, they saw Chuche had already stuffed the woman into the passenger seat and was driving away at full speed. Iron Lion instinctively obeyed the command, directly jumping onto Chuche's off-road vehicle, lying flat on the car like a giant spider. Chen Ye had no time to complain about anything. He spat out a thick cloud of smoke. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. That woman said the fog slaves only appear for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes they will leave. Just hold out for 3 minutes. The smoke breath spread at an extremely fast speed, enveloping some of the blurry figures. These enveloped blurry figures instantly lost their target, wandering confusedly within the smoke mist of the absolute aura concealment. But there were simply too many figures around. For Chen Ye's smoke breath to spread out, it also needed a process. Chen Ye had no intention of fighting these fog slaves to the death. At the same time, a slender figure broke free from within the smoke. The figure was entirely composed of smoke, about only 1 meter 80 or 90 tall. Although it didn't have the exaggerated 3-meter height of the Death God, it still carried a trace of the Death God's divine essence. Previously, Chen Ye could only imitate simply, but now, Chen Ye had his own understanding of simulation. The 3-meter height was condensed into normal human proportions, but the Death God simulated by the smoke breath would have even stronger combat power. Those blurry, twisted figures swarmed over. The Death God composed of smoke brandished the scythe in its hand, slashing fiercely at the foremost figure. Just as the Death God's scythe approached, a mouth suddenly grew on that figure's body, biting down hard on the scythe's blade. The other blurry figures instantly surged forward. The Death God exerted force, the scythe passing through the figures, forming swirling blades of storm around its body. Chen Ye's left eye wasn't idle either. The red pupil slowly rotated, the runes within the pupil awakening. Tiny sparks appeared on one of the blurry figures. A piercing scream rang out. Orange-red flames ignited a blurry figure. The surrounding blurry figures seemed extremely fearful of the flames, scattering in all directions. A slight flicker of joy rose in Chen Ye's heart, but his actions took the completely opposite reaction. He turned and charged toward the apocalyptic pickup truck. The apocalyptic pickup truck was parked just a few meters away. Fighting anomalies is the most foolish choice for low-tier sequence superpowers users. What Chen Ye thought of was stalling, not fighting. The entire process was extremely fast. From Chen Ye spitting out the smoke mist to now getting into the vehicle, it had only been a few seconds. The smoke mist hadn't even fully spread out yet. As soon as he turned around, he saw several blurry figures already right in front of him, just an arm's length away. Cold sweat instantly soaked Chen Ye's back. When did these ghostly things appear? He hadn't detected them at all. This was already the second time. Chen Ye felt his arms tighten. He had already been grabbed by two fog slaves, preparing to drag him deep into the mist. That woman called Xiaohua said that once dragged deep into the mist by fog slaves, when you appear again, you would be a brand new fog slave. Chen Ye even saw that the two fog slaves grabbing his arms, one looked somewhat like Old Bao and the other somewhat resembled that Xiaohua whom he had abandoned. Indeed, you can't be a good person. As soon as you try, problems arise. Better to be more cold-blooded from now on. If only he had turned and run just now. Shouldn't have cared about Iron Lion either. If Sun Cece knew Chen Ye's thoughts, she would definitely spray spit all over his face. The first time trying to be a good person in the apocalypse landed Chen Ye in such a predicament, leaving a deep impression on him. But Chen Ye wasn't panicked at all right now. He still had at least 2 trump cards left. And at this moment, Iron Lion crouched on Chu Che's vehicle, watching the mist before him slowly engulf Chen Ye's figure, a feeling of unease and worry rising in his heart. Suddenly, Chu Che felt the vehicle lighten and saw a massive shadow jump down from the car. Idiot, what are you doing? I'm going to help Chen Ye, Captain. You go ahead first, we'll catch up. After saying that, Iron Lion strode back into the mist, only a blurry silhouette of his back visible. Chu Che cursed incessantly, idiot, idiot. He wouldn't die even if all of us died. Idiot. Fool. Hurry up, hurry up. Chen Ye was being dragged by 2 fog slaves into the thick fog. The fog slave who looked very much like Old Bao seemed to be muttering something softly under its breath. Perhaps it was because it was a new fog slave. Old Bao's face flickered several times within the dense fog of its head before Chen Ye finally recognized it. Old Bao. Chen Ye tried to communicate with Old Bao. But the fog slave Old Bao didn't respond, only repeating the same phrase in its mouth. Hurry up, hurry up. The head formed from thick fog would sometimes show a pair of hollow eyes, other times a silently screaming mouth. And Old Bao's terrified face. But this face was constantly dissipating. It seemed to be Old Bao's lingering consciousness, trying to warn Chen Ye about something, but unable to convey a complete message. Seeing that he was about to be dragged into the fog, Chen Ye could only abandon the idea of communication. Although he didn't know what these fog slaves intended to do by dragging him deep into the fog. It definitely wouldn't be anything good. Chen Ye's entire body transformed into blue smoke and dissipated on the spot. The 2 fog slaves stared blankly at their own blurry arms, momentarily unsure how to react. They seemed puzzled about where the person had gone. A wisp of blue smoke slipped into the driver's cabin of the apocalyptic pickup truck, the smoke roiling and churning on the driver's seat before condensing into a human figure. It was Chen Ye. The ability to transform into blue smoke was highly practical. It had a unique advantage when disengaging from battle or quickly repositioning on the battlefield. It often achieved surprisingly effective results. None of the 3 skills of the sequence 2 Mist Barrier Master were powerful combat abilities. But each ability was extremely practical. If used well together, they could produce unexpected effects on the battlefield or in daily life. Just like squad leader Chu Che's marking ability, which was practically useless in direct combat against enemies. But in transmitting information or managing team members, it was remarkably effective. A saying circulated among superhumans, there are no garbage abilities, only unsuitable application scenarios. Depress the clutch, step on the gas. Shift gears. The tires of the apocalyptic pickup truck screeched against the ground, producing a burning odor as the entire vehicle slammed forward into the thick fog ahead, churning the mist violently. Beta. He only had time to glance back once, seeing the densely packed fog slaves still behind him. The pressure they exerted was even greater than when facing the crawlers earlier. The fog slave that had been ignited by the blood I was slowly dissipating. Could it be that fire was needed to deal with fog slaves? Just as this thought emerged, Chen Ye saw another location where the ignited fog slave was reforming a new body within the mist. Damn it. Are fog slaves immortal? The reason he was certain it was the same fog slave was because Chen Ye saw its swaying body was about 1.6 meters tall, thin and gaunt, looking somewhat like a middle-aged woman worn down by the daily grind of life. Moreover, this thin, gaunt fog slave occasionally showed a pained middle-aged woman's face within the dense fog of its head. It must have also recently become a fog slave, and it looked somewhat familiar. It seemed to be someone from the convoy. With a quick scan, Chen Ye noticed these fog slaves were all different. Although fog slaves were just blurry, swaying humanoid outlines without clear edges. But from their general body shapes, it was apparent these fog slaves had different builds. Some were tall and thin, others short and thin. Only occasionally would a pair of hollow eyes appear in their heads, or a silently screaming mouth would split open. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Ye saw the death gods simulated by smoke had already cleaved several fog slaves in half, but it was completely useless against them. As the mist churned, these fog slaves returned to their original forms. Countless fog slaves swarmed toward the death god. One grabbed each of the death god's arms and began dragging it deep into the fog. The death god's hands and feet were all large hands formed from smoke. Boom! The death god dissipated into smoke. But Chen Ye felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. If fog slaves are immortal, how the hell do you fight them? Suddenly, Chen Ye jerked the steering wheel hard. The tires of the apocalyptic pickup truck screeched piercingly against the ground, the burning odor returning. A massive figure suddenly appeared in the thick fog ahead. Who else could it be but that blockhead Iron Lion? You idiot, why did you come back? I was afraid you'd get surrounded, hee, it's good you're alright. Iron Lion chuckled foolishly. Get in. Chen Ye couldn't be bothered with arguing with Iron Lion. The apocalyptic pickup truck didn't stall. Instead, he pressed the accelerator hard and charged forward. Oh. Iron Lion lightly lifted his leg and jumped directly into the bed of Chen Ye's truck, making the apocalyptic pickup truck groan and creak under his weight. Fortunately, the vehicle's chassis had been modified and adapted by the system. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have withstood Iron Lion's weight with that jump. He glanced through the rearview mirror. The fog slaves behind the vehicle simply watched the departing apocalyptic pickup truck. Just as Chen Ye thought he could escape these fog slaves. He saw one of the fog slaves slightly bend over, like an athlete preparing for a sprint start. Damn it. Chen Ye cursed loudly, keeping the accelerator pressed down firmly. The engine roared like an angry beast, making the entire vehicle body tremble slightly, clearly giving its all. The vehicle speed continued to increase rapidly. The current visibility couldn't possibly support driving at this speed. Continuing like this would only lead to one outcome, a crash and death. But at this moment, Chen Ye couldn't care about that anymore. He could only drive forward based on feel. Fortunately, this was a 4-lane road. Chen Ye glanced at the white lines on the ground and decided to just follow them. There were also many vehicles on the street. All were either violently shoved aside by the apocalyptic pickup truck or pushed away by large hands simulated from smoke. The vehicle body was already deformed beyond recognition. The chassis had been reinforced, but the outer shell hadn't been strengthened. The fog slave's speed was also increasing rapidly, and blurry figures kept emerging from the mist on both sides. Those twisted, stiff figures, with their heads occasionally showing distorted eyes and silently screaming mouths, created a powerful visual impact. Suddenly, a massive dump truck appeared ahead. Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat. His vehicle's body, aside from the chassis, hadn't been reinforced. If they collided with the dump truck, 9 times out of 10, he'd be the one dead or injured. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke, instantly simulating a large hand that reached out to push against the dump truck. With a gentle shove, the reaction force pushed the apocalyptic pickup truck, swaying as it narrowly avoided the collision. Chen Ye sucked in a sharp breath. Iron Lion, on the other hand, got scraped hard by the dump truck's corner, but it only left a shallow white mark on his skin. Boom! A thunderous roar. The entire vehicle body shook violently. That familiar sound, no need to think. He knew that blockhead Iron Lion had activated his flesh and blood armament ability. An air cannon blasted directly into the group of fog slaves, shattering over a dozen fog slaves into pieces. The shattered fog slaves reformed not far away, charging forward silently once again. Yezi, there are too many. We can't hold them off. Boom, boom, boom. Several consecutive air cannons blasted out, turning the fog slaves at the forefront into puffs of mist. But in the blink of an eye, they reformed and solidified again. The apocalyptic pickup truck's body shook wildly from the impacts. Chen Ye watched as the fog churned high on the windshield, as if something was descending from above. By the time he could see clearly, several fog slaves had already landed on the hood of his truck. Between picking his nose, Chen Ye exhaled thick smoke again. The death god reformed once more, its scythe directly cleaving the descending fog slaves into fragments. But it was completely useless. Even as the vehicle passed through the fog, countless fog slaves surged from the mist on both sides. And the fog slaves seemed to be increasing in number. Wherever the mist existed, fog slaves were endless. For the first time, Chen Ye felt 3 minutes could be so incredibly long. Gritting his teeth, his right hand gripping the steering wheel, the machete on his back instantly left its sheath, guided by the willow branch as it slashed toward the nearest fog slave. Although this machete's ranking number wasn't high, Chen Ye had never let it leave his person. Even when driving, Chen Ye kept the machete on his back. Although it was a bit uncomfortable while driving, Chen Ye had persistently maintained this habit. It was precisely for emergencies when a handy weapon couldn't be found. The blood resentment machete had a certain restraining effect on anomalies. Chen Ye didn't expect the machete to turn the tide of battle, but it could still play some role. One end of the willow branch was tied to the machete's handle, the other end tied to his arm. The willow branch was like an extension of Chen Ye's arm. The machete churned up the fog slave trying to crawl into the vehicle. Amid the churning mist, the machete, guided by the willow branch, continued its attack towards the next target. The fog slaves' combat methods were very singular, and their defense wasn't even that strong. But just their resurrection ability alone made countless people pale at the mention of it. They simply couldn't be killed. The fog slave that had just been churned to pieces by the machete was instantly reborn inside Chen Ye's vehicle. It grabbed Chen Ye, trying to drag him out of the vehicle and into the depths of the mist. With a flick of his wrist, the machete instantly returned to his hand, and Chen Ye once again churned that fog slave to pieces. More mist poured into the vehicle. Several more fog slaves were about to form inside. He exhaled smoke breath, directly expelling the fog slaves about to form from the vehicle. Yezi, no good. If we keep going like this, we'll both die. Boom. 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 A series of air blasts shook the vehicle left and right. Bang. The apocalyptic pickup truck crashed head-on into a roadside flower bed, the entire vehicle flipping onto its side. Chen Ye tilted his body and directly jumped out of the driver's cabin. Iron Lion tumbled and landed on the ground, the flesh-formed air cannon still firing non-stop. A broken chain extended from under the apocalyptic pickup truck, wrapping around a fog slave and dragging it beneath the vehicle. The apocalyptic pickup truck's shadow dragged it. The more danger Chen Ye faced, the more the apocalyptic pickup truck actually activated its ability on its own. This surprised and moved Chen Ye a little. You know, very few wonders could actively trigger their abilities. This was his own vehicle, upgraded from a tricycle to the current apocalyptic pickup truck. Although the chain was broken, it still maintained its basic dragging ability. It couldn't reach fog slaves that were too far, but nearby fog slaves couldn't escape the chain's drag. But there were just too many fog slaves. Even though the apocalyptic pickup truck's broken chain moved incessantly, it still didn't change the situation much. Since they couldn't escape, then let's try. Let's see. Who is the true master of the mist? Is it you fog slaves? Or me, Chen Ye? Yezi. What do we do? Iron Lion blasted and retreated, standing next to Chen Ye. Listen to my command in a moment, don't panic. Although Iron Lion didn't understand Chen Ye's meaning, he still nodded. While talking to Chen Ye, he didn't forget to fire a blast at the area with the densest concentration of fog slaves. Chen Ye took a deep breath. A freshly lit Huazi cigarette was sucked completely dry by Chen Ye in one go. Smoke breath was exhaled again. This time, a large amount of smoke billowed out from Chen Ye's mouth and nostrils. Even his ears spewed out countless streams of smoke. A total of 5 streams of smoke surged madly from Chen Ye's mouth, nose, and ears. Large amounts of smoke formed around Chen Ye, creating a small smoke cloud. Chen Ye stood in the middle of the smoke, as if he were a deity. The smoke quickly engulfed Chen Ye's entire person, and the smoke was still rapidly spreading outward with Chen Ye as the center. Iron Lion was also enveloped by the smoke. Feeling his vision and hearing instantly stripped away, Iron Lion panicked a little. 12 o'clock direction. Hearing the familiar voice, Iron Lion didn't hesitate, firing a blast directly at 12 o'clock. The roar of the air cannon, just as it left the flesh-formed barrel, was muffled by Chen Ye's smoke. Chen Ye's mouth, nose, and ears were still spewing smoke mist. The range of the mist was getting larger and larger. The fog slaves that charged into the smoke mist, the moment they entered, looked around blankly, like a computer invaded by a virus, momentarily not knowing what to do. Yes. The range of the smoke mist instantly expanded to 100 meters, then to 150 meters, then to 200 meters. Every fog slave that entered the smoke mist was like a phone that lost its signal, standing blankly in the mist, not knowing what to do. The absolute aura barrier concealed the living human auras of Chen Ye and Iron Lion. But even so, more and more fog slaves charged into the mist. At first, it might have been dozens of fog slaves, but in the blink of an eye, hundreds of fog slaves had entered the mist. In Chen Ye's vision, the fog slaves in the mist were increasing. The two of them would be discovered sooner or later. Chen Ye's eyes turned cold, commanding Iron Lion to fire at the area with the most fog slaves. Iron Lion did so without a second thought. But even so, there were still many, many fog slaves. The fog slaves that were blasted apart reformed within the mist, becoming new fog slaves. If this continued, sooner or later the entire mist would be filled with fog slaves. Then there would be no escape. The simulated death god's sickle in his hand never stopped, but it still wasn't much use. Since that was the case, Chen Ye gritted his teeth. The fog slaves before him reminded him of his time in Rong City. What left the deepest impression on Chen Ye in Rong City, besides the death god, were the endless crawlers. These crawlers were all living humans in life. After death, for some unknown reason, they turned into one after another, head after head of all-white crawlers. Crawlers didn't have human thought patterns, only the simplest of emotions, even simpler than simulated wild wolves. They were just too weak in combat. But they were almost too perfect for dealing with these fog slaves right now. A crawler struggled out from the smoke, directly pouncing on the nearest fog slave. The fog slave, attacked, instinctively grabbed the crawler and dragged it into the depths of the mist. The crawler, meanwhile, attacked the fog slave frantically. Before the fog slave could drag the crawler into the depths of the mist, the fog slave was bitten into puffs of mist by the crawler, only to be reborn not far away. 2 more fog slaves grabbed the crawler and charged into the depths of the mist. This also had a benefit. The fog slaves within Chen Ye's smoke mist were rapidly decreasing. They were being lured out of the mist's scope by the crawlers. Chen Ye controlled the smoke mist. Large numbers of crawlers quickly crawled out from the mist, charging towards those fog slaves. Both sides soon reached a stalemate. The killed fog slaves quickly resurrected. Those crawlers were also dragged into the depths of the mist by the fog slaves. The crawlers dragged into the depths of the thick mist soon lost contact with Chen Ye. Then another crawler would be generated from the mist. Both sides were like armies constantly spawning soldiers in a game. For every soldier lost, another would be replenished from their respective mists. At this moment, Chen Ye used all his smoke mist to simulate crawlers. This caused a gap in the barrier. When Iron Lion saw the stalemated battlefield between the two sides, he was also stunned for a moment. But this guy's remaining hand, formed into a flesh air cannon, kept roaring. Even if it wasn't very useful, Iron Lion didn't give up. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want Chen Ye to die either. Yezi, what do we do? Hold on, just hold on a little longer. Okay. Iron Lion roared, the air cannon's blasts becoming even more frequent. Countless crawlers and fog slaves formed a battle line, blocking Chen Ye and Iron Lion against the buildings by the street. Apart from the building behind them, all 3 other sides were battlefields of crawlers and fog slaves. Only half a minute had passed, but Chen Ye felt as if a year had gone by. He controlled countless crawlers breaking free from the smoke mist. These simulated crawlers were somewhat different from the crawlers in Rong City, but fortunately, the Fog Slaves' combat power wasn't strong. The Fog Slaves stubbornly wanted to drag all captured targets into the mist. Both sides were now competing to see whose soldier spawning speed was stronger. Whenever a crawler was dragged away, Chen Ye would unhesitatingly abandon it. The next second, a new crawler would appear again, charging into the battlefield, biting and tearing at the Fog Slaves. He had no idea how many cigarettes he had smoked from the corner of his mouth. A freshly opened pack of Huazi quickly turned into countless crawlers charging at the Fog Slaves. Chen Ye crushed the empty cigarette pack and threw it far away. The machete was guided by the willow branch. Wherever the battle situation was most dangerous, the machete would rush over with a sound of splitting wind, turning the Fog Slaves into their original mist form. Human strength always has its limits. Chen Ye, with the strength of one person, was opposing the entire thick mist. Like a passionate youth, attempting to fight against a storm. Chen Ye glanced at his digital watch, calculating silently in his heart. Soon. When he found Iron Lion, it was 12:36. And now it was 12:39. It had only been 3 minutes. Why did it feel like a year had passed? 3 minutes. Why hadn't these Fog Slaves retreated yet? The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. Although Iron Lion still kept blasting with the air cannon, there were simply too many Fog Slaves in the mist. As long as the mist didn't disperse, the Fog Slaves had no end. Seeing that the two of them were now back to back, Chen Ye was simultaneously controlling the smoke to simulate new crawlers while manipulating the machete to kill Fog Slaves. As for the Blood Eye, its single-target killing ability was decent, but in the current situation, it wasn't very useful. Chen Ye even tried using the Blood Eye to control 2 Fog Slaves. Just as he tried to plant a seed, the Fog Slaves directly dissipated into a puff of mist. The Blood Eye hadn't been fully nurtured into a complete wonder by supernatural power yet. It could only be considered a preparatory wonder for now. Therefore, every time he used the Blood Eye's ability, Chen Ye could always feel some discomfort brought by the Blood Eye. If the ability was overused, the Blood Eye would even shed blood tears, just like the Death God. The roaring sound by his ears never stopped. Chen Ye, back against Iron Lion, could feel that the sweat on this guy's back had flowed into a small stream. Sticky and disgusting. Damn it. Wasn't it 3 minutes already? Why wasn't it over yet? In the unseen depths of the mist, just how many more Fog Slaves were there, just as Chen Ye thought that woman named Xiaohua had deceived him. Suddenly, all the Fog Slaves simultaneously stopped moving, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Chen Ye and Iron Lion both watched their surroundings warily. In that very instant, all the Fog Slaves collapsed like sandcastles, instantly turning into puddles of thick mist that dissipated into the air. The entire process didn't make a single sound. It was like watching a silent movie. 3 minutes. It was over. Chen Ye plopped down on the ground, his hands trembling slightly. He could barely even grip the machete properly, and his legs were having uncontrollable spasms. Ever since awakening as a superhuman, Chen Ye had always tried to cut corners and take shortcuts in every fight, preserving his trump cards whenever possible. Whenever he spotted trouble, he was ready to turn tail and run at any moment. Only this time, he had genuinely gone head-to-head against the Fog Slaves in a brutal clash. If it had lasted any longer, he and Iron Lion would have been in serious trouble. Rule anomalies were indeed the most terrifying existence. Just 3 minutes had nearly gotten Chen Ye and Iron Lion killed here. If the apocalyptic pickup truck hadn't flipped over, Chen Ye would never have chosen to confront these Fog Slaves head-on. If he hadn't known the Fog Slaves only had 3 minutes of attack time, Chen Ye wouldn't have chosen to confront these Fog Slaves head-on either. This time, he had truly been somewhat careless. Especially during that final stretch where he and the Fog Slaves were competing to spawn more combatants. His supernatural power had drained away like flowing water. Right now, Chen Ye's body was completely empty of supernatural power. As for Iron Lion, this guy wasn't much better off than Chen Ye. His evergreen tank top, which he wore year-round, was completely soaked with sweat, and his hair hung in greasy strands against his scalp, making him look utterly disheveled. With Gravos. The flesh-formed air cannon had reverted to the shape of an arm. The arm was covered in burst-open wounds, a bloody, mangled mess. This guy also sat slumped on the ground, looking like a mountain of flesh. Even though he hadn't used his ability to transform into a giant, the consumption from this battle had left him in a sorry state. Especially that continuous cannon fire, which had subjected him to unimaginable pressure. Yes, he is. Is it over? Should be. Chen Ye gasped for breath, his ears filled only with the sound of his own heartbeat. He tore open a fresh pack of huazi, lit one, and stuck it in his mouth. This time, he was just smoking to relieve fatigue. Big fool, want one? Iron Lion shook his head. Smoking is bad for your health, you should smoke less. Damn. Chen Ye leaned against Iron Lion's back. As the nicotine entered his system, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, even though sweat had soaked the cigarette's filter. About 10 minutes later, Chen Ye's ears twitched as if he heard the sound of an engine. The thick fog slowly parted, and the front end of an off-road vehicle appeared before the two of them. Captain Chuche's detestable face emerged from within the thick fog. Although his facial features were unclear in the mist, that annoying voice was still very familiar. Hey, you two, finished resting yet? It's about time, shouldn't we get going? Damn it. Chen Ye was furious. Iron Lion joining the convoy made the group much livelier. There were actually over 30 survivors still inside the school bus. According to Oldley, if they hadn't encountered the fog slaves, there would have been even more survivors. When the many survivors saw that Chen Ye's vehicle was completely empty, they all looked at Chen Ye as if he were a devil. You see, back when they had escaped from the second elementary school, Chen Ye's vehicle had also carried some survivors. But now, there wasn't a single one left. Therefore, the looks many survivors gave Chen Ye were filled with fear and unfamiliarity. Chen Ye didn't care about this in the slightest. Not everyone could be like Iron Lion, disregarding their own safety just to think about saving others. If he and Chuche hadn't arrived today, Iron Lion might have died. Mr. Chen. Suddenly, a somewhat timid voice sounded not far from Chen Ye. Chen Ye stopped walking. He saw a woman, one hand resting on her belly, looking at him with somewhat fearful eyes. Seeing him look over, the woman was startled and took a slight step back. Chen Ye's expression was cold, his face showing neither joy nor sorrow. This woman was that pregnant woman from earlier. That she survived was partly due to his efforts. But Chen Ye didn't expect this woman to be grateful to him or repay him in any way. Just like how he never felt regret or guilt over those tales either. He was just about to leave. The woman suddenly bowed deeply to Chen Ye. Thank you, Mr. Chen. If not for you, I and my little treasure might not have survived. Chen Ye's body stiffened slightly. No need to thank me. The one you should thank most is Iron Lion. If not for that fool, I wouldn't have saved you. The woman said stubbornly, regardless, your actions saved me. I want to thank you. You're a good person. Chen Ye silently walked away. The woman's gratitude gave him an uncomfortable feeling. It was as if a ray of sunlight had exposed his dark, crawling self to a scorching sun. The news of Old Bao and Xiao Wang's death spread throughout the entire convoy. Some of the newly joined survivors didn't know who Old Bao and Xiao Wang were. But the other survivors who had been with the convoy for a while all showed expressions of sorrow. The people the survivors interacted with the most weren't these superhumans. It was actually Old Bao and Xiao Wang. The convoy's daily operations were basically arranged by these two. It was precisely because of Old Bao and Xiao Wang's work that the convoy had been able to maintain basic harmony. This was something rarely seen in other convoys. For example, in the previous camel train, most of the survivors were slaves. Chuche selected that university student Xiaofu as the new convoy assistant. This young man had always had a good reputation in the convoy, even though he wasn't particularly clever and was somewhat naive. It was also because of this that some people in the convoy often made fun of this university student. Even when teased, this guy wouldn't get angry, still laughing and joking around. For example, back when they were in the desert, everyone's water ration was insufficient. But some people still pretended to be pitiful in front of Xiaofu, tricking him out of his small share. That Xiaofu didn't die of thirst in the desert was a testament to his tough luck. Captain Chuche had to navigate and drive every day. He couldn't handle so much work alone. Xiaofu becoming the new convoy assistant truly made many people's jaws drop in surprise. Chuche also selected another person as the convoy supervisor. This person was none other than the convoy's famously ugly man, Chen Ye. A former handsome man, now transformed into someone whose mere glance could give people nightmares, one couldn't help but sigh at the whims of fate. Chen Ye was also quite famous in the convoy. But after his disfigurement, Chen Ye had become somewhat sinister and brooding. Ordinary survivors simply didn't dare approach him. Some people in the convoy even whispered behind his back that he was Chen Ye's lackey, even imitating Chen Ye's words and actions. Managing a convoy precisely needed someone like this. When they heard Chen Ye had become the convoy supervisor, many people's hearts skipped a beat, feeling that their good days were about to end. Chen Ye glanced at the machete's countdown, 7 hours remaining. This time, the machete had also contributed a little. But a machete with a serial number nearing 5,000 truly had limited utility. Also, that old fox Chu Che still had something he hadn't handed over yet. This battle with the fog slaves had also earned him quite a few slaughter points. The system balance had over 60,000 slaughter points. This was actually a pleasant surprise for Chen Ye. When escaping from the second elementary school last time, Chen Ye hadn't participated in much combat. He mainly killed Wu Jianshan, that sequence 3, and used some tails on the escape route, so the fighting duration wasn't long. Moreover, Chen Ye had been actively avoiding combat back then, trying to stay out of an endless vortex of battles. Therefore, the slaughter points weren't that high. But this time, Chen Ye and the fog slaves had gone head-to-head in a blitz. Although the slaughter points gained from each kill were minimal, the sheer density of attacks was overwhelming. Even though it was only 3 minutes. Over 60,000 slaughter points. This required careful planning. The system still had an ongoing task that hadn't finished, so a new round of tasks could only be started after the current one ended. Also, the vehicle really needed some minor repairs now. The current state of this car was simply appalling. In the earlier panic, it had crashed into a roadside flower bed, but the car itself was mostly fine. However, many parts of the body had dents. With over 60,000 slaughter points, it was enough to add a canopy to the truck bed. That way, there'd be no need to set up a tent at night in the future. Get a car air conditioner installed. The vehicle's fuel tank also needed an upgrade. The tentacle upgrade for the 8-limbed human face still required 200,000. Calculating it this way, it seemed the slaughter points were still somewhat insufficient. These slaughter points were like the balance in a bank card, never enough. Captain Chu Che finally showed some mercy, ordering the convoy to rest in place for 30 minutes. Finding Iron Lion finally allowed Captain Chu to relax a little, the weight on his heart easing slightly. That rebellious girl, Sun Cece, didn't cause Chu Che much worry. After all, the title of the convoy's #1 fighter that this girl held wasn't just for show. 30 minutes. Many survivors sat in their seats, staring blankly at the thick fog. Or simply got out of their vehicles to find a spot to take care of personal hygiene. Seizing this time, the first thing Chen Ye did was dismantle the passenger seat and throw it away. The fabric seat had completely absorbed that yellow liquid. Fortunately, this time there were vehicles everywhere around. Chen Ye directly removed a seat from an off-road vehicle as a replacement. Seeing this, Chen Ye hurried over to help. Chen Ye even found a car player in a dilapidated minivan. The kind that plays cassette tapes. This made Chen Ye somewhat delighted. He had collected some cassette tapes before, originally thinking they'd never be useful again. With no internet now, such a tape player was far more practical than any Bluetooth player. Collect them all and integrate them into the apocalyptic pickup truck. Since the apocalypse began until now, he hadn't listened to music once. It was just, life was too dull. Occasionally hearing music coming from Captain Chu and the pink-haired girl's car made Chen Ye quite envious. Chen Ye was helping Chen Ye install the seat. Chen Ye searched through the crowd. Due to the truly pitiful visibility, it took Chen Ye quite a while to find that guy Chu Che. Chen Ye still remembered the guns obtained from that small group before leaving. But Chu Che was currently setting up a cenotaph for Old Bao and Xiao Wang. Su Lina, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Boscow were helping Captain Chu nearby. They took out some clothes Old Bao and Xiao Wang had worn, dug a small pit in the roadside flower bed, and buried these items. There were no paper funeral money. Chu Che found some flyers, books, and newspapers. A survivor folded these papers into ingot shapes and burned them. Several survivors looked at the cenotaphs of Old Bao and Xiao Wang, softly weeping. After some thought, Chen Ye still didn't go over. Although his moral baseline was relatively low, he still had a baseline. Giving Captain Chu a few minutes was fine. Chen Ye came to his own vehicle, leaning against the deformed front hood. Finished? Xuan, sweating profusely, crawled out of the driver's cabin, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and said breathlessly, "Finished, but it's not a perfect fit. The seat is a bit wobbly and still needs reinforcement. Ango Thailand bot. It's fine, leave it as is. You don't need to worry about it anymore." When Xuan crawled out of the driver's cabin, Chen Ye saw the cabin had actually been cleaned quite thoroughly. This guy hadn't been idle. He'd started wiping down Chen Ye's car. Chen Ye noticed a few packaging corners peeking out from Xuan's shirt pocket, looking like chocolate or similar candies. Since the apocalypse began until now, he hadn't seen chocolate for a long time. "You still have chocolate?" Hearing Chen Ye's question, Xuan snapped back to reality and chuckled. "Yeah, I traded it with gasoline from those death god followers earlier. My little sister likes chocolate. I'll give it to her when I find her." When Xuan said this, his voice carried an indescribable gentleness, his disfigured face full of warmth, as if his adorable little sister was right before his eyes. Chen Ye was stunned, remembering. Back when leaving the second elementary school, in that hurried glance, he had seen Xuan charging like a madman toward the teaching building. He thought at the time that this idiot Xuan was surely dead. "You charged back then just to get chocolate?" As soon as he asked this, Chen Ye felt the question was somewhat idiotic. Who would risk their life for a bit of chocolate? Just because his little sister liked it? Xuan shouldn't be that stupid. Xuan chuckled, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, "Chocolate is hard to find now. This bit was traded with the gasoline I collected last time." Damn, it really was. Not just for the chocolate, but also some other supplies. I failed to protect her. I hope she won't be angry with me when we meet again. Saying this, Xuan scratched the back of his head, looking very awkward. Chen Ye looked coldly at Xuan. He thought of some things. That diary from before mentioned a girl named Xueqing, whose older brother seemed to be a big internet celebrity with millions of fans. Could it be? He had been somewhat suspicious back then. Could it? Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Ye spacing out, Xuan waved his hand in front of Chen Ye's eyes. Chen Ye snapped back to reality, forcefully suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and said in a very calm tone, "By the way, you always talk about your little sister. What's her name exactly?" "Xueqing. My little sister's name is Xueqing." Has Mr. Chen heard this name? Xuan didn't expect Chen Ye to be so concerned, momentarily excited, as if hoping to hear news about his sister from Chen Ye's mouth. Even news from before the apocalypse would be good. Haven't heard it. If I hear this name in the future, I'll tell you. Chen Ye took a deep drag of his cigarette, not activating any ability. He just wanted to use nicotine to ease the pressure in his heart. Hearing Chen Ye's words, Xuan's expression instantly dimmed somewhat. "All right, Xuan, no need to wipe the car anymore. Go attend to your own business." Xuan put down the rag in his hand, respectfully bowed to Chen Ye, then turned and left. After 2 steps, Xuan seemed to make a very important decision. With great difficulty, he took a piece of chocolate from his pocket, turned back, and extended his hand, offering the chocolate to Chen Ye. "Mr. Chen, if you want to eat it, I can give you a piece." Chen Ye looked at this piece of chocolate for a long time, not knowing what to say. Probably his earlier question had caused a misunderstanding, making Xuan think he wanted to eat chocolate. The prolonged silence made Xuan somewhat flustered. He thought maybe one piece of chocolate wasn't enough to satisfy Chen Ye's appetite. Xuan's hand trembled slightly, his expression one of agony. If it were anything else, Xuan might have given it to Chen Ye without hesitation. But chocolate? No. His little sister really liked it. She used to beg him to buy it for her all the time, but he was too busy back then to pay attention. And now he knew very well how rare chocolate was. Just as Xuan was at a loss, Chen Ye's faint voice came through. "Take it back. I don't like eating chocolate. Let's move out. Xuan held Old Bao's big loudspeaker, walking around each vehicle while shouting. Previously, this kind of work was done by Old Bao. That little old man would always tirelessly urge everyone not to fall behind. Now it was taken over by this ugly man. Perhaps because Xuan's face was too ferocious, it made the people in the convoy feel a bit more fear towards him. Therefore, while Xuan was holding the loudspeaker, No one dared to be cheeky and say anything disrespectful to Supervisor Chen Ye. Remember, the first iron rule in the convoy is to never, ever fall behind. Oldly, are all your people accounted for? All 34 people are present. Bald Oldly had even less hair on his head now. The few sparse strands on his scalp were still stubbornly trying to cover the shiny bald spot, attempting to preserve his last shred of dignity. Good, let's move out. The 30-minute break passed in a flash. Chen Ye sat back in the driver's seat of the apocalyptic pickup truck. The interior was clearly completely refreshed. Xue Nan was quite meticulous when it came to work. He hadn't shown any change in attitude just because he became the convoy supervisor. That slash Chen Ye gave him back then could be considered the start of Xue Nan's third life. It must be said, the quality of the apocalyptic pickup truck was truly excellent. Throughout this entire journey, the apocalyptic pickup truck had never once broken down mid-route, leaving him stranded on the road. Even when it crashed into a flower bed and flipped over. Now, after some simple repairs, it was still perfectly usable. The cassette player salvaged from that minivan, after a simple installation, actually still worked. It just hadn't been properly adapted by the system, so it looked quite crude. Chen Ye had taped this player onto the dashboard, giving it a very post-apocalyptic style. This made Chen Ye quite happy. He took out his previously treasured cassette tapes and carefully inserted them into the player. Before the apocalypse, these tapes only cost a few bucks each. But in this world now, these things were all valuable goods. If he could find the right buyers, these items could still be traded for quite a lot of supplies. Melodious music filled the cabin. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time Chen Ye had heard music. The music playing now was from an old singer who was only moderately popular before the apocalypse. But listening to it now, it sounded simply heavenly. Just as Chen Ye was tapping along to the beat and enjoying the song. Boom! A loud bang directly jolted Chen Ye out of his reverie. The pickup also began tilting left and right. Chen Ye slammed on the brakes. Zzz. Mr. Chen, what happened? Xue Nan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. The school bus and modified off-road vehicle ahead both slammed on their brakes. Chen Ye stuck his head out to look at the rear tire. Although the thick fog made it hard to see clearly, Chen Ye could still feel the vehicle tilting towards the left rear wheel. Blown tire. Chen Ye replied helplessly. The studded snow tires had long been swapped out and stored on both sides of the cargo bed. The vehicle was now using all-terrain tires. From the desert until now, these all-terrain tires had been put through intense use for quite a while. For them to only blow out now was already giving him face. Changing the tire was easy to solve. There were vehicles everywhere on the roadside. Chen Ye randomly picked an SUV, used smoke breath to shape tools in his hand, and within just a few minutes, he had removed 4 tires. He swapped out the remaining 3 all-terrain tires as well, replacing them with highway tires more suitable for the city. As for the 4 all-terrain tires, they could only be placed in the cargo bed. Once the system repaired them a bit later, they'd still be usable. Who knew what kind of road conditions they'd encounter in the future? Once they left the city, finding spare tires would be very difficult. The tire-changing process was quick. A few survivors came down to help. The entire process took less than 5 minutes to complete. As for the tire issues with the school bus and the off-road vehicle, survivors had long been assigned to conduct daily inspections. Such matters didn't require Iron Lion and Captain Chu Che to worry about it all. The school bus was much emptier now. Iron Lion returned to the school bus. His massive body lay on the specially modified bed at the very back of the bus, snoring loudly. Mad Lion only had half a head left, which looked genuinely terrifying. As for that severed arm, a fleshy lump had already grown out. It probably wouldn't be long before it fully regenerated. Sleep was the best recovery method for the Titan sequence. If you looked closely, you could even see the tiny, wriggling flesh buds at Iron Lion's wound site. It must be said, the regenerative ability of the Titan sequence was truly terrifying. According to what Chu Che said, at higher stages of the Titan sequence, even if only a piece of muscle tissue remained, it could restore itself to its original state. That sounded almost like a myth, and it made Chen Ye quite envious for a while. Zzz. Squad Leader Chu, how far are Sun Cece and Ding Dong from us? Chen Ye picked up the walkie-talkie and asked. Squad Leader Chu's voice soon came through the walkie-talkie. Not far, roughly about 30 kilometers. If things go smoothly, we should encounter them in about 2 hours. 30 kilometers, 2 hours? If this were before the apocalypse, those veteran drivers would definitely mock this. You're driving 30 kilometers in 2 hours? Do you even know how to drive? But this was the apocalypse. 30 kilometers, forget 2 hours, arriving within 5 hours would already be considered good. Chen Ye glanced at the countdown on the machete. Only single-digit hours left. How exciting! What exactly would a wonder ranked within the top 2,000 look like? Even if it were exactly number 2,000, that would still be an incredibly rare item. As long as the machete upgrade succeeded, then the machete would instantly become the most powerful combat asset in his current arsenal. Of course, that's excluding the blood eye. The system estimated the blood eyes ranked to be within the top 1,000, but currently, the blood eye hadn't been fully nurtured into a wonder by Chen Ye using supernatural power. Its current abilities were only Abyss Control and Crimson Scorching Gaze, which he had used before when dealing with that small team in Fog City. Especially Abyss Control, which could inflict immense psychological pressure on people. It could make people fall victim to it without even realizing, extremely bizarre and difficult to guard against. Even Chen Ye himself would find such an ability troublesome to face. It's just that currently, this ability still had a considerable gap compared to when the Abyssal Blood Pupil fought against the Death God. Fortunately, this gap wasn't insurmountable, just as Chen Ye had imagined. The 30-kilometer distance, they drove until dark and still hadn't caught sight of the pink-haired girl. Just on this road alone, Captain Chuche had made the convoy go back and forth 5 times. Sometimes, just as they were about to turn into the next intersection, they'd hear Captain Chu's voice over the walkie-talkie, telling the convoy to turn back. At one point, the convoy was almost forced onto the Mist River Bridge. Coupled with the obstructed visibility, the convoy's speed simply couldn't be increased. During this time, Chen Ye used absolute aura concealment once to evade the anomalies wandering in Fog City. When this ability was first activated, the survivors panicked. Suddenly, they couldn't hear any sound, see any color, not even their own heartbeat. Fortunately, this state didn't last very long. However, after this ability was used, the survivors in the convoy became even more fearful of Chen Ye. Trying to reach a specific location within a city was much more troublesome than advancing through the wilderness. Forget the intricate and complex road network within the city. Just the number of anomalies in the city was far greater than in the wild. Chuche was also tense the entire time. This was Xiaofu's first time being Captain Chu's driver, and he was so nervous his palms were sweating. The convoy kept moving until night. Even through the heavy fog, Chen Ye could sense the surrounding light dimming. No choice, there are too many anomalies in Fog City. Let's stop here for today. Supervisor Shui, remember to arrange the campsite. Captain Chuche's somewhat weary voice came through the walkie-talkie. Chen Ye glanced at the machete's countdown. 2 seconds. 1 second. Midnight. Upgrade complete. The convoy's chosen campsite for tonight was a restaurant on the street that sold sliced fish. Sliced fish was a local specialty snack in Fog City. It cost 20 yuan per person, and aside from the fish, you could add as many vegetable dishes as you wanted and drink as much as you liked. Often, it was people with tighter budgets who enjoyed this kind of snack. 3 or 5 friends would sit around a table. In the summer, the entrance of a sliced fish restaurant would often be packed with people. The clinking of glasses and the lively atmosphere was the very essence of human warmth and bustle. In the winter, these sliced fish restaurants would be even more steamy and warm. You'd enter the shop covered in wind and snow, and your glasses would instantly fog up. But now, the hustle and bustle of the past seemed exceptionally silent, even somewhat eerie. 3 vehicles were parked in front of the shop. The survivors carefully explored their way into this now deserted restaurant. The empty restaurant only had some tables and chairs arranged inside. Captain Chuche walked to the center of the restaurant. He had found a wooden stick from somewhere and poked it against the restaurant's tiled floor. The stick plunged deep into the ground. A transparent hemisphere descended from midair, directly enveloping the entire sliced fish restaurant. After doing this, Chuche said nothing, turned around, and walked away looking utterly exhausted. Clearly, moving through the city took a heavy toll on Captain Chuche. Shui Nan, holding a loudspeaker, spoke sternly, "Today, no one is allowed to leave this protective shield. Even if you need to use the bathroom, hold it in." His severe words, combined with that terrifying, ugly face of his, left no one daring to object. It had to be said, in just these few short hours, Xuan Nan, this convoy supervisor, was already starting to look the part. The convoy assistant, Xiao Fu, began arranging for people to set up tents. Others went over and closed the restaurant's main door. The inside of the room instantly became even darker. Fortunately, someone soon brought out tables and chairs from the restaurant and lit a bonfire. The bonfire dispelled the thick fog inside, making the indoor environment a bit clearer. Lighting a fire indoors, if it were before the apocalypse, would get you reported and cyberbullied online in minutes. But now no one cared at all. In fact, everyone thought it was perfectly normal. Other survivors took out supplies and started cooking. Iron Lion was still sleeping, and no one disturbed him. Chen Ye glanced over. Good grief, the half of Mad Lion's head that was missing had already regrown most of the way. It probably wouldn't be long before it was completely restored. Oh, Epsilon. And that severed arm, the elbow had already grown back. Chen Ye took some supplies and handed them to a 40-year-old woman named Zhang Yanping. This woman was relatively well-maintained among the group of survivors. She had previously been hanging around with that old man who drove the low-speed electric vehicle. When that old man was around, this woman managed to get a lot of good stuff from him and lived quite comfortably. After the old man was gone, the woman lost her source of income, and her life became much harder. That Annie Chu who had helped Chen Ye and the others cook before didn't make it out of the second elementary school. So, this woman volunteered and took on the job of cooking for the superhumans. She was a very proactive woman, and she knew how to seize opportunities for herself. Thus, Chu Che agreed. Zhang Yanping obsequiously took the rice and sausages from Chen Ye's hands, her face wearing an extremely ingratiating expression. Chen Ye ignored her and instead looked towards Chu Che not far away. He still remembered that Chu Che had wonders that hadn't been distributed yet. According to the rules, the firearms obtained from the encounter with a small group from Fog City earlier also counted as supplies. The two of them were supposed to split them. And there was a high chance there were wonders among them. However, Captain Chu currently looked utterly haggard, as if even saying one more word was exhausting. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself that he'd wait until after dinner to bring it up. Besides, his machete had just finished upgrading, and he hadn't had a chance to check it yet. That was a wonder with a serial number within the top 2,000. Chen Ye found a slightly darker corner, pulled out a Huazi cigarette, and lit it on the bonfire. The woman named Zhang Yanping began bustling about nearby. Only then did Chen Ye take out the machete from behind his waist. The first thing that caught his eye was the machete's appearance. The machete's handle was still wrapped with willow branches, but the sheath had undergone a significant change. The previous sheath was a simple leather one that came with it when he traded for it from Sun Qianqian back then. Now, however, the sheath had turned into a blood-red leather. Just looking at this blood-red sheath gave one a hair-raising feeling. The sheath's color was an unsettling, dark red that seemed wet and sticky, as if it had just been freshly peeled. The sheath was made from that flayed ghost scalp. The surface of the sheath had some complex patterns, looking very mysterious and eerie. When he reached out to touch the sheath, it actually felt like human skin. The previous black leather sheath was nowhere to be found. Chen Ye tried to pull the machete out of its sheath. He then saw that the inside of the sheath was filled with countless blood vessels, finest down. These blood vessels seemed reluctant to let the machete be drawn, actually forming stretchy strands between the two. Only when the blade was completely drawn out did these blood vessels reluctantly retract back into the sheath. It was like a sentient object. Seeing this, even Chen Ye was somewhat astonished. Although he didn't know what these blood vessels were for, they looked incredibly eerie and powerful. As the blade left the sheath, a strange sense of oppression emanated. The woman cooking nearby, Zhang Yanping, shuddered all over, glanced fearfully in Chen Ye's direction, and even her movements became somewhat stiff and unnatural. Chen Ye couldn't care less about her reaction. Under the bonfire's light, he examined the machete carefully. It seemed sharper than before. The divine wonder of a wonder couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Chen Ye sheathed the machete again. Only then did the woman let out a huge sigh of relief. Chen Ye then began to check all the information about this machete. Hatred, serial number, 2001. Wait, when did it become serial number 2001? Could it be that new wonders had appeared during this time, and they were within the top 2,000? Did that push this newly born machete down to serial number 2001? And the name had changed too. It used to have a machete suffix. Now, even the suffix was gone. Chen Ye stroked the blood-red sheath while continuing to examine the information about this machete called hatred. Review: a living curse blade that feeds on pain, resentment, and bloodline taboos. Powerful but costly, it is a tragic song of slaughter written by the user and the countless resentful spirits dwelling within. Just reading this review alone gave one an overwhelming sense of darkness. Ability: damage against anomalies is increased. Exerts a suppressing effect on low-level anomalies. Suppressive force against high-level anomalies is significantly enhanced. Just this single line made Chen Ye's expression improve considerably. Enhanced suppression against anomalies was an ability everyone desperately needed right now. Previously, the machete could only shred those fog slaves, but didn't cause any substantial damage. He wondered how the machete would perform against those fog slaves now. Ability: the willow branches act like activated tentacles, with a maximum extension of 50 meters. Upgrade effect: doubled under the blood moon. The second ability wasn't enhanced much. Ability: absorbs environmental resentment to accumulate grudge energy. Grudge energy condenses within the blade. Primary stage: wailing grudge energy is abundant. Blade sharpness and damage against anomalies are significantly increased. Intermediate stage: bitter wailing grudge energy reaches a critical point. Can actively consume a large amount of grudge energy to launch one powerful attack, swinging out a slash accompanied by a shockwave of countless agonized human faces. After activation, grudge energy drops back to the primary stage. The human faces on the blade briefly materialize, emitting bitter wails that cause a mental shock to the surroundings, affects both friend and foe. Advanced stage: eternal curse requires extremely harsh conditions to achieve. Hatred temporarily awakens, gaining more powerful unknown abilities. Damn, this one ability was equivalent to 3 skills. Especially the final skill, Eternal Curse, where hatred could temporarily awaken and gain more powerful, unknown abilities. This was probably the reason for its serial number 2001. Chen Ye looked at the final ability. Hidden Edge: the blood sheath continuously absorbs the grudge energy drifting in the air. The internal blood vessel down continuously secretes a special essence of resentment, forming an extremely thin, constantly self-honing grudge energy blade edge on the blade's surface. The longer the blade remains sheathed, the sharper the edge becomes. Accumulated to a certain degree, hatred can automatically elevate its serial number ranking. When Chen Ye saw this last ability, he was shocked. This meant that this hatred machete could evolve automatically? It no longer needed to be used in combat to absorb grudge energy? Didn't that mean that, given enough time, hatred could even rise to the top 10 in serial numbers? Looking at the broken machete before him, Chen Ye felt a wave of self-mockery. To actually compare this machete with a wonder ranked in the top 10, he was truly being ridiculous. The top 10 wonders, whether in terms of origin, their creators, or their legendary nature, were each one in a million. His machete was merely a product of the industrial age, made from very ordinary materials. That girl Sun Cece talked about it being handmade. That was probably pure nonsense. It was definitely an assembly line product. Its purpose after production was just to handle rough work. Sun Cece's sword, however, was a collectible from her grandfather. Although Sun Cece never mentioned her grandfather's identity or background, coming from a family like that, her grandfather's status was likely no ordinary person. For it to be collected by her grandfather, that sword probably had some history. Compared to this machete before him, it was like a poor country boy versus a little princess from the city. Shaking off the wild thoughts in his head, Chen Ye continued to examine the other information about hatred. Cost: holder of hatred, great power demands a terrifying price. If you are willing to pay, hatred will certainly not disappoint you. Requires the holder to offer a part of their own body as a sacrifice to hatred. Priority: vision, hearing, sense of taste, sense of smell, or one of the limbs. Vision is optimal and can even improve hatred's ranking. Dear holder, the greater the price paid, the more powerful the enhancement hatred receives. Note: this sacrifice is required only once to permanently enjoy hatred's loyalty. Note: After obtaining this hatred, the holder must decide on the sacrifice content within 3 hours, or terrible consequences will occur. Seeing this information, Chen Ye fell silent. He needed to offer a part of his own body as a sacrifice to this machete. Chen Ye hesitated. Even though he wasn't a sequence superhuman renowned for close combat, the thought of cutting off his own hand or foot to sacrifice to a machete, Chen Ye was unwilling. The price was too high, and this was just a wonder with serial number 2001. Even if it were his strongest wonder, it still wouldn't feel worth it. Hearing? Did he have to cut off an ear for it? Chen Ye hesitated. Sense of taste? That might be doable. Did he have to cut out his tongue? How would he speak after cutting it out? And sense of smell? Cut off his nose? No, no, no. This truly was a cruel price. But letting go of this machete with serial number 2001, Chen Ye felt unwilling. With a number reaching this level, there were only 2,000 wonders in the entire world ranked ahead of it. Chen Ye believed that the day the apocalyptic pickup truck upgraded to become the monster pickup truck, its number would definitely be more advanced than the machetes. But that should be a long time from now. Right eye? Chen Ye thought of his right eye. Ever since reaching sequence 2, the vision in his right eye had been weakening daily. In such a dense fog environment, his right eye was almost half blind. As the left blood eye fused more with his body, Chen Ye could feel the vision of his left blood eye slowly reaching the ceiling of ordinary human eyesight. Even so, Chen Ye still hesitated. Wait, the cost said to use a part of the body as a sacrifice, right? It only mentioned priority, but didn't say it was mandatory. What if I used hemorrhoids? Hemorrhoids are a part of me too. Anyway, everyone has to get that thing cut out eventually. It's just a matter of timing. Better to cut it early than late. It seems feasible? The more Chen Ye thought about it, the more this cutting plan seemed viable. If hemorrhoids won't work, armpit hair would do. They all grew on my body anyway. The hatred machete seemed to sense a wave of malicious intent, its entire blade trembling violently. A powerful sense of resistance directly transmitted into Chen Ye's mind. Even from the seams of the scabbard, countless hair-like, elongated blood threads grew out, seemingly protesting frantically. Chen Ye was stunned. Holy crap, this broken blade can do that? It has such a reaction. Damn. It was as if Chen Ye made up his mind, this machete would just give up and sulk. If hatred were a person, it would probably be roaring and cursing Chen Ye out right now. Only after Chen Ye dismissed this idea did the machete gradually calm down, though its blades still twitched occasionally. Like a stubborn, sobbing wild child. The blood threads on the scabbard slowly retracted back into it. All right, I won't do that. Chen Ye, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, reached out to stroke the blood-red scabbard. The machete was still twitching, seemingly not believing a word Chen Ye said. Chen Ye pushed down this annoyance, then continued to examine the final information about the machete. Hatred's words, that damn bastard sword. Because of you, my spot in the 2000s is gone. I refuse to accept this. You wait, I'll remember this grudge. This was the second-to-last piece of information about the hatred machete. Seeing this, Chen Ye was a bit confused. Did this last sentence refer to what this machete most wanted to say? Wonders were like pets, each wonder had its own thoughts. Some wonders were like huskies, while others were like quiet cats. This machete with serial number 2001 was clearly more like a husky. But that bastard sword? Did it mean a certain sword had also broken into the top 2000 serial numbers, pushing hatred down to 2001? Thus, hatred came to hate this bastard sword. But this last sentence did fit the name, hatred. The final taboo remained. The blade must not be drawn before blood relatives. Otherwise, hatred would immediately kill the holder's blood relative. An unsettled consciousness transmitted from the machete in his hand, seemingly urging Chen Ye to decide on the sacrifice quickly. And this consciousness was growing stronger. According to the prompt, Chen Ye had to decide on the sacrifice content within 3 hours. Chen Ye looked at the machete in his hand. He reached up and touched his right eye. As his sequence level increased, by the time he reached sequence 3, his right eye would most likely go blind too. Now that he had his left eye, his right eye didn't seem so important anymore. The Huazi cigarette at the corner of his mouth gradually burned down. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ye said to the woman beside him, "Go call Dr. Luo over." The woman trembled and quickly nodded, "Yes, I'll go right now. Remember, tell Dr. Luo to bring his wife with him." The woman trembled again, nodding hurriedly in agreement. In her heart, she was puzzled. Dr. Luo's wife was just average, not even as good as me. Could it be that Mr. Chen has the tastes of Lord Chao? Earlier, Chen Ye's face kept shifting between dark and light as he stroked the machete in his hand, looking like a pervert. This middle-aged woman named Zhang Yanping was almost scared to the point of wetting herself. Dr. Luo, who was eating dinner, had a very ugly expression when he heard Chen Ye was calling for him. Hearing that Chen Ye wanted him to bring his wife over, Dr. Luo instantly recalled some unpleasant memories. That bastard! Making me work again. Threatening me again. Why doesn't heaven strike him dead with lightning? Tonight's dinner was eaten by Chen Ye alone. Captain Chu Che was already asleep from exhaustion. Zhang Yanping had packed Captain Chu's portion, ready to be reheated whenever he woke up. As the cook for the superhumans, Zhang Yanping had also received payment from Xuan Nan. Just as Chen Ye was eating dinner, Dr. Luo arrived, followed by a timid, shrinking woman. Seeing Chen Ye eating, Dr. Luo shouted at him, "Chen Ye, don't go too far. This convoy isn't your personal fiefdom." Dr. Luo's face wore an expression of great anger. Before coming, he had even thought that if Chen Ye dared to go too far, he would fight him to the death. However, Chen Ye merely glanced at him indifferently with that blood eye. All the courage Dr. Luo had mustered before coming drained away completely in that instant. At this moment, Dr. Luo even felt some fear, his body trembling slightly. Yet, even so, Dr. Luo stubbornly shielded his wife with his own body. His wife hid behind Dr. Luo, her expression a mix of fear and a hint of helpless resignation. This had happened once before. This woman also knew what she was about to face. But, wasn't this guy sick? If he wanted her husband's help, did he have to use her as a threat? Faced with Dr. Luo's anger, Chen Ye felt not the slightest stir within, not even lifting an eyelid. He focused on dealing with the dinner before him. An ordinary person posed basically no threat to Chen Ye. Even if Dr. Luo were fully armed, it would be almost impossible for him to kill Chen Ye. After I finish eating, help me remove my right eye. You lunatic. Dr. Luo didn't know what words to use, only feeling the person before him was insane. Do as I say. Your opinion on other matters isn't needed. Go down and prepare. Come see me in half an hour. After the surgery, I'll give you a box of instant noodles. You know what that means. Chen Ye still had a box of instant noodles in the back seat, so he might as well give it out as payment. Dr. Luo opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. That was a whole box of instant noodles. Last time he helped Chen Ye with surgery, he received a barrel of gasoline. It was thanks to that barrel that he and his wife had lived much, much better than the other survivors. In Nigeria Naira Epsilon S. Performing such a surgery in this environment. If it were before the apocalypse, Dr. Luo might even have had his medical license revoked. But this was the apocalypse and the patient wasn't an ordinary person. Just as Dr. Luo was about to pull his wife up to leave, a humanoid figure formed from smoke walked out of the smoke breath. Dr. Luo, startled, protectively pulled his wife back, retreating several steps. Old rules. Your wife stays. You. Dr. Luo glared at Chen Ye with fury. Chen Ye continued eating by himself, not even bothering to look up at him. Since this wasn't exactly their first time cooperating, Dr. Luo wasn't as panicked as the first time. He comforted his wife with a couple of words, then turned and ran. When Zhang Yanping went to find Dr. Luo earlier, she only said Chen Ye was looking for him. Dr. Luo hadn't expected Chen Ye would want him to remove another eye, so he hadn't brought any surgical instruments at all. Dr. Luo's wife glanced at Chen Ye, then at the eerie smoke-formed humanoid figure beside her, and obediently found a place to sit down. Dr. Luo's wife was about the same age as him, also a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She wore a pair of thin-framed glasses, had ordinary features, but her demeanor was very calm, giving the impression of an intellectual. From the way Dr. Luo treated her, it was clear the couple had a good relationship. Chen Ye was never the type to be swayed by a beautiful woman, let alone do anything to a woman like this. The silence between the two was terrifying, with almost no words spoken. The smoke-formed humanoid was just the simplest simulation of a human shape, possessing no miraculous abilities. For dealing with an ordinary person, this level was sufficient. It only took 10 minutes for Dr. Luo to return carrying a small white case. This time, Dr. Luo's preparations were much more thorough than before. Chen Ye had finished his dinner. This sliced fish restaurant had 2 private rooms. One was naturally occupied by Chu Che. The other private room naturally housed Chen Ye. As for Iron Lion, he was carried by several survivors to sleep in the main hall, showing no sign of waking up throughout the entire process. The process with the scalpel was eerie. A smoke-formed humanoid stood beside Dr. Luo's wife on guard. Chen Ye sat on a sofa, holding a kitchen knife against Dr. Luo's neck. Chen Ye wasn't that confident in the machete that hadn't been sacrificed yet. So he just grabbed a random kitchen knife. Who knew if that weird machete might act up during his surgery? The wonder numbered 2001 seemed different from all the other wonders he had encountered before. Even though it wasn't his first time experiencing this feeling, Dr. Luo still felt nervous. The scalpel in his hand trembled constantly, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. If Iron Lion hadn't been asleep, Chen Ye would definitely have asked Iron Lion to help him threaten Dr. Luo. As for Captain Chu Che, Chen Ye dismissed that option without even thinking. Captain Chu was deep and calculating. Chen Ye had no idea what went on in that guy's head every day. If Chu Che insisted on helping him, Chen Ye would rather not have the surgery. Dr. Luo had never performed such an absurd surgery before, operating with a knife held to his neck. Well, last time it was a machete hanging over his head. Pretty much the same. And it was the same lunatic. Last time, it was the left eye that was removed. The surgery proceeded relatively smoothly. It only took half an hour. Dr. Luo placed a complete eyeball on a tray beside him. Only then did Dr. Luo feel the kitchen knife being removed from his neck. Looking at this monster before him, Dr. Luo felt deep-seated fear in his heart. A thought arose in his mind. Were these sequenced superhumans even still human? No one could undergo such surgery without anesthesia. Yet the person before him seemed capable of it. This was his second contact with a superhuman. Each contact filled Dr. Luo's heart with many reflections and much more fear. Where Chen Ye's right eyeball had been, there was now an unsettling empty socket. Chen Ye himself was drenched in sweat, not much better off than Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo efficiently treated the wound on Chen Ye's right eye. Soon, a simply bandaged eye patch covered the right eye. On Chen Ye's face, only the blood-red left eye seemed to be faintly glowing. "All right, you can leave now." Chen Ye's body was still twitching abnormally, but he managed to say this. The humanoid smoke that had been standing at the private room door dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. Dr. Luo quickly packed up all his surgical tools. His wife also came over, head bowed, to help, not daring to look at Chen Ye the entire time. "Xuanan will give you the stuff." As Dr. Luo was leaving, Chen Ye said this. Dr. Luo murmured softly, "Thank you." Dr. Luo didn't doubt Chen Ye's words. Chen Ye might not be a good person, liking to use others' family members as leverage. But he kept his word. Pushing the door open, he left quickly. Xuanan walked in, glanced at Chen Ye, and especially when his gaze met Chen Ye's blood-red left eye, Xuanan felt a slight jolt in his heart, a surge of fear rising within him. Xuanan slightly lowered his gaze, taking out a small bottle in his hand. "Squad leader Chu asked me to bring this. Mr. Chen, are you all right?" Chen Ye looked at the small bottle, but didn't speak, just stared coldly at Xuanan, spitting out a single word, "Scram." Xuanan hastily bowed and left. Once outside the private room door, Xuanan realized his back was slightly damp with sweat. At this moment, he was at his weakest. Even with Xuanan, Chen Ye was filled with vigilance. If Xuanan made any suspicious move, he wouldn't mind killing him on the spot. Only then did Chen Ye take the small bottle. Looking at the familiar color, it was a bottle of diluted death god blood tears. He hadn't expected squad leader Chu to still have the stuff. He sniffed it slightly. The smell wasn't strange. As the medicinal liquid entered his mouth, Chen Ye could feel the pain in his right eye slightly ease, the discomfort slowly subsiding. Chen Ye calmed his mind a little, then looked at the machete with its slightly trembling blood-red sheath. Reaching out to grasp this machete, Chen Ye could feel its excitement. And the intermittent urging consciousness. It seemed to be urging Chen Ye to perform the sacrifice quickly. Time was running out. Chen Ye placed the extracted eyeball together with his machete. The blood-red scabbard sprouted many long, thread-like blood vessels that frantically stretched toward the eyeball, all under the watchful gaze of Chen Ye's blood eye. The blood vessels directly enveloped the eyeball and pulled it into the blood-red scabbard. The blood-red scabbard actually opened a small, even somewhat cute, mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed Chen Ye's eyeball in one gulp. Since the eyeball was too large, swallowing it was a bit difficult. But it was finally swallowed in the end. Like a person, it chewed the eyeball with satisfaction. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. It was just in that instant that Chen Ye felt as if the machete before him had established some kind of connection with him. This feeling was quite marvelous. Looking closely at the position of the scabbard, a dark pattern of an eye had appeared on it. When Chen Ye's gaze met this dark eye pattern, the pupil of the patterned eye actually turned to look back, locking eyes with Chen Ye's blood eye. At this moment, Chen Ye felt as if this blade was another organ of his own. Chen Ye checked Hatred's information. He was surprised to discover that Hatred's serial number had already changed. Hatred Machete, serial number 2000. The serial number had only risen by one place. Although he knew that the closer the serial number was to the front, the harder it was to improve. Especially within the top 2,000 serial numbers, advancing each rank by one place was already an immensely difficult feat. But he had sacrificed a right eye. Chen Ye saw the very distinctive Hatred's words. Hatred's words, respected wielder, thank you for your generosity, granting me greater spirituality and power. Serial number 2000 will not be my end. My serial number will continue to rise. Please look forward to my performance. And that bastard sword. Ha ha. This master has finally arrived at the position that rightfully belongs to me. Just you wait to eat my dust. Ha ha ha. This arrogant tone was like a villain who had gotten lucky after a small success. The serial number ranking would continue to rise. This did reduce Chen Ye's regret somewhat. His right eye was just the price paid, not some miraculous elixir that could make hatred soar to the heavens. Upon further inspection, Hatred's abilities had also changed. Ability. The willow branches are like your arms, capable of launching more precise attacks with a maximum extension of 70 meters. Upgrade effect. Doubled under the blood moon dot. NOES. Previously, this ability too stated that the willow branches were like animated tentacles, but now it had changed to being like your arms. The maximum extension distance had also increased from 50 meters to 70 meters. If doubled under the blood moon, that would be 140 meters. In certain special environments, this could still play a significant role. Trading an eye about to lose its vision for the machete to advance by one rank was clearly a losing deal. In Chen Ye's view, by sequence 3, the right eye would definitely go blind. Perhaps even before reaching sequence 3, just by improving strength within the range of sequence 2, the process of the right eye going blind would accelerate. Trading an eye destined for blindness for a wonder ranked 1997 was considered quite worthwhile. From now on, Hatred would become the wonder with the highest serial number ranking in his possession. If he encountered those fog slaves again, it should be able to play a major role, right? Red flame swift. Dragon soul rends the sky. The pink-haired girl brandished her long sword, chanting incantations under her breath. With each phrase uttered, the long sword in her hand pulsed with a heartbeat-like effect corresponding to the chant. Simultaneously, it erupted with an extremely high temperature, pushing away all the surrounding mist. The charging fog slaves all halted their steps in unison. The girl's pink hair lifted without any wind, her exquisite features resembling a goddess. The rebelliousness on her face had long since vanished without a trace. The expression on her face held only solemnity and indifference. The wounds on her face and the tattered clothes on her body did not seem the least bit unsightly at this moment. The twisted, bizarre figures surrounding her, who had just been preparing to drag the girl deep into the thick mist, now hesitated with fear. Burn the evil. Ashes to the 8 wastes. The girl uttered the final few words. The long sword struggled, and a dragon's roar rang out, transforming into a fire dragon that charged furiously toward those fog slaves. If Chen Ye and Chu Che were present at this moment and saw this fire dragon, they would surely be stunned speechless. This fire dragon was much larger than the one at the second elementary school before. Its imposing presence also seemed far more terrifying. Any fog slave that came into contact with the fire dragon vanished without a trace in an instant. A large vacuum zone was cleared directly around them. Even Ding Dong, who had been holding on with sheer willpower, felt the pressure lighten at this moment as she watched the fire dragon circling around the girl. Her knees went weak, and she directly knelt on the ground. Throughout this journey, if it weren't for Cece's protection, she would have died long ago. A few days ago, Cece seemed to have become even more powerful. Even when dealing with these unkillable fog slaves, she was no longer as disheveled as before. It's just, that sword seems to be a natural-born wonder. It's really a bit enviable. But it was only envy. This usually indifferent and plain-looking girl's eyes held no greed. Even the envy lasted only for a moment. Ding Dong was nearly killed, having almost lost half her life when Chen Ye hit her with the vehicle. After Wu Jianshan's death, Ding Dong instantly realized she had fallen for Wu Jianshan's scheme. Regarding her attack on Chen Ye, Ding Dong felt deeply ashamed. She planned to sincerely apologize to him properly when she saw Chen Ye in the future. When the two of them had just escaped to the school gate, Ding Dong, who had already regained consciousness, struggled, wanting to go back and drive out that panel van. At that time, Chen Ye had already driven the car some distance away. The entire school could be described as a scene of demons dancing wildly. Fortunately, Sun Cece only hesitated slightly before agreeing to accompany Ding Dong back. Sun Cece also understood that there were many convoy supplies in that vehicle, and losing them would be a real shame. Moreover, there were also the words Squad Leader Chu had said to her a few days ago. At that time, Ding Dong's condition was very poor. Being hit by Chen Ye had almost cost her half her life. When she forced herself to return to the school with Sun Cece to drive out that vehicle, Ding Dong encountered a tall anomaly holding a rusty kitchen knife. With one slash, it severed Ding Dong's right arm. If Sun Cece hadn't arrived in time, Ding Dong would have died long ago. Fortunately, although the Fist Master sequence didn't possess the tenacious vitality of the Titan sequence, it was still considerably more robust than the vitality of sequences like Chen Ye and Chu Che. She forced herself to drive this vehicle out. Recalling the indescribable anomalies encountered along this journey was enough to send chills down one's spine. If it weren't for Cece, she would have died long ago. A Fist Master who loses her right arm loses the majority of her combat power. The Fist Master sequence is not the Titan sequence. A severed arm is gone for good, it won't grow back. But everything was worth it. At least the supplies were preserved. At least, that's what Ding Dong herself thought. And now, this panel van happened to become Ding Dong's sole support point, making her feel she wasn't completely useless. After the pink-haired girl's sword strike, the surrounding fog slaves dissipated one after another. The fog slaves vanished into the mist. The 3 minutes were up. Both the pink-haired girl and Ding Dong let out a sigh of relief. Even Xiaoyu, who had been hiding in the car the whole time, slumped weakly into the seat. Ding Dong, are you okay? The pink-haired girl hurried over to help Ding Dong up. Being able to hold on until now, relying only on a not-so-dexterous left arm, was already quite remarkable. I'm fine. Ding Dong calmed her emotions slightly before speaking seriously. Cece, your sword should be a natural-born wonder, right? Sun Cece felt a bit awkward, her small face showing some embarrassment. Ding Dong, I didn't mean to hide it from you on purpose. It's fine even if you did hide it on purpose. It's just, don't tell anyone about this from now on. Even Chen Ye, it's best you don't tell him. Of course I know, Ding Dong. He asked before and I didn't say anything. Although I don't have a wonder, I also know the significance of wonders for superhumans. A single house can turn fathers, sons, and brothers into mortal enemies, let alone a natural-born wonder. The girl nodded, her gaze falling on the long sword in her hand. Back then, she just wanted to take a weapon for self-defense. She never expected that this long sword taken from her grandfather's collection would turn out to be a natural-born wonder. This really surprised the girl. According to what Squad Leader Chu said, natural-born wonders are extremely rare, and each one has the potential to become a wonder ranked within the top 10 serial numbers. Sun Cece didn't expect the longsword in her hand to become a wonder like the sky whale. Just being within the top 100 would be good. Not long ago, the fire dragon sword seemed to have undergone another transformation. Its serial number ranking changed. Its current serial number ranking is 2000. Exactly 2000. In such a short time, the speed was too fast. The fire dragon sword ranked 2000 when encountering those fog slaves again just now. Although it couldn't completely overpower those rule anomalies, it at least greatly reduced the pressure on her. Huh. Wait. Why did the Fire Dragon Sword's serial number become 2001? Too many things happened today. Chen Ye was already feeling drowsy at this moment. Becoming a sequence superhuman meant physical fitness was much stronger than ordinary people, but the consumption was also much greater than average. Plus, having his right eye gouged out left Chen Ye extremely exhausted today. There was also the earlier confrontation with the thick fog, matching forces head-on. And then the repeated back-and-forth driving tours in Fog City. Chen Ye was utterly exhausted to the limit. But the apocalypse was like a sword hanging over his head, constantly reminding Chen Ye that he had to work even harder to survive. 60,000 slaughter points lay in the system's balance. Moreover, the system's tasks were also in an idle state. Not using them at this time would simply be a waste. For Chen Ye, a penny pincher who would split a single slaughter point into two halves to spend, this was simply unforgivable. Forcing himself to perk up, Chen Ye began planning how to achieve maximum value from the 60,000 slaughter points. Currently, upgrading the apocalyptic pickup truck into a monster pickup truck was clearly unrealistic. 200,000 slaughter points were simply impossible in a short time. The loan he previously owed the system hadn't been repaid yet. The system had already sent several repayment reminders, which Chen Ye still pretended not to see. The only good thing about the system was that it wouldn't forcibly demand repayment, nor would it actively deduct from the host's account balance. For this, Chen Ye had to give a thumbs up. Of course, this also gave rise to deadbeats like Chen Ye. To survive, a little reputation like this could just be abandoned. Currently, there were two directions for upgrades. One was to continue strengthening the apocalyptic pickup truck. Strengthening the apocalyptic pickup truck was no longer just about a vehicle. Upgrading the apocalyptic pickup truck would also greatly enhance his own survival ability. This had already been proven back in Rong City. Moreover, the apocalyptic pickup truck had long been battered and broken, looking like it had just been driven out of a scrapyard. Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle was also a bit rough, but compared to Chen Ye's, it was like heaven and earth. There wasn't a single complete paint surface left on the apocalyptic pickup truck's body. Also, the fuel tank really needed an upgrade and modification. The current 60-liter fuel tank was genuinely somewhat inadequate. Furthermore, the shadow-dragging chain had been torn apart by the death god, which greatly affected this ability. Although the fuel tank wasn't the main issue, with 60,000 slaughter points available now, it was better to solve it in advance. Then there was the vehicle's engine problem. The 2.0T power was still a bit lacking. Ordinary driving wasn't a big problem, but this was the apocalypse now. Countless unforeseeable situations could occur at any moment. It wasn't surprising that Chen Ye cared so much about the pickup truck. During the apocalypse migration, vehicles were the foundation for every superhuman. They were also the foundation of the convoy, and even the foundation for ordinary people. There was also the truck bed issue. Sleeping in a tent was never a long-term solution. It would be much more comfortable to eventually get a vehicle canopy and sleep inside it. Furthermore, with a vehicle canopy, some of his secrets could be conducted inside it later. There would also be more space to store supplies. Currently, most supplies were placed by Chen Ye on the back seat of the cab. After all, the storage space in the back seat was limited. It was far less spacious than the truck bed. The main reason supplies weren't placed in the truck bed was that the bed was completely exposed. Anyone could see what supplies he had with just a glance. Moreover, without a canopy, supplies were easily lost. Even as a superhuman, he probably couldn't stop those driven mad by hunger. Also, they would definitely encounter other convoys in the future. After the previous simple vehicle canopy was blown away by the sandstorm, Chen Ye never got around to making a new one. The other direction was to strengthen his own power. After upgrading to Sequence 2, the previous breathing technique was clearly somewhat inadequate. Although the blood moon couldn't be seen in Fog City, preventing the cultivation of the breathing technique. Chen Ye could feel that the old breathing technique was somewhat outdated. The machete was now ranked 2000, which would be sufficient for a long time to come. With body transformation into blue smoke and 3 days 1 breath, his life-preserving ability had also been greatly enhanced. As for advancing to Sequence 3, it probably wouldn't happen that quickly for a while. Chen Ye even had a feeling. Sequence 3 might trigger a branch sequence of the Smoke Apostle. Of course, this was just a feeling without any basis. Sequence superpowers, like anomalies, possessed unpredictable uncertainty. When he asked Captain Chu just said it wasn't unusual for many sequences to have their own branch sequences. Just like how the Titan sequence also had branches like the two-headed giant and the peeping skull. The 60,000 slaughter points in the system balance. Chen Ye fell into deep thought. For future development, this decision had to be made very carefully. A single wrong decision might mean that at some point in the future, he would die violently on some nameless hill, devoured by a group of indescribable things. Theta. This was an outcome Chen Ye did not want. The faintly glowing ember of the Huazi cigarette illuminated the contours of Chen Ye's mouth and nose. Blood-red pupils faintly glowed with a crimson light in the darkness. By the time 2 Huazi cigarettes were finished, Chen Ye gritted his teeth, having already made a certain decision in his heart. The system interface appeared before his eyes. 1 minute later. Are you sure? The system inquired. Chen Ye didn't hesitate for even a moment, directly clicking confirm. 60,000 slaughter points were directly reduced by 50,000. Just moments ago, he felt like a rich man. Now, in an instant, he had become a pauper. Looking at the remaining 10,000 slaughter points, Chen Ye felt his heart bleeding. That was 50,000 slaughter points. This was simply too wasteful. Looking at the capsule glowing with a bluish light in his wrist, glowing with the same ghostly blue light as the sequence serum. There were also some blue powders moving inside the capsule. No matter how Chen Ye looked at it, this thing the size of a fingernail didn't seem worth that many slaughter points. The thing before him was the legendary magic potion capsule. Something even more precious than the sequence serum. Chen Ye had still chosen to exchange for the magic potion capsule. The remaining 10,000 slaughter points were intended for modifying and upgrading the apocalyptic pickup truck. Being frugal should be enough. Compared to the cost of upgrading the apocalyptic pickup truck, these things tied to sequence superpowers were simply outrageously expensive. The sequence serum was still somewhat reasonable, costing only 3,000 per dose. But the magic potion capsule actually required 50,000. 50,000? Damn, isn't that just too expensive? Chuche had said that magic potion capsules could maximize the stimulation of human potential, but Chen Ye didn't know if that was true or not. Based on the information Chen Ye knew, above magic potion capsules, there were demon fruits. The kind the pink-haired girl had eaten. Even the system couldn't exchange for them. Therefore, this magic potion capsule was the strongest potion Chen Ye could currently obtain. The excitement in his heart temporarily suppressed his drowsiness. Chen Ye tried asking the system if he could attempt to upgrade the magic potion capsule. The result was that it could be upgraded. It just required a sky-high amount of slaughter points. The same result as when he previously tried upgrading the sequence serum. Seeing the long string of 0s after the required slaughter points, Chen Ye abandoned this idea. Checking the electronic watch, it was already 1 a.m. He estimated that at 5 a.m., Chuche would wake everyone up to depart. Time was running short. Chen Ye directly tossed this blue-glowing magic potion capsule into his mouth. Swallowing this magic potion, Chen Ye carefully sensed for a while, but there was no warm current or similar energy flowing through his body. Unwilling to give up, he focused for about 10 minutes. Chen Ye sank into a deep sleep. The sky was not yet bright on the second day when people within the convoy had already begun to stir. Looking out the window of this private room, aside from a blanket of thick fog, there was no other color. Staying too long in such a gray, murky environment made a person feel somewhat gloomy. Once Sun Cece and Ding Dong were found, the convoy would leave Fog City. First the desert, then later the heavy snow, and now this dense fog. This world had changed so much that even Chen Ye felt he barely recognized it anymore. Sometimes it even felt like this was no longer the familiar world he once knew. Weren't there people saying the occurrence of the anomaly apocalypse was caused by a fusion with other dimensional spaces? Thinking about everything that had happened along this journey, Chen Ye was also beginning to believe this theory. Yawn. The first thing upon waking was to sense whether there were any changes within his body. After sensing for a few minutes, he didn't discover any physical changes. This feeling was similar to when he had used the sequence serum before. Perhaps he needed to wait for the medicine's effects to continue working before seeing any changes. Chen Ye wasn't anxious about this. Products from the system had never disappointed him before. Hearing the clattering and bustling noises outside the private room, Chen Ye stood up and pushed open the door. No one in the main hall was sleeping in anymore. Before the apocalypse, everyone could sleep in. On days off, you could sleep as late as you wanted. But in the apocalypse, except for superhumans who had that privilege, sleeping in was simply an unattainable luxury for ordinary survivors. Every day before departure, vehicles needed to be checked, and they also had to be kept clean and tidy. Even Chen Ye's pickup truck, which didn't have a single patch of good paint left, would be wiped clean by people arranged by Xuan Nan before setting off. Also, breakfast every day needed someone to prepare it. Even if it was just half a piece of expired bread as breakfast, someone still had to distribute it. For example, the newly promoted woman Zhang Yanping had 3 survivors just assisting her. Perhaps these people were supervisors at some company or elites at some foreign enterprise before the apocalypse, but now they only had one most ordinary identity, survivor. R. Epsilon. Chu Che had been trying his best to maintain fairness within the convoy, but the beginnings of a class hierarchy were still emerging within the group. At the very top were naturally Chen Ye and their group of superhumans. Then came managers like Xuan Nan and Xia Fu. People very close to the superhumans, like Little Fish and Old Wang, they were also considered in the second tier. Next came people like Zhang Yanping who could directly serve the superhumans. Perhaps Sulina, relying on some ambiguous rumors about her and Chen Ye, could also be in the third tier. Finally came the ordinary survivors. The former future star Zhou Xiaoxiao was now also in the fourth tier. Even though Chen Yu and the others didn't really care about these matters, a class hierarchy was still quietly breeding within the convoy. Chu Che was also helpless about this, but didn't have any good solutions. When the survivors saw Chen Yi come out of the private room, everyone who saw him gave a full-body shudder, hurriedly lowered their heads, and pretended they hadn't seen anything. The visibility in the thick fog was too low, so Chen Yi rarely wore sunglasses. Many survivors had seen Chen Ye's blood eye. After all, it was something that fell from an anomaly. Ordinary people were naturally somewhat fearful of such things. Now Chen Yi had transplanted this thing onto himself. In the eyes of many survivors, Chen Yi was a lunatic. And now, this lunatic had gone and plucked out his own right eye. That originally somewhat handsome face now looked quite terrifying. Chen Ye had already discarded the gauze on his right eye, so his right eye was currently just a bloody hole. Combined with the blood eye in his left eye, no one wanted to attract Chen Ye's attention. Yawn. Chen Ye, I'm telling you, you had a perfectly good person to be, but you just had to become a ghost. Now look, everyone knows you're a madman. The voice of squad leader Chu Che came from the private room next door. Squad leader Chu was in a good mood today. Chu Che looked at Chen Ye's face and said admiringly, only you could pull off something like this. It looks pretty scary. You should still wear your sunglasses in the future. Chen Ye looked at Chu Che, his blood eye narrowing slightly. Squad leader Chu, besides these words, do you have something else to tell me? Chu Che instantly understood Chen Ye's meaning. When they encountered that small group before, they had obtained many guns. Among them, there seemed to be items similar to wonders. Chu Che sighed, spreading his hands. Let's wait until we find Cici and Ding Dong, then we'll divide it. Although Chen Yi didn't understand why Chu Che said this, out of trust for squad leader Chu, he still nodded in agreement. Squad leader Chu, are those 2 women nearby? Not far. Once we find them, we can replenish some supplies and then leave this place. This place always gives people a creepy feeling. Replenish supplies. It had to be said, his own supplies also seemed to be running low. All that gasoline collected before, what a pity. As for Iron Lion, that guy was still sleeping, but judging by his current recovery state, he should wake up before long. Seeing there was still a while before breakfast, Chen Yi planned to temporarily upgrade his vehicle. After comparing options, Chen Yi decided to first upgrade the vehicle by adding a cargo compartment. Such a large space not being fully utilized was really somewhat wasteful. Chu Che stood at the doorway, surveying the city's dense fog. The visibility seemed even lower than the previous days, making Chu Che feel an even greater sense of panic. As a pathfinder, his perception of danger was very acute. Chu Che had a premonition that fog slaves were merely the most insignificant anomalies in this city. Even though they were rule anomalies, this city had things even more terrifying than them. For example, that giant snake in the Mist River. Chu Che sensed that giant snake hadn't left Fog City yet. Just then, Chuche saw the smoke breath in front of him churn violently. Chen Ye, carrying a large sheet metal box, smashed through the thick fog and appeared before Chuche, leaving squad leader Chu dumbfounded. Calling it a sheet metal box wasn't entirely accurate either. It looked like Chen Ye had ripped the rear cargo compartment off some truck. You really are something else. Chuche held it in for a long time, only managing to say this. Chen Ye didn't bother responding to this guy. When they arrived here yesterday, Chen Ye had noticed several trucks on the roadside. He selected one that looked suitable and directly used his machete to violently cut off the rear cargo compartment. After all, it was a Wonder-ranked 2000. Doing this kind of thing was all too easy. Chen Ye placed the violently cut-off cargo compartment onto his truck bed. Well, the compartment he found was a bit too large, and it didn't quite match his truck bed properly. But he had the system. Everything was solvable. Chen Ye had Shui Nan find some wire to bind this cargo compartment to the rear truck bed. The whole vehicle's apocalyptic atmosphere thickened by several degrees. If it were before the apocalypse, Chen Ye's vehicle could definitely have entered some post-apocalyptic themed competitions. Chen Ye also found 2 off-road vehicles by the roadside, violently cut off their fuel tanks, and planned to install them on his apocalyptic pickup truck. He even dismantled several fog lights. After all this busy work, Chen Ye finalized the upgrade plan in the system interface. Compartment adaptation, fuel tank adaptation, plus headlight adaptation. The price quoted by the system was 3,500 slaughter points. If he let the system handle materials and labor for these things, it would probably cost over 10,000 slaughter points. Now, only having the system handle the adaptation, the quoted price was more than halved. Chen Ye was quite satisfied with this. The upgrade would take 7 hours. The time wasn't too long. Of course, while Chen Ye was doing all this, he had used his smoke breath to envelop his area of activity, masking his living human aura. After finishing breakfast, the convoy prepared to depart. Chen Ye hadn't rested at all last night. He had stood by the window the entire time, watching the dense fog until dawn. The relaxed expression he wore when greeting Chuche earlier was entirely feigned. In truth, his heart was currently racing with tension. He felt he might have made an incredibly wrong decision. But as the squad leader, Chuche understood deeply that no matter how immense the pressure, he could not show it on his face. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the earth to split the next second. This very second, he still had to smile and tell everyone it was fine. The matter had to be traced back to yesterday. Starting from yesterday afternoon, Chuche had begun to feel something was off. Throughout Fog City, those faint, flickering anomaly auras were growing more numerous, more concentrated. Within his perception, the entire old city district they passed yesterday was filled with those anomaly auras. Merely sensing those auras made Chuche, a Pathfinder superhuman, feel his scalp crawl. The sensation was as if the entire city's population had all awakened from their slumber. That faint, flickering aura was very familiar to Chuche. It was fog slaves. Last night, it was precisely because of this reason that they were completely unable to advance, forcing Chuche to order a rest. Actually, last night the convoy had already gotten extremely close to Sun Cece and the other person. Just 2 more streets and they would have encountered Ding Dong and Cece. But they just couldn't get through. Originally, they thought that after daybreak the next morning, the fog slaves should decrease somewhat. However, reality went against their wishes. This morning's situation was many times worse than last night's, not just a little. Within Chuche's current perception, the entire fog city was filled with fog slaves. The entire city, fog slaves. There were at least 5 clusters of fog slaves around this restaurant, completely blocking all 5 roads surrounding this sliced fish restaurant. No matter which road they took, they would run into those fog slaves. Anomaly first law: anomalies are indescribable, unfathomable, unclassifiable, and without fixed nature. If you already believe you have sufficient experience dealing with anomalies, believe me, you are not far from death. These were the 2 sentences he personally wrote in the anomaly notebook. Even if it was an anomaly he knew well, no matter how weak. Chuche still avoided conflict with it as much as possible. Chuche planned countless routes in his mind. But each one only had a single outcome: encountering fog slaves, then attracting the entire city's fog slaves. Given the current situation in all of Fog City, confronting fog slaves was absolutely not a wise decision. even for just 3 minutes. There are things one must do and things one must not do. Chuche still decided to lead the convoy and give it a try. He absolutely had to find Sun Sisi and Ding Dong. Following Chuche's instructions, the convoy kept circling the surrounding area. When they appeared in front of the sliced fish restaurant for the 5th time, Chen Ye couldn't hold back anymore. Squad leader Chu, have we run into a ghost wall? It took a while before Chuche's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Yezi, prepare for battle. Hearing Chuche's words, Chen Ye's nerves instantly tightened to the extreme. Hatred unsheathed. Chen Ye drove with one hand, holding the blade with the other. A Huazi cigarette dangled from his mouth, smoke breath swirling around his body. The figures of crawlers circled around the apocalyptic pickup truck. The apocalyptic pickup truck crashed through the smoke and mist, Chen Ye's pupils constricting to pinpricks. Fog slaves. Within the visible range before his eyes, it was all fog slaves. And this was just within the range he could see. How many more were there in the unseen range? Chen Ye didn't even dare to guess. The number of fog slaves far exceeded the number they encountered with Iron Lion yesterday. Chen Ye felt as if a cold snake was slithering up his back. Wait. These fog slaves don't seem right. Just as Chen Ye was about to swing hatred and launch an attack, he hurriedly stopped his own action. Anomalies and humans cannot coexist. This was the second law Chuche wrote in the Anomaly Notebook. This law had never been broken. An anomaly's first reaction upon encountering humans is to attack. But now, these anomalies were just standing there foolishly, their fog-formed heads slowly turning as the vehicles moved. They weren't making any attacking motions. Squad leader Chu, something's wrong. These fog slaves, they seem. Chen Ye, don't attack yet. The moment Chen Ye's words sounded over the walkie-talkie, Chuche's voice replied immediately. Clearly, both had noticed the abnormality. The people on the school bus looked at all this in terror. Everyone, without orders, no one is to act rashly, no noise, no attacking behavior. Oldly sternly scanned each survivor inside the school bus, simultaneously warning in a low voice. Actually, there was no need for Oldly to say much. The survivors in the vehicle were already scared stiff. The survivors were seeing these terrifying monsters up close once again. Those occasionally visible, resentful eyes floating within the fog of their heads, along with their silently screaming mouths, were enough to provoke fear in any survivor. ROE. Especially when the school bus drove past, those fog-formed heads would even turn slightly, looking at the survivors on the school bus. At this moment, those fog slaves were like visitors touring a zoo. And the survivors inside the school bus were the animals in that zoo. Sulina clearly wore a mask over her face, but she still covered her mouth tightly, not daring to let herself make a sound, afraid of provoking disturbance among these fog slaves. Chen Ye held hatred. Any fog slave that got too close to the vehicle seemed to sense the aura emanating from hatred. They all retreated slightly, as if they really disliked this machete. Chen Ye had a feeling. These fog slaves standing on both sides were like people attending a funeral procession. And the subjects of that funeral procession were precisely their own group. The vehicles inched forward, sometimes encountering fog slaves blocking the road. The vehicles simply ran them over, the fog slaves dispersing into puffs of mist, then reforming elsewhere. Squad leader Chu, how much further? Chen Ye's voice sounded over the walkie-talkie. Only then did Chuche snap back to reality. Although he didn't understand what had happened to these fog slaves, it seemed a major shift had occurred in today's events. Since that was the case, the plan had to change accordingly. Left at the next intersection, straight ahead, they're right there. Chen Ye gave the vehicle a bit more speed. Those fog slaves also turned their fog-formed heads as the vehicle accelerated. Although the fog slaves had no eyes, Chen Ye could still feel countless pairs of eyes watching him. These eyes might be indifferent, might be icy, or perhaps conceal boundless malice. But right now, Chen Ye had no time to think about all that. He just wanted to leave this place quickly. Soon, Chen Ye saw two vehicles parked at the crossroads ahead. A panel van and a modified off-roader, especially when he saw that familiar modified off-roader. Infinite sighs welled up in Chen Ye's heart. Sun Sisi had also been utterly bewildered. Waking up in the morning to see fog slaves covering all the surrounding rooftops and eaves, those fog slaves just looking at her without making any attacking motions. This had kept Sun Sisi's heart pounding with fear for a long while. Now, seeing that familiar, battered pickup truck, the girl felt her eyes grow somewhat moist for a moment. However, when the girl saw the black hole and blood eye on Chen Ye's face, she also froze for a second. "Stupid woman, what are you looking at? Still not running?" The apocalyptic pickup truck brushed past the modified off-roader. Chen Ye tossed out that sentence, then charged madly toward the city outskirts. Wherever they passed, the blurry figures standing on both sides of the road would turn their heads to watch this group of people. Apart from the sound of tires crushing the road surface, there was no other extra noise. Not a single person spoke. Chen Ye drove the apocalyptic pickup truck as if it were an airplane, the cabin on the truck bed swaying violently, nearly bouncing off the bed several times. If the cabin fell off the truck bed, the upgrade would probably fail as well. Willow branches spread out, tightly binding the cabin to the truck bed. Something major was definitely happening in Fog City. If they didn't escape now, they might be trapped here forever. The convoy's speed grew faster and faster. It wasn't until the buildings on both sides grew increasingly sparse and the fog grew increasingly thin that Chen Ye finally slowly reduced his speed. Fog slaves were still there, just not as many. Chen Ye even saw that the physique of one of the fog slaves looked somewhat familiar, as if it were a survivor from the previous convoy. Taking a slightly longer look, a gaunt man's face flickered within the fog-condensed head, flashing by for just a moment before transforming into a silently screaming mouth. Suddenly, Chen Ye saw a group of people standing by the roadside not far from this gaunt man. There weren't many of these people, just 3 or 5. The hunched figure at the front was instantly recognizable to Chen Ye. It was Old Bao. Old Bao now stood hunched by the roadside, his fog-condensed head devoid of any human expression. Only occasionally would a pair of aged, worldly-wise eyes and a mouth in the midst of a shout surface. And next to Old Bao stood that somewhat thin, not very tall fog-condensed figure. Although the face was also just a mass of thick fog. Chen Ye was certain this was the convoy assistant, Xiao Wang. Although Xiao Wang was the convoy assistant, Chen Ye had never heard of this person bullying ordinary people by leveraging this position. Last time, before encountering the camel train, Chu Che had him stand on a sand dune to observe. That kid had foolishly stood there, enduring the 40 degrees Celsius heat, just like that. Behind the two of them were several other familiar-looking figures, all seemingly people from the convoy. But Chen Ye wasn't familiar with them. The apocalyptic pickup truck passed by Old Bao and Xiao Wang. Old Bao seemed to retain some remnants of human memory, lifting his head to look at Chen Ye, a kind smile surfacing on his foggy head. Xiao Wang stood motionless behind Old Bao, but his head moved along with Chen Ye's vehicle. Though there was no expression, Chen Ye was certain Xiao Wang was probably saying goodbye to him. Chen Ye's speed gradually decreased, finally stopping not far away. By now, they had completely left the fog. The surroundings were lush and green, visibility was excellent, and distant mountains and leaves on treetops were visible. Ra Beta Epsilon. Even the dampness in the air had improved significantly. The sunlight felt warm and comfortable on the skin. But for the first time, Chen Ye felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. Chen Ye, who would do anything to survive, now actually felt some emotion weighing on his heart, unable to swallow it down or spit it out. The sunlight felt a bit harsh. Chen Ye rummaged through the cockpit for the long-unused sunglasses and put them on, hiding the terrifying blood eye and the horrifying flesh cavity behind the dark lenses. Looking like this, it was indeed much better than his previous half-human, half-ghost appearance. After parking the vehicle, Chen Ye stood by the car, fishing out a tossed cigarette from his pocket. He didn't have many huasi left, so he needed to smoke them sparingly. As the smoke curled upwards, Chen Ye felt the restlessness in his heart lessen a bit, compared to Chen Ye's attitude. When Chu Che saw these two figures, it was as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. In just an instant, Chu Che felt his breathing become somewhat rapid, as if he couldn't catch his breath, his nose slightly sour. And the other figures behind these two. They all looked somewhat familiar. Stop, stop. Xiao Fu slammed on the brakes, the modified off-roader coming to a steady stop in front of the two figures. The vehicles following behind also slowed down and stopped one after another. Chu Che stumbled barefoot out of the vehicle. In that moment, this somewhat cunning Captain Chu seemed to have aged 10 years. His back was no longer as straight as before, instead somewhat resembling Old Bao's. Step by step, he approached Old Bao's fog slave. Chu Che reached out, wanting to touch Old Bao. But in the end, he only disturbed some of the fog. Che wanted to reach out and touch Wang, but the result was the same. Che stood silently in front of the two figures, his face expressionless, only his cheeks puffing in and out slightly, a red flush spreading up his neck. As the captain, he couldn't show sorrow in front of his team members. Otherwise, how could he lead everyone to survive until the end? Che's head hung slightly low, his hands hanging at his sides, fingertips trembling faintly. This is old Bao. How did he become like this? And Wang, how could you end up like this? Sun Sisi stood incredulously beside Che, looking at the fog slave before her. Her beautiful large eyes trembled violently, her pupils filled with utter disbelief. Last time they parted, Sun Sisi knew old Bao was in poor health, even considering that he might not make it. But she never expected that when she saw old Bao again, he would have become a fog slave. This gave Sun Sisi a sense of disconnection. Old Bao was one thing, but how could Wang also? Everyone who dies in the thick fog will eventually become a fog slave. Old Bao and Wang, they didn't make it out. Che's voice was very calm, using calm words to describe the cruelest reality. The pink-haired girl's small mouth opened slightly, her face wearing an indescribable expression of sorrow and shock. None of the three of them had died, so they didn't know the mechanism of fog slaves. Old Bao, what happened to you? Wah. Wang. The first to cry wasn't Che, but the tiny little fish. Little fish cried, tears and snot mixing together, indistinguishable as they slid from the corners of her mouth down to her chin, leaving a long trail. If you had to name a friend old Bao had in the convoy, it was probably only little fish. Che didn't even count as old Bao's friend. As for Chen Ye, he definitely wasn't. The reason was rather cliché. Old Bao had lost all his family. Sometimes, he would view the innocent and lively little fish as his own daughter or granddaughter. Many people in the convoy had received old Bao's care. Old Bao. Old Bao. Wang. Wah. A shadow enveloped little fish. Iron Lion, having awakened at some unknown time, stood beside little fish, silently watching all this. Ding Dong also got out of the cockpit of the last panel van. This woman had joined the convoy last. But along the way, she hadn't received any less care from old Bao. When she first joined the convoy, it was old Bao who showed her the convoy's rules. It was also he who suggested she first join Iron Lion's team. And it was he who distributed supplies to her at that time. Every time Ding Dong saw old Bao, she always felt he looked very tired. She just never expected that meeting again would be like this. The survivors from the convoy got out of their vehicles one by one. Seeing old Bao, Wang, and the other familiar blurry figures, everyone's eyes were red. Some even reached out, wanting to touch them, but ended up touching nothing. Some couldn't accept this outcome, unable to hold back from hugging their heads and weeping. The blurry figures of the few of them just stood there, motionless. Occasionally, their faces would surface within the thick fog of their heads, making people's hearts ache even more. Xuanan stood dazedly in front of the vehicle, not daring to approach. He thought of his sister. Could she already be dead? Also turned into a fog slave? Just that he hadn't seen her. No, that shouldn't be. My sister should still be alive, I can feel it. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but the expression on Xuanan's face didn't change in the slightest. Xuanan bowed deeply to old Bao and Wang. Old Bao, I will do what you used to do. We will survive until the end. Fu also bowed deeply. Old Bao, Wang, I will definitely do my job seriously. Zhou Xiaoxiao stood at the back of the crowd. Having lost her sister and even her vehicle, Zhou Xiaoxiao was now the person with the lowest presence in the entire convoy. Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't have such deep feelings for old Bao and Wang. But even so, Zhou Xiaoxiao also felt very sad. Perhaps everyone would end up like this in the end. The difference was only a matter of sooner or later. Che's voice was unprecedentedly weary as he said softly, "Everyone, get back in the vehicles first." Squad leader Chu. It's fine. Let me stay with old Bao for a while. Just 3 minutes. Little Fish wiped her tears and returned to the vehicle. The driverless off-road vehicle slowly drove forward a few dozen meters, stopping beside Chen Ye's vehicle. The other vehicles passed by old Bao and Wang one by one. Everyone who passed by old Bao and Wang would bow deeply to the two of them. Even the pregnant woman with the large belly did the same. But just at that moment, an earth-shattering, ambiguous dragon's roar came from within the thick fog of Fog City, causing the entire thick fog of Fog City to churn and surge. That dragon's roar startled the convoy members like frightened rabbits, making them all look towards the churning thick fog. From their vantage point, it wasn't just the dense fog in front of them that was rapidly churning and contracting. In an instant, the heavy fog throughout the entire Fog City thickened by several levels. Chuche's expression changed, and he quickly ordered, "Everyone, get in the vehicles, leave this place." Chuche took one last look at the two human-shaped fog slaves before him, reluctantly turning and running towards the modified off-road vehicle. The other survivors also scattered in panic, each dashing towards their own vehicles. The two fog slaves, similar to Old Bao and Xiao Wang, watched everyone leave. Suddenly, the two raised their hands, waving to all the survivors as if bidding them farewell. Little Fish ran while crying uncontrollably. Even the pink-haired girl's eyes reddened, tears welling up in them. "Squad leader." The pink-haired girl couldn't help but call out to Chuche as she ran. Chuche clenched his teeth tightly. "Less talk. Get out of here quickly." How could Chuche not want to take Old Bao, Xiao Wang, and the other survivors with them? But they were fog slaves now. They couldn't come back. Chen Ye was the first to get back into his vehicle. As Chuche's car drove past his, Chen Ye stepped on the gas pedal, following closely and kicking up a trail of dust. This time, there was no thick fog blocking their vision, and the vehicles moved at a decent speed. From the rearview mirror, they could clearly see the entire Fog City looking like an overturned water jar, as if a colossal creature was trying to burst out of Fog City. A colossal creature? Chen Ye immediately thought of that huge thing under the Mist River Bridge. This idea was quickly confirmed. A massive serpent's head broke through the blockade of countless thick fogs, its enormous body writhing wildly in the air, charging straight towards the heavens, shaking off the countless mists clinging to it. It was as if it wanted to break some kind of shackles, to charge towards a higher dimension. And those thick fogs seemed like a prison cage confining the giant serpent. Countless mists frantically tried to pull down the serpent's ascending body, trying to drag it back into the layers of fog below. Roar! That was the sound. Dragon-like yet not quite. Majestic and oppressive like a tiger. Yet deep and earth-shaking like an ox. It was an indescribable cry. Witnessing this scene left Chen Ye dumbfounded. It actually was. He was just guessing randomly, never expecting to guess right. Could it be trying to transform into a dragon? It wasn't just Chen Ye who saw the scene. Sun Cece stuck her head out of the car window, eyes wide open, just watching that giant serpent continuously trying to charge into the sky. Oh, and those thick fogs repeatedly clung to the great serpent's body, repeatedly submerging it. Roar! The great serpent was unwilling. It charged towards the sky once more, roared at the heavens once more. The thick fog submerged it again. Chen Ye could hear intense resentment and unwillingness in that cry. The survivors in the entire school bus were even more stunned. Before the apocalypse, such a scene could only be seen in TV or movie special effects. But now, Chen Ye quickly picked up his phone, controlling the steering wheel with one hand, turning the car and parking directly by the roadside. Pulling out his phone. Recording starts. Zoom in. Zoom in more. Chen Ye could see clearly through the phone camera. It was that great serpent. That great serpent under the Mist River. If one day he could use smoke breath to simulate this great serpent. Just this thought alone made Chen Ye tremble with excitement. But it soon turned into a bubble bursting. Forget this great serpent. Even the death god simulation, he hadn't fully grasped yet. Seeing Chen Ye stop, Chuche's vehicle also stopped. The other vehicles stopped too, all looking towards the distant Fog City. Until the giant serpent no longer charged towards the sky. Only the continuous dragon-like yet not quite roars and cries came. The fog slaves didn't attack us today, it was probably because of it. Squad leader Chu's voice sounded nearby. Chen Ye nodded, feeling Chuche's guess was very likely true. That giant serpent in Fog City seemed to hold very important secrets. But then, these matters weren't something a small person like him could unravel. Better to focus on surviving first. Everyone returned to their vehicles, and the convoy began moving slowly. The convoy returned to its previous rhythm. At the front was squad leader Chuche's vehicle. followed by Chen Ye's pickup truck, then the pink-haired girl's driverless vehicle, then the school bus. Finally, there was an extra station wagon. This time, too many things happened in Fog City and Wrong City. This world seemed to have become increasingly unrecognizable. Such extreme weather had almost never occurred before, and those anomalies gave Chen Ye a deep sense of crisis. Even after advancing to Sequence 2, Chen Ye still felt as insignificant as an ant. That great serpent under the Mist River Bridge, the sky whale flying in the sky, and the divine elephant he had only heard of but not yet seen. All of this sounded like mythology. But now it was truly happening right before his eyes. The only comforting thing was that after leaving Fog City, the weather was clear and the temperature pleasant. There was much more vegetation by the roadside, and the view was a stretch of emerald green. There were even small flowers dotting the landscape not far away. The convoy kept driving forward. Around 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at a scenic lakeside. Only then did Chu Che's voice come through the walkie-talkie. All right, that's enough for today. Chu Che's vehicle slowly came to a stop. Then Chen Ye saw Xue Nan holding a small flag, having obtained it from who knows where, sticking it out the window and waving it continuously. The convoy slowly turned off their engines. It must be said that squad leader Chu's chosen campsite today was really excellent. A gentle breeze blowing from the emerald green lake onto people's bodies gave a refreshing and pleasant feeling. Not far away, there was a flower bed. As the breeze blew, those flowers swayed continuously, as if curiously observing these uninvited guests. If this place existed before the apocalypse, it would most likely have been fenced off and charged an entry fee. The survivors got out of their vehicles one after another. The gentle breeze tousled their hair, dispersing the worry from each person's face. Looking at the expressions on these survivors' faces, their mood was clearly quite joyful at this moment. Su Lina spread her arms, a look of enjoyment on her face. Many survivors secretly glanced at Su Lina's figure. It must be said, this woman was truly beautiful. Chen Ye stood by his vehicle, his gaze involuntarily taking a look as well. This glance was precisely caught by Su Lina. This woman, like a child who had received a reward, actually started dancing by the lakeside. As she danced, she occasionally threw a glance towards Chen Ye. Chen Ye's mood was also quite good at the moment. He even cooperatively appreciated the performance. This rare moment of leisure made Chen Ye feel such time was precious. Many survivors gathered around, some even keeping rhythm for Su Lina. There were also some greedy eyes falling on Su Lina's body, but upon seeing Chen Ye, these greedy gazes quickly hid away. How about it? Is it nice? A familiar young girl's voice came from beside him. Without turning his head, Chen Ye knew who it was, though the machete at his waist seemed to emit a very strange disturbance. As Sun Sisi approached Chen Ye, she also noticed the peculiar emotion from the long sword in her hand. Not bad, it must be said, this woman is truly beautiful. What she's thinking in her heart, probably the whole convoy knows. Aren't you tempted? Sun Sisi hugged her sword, watching Su Lina's dance moves, saying somewhat sourly, it's not that great anyway. Actually, Su Lina's dancing skills were indeed just average. This woman came from an ordinary family background, not born into great wealth. Therefore, besides going to school as a child, she helped her family with farm work after returning home. It was only after growing up and having more disposable income that she learned some dancing. Fortunately, this woman had good natural conditions, making her look good while dancing, which somewhat compensated for her shortcomings. If it weren't for her superhuman status, would this woman dance in front of me? You're quite self-aware. Hearing the strange tone in her voice, Chen Ye felt somewhat displeased. What? Did you come looking for me just to mock me a couple of times? I came to apologize to you, sorry, for back in Wrong City. The girl's apology was interesting. Although apologizing, she still held her head high, revealing a clear jawline, her pink ponytail swaying back and forth. Chen Ye shrugged, I'm not that petty. From my perspective, I would have attacked you too. Chen Ye really wasn't that angry. Although Sun Sisi had stood on Wu Jianshan's side back then, she hadn't attacked him from start to finish. The pink-haired girl didn't expect Chen Ye to say this, momentarily puffing her cheeks in anger, while the long sword in the girl's hand became even more restless. The machete behind Chen Ye's waist also seemed to sense something, beginning to stir slightly. The girl snorted coldly, her expression full of displeasure, flicked her pink ponytail, turned, and walked away. But her hand tightly gripped the hilt of her long sword. After the girl left, she came to apologize to you. After you killed Wu Jianshan, we all woke up. She deeply regrets attacking you. A gentle, indifferent voice drifted over quietly. It was Ding Dong. Seeing this woman again, besides her plain appearance, there was only her left arm left. Chen Ye glanced at the woman's single arm, feeling a bit surprised inwardly. Your right arm. It's fine. Being alive is what matters. I also came to apologize to you. Ding Dong apologized to Chen Ye very seriously. Chen Ye waved his hand. It's fine. If one day, for the sake of survival, I would attack you too. Chen Ye didn't hold any resentment towards Ding Dong. This statement was sincere. If one day, for survival, facing Chu Che, Sun Sisi, and Iron Lion, Chen Ye would hesitate. But towards Ding Dong, Chen Ye felt he might attack without hesitation. On the contrary, Chen Ye actually preferred this mode of interaction with Ding Dong. Relaxed and without guilt. Ding Dong looked at Chen Ye and suddenly smiled, a very relaxed smile. I believe you would. Squad leader Chu said, if anyone among us would survive, it would definitely be you. Chen Ye didn't speak. Survival, this goal seemed too distant. The more he understood this apocalypse, the more Chen Ye felt the hope of surviving was slim. Right, that bastard Chu Che, those guns obtained in Fog City haven't been distributed yet. What does this guy mean by hiding them until now? Also, the vehicle upgrade is about to be completed soon.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.